Chapter 1. Is this your excuse for breaking up? In the bustling metropolis, on street number 12, within a restaurant, a young couple, both approximately in their 20s, sat across from each other. The young man was strikingly handsome, while the young woman possessed a captivating beauty, however. Their expressions at this moment were starkly contrasting. "Cindy, what did you just say? You want to break up with me?" The speaker was Sue Won, a junior in college, while the girl opposite him was his girlfriend, Fong Cindy. They had known each other for several years, and Sue Won had always believed they could continue their journey together, yet he never anticipated that today his girlfriend would wish to part ways. "Sue Won, we are adults now. Isn't it better to part on good terms? I don't mind being frank with you. You are too naive and too honest. Being with a man like you is simply dull." As she spoke, the woman stirred her coffee with a calm demeanor, in stark contrast to Sue Won's shock. "Naive? Fong Cindy, do you even realize what you are saying?" Sue Won suddenly stood up, his agitation rising, his voice elevated. "Have you ever asked yourself, if it weren't for my relentless efforts over the past 2 years, would you be living so comfortably? To ensure you had a better college experience, I worked part-time during winter and summer breaks, giving you every penny I earned. When you fell ill, regardless of the weather, day or night, I rushed to the hospital to buy you medicine. You love red date porridge, and I brought you a steaming breakfast every morning." As Sue Won spoke, his emotions intensified. He felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, truly suffocating. After 2 years of devoted care, this was the conclusion he received. A flicker of impatience flashed in Fong Cindy's eyes. "What do you mean by saying all this? Are you trying to boast about your accomplishments? Do you know why I feel indifferent towards you? It is precisely because you are too good to me, always yielding to my whims, making me feel that you lack any masculine character, which is why I do not like you. How about that?" Fong Cindy articulated each word as if they were daggers piercing Sue Won's heart, causing him profound pain. Fong Cindy continued, "Don't say I didn't inform you a few days ago. Li Xiao pursued me, and I accepted him now. I am his girlfriend, and you and I are completely unrelated." "Li Xiao? Is he not that aimless scion, utterly lacking in merit?" Sue Won's expression froze. No wonder rumors had circulated in school over the past few days about Li Xiao confessing to Fong Cindy. Initially, Sue Won had been skeptical, but now he realized he had been too naive. Li Yufeng, the young master of the Gaoke group, one of the 4 wealthy heirs at Tianwei Academy, was notorious for his playboy lifestyle, changing girlfriends more swiftly than one changes clothes. Sue Won could hardly believe his girlfriend would choose him. "Is the man you refer to as having character him?" After feeling disheartened, Sue Won ironically chuckled, unsure whether he was mocking Fong Cindy or himself. Fong Cindy remained unfazed. She raised her hand, revealing an exquisite handbag on the table, and coldly remarked, "Do you know what brand this bag is?" "I'll tell you. It's Louis Vuitton, worth 150,000. Li Xiao bought it for me a few days ago." "Sue Won, you profess your love for me and claim to have sacrificed much, but does all your effort compare to this designer handbag?" A mocking smile graced Fong Cindy's face. "Admit it. A person like you will never afford such luxuries in your lifetime and will never become wealthy. You are destined to be an ordinary person, and I, Fong Cindy, will never spend my life with someone like you." Fong Cindy's tone was resolute as she continued. In truth, she had contemplated ending things with Sue Won for quite some time. She simply had not found anyone worth pursuing until now and did not wish to lose her financial support. Now that she had finally caught the attention of a wealthy young master, she could not resist the temptation to flaunt it. Faced with his girlfriend's brazen ridicule, Sue Won fell silent, then slumped back into his seat, utterly defeated. Indeed, what was the point? No matter how much he had done, it paled in comparison to the luxury of Li Xiao's casual gift. What could he possibly offer in comparison? Suddenly, a series of honks echoed from outside the restaurant. A sleek, eye-catching Cadillac glided to a stop at the curb, and a well-dressed young man emerged from the vehicle. Peering through the window, Sue Won's expression shifted dramatically. The newcomer was none other than Li Yufeng, the young master of Gaoke Group. Clearly aware of their presence, he glanced over before striding into the restaurant, arriving before Sue Won and the others shortly after. "Li Xiao, you have arrived." Upon seeing Li Yufeng, Fong Cindy transformed her previously frosty demeanor, flashing a sweet smile as she rose to link her arm with his. That smile was so radiant that Su Wen realized he had never witnessed such a display during their 2 years together. "Well, I presume this is your ex-boyfriend?" Li Yufeng cast a condescending glance at Su Wen, inquiring mildly. "Indeed, I have broken up with him, and he is still struggling to accept reality." Fong Sini scoffed, showing no regard for Su Wen's dignity. "Men, especially those like this impoverished wretch, find it quite normal to be unable to cope with losing a girlfriend after finally managing to secure one." Li Xiao remarked dismissively, then turned to Su Wen. "Kid, you should consider your own worth when choosing a girlfriend. With your financial status, do you really think you deserve to court someone as beautiful as Miss Fong? Don't you feel like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat?" Li Xiao sneered, his words dripping with blatant derision. Their conversation immediately drew the attention of other patrons in the restaurant, who began to cast sympathetic glances towards Su Wen. Ah, yet another honest man abandoned by a woman. Indeed, from their earlier exchange, it seems this man truly invested his feelings. In this day and age, being a simpering fool leads to nothing. Selfless devotion will only be taken for granted. How could he not grasp such a simple truth? He deserves to be discarded. The customers shook their heads, murmuring among themselves. Su Wen clenched his hands tightly beneath the table. He felt the sting of betrayal from his girlfriend, the mockery from his rival, and the judgment from the onlookers. How could he not feel the weight of their disdain? Yet sometimes reality is brutally unforgiving. Without wealth, one is destined to remain vulnerable. Though he longed to appear magnanimous and indifferent, every thought of being ridiculed by others made it impossible for him to maintain his composure. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Ding! Detection of host being abandoned by girlfriend. Activating switch. Super Tycoon reward system initiated. System loading 153075-100. Chapter 2. Su Wen's retaliation. The system. Su Wen's expression froze, startled by the sudden voice. As a young person of a new era, he certainly understood what a system was. It was the indispensable artifact that protagonists in web novels utilized to achieve extraordinary feats, marking the commencement of their ascent to the pinnacle of life. However, novels are ultimately mere fiction. Where in reality could one find such a system? It was merely a fantasy conjured by impoverished individuals in their desperation. It seemed he had been so heartbroken that he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Su Wen couldn't help but smile wryly. The system detected that the host did not believe in its existence. It was time for the system to demonstrate its capabilities. Host. Su Wen. Age. 21. Physique. 5 at assets. 1,500 yuan. The system's evaluation. A bona fide loser. That a series of voices resonated in Su Wen's mind. Even for someone as slow on the uptake as he was, he finally grasped that something was amiss. This was no mere hallucination. Could it be that a system truly exists? Su Wen was astonished. Just as his surprise set in, the system spoke again. System issued a task to sow discord between Fong Sini and Li Xiao. Task reward: a cash prize of 10 million yuan upon successful instigation, along with 51 shares of the Hills Chain Hotel. 10 million in cash. My heavens, Su Wen nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Such an immense sum was beyond his wildest dreams. And the Hills Hotel, renowned as a 7-star chain in the country, boasted karaoke venues, cinemas, bars, and other entertainment facilities, truly embodying the essence of integrated leisure. It was rumored that its scale had expanded to over 100 branches, with presence in first, second, and third-tier cities alike. Securing 51 of this hotel chain shares would mean that he had leaped over the Dragon Gate, soaring to new heights. Possessing this system equated to embracing a new life. The rewards from the system were tangible and deserved, the system boasted. Accepting the task, Su Wen responded with delight, although Fong Sini had already turned her affections elsewhere. Creating discord still held significance in light of such a substantial reward. How should I incite their conflict? Su Wen pondered the most crucial question. Huating Hotel, room 2402. Han Hao Hotel, room 1904. Suddenly, the system rattled off a series of numbers. What does this mean? It means she has been unfaithful. During the time you spent together, aside from Li Xiao, she has been seeing someone else, whose name is... These 2 hotel rooms serve as proof of their encounters. The system patiently explained, its words striking like thunder. What did you just say? Su Wen's expression froze, hardly daring to believe his ears. This was like a knife cutting through flesh. It was truly an eye-opener for him. He had previously thought that Fong Xinyi's ambivalence stemmed from her being somewhat conservative. Instead, she had been deliberately stringing him along while engaging with another man. Moreover, during this time, he had been tirelessly working part-time, exhausting himself to earn money for her to spend. Perhaps she was using that very money to enjoy herself with someone else. Su Wen felt no anger, only a chill in his heart. How could Fong Xinyi manage to be with another man while deceitfully leading him on? Did her conscience not ache? Standing opposite him, Fong Xinyi, seeing Su Wen's silence, mistakenly believed he had accepted reality and could not help but feel triumphant. That's enough, Su Wen. Let us part ways amicably. I hope you won't seek me out at school anymore. I am now Li Xiao's girlfriend and wish to avoid unnecessary gossip. With that, she prepared to leave, her haughty demeanor and disdainful gaze betraying her overwhelming sense of superiority. Did you hear that? My girlfriend has spoken. Don't approach her again, or don't blame me for being rude. Li Xiao echoed, adopting a similarly lofty attitude as he issued a warning to Su Wen. Rest assured, since Xinyi no longer wishes to be with me, I, Su Wen, shall not force the matter. After all, she once mentioned that when she was done playing, she would seek out a new suitor, and now she has found one, as her former boyfriend. I have witnessed her glorious history and should be happy for her. Suddenly, Su Wen spoke. Just moments ago, he had appeared utterly despondent, yet now he wore a serene smile. What did you say? Li Xiao's brow furrowed, his foot faltering in its ascent. Li Xiao. Don't listen to him. He is just trying to play tricks since he sees we're leaving. Fong Xinyi scoffed at Li Xiao quickly caught on, chuckling as he said, Su Wen, you're just a loser. It's better for you to accept reality. A woman as beautiful and noble as Xinyi is simply beyond your reach. His face displayed a similar contempt, as if mocking Su Wen's audacity. Noble. I beg to differ, Su Wen chuckled inwardly. Miss Fong has been with me for 2 years. Who knows how many times she has secretly met with other men. Do you truly consider such a woman noble? He then turned to Fong Xinyi and asked, You don't remember the name Shen Bin, do you? And what about Hua Ting Hotel Room 2402 and Han Hao Hotel Room 1904? These are places you visited with him. Should I enumerate each one? You, what nonsense are you spouting? Be careful. I might sue you for defamation. Fong Xinyi's heart sank. She looked at Su Wen, disbelief etched on her face, for only she knew that what he had just said was true. During her time with Su Wen, she had indeed met a man outside of school. That man was charming and witty, and as time passed, their relationship deepened, even crossing into unmentionable territories. Since their meetings were clandestine, Fong Xinyi had never worried about being discovered. She could not fathom how Su Wen had uncovered this information. While she vehemently denied the claims, Su Wen remained unfazed. You know very well whether or not I'm speaking nonsense. Reflecting on your actions, they truly are repugnant. Thank goodness we broke up today, or I would have been disgusted to know. And he then shifted his gaze to Li Xiao. Say, of course, you are different, Li Xiao, as a scion of a wealthy family. The eldest son of the Li family, you must possess a broad mind. How could you possibly care about being someone else's fallback, right? After his words, Su Wen smiled, the sarcasm palpable. His remarks naturally drew the attention of the surrounding patrons, who now looked at Fong Xinyi with curious expressions. Goodness, today's gossip is truly a feast for the senses. If what this young man claims is true, then this Miss Fong is indeed extraordinary, having become quite the heartbreaker at such a young age. Chapter 3. Scandal exposed you. Fong Xinyi's face turned ashen, her chest heaving with suppressed emotion, yet she could not muster a single word. She had never imagined that the man who had always been gentle and considerate toward her would one day publicly humiliate her. Li Xiao's expression darkened even further, his demeanor more severe than Fong Xinyi's. Just moments ago, as Su Wen delivered his remarks, he distinctly felt Fong Xinyi tighten her grip on his arm. This unusual reaction called into question the truth of Su Wen's words. Fong Xinyi had told him that although she had been with Su Wen for 2 years, nothing had happened between them. She was still pure. What was happening now? Xinyi, is what he said true? Li Xiao turned to his new girlfriend, his tone bearing an imperceptible edge of darkness. Li Xiao, don't listen to his nonsense. How could that be possible? I'm not the kind of woman who sleeps around. I have been with Su-Wen for over 2 years, and he hasn't even touched me once. How could I let another man? Fong Sini insisted, confident that Su-Wen had no evidence, and thus stubbornly maintained her denial. After all, as long as she did not admit to it, who could expose her? However, Su-Wen's next statement sent a shockwave through her. Very well. Since Miss Fong is so certain of her innocence, why not call your family subordinates, Li Xiao, and have them investigate these 2 hotels? Your family's influence is vast. I believe this task would be a piece of cake for them. Once the truth is uncovered, everything will become clear. What do you intend to do, Su-Wen? Finally, Fong Sini could no longer contain herself and shouted at Su-Wen in fury. At this moment, she felt panic set in, true panic. Some things could be concealed temporarily, but the truth would never remain buried. Li Xiao's next words only escalated her anxiety that I think what he says makes sense. The truth of the matter can be revealed with a simple investigation. Li Xiao, surprisingly, adopted an unusual stance. Though he found Su-Wen detestable and was highly displeased if Fong Sini had indeed deceived him. He would not tolerate it that Li Xiao, despised being deceived above all else, as the eldest son of the Li family, if he were to be played for a fool by a woman like Fong Sini. Where would his dignity lie? As he spoke, he took out his phone, preparing to call a family member to investigate the hotel. However, this very action was intercepted by Fong Sini. Li Xiao, why do you trust Su-Wen over me? I am your girlfriend. I assure you, I have done nothing wrong, she stammered in a flurry, completely oblivious to how suspicious she appeared at that moment. The more she acted this way, the greater Li Xiao's doubts grew. Just because you're my girlfriend, this matter warrants a thorough investigation, does it not? After all, you have done nothing wrong. Even if I investigate, I will uncover nothing. What are you afraid of? Li Xiao's voice grew increasingly frigid. Fong Sini's behavior was exceedingly peculiar. Although he was reluctant to believe it was true, her every action compelled him to suspect otherwise. That a single sentence rendered Fong Sini speechless. Yet she understood that if she allowed Li Xiao to continue his inquiry, her transgressions would inevitably be revealed, leading to dire consequences for her. But would confessing now ease the situation? Fong Sini was uncertain. Time was running short. After much contemplation, she finally steeled herself and, trembling, said to Li Xiao, Li Xiao, there's no need to investigate further. Yes, what Su-Wen said is true. I did date another boyfriend off campus previously, and we have been to a hotel, but we only went a few times and afterwards. A sharp crack echoed through the air as a resounding slap landed on her face. The force of the impact momentarily stunned her, followed by a wave of excruciating pain, and a crimson handprint blossomed on her cheek. Leaving her bewildered, Li Xiao, you crack. Before Fong Sini could finish her sentence, several more resounding slaps followed, leaving her dizzy and barely able to stand. Fong Sini, I never realized you were such a person. How utterly shameless you are. Pretending to be pure in front of me. You claim to be clean and not promiscuous? Pa, you think you deserve that. This was the first time Li Xiao had displayed such rage in front of others. The ferocity of his anger was so immense and sudden that Fong Sini had no time to react. Li Xiao, listen to me. You need not say another word. What more could you possibly argue? Li Xiao shouted furiously. He had never anticipated being deceived by a woman. How foolish he had been, feeling pleased with himself for having gained an advantage over Su-Wen. To turn out he was the real fool. Fong Sini, from this moment on, our relationship is completely over. Not ever seek me out again. I, Li Xiao, do not require a woman like you to. Li Xiao declared resolutely, and returned that designer bag to me. This bag was worth 150,000, but now it seemed you were not worthy of it. Without waiting for her response, Li Xiao snatched the bag from Fong Sini's hands, disregarding her feelings, and dumped its contents onto the floor. After cursing under his breath, he strode away, leaving a chaotic mess of belongings scattered across the restaurant floor, and a dazed Fong Sini standing in shock for a long time. Look, that woman is so pitiful. She was dumped by her new boyfriend. She deserves it. Who asked her cheat during her relationship? So careless. Alas, what a fine girl she was, and now she has become a heartbreaker. In the hall, the crowd began to gossip again, but this time, the subject of discussion had shifted from Su-Wen to Fong Sini. seemingly coming back to her senses and unable to bear the customer's pointed stares any longer. Fong Sinny finally reacted after standing in daze for quite a while. She reached up to touch her now-numb cheek and then glared venomously at Su-won, her eyes filled with unprecedented hatred. Su-won, it's all because of you that I am in this situation. Are you satisfied now? Just wait. One day I will make you regret everything you have done today, after uttering her threats. The once proud Miss Fong hurriedly left, her demeanor utterly disheveled. The higher one flies, the harder one falls. Perhaps this was her fate at that moment. Watching Fong Sinny's retreating figure, Su-won merely let out a cold laugh. Unfazed, some people are destined to part ways. There is no need to force connections. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, successfully sowing discord between Li Xiao and Fong Sinny. The system grants a reward of 10 million cash. Reward: 51 shares of the Hills Chain Hotel. With the acquisition completed by the system, someone will contact you shortly to AT that moment. The system's voice echoed in Su-won's mind. Is this all it takes? Su-won was astonished out of course. The system replied confidently. Buzz. Just then, Su-won's phone vibrated. Could it be that the money has already arrived? He thought anxiously. Quickly, he pulled out his phone from his pocket. That a message from the bank appeared on the screen. You have received 10,000 yuan to your account, ending in 2410. Chapter 4. Returning to campus, a new life. Wow, 10 million. I really have 10 million now. Su-won gazed at the bank notification, his face brimming with excitement. Goodness, 10 million. How long would it take to earn that? Even if I worked tirelessly without eating or drinking, it would take centuries. Master, there's a call for you. Hurry and answer the phone. Suddenly, his phone began ringing. A local number flashed on the screen, and Su-won quickly answered. Hello, is this Su-won? A young man's voice on the other end sounded very polite. Yes, this is Su-won. Who am I speaking with? Hello, Mr. Su. This is Wang Ming, the Deputy General Manager of the Hills Chain Hotel Headquarters. You recently made a substantial acquisition of 51 of our hotel shares, making you the largest shareholder. The former chairman asked me to call you, hoping you can sign the transfer contract at your earliest convenience to officially take over the hotel. Would you have time? Of course, if you are unavailable, we can arrange for an online signing. Upon confirming Su-won's identity, the caller's tone shifted from polite to increasingly respectful. Wary of offending the new chairman, Su-won was initially astonished, followed by overwhelming joy. Wow, the system's efficiency is astounding. I just completed the task, and the hotel acquisition is already done. The system truly does not betray me. All right, I understand, but let's proceed with the online signing. I'll sign on Monday. After a moment's thought, Su-won replied slowly he would have access to a computer at school. And since Monday was just around the corner, he could sign the contract then. With that thought, Su-won's previously gloomy mood due to the breakup began to lighten considerably. On Monday, at Tianwei University. Tianwei University is one of the most prestigious institutions in the city, covering an area of over 2 million square meters. IT boasts complete facilities and a strong faculty, ranking among the top schools even in an international metropolis like this. Early in the morning, Su-won took the bus to school as usual. Ever since he acquired the system 2 days ago and broke up with Fong Sinny, he had hardly slept at night due to his excitement. After all, finding himself with 10 million in his account is enough to keep anyone awake. That night, he transferred a sum to each of his parents, urging them to take a break from work. Naturally, he did not give too much, only 200,000 each, since it was his first time giving them money. Too large an amount might raise their suspicions, ease their minds. He concocted a story about earning a considerable sum from an online store he was running part-time. As Su-won walked, lost in thought, he unwittingly entered the campus gates and headed toward the dormitory. Perhaps it was the newfound wealth that uplifted his spirits. Upon entering the school, he noticed the campus scenery and buildings appeared more elegant than before. Hey, Lao Su, you finally made it. What happened? Did you really break up with your girlfriend? Yeah, that Fong Sinny actually dumped you. How heartless. As soon as Su-won entered the dormitory, several roommates quickly gathered around, chattering away. Yes, we broke up. Did you all hear? Su-won nodded, surprised. These were his close friends and roommates, so there was no need to hide anything. How could we not know? Just a couple of days ago, someone saw Fong Sinny arrive at school in Li Xiao's car, and someone even took a picture and posted it on the forum. Everyone knows now. One of his roommates, Chun Ming, couldn't help but feel indignant for Suwon. Exactly. Just a few days ago, Li Xiao was only expressing his feelings, and then he blatantly got together with her, completely disregarding you. Another roommate, Zhu Yuan, echoed with indignation that in their eyes, Suwon had invested so much in Fong Xinyi, only to be met with blatant betrayal in the end. Truly not worth that moment. The third roommate, He Wenfeng, placed a comforting hand on Suwon's shoulder and sighed. Alas, let the tears flow. Cry? Cry about what? Suwon inquired, perplexed. Quite literally, I mean for you to let it out, He Wenfeng replied earnestly. Indeed, Suwon, shed your tears. It may bring you some relief. That the man, crying is no sin. You cared so deeply for Fong Xinyi, and now that you've parted ways, it must be profoundly painful. You absolutely must cry. Don't bottle it up. That can lead to troubles, Zhu Yuan added, joining in the banter. Surely not. Suwon felt a flush of embarrassment at their interpretations. Ever since he acquired the system, he had been smiling for the past 2 days, almost wearing his joy on his face. How had these roommates discerned his sorrow? Old Su, there's no need for forced smiles. We know that behind your smile lies a torrent of tears. Exactly. In an effort to spare us worry, you wish to swallow your pain and bear it alone, do you? His roommates shook their heads, each wearing an expression as if they had seen through Suwon completely. There's a call for you. A call. Hurry and answer it. Why aren't you picking up? Just as Suwon was about to say something else. His phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, he discovered it was from the Hills Hotel, reminding him that today marked the day of the online contract signing. Nodding, he acknowledged this detail, which he would not forget, and then hung up, turning to his roommates. I appreciate your kindness, but this matter is in the past. There's no need for you to worry about me. Besides, we are brothers. If I have something on my mind, I will surely share it with you. That there's no need to conceal anything. Fearing their concern, Suwon continued, Are you truly all right? His friends appeared somewhat skeptical. Yes, truly fine. I'm grateful for your concern, and when I have the chance, I'll treat you all to a grand feast. Suwon offered a tranquil smile, reaffirming his statement. Haha, it's good to hear. Find AS for the grand feast. Let's pass on that for now. Another day, we'll treat you to barbecue instead, to help lift your spirits post-breakup. Understanding Suwon's family wasn't well off, his brothers declined his generosity, valuing his well-being above all else. After a few more exchanges, they prepared to head to class while Suwon concocted an excuse to stay behind. Watching his roommates leave the dormitory one by one, he smiled helplessly. These guys had good hearts, were true brothers, and exhibited ample loyalty, albeit with a touch of overzealousness. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for the scheduled signing. Suwon approached his desk and retrieved the second-hand computer he had used for over a year. Gazing at it, he sighed. For the past 2 years, he had scrimped and saved for Fong Xinyi, taking on part-time work, even foregoing a new computer for her sake, only to be met with her disdain and mockery. Reflecting on it now, it seemed almost laughable that, as he lamented, he powered on the computer and logged into VX. Just then, a video invitation from the Hills Hotel headquarters arrived. Without hesitation, he accepted the call. Chapter 5. The campus belle, Xia Xinyao in the dormitory. Suwon was engaged in conversation with the senior executives of Hills, familiarizing himself with the proceedings. On the other end of the video, a resplendent conference room came into view, occupied by a dozen individuals. Following step-by-step instructions, Suwon logged into the official website of Hills Hotel and received the electronic contract sent over by them. Now, all that remained was to read through the contract and sign it. Meanwhile, the executives of Hills were still in a state of astonishment. Ever since yesterday, when a substantial sum was offered to acquire a majority stake in their hotel, curiosity about this mysterious buyer had been palpable. Everyone had assumed a wealthy tycoon would be behind the acquisition, but to their surprise, it was a young man who appeared to be barely in his 20s. Mr. Datsu, the contract comprises 13 pages. I believe you've reviewed it thoroughly. Do you have any questions? Finally, the former chairman, Wang Lin, spoke. No issues here. I'll sign immediately. Suwon was blissfully unaware of their thoughts. He skimmed through the contract. Although he didn't fully comprehend all the details, he clearly noted the 51 ownership stake, and with a click of the mouse, he signed the document. From this moment forth, he officially became the big boss. Congratulations, Mr. Su. You are now the new chairman of Hills Hotel. How delightful. As soon as the contract was signed, former Chairman Wang Lin promptly extended his congratulations. At that moment, he officially stepped down. Although he lost the hotel, he gained a substantial sum, which naturally brought him joy. Indeed, Mr. Su. Now that the contract is finalized, when might you grace us with your presence at Hills Hotel? It would be a perfect opportunity to see the hotel's plans in action. Another person in the conference room, the Vice Chairman Zhang Kaming, spoke with a smile. To him, the young man on the video was now the new chairman, holding the highest position and the most power. As vice chairman, he naturally sought to curry favor. Yes, I will visit when I have the time. Sun reciprocated their warm demeanor with courtesy. Moreover, Hills Hotel was renowned for its premium environment and excellent service. He had every reason to want to visit. Subsequently, the two parties discussed a few more details before concluding the call. Time flew, and 2 days later arrived. During this time, Su Wen had become quite the talk of the campus. Li Xiao, one of the prominent wealthy students at Tianwei Academy, was well known, and Su Wen's ex-girlfriend, Fang Xini, was also a notable figure on campus, being the department flower. Their relationship had drawn Su Wen into the spotlight, and he had become a subject of many jokes. Hey, ISNT, that's Su from our management department. I heard you got dumped by your girlfriend. Is it true? Need I say more? He is probably heartbroken. At noon, after finishing lunch in the cafeteria with a few roommates, Su Wen found himself blocked by a group of well-dressed young men. That it's you guys that Su Wen frowned. He recognized these individuals. They were students from the management department. The one in front was named Tan Hao, one of Fang Xini's former admirers. It seemed they had come to revel in his misfortune. What's wrong? Feeling a bit down. I always said Fang Xini was the belle of the management department. With her beauty, you two were from different worlds. How does it feel now, getting dumped? Tan Hao laughed heartily. Their conversation quickly drew the attention of passing students, who began to cast curious glances. Look at Su Wen, the guy who got his girlfriend snatched by Li Xiao. He is not bad-looking, that I heard his family is poor, but he is quite infatuated. Now that he has been dumped, wouldn't he be devastated? Fang Xini is the belle of the management department, and Su Wen is just a penniless nobody. Did he really think he could win her heart? Whispers filled the air, most laced with derision and anticipation of the spectacle. Hey, old Su has already broken up with Fang Xini. Why are you still pestering him? Annoying, isn't it? Exactly. If you like Fang Xini so much, go pursue her instead of bothering him. Seeing Tan Hao and his crew act so arrogantly, Su Wen's roommates Chan Ming and Zhu Yuan could no longer stand by idly. They immediately retaliated. Their brother was being ridiculed, and of course, they would step in to defend him. In contrast to his friends, Su Wen remained remarkably composed. With the system backing him, he felt a newfound confidence and had long since shifted his mindset. Yet, as the confrontation escalated, just as he was about to speak, a sweet voice suddenly rang out, capturing everyone's attention. Classmate, would you like some milk tea? As all eyes turned, they beheld a tall, stunningly beautiful girl approaching with a cup of milk tea in hand. Her steps light and graceful, dressed in a white, flowing dress. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her elegant demeanor made her appear almost ethereal. My goodness, it's Xia Xinyao, the most beautiful campus belle of Tianwei University. Why is she here and asking if anyone wants milk tea? Who is she addressing? Could it be Tan Hao? I think so too. Tan Hao may not be as wealthy as the four young masters, but he is still quite well known on campus. Oh, I'm so envious. Tan Hao is so fortunate to have caught the attention of the campus belle. The students buzzed with excitement. After all, Xia Xinyao was not just exceptionally beautiful. She was also the daughter of the renowned Huaxing group in Modu, embodying countless accolades. Who wouldn't be enamored by such a captivating figure? Even the stunning Fang Xini would be instantly overshadowed when standing before the school beauty of summer. Tan Hao, utterly flabbergasted, felt a surge of excitement as he noticed the campus queen approaching him. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him and had brought him a cup of heartfelt milk tea? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, to the point where his body felt almost weak with anticipation. However, just as he expected her to extend the drink towards him, the summer beauty's gaze completely bypassed him, instead directing a sweet smile towards Su Wen, saying, "Here, this is for you." The astonishment of all present the summer student handed the milk tea directly to Su-won. Chapter 6. The envy and jealousy of onlookers for me. Su-won was taken aback. He knew who the summer campus queen was, not only by reputation, but also personally. Having lent her an umbrella a few months prior to on that rainy day, he had spotted a girl standing by the teaching building, looking anxious and without an umbrella. Acting on his good-natured instincts, he had lent her his, and that girl was none other than the most renowned summer beauty at their school. However, his intentions had been purely altruistic. He had not entertained any other thoughts that, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to take it? I bought it just for you," the summer beauty reiterated. Noticing Su-won still in a daze at tea that moment, a notification suddenly appeared in Su-won's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a passive task. The system has issued a task. Accept the milk tea from the summer beauty. Task reward. Upon completion, you will receive a world-class luxury vehicle worth 47 million yuan. The Aston Martin 1-77. Aston Martin 1-77? Su-won's heart raced. Goodness, this was a top-tier luxury sports car, with only 7 units ever produced by the manufacturer, making it unattainable even for the wealthiest of individuals. I accept the task, Su-won exclaimed joyfully. This task felt like a gift he could not refuse. Thank you. Without hesitation, Su-won reached out to take the milk tea while expressing his gratitude to the summer beauty. Yet, he felt a peculiar sensation within in his previous relationship with Fong Sinny. He had always been the one to deliver breakfast or milk tea, and he had never received such gestures himself. It felt rather unfamiliar. "And no need to thank me. If you like it, I can bring it to you every day," said Xia Xinyao, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing Su-won accept her offering. Ever since Su-won had lent her the umbrella, she had felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him. Now that he had been dumped and his girlfriend had been taken by Li Xiao, the news had spread rapidly throughout the school, and she was well aware of it. Many had been gossiping about Su-won, ridiculing him, and she felt quite uncomfortable hearing it, as he had once helped her. Thus, she chose to openly display her affection for him in front of everyone, hoping to silence those who sought to harm his reputation. Indeed, her actions had an immediate effect. The onlookers stared in disbelief. Their eyes wide open, expressions of incredulity plastered across their faces. What is happening? Am I seeing things? Is this real? They murmured. In a way, it cannot be. The #1 beauty of Tianwei Academy, known as Xia Xinyao, is actually delivering milk tea to Su-won, a mere pauper. Moreover, what had she just said? As long as Su-won was willing, she would deliver it daily. Insanity. Xia Xinyao must have lost her mind. In an instant, shock rippled through the crowd. Their expressions transformed like magic, shifting from anticipation to astonishment, and then to disbelief. Who was the summer beauty? The beloved daughter of Xia Qingdong, the chairman of Huaxin Group. She was the jewel of the Xia family, adored by many. Countless suitors had pursued her, including the renowned 4 young masters, all of whom had been turned down, revealing just how aloof she was. Yet today she was delivering milk tea to Su-won, the most inconspicuous of boys. How could this not astonish everyone? Many had already taken out their phones to capture this rare scene, eager to share on the school forum for all to witness this extraordinary moment. Even Su-won's close friends stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before them. They opened their mouths, rendered speechless. Xia Xinyao, what on earth are you doing? Delivering milk tea to Su-won. He is merely a poor boy. Why would you go to such lengths? Finally, Tan Hao, standing opposite, could no longer contain himself. Just moments ago, he had thought the summer beauty was approaching him, only to find out she was coming for Su-won. The anger and jealousy swelling within him were palpable. Su-won has helped me before. What's wrong with me, sending him milk tea? Do you have an issue with that? Xia Xinyao shot a glance at Tan Hao. Frowning slightly, Of course not. I just thought your status is quite exceptional. There was no need for you to lower yourself, Tan Hao quickly clarified, fearing he might offend Xia Xinyao. After all, she was not merely a campus beauty but the daughter of Huaxin Group. Huaxin Group was no ordinary enterprise. It was a leading telecommunications company and a top player among the 100 largest corporations in the country. Even in an international metropolis like Modu, it stood as a premier entity, underscoring the remarkable stature of Xia Xinyao. However, Tan Hao's explanation fell on deaf ears, as she turned to Su-won with a smile. saying, "Since you didn't refuse when I offered to bring you milk tea daily, I'll take that as your agreement. Could you please take out your phone so we can add each other on WeChat?" With an eager look, Xia Xinyao pulled out her phone, her demeanor suggesting she was not joking. Adding a contact was no issue, but the prospect of daily milk tea deliveries seemed excessive as Yuan felt a bit overwhelmed. After all, he had only lent her an umbrella once. Absolutely necessary, she insisted. "Haven't you heard? A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain, so please, don't refuse." Xia Xinyao shook her head, determined not to relent tea that moment. The system's voice echoed in Su Wen's mind once more. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a continuous passive task. The system has issued a task. Accept the Summer Beauty's offer of daily milk tea for half a month, and take out your phone to accept her friend request. Completion of the task will grant you a 5-fold increase in physical fitness, ensuring your health will be exceptional." So soon with another task? Su Wen was astonished. Furthermore, a 5-fold increase in fitness. This reward seemed extraordinary. Indeed, fitness encompasses not only physical health, but also speed, strength, and agility, all of which will improve, the system patiently explained. "Seriously? Is this for real? I accept the task." Su Wen couldn't help but feel thrilled once again. As per the system's explanation, improving his fitness could enhance his strength, making this reward impossible to decline. While the idea of receiving milk tea daily felt a bit demanding, he could certainly reciprocate in other ways, like treating her to dinner or a movie, thereby establishing a fair exchange. Feeling this was a feasible plan, Su Wen retrieved his phone and opened WeChat. Upon seeing Su Wen agree, Xia Xinyao's heart leaped with joy. She too opened WeChat and scanned his QR code. And just like that, they became friends. Chapter 7. Enhancing physical fitness. All right. Now that we are officially friends on WeChat, make sure to read my messages when I send them, Xia Xinyao said, a mysterious happiness filling her heart. With a gentle smile towards Su Wen, she gracefully turned and walked away. Once everyone regained their senses, they realized the summer beauty had vanished from sight. What just happened? Old Su, when did you become connected with the summer beauty? Exactly, you never mentioned it before, and oh wonder you seemed unfazed after breaking up with Fong Sini. It turns out you were involved with the summer beauty. As soon as Xia Xinyao left, Su Wen's friends rushed over, bombarding him with questions. Su Wen had always been seen as dedicated. Aside from Fong Sini, he had never shown interest in any other girl. Witnessing the summer beauty deliver milk tea to his best friend and actively add him as a contact left them utterly astonished. You guys are overthinking this. Xia and I are just ordinary friends, Su Wen explained, though he himself was still trying to grasp the situation. The summer beauty just delivered you milk tea. If there weren't any feelings involved or some kind of relationship, what girl would do that for a guy? Chen Ming was the first to retort. Exactly, old Su. Just stop explaining. An explanation is merely a cover-up, and a cover-up is the truth, chimed in his other two close friends, Zhu Yuan and He Wenfeng. Their expressions filled with excitement, as if they were convinced Su Wen was involved with the summer beauty. All right, enough of this topic. You guys are going way off course. Su Wen gave a helpless smile. As he conversed with his roommates, they departed from the cafeteria, leaving behind a group of stunned onlookers who seemed still in shock. Damn it, that brat. He snatched Fong Sini from me last time. And now he's entangled with the campus beauty Xia. Time and again, he sabotages my good fortune. Watching Su Wen's retreating figure, Tan Hao's expression darkened considerably, a murderous intent brewing within him. Tangu, I believe we ought to teach Su Wen a lesson, so he knows not to act so arrogantly, one of his friends expressed indignantly beside him. Rest assured he won't escape, that I'll make him understand the consequences of offending me. Tan Hao sneered coldly, his mind seemingly calculating something. Meanwhile, Su Wen was blissfully unaware of Tan Hao and his friend's thoughts. After bidding farewell to Xia Xinyao, he headed straight to the dormitory with his roommates. At that moment, the system reappeared in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing tasks consecutively. Task 1. Accepted milk tea from Campus Beauty Xia. Reward. 1 Aston Martin 1-77 supercar. Detection indicates the host cannot drive and lacks a driver's license. The system will directly transmit top-tier driving skills. The system is updating virtual data, and the driver's license is being generated. System reminder. The Aston Martin 1-77 is a world-class limited edition luxury car. Originally from abroad, transportation will take 3 days. The supercar and driver's license will be delivered by staff after 3 days. Task 2. Successfully added a friend and accepted the daily milk tea delivery request from Xia. The system grants a reward of 5-fold physical enhancement. Upon completion of the reward distribution, Su Wen felt an inexplicable surge of strength coursing through his body. He not only sensed a heightened spirit, but also a transformation within himself. Once the rewards were dispensed, the system would reassess the host's physical condition. Host: Su Wen age, 21. Physique, 25. Bank balance, 9,601,425 yuan. Su Wen was initially taken aback, but soon his heart swelled with uncontainable joy. Haha! This is simply delightful. In less than half a day, I now possess a world-class supercar, and my physical condition has improved. Indeed, he felt a genuine difference in his body, as if brimming with vitality. Clenching his fists, he quietly reveled in his newfound strength. Had his companions not been present, he might have been unable to restrain himself from throwing a few punches. He felt capable of knocking down 10 whiny monsters with a single strike. Su Wen nodded to himself, thoroughly satisfied with his current state. After the rewards were issued, he took out the milk tea gifted by Xia, inserted a straw, and strolled towards the dormitory while sipping the beverage with his friends. However, little did Su Wen know that just a day later, the rumors surrounding him and Xia would reach a fever pitch, shocking everyone. The next day marked a significant upheaval for the entire Tianwei Academy. Ever since someone posted the incident of Xia delivering milk tea to Su Wen on the school forum, it instantly caused a stir within the campus. Within a mere day, any video related to Xia delivering milk tea had garnered an astonishing number of views, ranging from tens of thousands to even hundreds of thousands. Simultaneously, discussions about them spread rapidly across the school forum, WeChat groups, and social media, with comments flooding in to the point where it seemed no one could refrain from discussing it. Chapter 8. Fong Xini's resentment. What the hell? Xia, the campus beauty, delivered milk tea to Su Wen. What is going on? Yes, Xia even claimed she would bring him milk tea every day. Has she lost her mind? Showing favor to a poor loser? Oh my heavens! Could it be that Xia has feelings for Su Wen? Is it possible that this fellow is about to hit the jackpot, losing one campus beauty girlfriend only to gain another who is breathtakingly beautiful? Indeed, compared to Xia, the previous campus beauty pales in significance. Whether it's looks, figure, or family background, Fong Xini is thoroughly outclassed. Why does Su Wen, a mere pauper, deserve this? The students struggled to accept it. They could hardly believe that such an aloof goddess like Xia would associate with someone as insignificant as Su Wen. A whirlwind of emotions, envy, jealousy, and anger swept through the crowd. The most unable to accept this outcome were the 4 wealthy young men of Tianwei Academy, all of whom had previously pursued Xia. Now, seeing her favoring a poor loser was akin to revealing to everyone that they were inferior to a mere pauper. Among them, one person could not accept this result, and that was naturally Su Wen's ex-girlfriend, Fong Xini. In the management department. During a break, Fong Xini sat in the classroom, perusing various posts on the school forum with an unprecedentedly grim expression. It should have been her basking in infinite glory. Yet because of Su Wen, all her dreams had been shattered. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for Su Wen, wishing nothing less than to see him utterly destroyed. Not only had she lost everything, but she had also become a mere foil to Xia. Why? Why was the heavens so cruel to her? Why was Su Wen deserving of admiration? She could not fathom why the elevated Xia would take an interest in a man like Su Wen. This guy was utterly useless. What could Xia possibly see in him? Was it his looks, or his youth that meant he didn't need a shower? Fong Xini was unwilling to accept it. Deeply discontented, previously, she regarded Su Wen as nothing more than a sycophant, easily summoned and dismissed at her whim. She could not bear the thought of such a clown receiving the attention of the masses. Fong Xini silently vowed to make Su Wen experience the taste of disgrace. Days passed. Ever since her breakup with Li Xiao, Fong Xini's life had taken a turn for the worse. Without her wealthy boyfriend, she found herself devoid of even a sycophant like Su Wen, who had once helped cover her daily expenses. How could she maintain a lavish lifestyle on her own? Moreover, due to her previous relationship with Li Xiao, no one dared to pursue her, as people remained uncertain about her relationship status. Thus, it was destined that Fong Xini would struggle to find her next partner for some time. In stark contrast, Su Wen's life had become considerably more enjoyable. With wealth and newfound status as a boss, everything felt different from before. The only regret was that his relationship with Xia had stirred up quite a commotion in school, inevitably impacting him personally. Wherever he went, he felt like a glaring light bulb, drawing the attention and scrutiny of others, including envy and hatred. For instance, just after class, numerous students immediately turned their gazes toward him. If looks could kill, he felt he would have died 1,000 deaths. However, since exchanging WeChat with Xia, it must be said that the beautiful campus beauty had truly kept her word. Every morning, she would message him on WeChat, inquiring about his whereabouts, then buy him a steaming cup of milk tea. Reflecting on it, Su Wen felt as though he were living in a dream. Suddenly, a ringtone pierced the air. Su Wen grabbed his phone and paused in surprise. Just as he thought of Xia, she was indeed calling him. Without hesitation, he answered. Xia, yes, it's me that I've booked 2 movie tickets. Can you accompany me to watch a film tomorrow night? As soon as Su Wen picked up the call, a melodious voice floated through the line. Chapter 9. Debate among roommates, a movie. Su Wen was astonished. Did Xia, the campus beauty, just invite him to watch a film? Originally, I planned to go with my good friend, but she has a last-minute commitment that it's a horror film, and I don't want to go alone, so I thought I'd de-invite you. I wonder if you're free tonight. Xia Xinyao's voice came through again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a passive task. The super reward system is now online. The system issued the task. Agree to accompany Xia Xinyao to watch a movie. And upon completion, the host will receive a standalone villa in the Haiyunbei Villa area. That moment, a mechanical voice echoed, and the system appeared. Haiyunbei Villa? Su Wen was taken aback. Goodness, ISNT, that one of the most renowned villa areas in the Magic City. The prices there are exorbitantly high, often reaching over 100,000, even 200,000 per square meter. A larger villa would cost no less than 100 million. Consequently, it was said that to view or purchase property there, one needed to prepare at least 20 million in asset verification. Otherwise, not only could one not buy, but they wouldn't even qualify to view the properties. That I accept the task, Su Wen declared excitedly. This was an incredibly simple task. All he had to do was watch a movie to obtain a top-tier villa in the Magic City. What could be more worthwhile? Thus, he replied into the phone. All right, I'll accompany you tonight, by the way. When are we going? And to which cinema? Su Wen continued to inquire that, of course. It's hills that I've heard that the visual effects at that cinema are exceptional. The tickets for the 8:30 p.m. show tomorrow might require us to leave half an hour earlier. I'll message you when it's time. Upon hearing that the other party was willing to accompany her to the movies, Xia Xinyao expressed her delight. All right, I understand, Su Wen nodded in response, having settled the time and place. The two ended their call. Meanwhile, Su Wen was taken aback. The location suggested by the school beauty, Xia, was precisely the cinema affiliated with his family's hotel. What a coincidence! Suddenly, his phone rang again. Su Wen answered the call. And moments later, a smile spread across his face. The super luxury car, the Aston Martin 1-77, which had been customized by the system a few days ago, had finally been delivered. On the other side, in the female dormitory. Wow, Xia Xinyao, you lied? You actually lied because you were going out with a guy. One of her roommates, Gu, exclaimed in disbelief, while another, Wang Xiuxiu, chimed in, when did you ever tell us you were going to see a horror movie? We had no idea. Just after Xia Xinyao finished her call, her two close friends stared at her with expressions of astonishment, as if they had stumbled upon a new discovery. The day before, they had already been shocked to learn that Xia Xinyao had brought milk tea to Su Wen. However, at least she had provided a reason. She wanted to repay Su Wen for lending her an umbrella. But what was happening today? Inviting Su Wen to watch a movie seemed a bit excessive. It was hard not to speculate that Xia had ulterior motives. With this thought, the two friends felt a thrill of excitement. Their dear friend was the school's widely recognized beauty, cold and aloof, who had turned down countless suitors from wealthy families. Could it be that she was finally softening? Ahem, what are you talking about? I just want to watch a horror film. You both are too scared to join, so I had to find someone else to accompany me. Faced with the wide-eyed gaze of her friends, Xia Xinyao felt a bit embarrassed. Come on, you didn't even ask us. Sure, we're scared, but that doesn't mean we wouldn't go. You obviously just want to use this opportunity to get closer to Suwon. What's so hard to admit? Her two friends giggled and promptly exposed her little lie. Xia Xinyao figured it was best to keep her mouth shut. However, it was evident that her friends wouldn't hold back on discussing such a rare occurrence. After all, even though Suwon came from a less affluent background, he was undeniably handsome that it was understandable that Xia Xinyao might be experiencing a crush. Listen, Xia, when we go to the cinema later, if you get scared, don't hold back. You could hide in his embrace or lean against him. It would be best to express how frightened you are, like saying, I am so scared, don't. The two friends eagerly offered their advice, as if teaching her how to navigate romance. They were quite curious about what it would look like if their usually aloof friend had a sudden change of heart. By the end of their conversation, they even wore mischievous smiles. Perhaps you two should refrain from giving such advice. That guy is nothing but a worthless loser. Why are you making such a fuss? Just then, an untimely voice interrupted, shattering the joyful atmosphere. The group turned to see a fashionably dressed girl approaching, speaking with a hint of disdain. Her name was Sun Mei, another resident of their dormitory. She looked at Xia Xinyao and continued, Xinyao, it's not that I'm deliberately contradicting you, but honestly, with your beauty, why would you settle for someone like Suwon? Even Fong Sinny, the campus flower of her department. Wen Ti looked twice at him. You're the most beautiful campus flower at Tianwei Academy and the daughter of the Wanning Group. That if you look for someone, it should be a match from a prestigious family. Don T, you think? Sun Mei's words dripped with contempt towards Suwon. Hey Xiaomei, why would you say that? Wang Xiuxiu frowned, disapproving of Sun Mei's perspective. Indeed, Suwon is quite a decent person. He is handsome, devoted, often taking on part-time jobs for his girlfriend, and he even brings her breakfast daily. How many men like that are left today? Jiu added in defense. Sun Mei rolled her eyes at them. Scoffing, what era are we in? Who still believes in devotion? What good is devotion if you can't eat? I think when it comes to relationships, one should seek wealth and power. Besides, with Xinyao esteemed status, she should be looking for a rich heir from a prominent family. Only such a person deserves her. And as for Suwon, do you really think he is worthy? Sun Mei shook her head, her tone dripping with disdain. All right, I know what I'm doing with my own affairs. You all should focus on your own matters. Seeing that the debate was escalating, Xia Xinyao quickly intervened. She feared that if she remained silent, the conversation would turn into an argument. Upon her statement, the group fell silent, though the atmosphere in the dormitory grew noticeably heavy. Her two friends wore grim expressions, their earlier excitement completely dissipated. Xia Xinyao was equally displeased. Sun Mei's words had crossed a line, leaving her feeling unsettled. Meanwhile, Sun Mei appeared oblivious to the tension, returning to her bed and discreetly sending a text to someone. The next evening arrived. In the bustling metropolis, the vibrancy of the night was equally compelling as that of the day. Countless skyscrapers sparkled with dazzling lights, captivating the Tianwei Academy. Near the entrance, the early autumn breeze felt a touch cooler than usual. At that moment, Xia Xinyao stood by the gate, holding a pink handbag, looking like a well-behaved girl. A.S. agreed. Today was the day she was to watch a movie with Su Wen in an effort to leave a good impression. She had dressed exceptionally beautifully. Her light white dress, adorned with a sheer scarf at the neckline, exuded an elegant charm akin to a tranquil orchid in a secluded valley. Her flawless skin resembled a delicately shelled egg, and her stunningly rosy cheeks seemed as if they could burst with moisture at any moment. She wore a pair of crystal high heels that accentuated her already statuesque figure of 170 centimeters, making her appear as if she had stepped out of a painting, enchanting those who passed by. That moment, a luxurious Bentley emerged from the campus driveway. Instead of driving away immediately, the car approached Xia Xinyao. Xia, what are you doing standing here at night? Do you need a ride somewhere? The car came to a gentle halt in front of her, and the black door swung open to reveal a well-dressed young man who smiled warmly. He was none other than Lu Chenyin, one of the 4 wealthy heirs at Tianwei Academy. No, thank you, I'm waiting for someone. Xia Xinyao directly declined Lu's offer. For her, the presence of someone like the 4 wealthy heirs held no significance other than annoyance. Xia, there is no need to be so distant. Lu merely noticed you standing here and thought you might be in a hurry. He just wants to offer you a ride. Another young man from the back of the Bentley chimed in. Smiling, Xia Xinyao frowned. I've already said I don't need it. Just go on your way. That would be the greatest help you could offer me. Since the other party had such thick skin, she felt no need to soften her words. After all, they were classmates. There was no need to be excessively blunt. As expected, upon hearing this, Lu's expression darkened. He forced a smile and said, I see, Miss Xia. You must be waiting for that poor loser, Su Wen, to take you to the movies, right? Lu's tone dripped with mockery. Xia Xinyao's expression shifted slightly. How did he know where she was headed? Before she could ponder further, a commotion erupted at the school gate. A sleek black supercar emerged from the campus, immediately capturing the attention of passing students. The extravagant vehicle boasted an astonishing design, showcasing perfection in every detail. It was none other than Su Wen's Aston Martin. Wow, an Aston Martin! It's the world-class luxury car, the Aston Martin 1-77. Oh my goodness, it said that this car cost a staggering $47 million. And it's a limited edition. Only a handful exist worldwide. Who could possibly afford such a car? I assume only the 4 wealthy heirs at our school could. The students were engaged in spirited discussions in small groups. A few of them were practically green with envy as they beheld the magnificent vehicle. It could be confidently asserted that such a car would undoubtedly turn heads wherever it went. However, the subsequent scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. The luxurious car rolled to a stop in front of the campus beauty, and the door swung open to reveal a young man who slowly emerged. That face was so familiar to everyone that they were momentarily stunned, unable to believe his presence. And oh wait, am I seeing things? Is that Su Wen from the management department? They gasped. How is this possible? Wasn't he Su Wen a poor nobody? How could he possibly afford an Aston Martin? This has to be a joke. The classmates stared in astonishment, unable to trust their own eyes that it was conceivable that this luxury car belonged to one of the 4 wealthy heirs. Or perhaps a notable figure had come to the school. Yet, no one could have anticipated that the person driving this extravagant vehicle would be Su Wen, the very individual who had been spurned by Fong Sini. The impoverished outcast. You, Lu Xiao exclaimed, turning to Su Wen, equally incredulous. He had heard Su Wen was quite the sensation at school recently, but what unfolded before him seemed at odds with the narrative of the impoverished nobody he had heard about. In the face of Lu Xiao's astonishment, Su Wen paid no heed. After stepping out of the car, he turned directly to Xia Xinyao and smiled. Shall we go? Classmate Xia, is this your car? Even Xia, the campus beauty, was taken aback. Though her knowledge of luxury vehicles was scant, she could discern that this car was of exceptional quality, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Yes, I just bought it a few days ago. Su Wen replied with a calm smile, offering no further explanation. Just yesterday, the Aston Martin he had ordered from the system had arrived at the school, and he had also obtained his driver's license. He was now part of the car-owning populace. Xia Xinyao nodded. Though the answer seemed hard to believe, she felt it inappropriate to question further and got into the car at his invitation. Su Wen followed suit. Thus, the two of them disregarded the onlookers entirely, and as soon as the engine roared to life, they sped away. Chapter 11. The Campus Beauty's Growing Curiosity About Su Wen. Wow. Lu Xiao, did you see that? Su Wen actually dared to ignore you, one of Lu Xiao's friends exclaimed. Yeah, no one at Tianwei Academy has ever been so audacious, right? Seeing Su Wen leave in such a manner. Lu Xiao's 2 companions could not contain their anger. Having known Lu Xiao for years, they had never encountered someone so brazen. P.S. just a fool acting tough. Lu Xiao scoffed, finally speaking up. Despite Su Wen driving a luxury car, this young master did not regard him as a threat. Of course, even if Su Wen is impressive, how could he possibly rival you? Lu Xiao, judging by their demeanor. They were likely heading to the Hills Cinema, completely unaware that the cinema's owner was an acquaintance of Lu Xiao's. A mere phone call had allowed him to book out their chosen screening. Soon, Xia Xinyao and Su Wen will just have to watch you swagger into the theater, his friends chuckled, flattering Lu Xiao. Listening to their praises, Lu Xiao beamed with pride. His confidence stemmed not only from his connection to the Hills Cinema's owner, but also from having bribed Xia Xinyao as roommate, placing a spy beside her. This way, he would be informed of any developments regarding Xia, allowing him to create opportunities for himself. For example, when he learned that Xia Xinyao was planning to invite Su into a movie. He timed his arrival perfectly to intercept them at the school gates. However, he had not anticipated that the impoverished Su would be driving a luxury car, a world-class model that drew attention. The thought of this both shocked and infuriated him. "Let us follow them," he commanded, immediately summoning his two companions into the car and flooring the accelerator towards Hills. Meanwhile, the opulent streets witnessed the sleek Aston Martin speeding by, leaving trails of light in its wake. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere between Su Wen and Xia Xinyao felt somewhat peculiar. Xia occasionally turned to glance at Su Wen, her face adorned with curiosity and scrutiny. As the daughter of the Huaxing group, she had not driven a car herself, but she had certainly experienced her fair share of luxury vehicles. She was well aware of the caliber of this one. Xia Xinyao was certain that this car was worth no less than 10 million yet. Su Wen had always presented himself as a rather modest individual. How could he possibly own such an extravagant vehicle? This discrepancy piqued her interest immensely. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Su Wen asked, puzzled by her gaze that no. Xia Xinyao stammered, her pristine cheeks flushing a delicate shade of crimson. She felt utterly embarrassed for staring so intently at a man. Likening herself to a shameless woman, as they spoke, the car entered a main thoroughfare, veering towards a different direction. After a brief drive, they arrived at a luxurious plaza. Hills Plaza, the most bustling square in the magical city, boasted renowned culinary delights, fashion culture, and an array of entertainment venues, with Hills Cinema among them. Moments later, a sleek black supercar approached, entering the parking lot, and Su Wen and Xia Xinyao alighted from the vehicle. "Let us go up," Su Wen said, smiling at Xia Xinyao. She nodded, walking alongside him. They took the elevator to the 6th floor, arriving at the cinema. Before them lay a resplendent hall, and even Su Wen, who had lived in a magical city for 3 years, could not help but express his astonishment. "Wow. I've been to cinemas before, but never have I seen one so lavishly decorated. One might mistake it for a hotel. The tickets here are probably quite expensive," he mused. "Not really. They're just over 200 each, which is a bit pricier than average cinemas, but not excessively so," Xia Xinyao replied nonchalantly, unimpressed by the cost. Su Wen shook his head, realizing that the world of the affluent was indeed different. 200 for a ticket. In a regular cinema, one could purchase several tickets for that price. He and Xia Xinyao continued deeper into the cinema. But before they reached the ticket counter, a young man in a suit, approximately 30 years old, emerged from the cashier's area. Gazing at the bustling crowd, he called out, "Attention, esteemed moviegoers. Due to unforeseen circumstances, tonight's 8:30 horror film." The suited man's voice boomed over the crowd, instantly capturing everyone's attention. However, he abruptly halted mid-sentence, his pupils dilating and his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared in Su Wen's direction. Exclaiming Su Dong, Chapter 12, an unexpected turn of events, you know me. Su Wen replied, taken aback by the hall manager's recognition. "Ah, Mr. Su, you jest. How could I not recognize you? Ever since you signed a contract yesterday." Officially becoming the new chairman of Hills, our headquarters convened a meeting to announce your appointment, and all mid-level executives in the magical city attended. We all became acquainted with your photo. I could never forget. I am utterly remiss, Mr. Su, for not recognizing your esteemed presence here tonight. Please forgive me. Upon confirming Su Wen's identity, the young man hurried over, displaying an unprecedented enthusiasm, as if he were greeting a long-lost relative. His words left the surrounding patrons in shock. No one could have anticipated that this youthful individual held such a prestigious position, least of all Xia Xinyao. "Ah, I see," Su Wen said, understanding dawning upon him. He then inquired, "You mentioned earlier that there was an issue with the 8:30 horror film. Will it not be screened? Is that the movie you booked for?" The manager's heart skipped a beat. "Yes," Su Wen affirmed with a nod. Of course not, Mr. Su. You misunderstood. I merely intended to let everyone in early, given that tonight's screening is in the largest auditorium and is completely sold out. I thought it prudent to allow everyone to enter 5 minutes early to avoid delays." Ping Yu's mind raced as he quickly plastered a smile on his face, though internally he was drenched in cold sweat. Just moments prior, General Manager Zhao had unexpectedly called him, stating that Lu Xiao from the Genie Group wanted to reserve the entire venue for the 8:30 screening and instructed him to find a way to refund the tickets for everyone. Initially, he had contemplated fabricating a story about a technical malfunction to deceive the patrons into accepting the refunds. However, he was utterly taken aback to learn that the new chairman had decided to attend the same showing, which escalated the situation dramatically. That if Su Dong were to discover the truth, his wrath would be something a mere manager like him could scarcely endure. Thus he hastily concocted a fib. Since that is the case, let everyone in without delay. We wouldn't want to keep our esteemed patrons waiting. Su nodded, blissfully unaware of the trepidation gripping Hu Pingyu's heart. Yes, Mr. Su, Hu manager replied with utmost deference, hastily instructing the staff to begin checking tickets and allowing everyone into the screening room. Mr. Detsu, if you have any further requests, please let me know, and I shall attend to them immediately. He then turned to Su Wan with a sycophantic demeanor. No special requests. Just go about your business. I'm here to enjoy the movie with friends, and I'd prefer not to be disturbed, Su Wan replied nonchalantly. Understood. With the boss's directive issued, Hu Pingyu, as a manager, knew how to navigate the situation wisely. After giving Su Wan a respectful nod, he discreetly withdrew, all the while pulling out his phone to hastily call General Manager Zhao of the cinema. Meanwhile, Su Wan, still clutching the tickets in astonishment, led the equally stunned Xia Tongxue towards the screening room. This moment, the shock was not confined to Xia Tongxue alone. Su Wan was equally bewildered. The manager's cordiality had felt surreal, akin to a dream. Was this truly the sensation of being a boss, to have subordinates greet one with such deference? Su Wan mused to himself, feeling a sense of melancholy. It seemed that once one ascended to the position of boss, the genuine faces of certain individuals would remain obscured, revealing only the facade of respect and flattery. It appeared he would have to reluctantly adapt to this newfound life of adulation. Alas, the burdens of being a boss were indeed tiresome. Su Tongxue, who exactly are you? In the corridor, with the manager gone, Xia Tongxue finally regained her composure, turning to Su Wan with an expression of sheer astonishment. The moment whom manager had referred to Su Wan as Mr. Su Wan mentioned he was the new chairman of the Hills Hotel. Xia had felt as though her mind had short-circuited, struggling to comprehend the whirlwind of changes. The Su Wan who had always been perceived as the impoverished student had, within mere hours, transformed into the chairman of the Hills Hotel, leaving Xia utterly unprepared for such a revelation. This persona seems somewhat incongruous, doesn't it? Well, there's no need to be perplexed. My family lacks wealth, but my uncle is affluent and hails from a prominent family. Out of pity for my circumstances, he provided me with some financial assistance to pursue a venture, which allowed me to acquire this hotel. Su Wan replied, maintaining a calm facade despite the fabrications. He understood that Xia Tongxue must be engulfed in a whirlwind of doubts. However, there was no other way. A poor boy suddenly morphing into a wealthy, handsome gentleman in a matter of days was an inconceivable leap. Thus he spun a tale, albeit one that seemed exceedingly far-fetched, as anticipated. Upon hearing his explanation, Xia's previously astonished expression remained unchanged, but a hint of skepticism crept into her demeanor. Fine. Xia Xinyao admitted that after all these years, she realized that financial assistance could indeed be utilized in such a manner. Discovering that the funds to acquire a 7-star hotel and purchase a luxury vehicle could merely be described as a little money was quite the revelation. The two engaged in conversation as they entered the screening room. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao and his entourage finally arrived at the venue, ascending to the 6th floor and entering the cinema lobby at a leisurely pace. However, their expressions swiftly shifted to shock as they scanned the room, finding no trace of Su Wan or Xia Tongxue. Point 2 of Lu Xiao's companions immediately approached the staff to inquire about the situation, only to learn that the 8:30 horror film had already commenced and all ticket holders had been admitted. What on earth is going on? Lu Xiao, didn't you inform General Manager Zhao that you had reserved this screening? How could this happen? One companion questioned, unable to contain his confusion. Lu Xiao did not respond, his countenance darkening. Instead, he pulled out his phone and dialed General Manager Zhao's number directly. Zhao, what is the meaning of this? We agreed that I had reserved the 8:30 screening, so why did your staff allow others to enter? He demanded, his tone ominously heavy as soon as the call connected. "You shall. It's not that I am unwilling to assist you. My hands are tied. You see, our chairman from the Hills Hotel is here to watch a film, and he happens to be interested in that very screening you reserved. How could I refuse him entry?" Thankfully, my manager acted swiftly and allowed M.sun. Otherwise, I would have found myself in a precarious situation, considering he is the chairman. Zhao explained hurriedly, his voice laced with exasperation. Liu Xiao could not afford to offend the likes of Zhao, but he certainly could not afford to cross the chairman. Chapter 13. A Cinematic Nightmare, Mr. Su? When did your chairman suddenly become surnamed Su? Zhao, I may not be well educated, but please do not deceive me. Liu Xiao retorted, his expression darkening. He had met Zhao at a banquet, and they had conversed amicably, so he was somewhat familiar with the Hills Hotel. Liu Xiao, you are unaware, a young man named Su acquired our Hills Hotel just a few days ago, and the contract was officially signed yesterday. Thus, this young man is now our chairman, Zhao explained, anticipating disbelief. What did you say? Did you just say that the one who acquired your Hills Hotel is named Suwon? Are you certain he is named Suwon? Liu Xiao furrowed his brow, doubting the accuracy of his hearing. Yes, indeed. He is a university student, as a matter of fact. Oh, and by the way, it is quite a coincidence that this Master Su is also a student of Tianwei University. Just like you, Zhao continued, but Liu Xiao was no longer listening to IT this moment. His eyes widened in shock that IT was as if a thunderbolt had struck him, leaving his mind in a state of confusion. On the other side, within Hall 8, the IMAX screen flickered with ominous shadows, and the audience was packed with hundreds of viewers. Terrifying scenes unfolded on the screen, provoking screams and frantic head-clutching among the audience. Strangely enough, Xia Tongxue, usually timid in the face of horror films, appeared remarkably composed this evening, not exhibiting a trace of fear. Yet upon closer inspection, one would notice that her gaze was not fixed on the screen, but rather lost in thought. For Xia Tongxue, the events of the evening had been astonishingly overwhelming. Su1, once regarded as a humble and unassuming classmate, now donned an enigmatic identity, leaving her utterly perplexed. Fortunately, Xia was not one to dwell in turmoil. After a brief period, she regained her composure. After all, she had eagerly anticipated this horror film for quite some time. Resolutely, she decided to immerse herself in the film first and foremost, just at that moment. The most terrifying scene of the movie erupted on screen, catching Xia off guard and eliciting a startled gasp. A shriek erupted beside Su1, followed by the sensation of his soft body pressing against him, accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance that enveloped him, sending shivers down his spine. Yet, the most pivotal moment occurred when Suwon realized that his mouth had inadvertently brushed against something, and upon recollection, he discovered it was Xia Tongxue's smooth forehead, soft and fragrant. I am so sorry. That was unintentional. Xia's face flushed crimson as she abruptly distanced herself from Suwon, stammering awkwardly. Good heavens! What did I just do? That kiss! Xia Tongxue felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment, wishing to find a hole to hide in. Fortunately, the theater was dimly lit, allowing no one to discern their identities. Moreover, the audience's collective fright had diverted attention, providing her with a modicum of relief. Noticing Xia's flustered demeanor, Suwon chuckled softly. If you're scared, feel free to lean on me. He spoke with utmost seriousness. Thank you, Xia, with her lips pressed together, still bore a rosy hue on her cheeks. The coolness on her forehead seemed to linger, as if the kiss remained. Subsequently, the two continued to watch the film. One must admit, this latest horror movie was indeed well crafted, from the soundtrack and atmosphere to the performances of the characters. Everything was executed flawlessly, evoking an overwhelming sense of terror. As a result, many were left utterly frightened, particularly Xia. Much like her close friend, she possessed a timid disposition when it came to horror films, embodying the type that was both inexperienced and eager for thrills. This invariably led her to instinctively lean closer to Su whenever a frightening scene unfolded. In fact, one of her hands had already clutched the collar of his shirt, her delicate face burying itself against his chest, as if fearing for her safety. Xia vowed she was not deliberately engaging in the ambiguous gestures her friend suggested, but rather responding instinctively out of genuine fear. In contrast, Suwon found himself in a far more uncomfortable predicament. It was simply unbearable for any man, even one as composed as Liu Xiaohui, to have a girl of Xia's enchanting beauty continuously leaning against him. At that moment, he realized his focus was entirely consumed by her presence. All he could see was Xia. All he could feel was her softness, and all he could smell was the fragrance emanating from her. Suwon felt as though he had been enveloped by Xia, his body tingling with an electric sensation. With a silent exhale, he pondered if this was what they referred to as sweet torment. Time slipped away unnoticed, and eventually, the movie reached its climactic conclusion, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the audience. Moments later, everyone began to shuffle towards the exit, with Suwon and Xia joining the throng. Upon stepping out of the auditorium and descending the stairs, a gentle, refreshing breeze greeted them, awakening Xia from the earlier atmosphere of terror. "Are you all right? You seemed quite frightened just now," Suwon inquired. Recalling how Xia had trembled in fear, "I'm fine," Xia replied, shaking her head, her cheeks flushing as she remembered her earlier actions towards Suwon in the theater. Just then, a notification flashed in Suwon's mind. Chapter 14. The Luxurious Villa Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of accompanying the campus belle, Xia, to watch a movie. The system rewards you with a standalone villa in Haiyunbei valued at 150 million. The villa is located in Building 15 of Area A in Haiyunbei, one of the largest villas in the vicinity. A call will be made to you shortly. Please await further instructions. With that, the system vanished. Wen's eyes lit up. He could hardly believe it. A villa was finally within his grasp. In this international metropolis, he finally possessed a home of his own, no longer confined to a rented room. It's 11 o'clock. Shall we grab a late-night snack before heading back to school? Suwon glanced at his phone and decided to satisfy his hunger first. All right, Xia nodded in agreement, feeling a bit peckish after the movie. As they spoke, they made their way to the parking lot, and soon enough, a sleek Aston Martin cruised out. Time flew, and before long, it was the following morning. Incoming call. Hurry, pick up the phone. Why aren't you answering? Early in the boys' dormitory, Suwon was roused by the incessant ringing. It was already 9 a.m., and his roommates had all left for class, while he remained in bed. The previous night had been quite the ordeal with Xia. After watching the movie, they had gone out for a late-night snack, and by the time they returned to campus, it was nearly 1 a.m. Groggily, Suwon fumbled for his phone on the bedside table. Upon checking, he discovered 3 missed calls, 2 from his mother and 1 from an unfamiliar number. Just then, the strange number rang again, and without hesitation, Suwon answered. "Hello, is this Suwon?" A respectful voice greeted him from the other end. "Yes, this is he. What is the matter?" Suwon responded, puzzled. "Good day, Mr. Su. I am Chung Tao, the sales manager from the Haiyunbei Villa District. I'm calling to inform you that the paperwork for the ultra-luxurious villa you purchased in Area A yesterday has been completed. If you have time, you may collect the keys now." "That was quick," Suwon exclaimed in astonishment. "Mr. Su, you jest. As you paid in full, and given that we at Haiyunbei pride ourselves on exceptional customer service, it is only natural for the process to be expedited." Chung chuckled in response. "All right, I'll come by this afternoon," Suwon agreed, nodding to himself. With the paperwork finalized, there was no reason to delay. He could move in right away. After all, he had heard that villas of Haiyunbei's caliber were a far cry from typical homes. They required no renovation, as the interior had already been designed by renowned architects. Once purchased, all one needed to do was furnish it with various essentials, making it exceedingly convenient. After confirming the time, Suwon hung up and proceeded to dial his mother's number. After about 10 seconds, the call connected. "Hello, Xiaowen. Why didn't you answer my calls this morning?" A slightly aged voice inquired from the other end. "I was sleeping. I went to see a movie with a classmate last night. So I stayed up a bit late," Suwon explained as he got out of bed. "A movie with a classmate? Who? It would happen to be that surname Fong, would it?" His mother's tone shifted sharply, clearly on alert. After all, she was his mother, and she had her suspicions about certain individuals. Fong Xinyi was known for her cunning nature, having caused her son much distress in the past. "Mom, you're overthinking it. It is a different classmate," Suwon replied with a helpless smile, aware of his mother's concerns. "Really? Is that true?" His mother's interest peaked, excitement lighting up her voice. Was her son finally moving on from that troublesome girl? Just remember, my dear son, when looking for a girlfriend, ensure she not only captures your heart, but also reciprocates your feelings that don't get entangled with those who keep you guessing or are indifferent. Listen to me. As long as the girl possesses good character, that's what truly matters. Even if she is not conventionally attractive, it's all right, especially given our family situation. Don't be too picky. Before Suwon could interject, his mother continued her monologue. Mom, you didn't call just to discuss this, did you? Suwon interjected, feeling that the conversation would stretch indefinitely if he didn't speak up. Oh, right. Almost forgot the main reason for my call. How silly of me, she said, realizing she had yet to address the important matter. I recall you mentioned starting an online store that earns quite a bit each month. Even giving your father and me $200,000 each to tell us not to work that. So, we thought, since we're not busy anymore, why not return to our hometown for a visit and see how everyone is doing? His mother spoke gently, eager to hear her son's thoughts. After all, since moving to the bustling metropolis, they had seldom communicated with family, and this was a fine opportunity to reconnect. Sure, if you want to go back. Then go ahead. I'm fine here. I can eat at school or grab something outside, Suwon replied, fully supportive of his parents' decision. For him, their happiness was paramount, and as for meals, it was a trivial matter. In the bustling metropolitan area, the Hyun-Bae Villa district stood out. Compared to other vibrant locales, it exuded a sense of tranquility that appealed to many affluent individuals. Upon entering the villa district, one was greeted by the sight of towering, mature camphor trees at every intersection. The pavilions and ornamental stones formed a picturesque landscape, while sculptures, fences, and street lamps exuded an ancient charm. At the center of the garden stood a grand double-layered pavilion, soaring several meters high, symbolizing Hyun-Bae. Radiating from this central point were 32 luxurious villas, each offering a unique ambience and character. Among them, Building 12 in Area A was one of the most striking villas in the vicinity. From the outside, this villa exuded grandeur and magnificence. Yet upon closer inspection, it also showcased a modern flair that sparked endless imagination. As you shall. What do you think of this villa? Does it meet your taste? At this very moment, within the confines of this grand villa, Suwon is engaged in conversation with two middle-aged gentlemen in an expansive living room that spans several hundred square meters. One of them is the sales department manager, while the other is the property management manager. The individual who just spoke is Chung Tao, the sales manager, who is also the one that made the phone call earlier that morning. Chapter 15. Is Suwon's identity in question? Truly magnificent, he remarked, unable to conceal his excitement as he gazed upon the breathtakingly luxurious living room. Having long heard of the splendor of Hyun-Bae villas, he found that seeing it in person far surpassed mere hearsay. After his telephone conversation with the manager that morning, he had eagerly rushed over in the afternoon, curious to witness firsthand the grandeur of this renowned villa in Modu. Even with his expectations set, the reality of the place left him utterly astounded. The exterior of the villa was already impressive, but the interior was nothing short of extraordinary. The sheer scale of the living room was awe-inspiring. Having grown accustomed to living in an old rental apartment with his parents, this place felt like paradise, incomparable to anything he had ever known. It is indeed our honor to receive such high praise from young Master Su. Chung manager replied, demonstrating his adeptness at flattery, a skill honed through years of navigating the social landscape. Young master, this is merely the living room. Allow us to show you the rest of the villa. He continued, very well. Suwon acquiesced without hesitation, following the manager as they toured the various sections of the villa. With each passing moment, Suwon found himself increasingly dumbfounded, in addition to the usual living room. Kitchen and dining area, the villa boasted a gym, a small personal cinema, a gaming room, a karaoke room, a library, and a swimming pool. Each space was a masterful creation, and the more he observed, the more he realized that the world of the wealthy was indeed unparalleled. How does it suit you, young Master Su? Are you satisfied? Chung manager inquired, his tone dripping with respect, fearful of any hint of discontent from Su Wn. In truth, since young Master Su had purchased this property the previous day, Chung manager had conducted a brief investigation into his identity based on the personal information left during the transaction. The results of his inquiry had left him utterly astonished. discovering that this young man was the chairman of Hills Hotel, recently acquired by Su Wan with a 51 stake, had rendered Chung manager nearly speechless. That hotel was a 7-star luxury chain, one of the most prestigious in the country, valued at over $50 billion. Securing such a stake would require at least $300 billion in cash, an amount that even most of the wealthiest individuals in the nation could scarcely muster. The thought of a young man possessing such resources was staggering, and in that moment, Chung manager was convinced that the enigmatic Su Wan was not to be underestimated. If there is anything amiss, please do not hesitate to let us know, and we shall rectify it immediately, Chung manager said, his eagerness to please palpable. Su1, thoroughly enamored with the villa, nodded in satisfaction. It is quite remarkable. I shall be moving in shortly. Excellent, young master, that I will provide you with the keys at once, chimed in the other manager, Yang Linfei, who was responsible for property management, services, and the handover of the residence. As he spoke, he handed over the villa keys, access codes for the gates, facial recognition permissions, and password access to Su W in no time. Su Wan found himself in possession of a sales contract and the villa keys. While the property deed would be delivered in a few days, with all formalities concluded, the group began to exit the villa, exchanging light-hearted banter. Just as they stepped outside, the sound of a horn echoed, and a luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom glided toward them, coming to a halt beside Su Wan and the others. A young man clad in a suit and glasses exited the vehicle, accompanied by a young woman cradling a child and an elegantly dressed elderly lady, who appeared to be a family unit. Manager Yang, I finally found you. When do you plan to address the issues with my water and electricity? You mentioned that the maintenance worker had left and you were short-staffed, asking us to wait a couple of days. Well, those 2 days have passed, yet no new hires in sight. The bespectacled gentleman addressed Yang Linfei, his displeasure evident. Clearly a resident of the area, he then seemed to notice something. Turning his gaze towards Su Wan, I say, Manager Yang, this young man looks to be barely in his 20s. Surely he can't be the new maintenance worker you've hired. He seems far too young and inexperienced. The gentleman scrutinized Su Wan, noting his modest attire, which led him to assume that he might be from a less affluent background. After all, it was not uncommon for individuals from less privileged families to venture into the workforce immediately after completing their secondary education. And a 20-year-old becoming a maintenance worker was not unheard of. Perhaps the management had opted for a budget-friendly choice by hiring someone with limited experience. Upon hearing this, both managers were taken aback. What a preposterous notion! Young Master Su was now one of the esteemed residents of Haiyun Bay, not to mention the powerful figure behind Hills Hotel. The mere suggestion that his identity was in question was utterly unacceptable. One of the managers quickly interjected, Mr. Tang, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. However, before he could finish, the elderly lady standing opposite waved her hand dismissively. Regardless, let him take a look first, get the water and electricity fixed. We pay a significant amount in property fees each year, and we certainly expect better service than this. Her demeanor shifted, revealing an imperious air that brooked no dissent, despite the harshness of her words. Neither manager dared to retort. After all, anyone residing in this estate was not to be trifled with. I apologize, but I must disappoint you that I am not trained in plumbing or electrical work, so I cannot assist you. However, should I ever have the opportunity to engage in this field, I would be glad to lend a hand. Su Wan finally spoke, his expression neutral, leaving his emotions inscrutable. His words, however, were misinterpreted by the two managers, who immediately feared they had incurred his wrath. Chung manager hastily clarified, Mr. Tang, Mrs. Tang, you are mistaken. This young man is not a maintenance worker at all. He is Chairman Su of Hills Hotel, here for the contract handover today. Indeed, young manager chimed in, eager to defuse the situation. This villa, number 12 in District A, has been purchased outright by young Master Su. He is here to inspect the property and finalize the transfer. Chapter 16. The Tang family's apology. What? The revelation sent shockwaves through the Tang family, their expressions shifting to disbelief as they regarded Su Wan. This seemingly ordinary young man had purchased the villa, and he was the chairman of Hills Hotel. Not only the bespectacled gentleman, but even the formidable elder of the Tang family found it hard to accept this astonishing reality. They scrutinized Su Wan once more, and aside from his striking appearance, He bore no resemblance to the affluent elite. Managers Chung and Yang, surely you are not attempting to deceive us to buy time. The bespectacled man replied, skepticism etched across his features, clearly unconvinced by the manager's claims. Familiar with the upper echelons of society, he recognized the brands and attire indicative of wealth. This young man's entire outfit likely cost less than 500 yuan, if he truly held such a prestigious position. How could he afford to dress so modestly? Ah, Mr. Tang, you jest. You hold a distinguished status. How could we dare to deceive you? Look, the property transfer contract is right here. In light of the gentleman's disbelief, Chung manager promptly produced the sales contract, pointing to the document in Su Wen's possession. The letters Haiyun Bei gleamed prominently on the cover, seemingly affirming the truth of the manager's words. The Tang family stood utterly dumbfounded. They gazed at the contract, then back at the young man, their eyes wide with astonishment. Residents. They were well acquainted with such contracts and understood their implications. The notion that this seemingly unremarkable youth had indeed acquired a villa in Haiyun Bay, where properties were exorbitantly priced, particularly in District A, was unfathomable. Furthermore, two managers had confirmed that he was the chairman of Hills Hotel, which now seemed credible. Realizing his true identity, Tang Zhihong, the young master of the Tang family, immediately shed his previous condescension. Stepping forward to apologize to Su Wen, his rapid change in demeanor leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. Not only he, but even the once haughty elder of the Tang family spoke up. Young man. Ah, young Master Su, I sincerely apologize for mistaking you for a newly hired employee. In truth, we were momentarily overwhelmed by anger and acted foolishly, failing to recognize the true nature of the situation. Su Xiao, you are magnanimous. Please do not take my words or those of my son to heart. Just now, the matriarch of the Tang family appeared haughty and imposing, yet at this moment, her countenance is as gentle as a kindly grandmother. Such is the reality. Wealth and power command respect. Although the Tang family is considered a prominent clan in the bustling metropolis of Modu, there are numerous families, some even more formidable than theirs. If there are no disputes over tangible benefits, they are reluctant to confront the powerful. Moreover, in the Haiyun Bay Villa district, the Tang family is now neighbors with Su Xiao, meaning they will coexist in close proximity in the future. Anyone with a modicum of sense understands the choice between becoming adversaries with such distinguished individuals or fostering a harmonious neighborly relationship. Consequently, both Tang Xiao and the matriarch of the Tang family promptly set aside their pride and hastily extended their apologies to Su Wen. Even the young woman who had been cradling a child in silence offered a slight nod to Su Wen, signifying her contrition. It would be wise to be more discerning in the future and avoid misidentifying individuals. Faced with the Tang family's overtures, Su Wen did not exhibit excessive enthusiasm, for their previous demeanor had been far from cordial. Su Xiao speaks the truth. I too was momentarily flustered by anger today. The man continued, here is my business card. Please accept it. I am Tang Jidong, the president of Brilliant Technology Company. This is my wife, Tan Xian, and this is my mother. As he spoke, the man introduced his family and produced a business card from his pocket. His demeanor exceedingly polite. By the way, our Brilliant Technology Company previously organized a corporate banquet at your hotel. Today's incident truly feels like a case of the floodwaters washing over the Dragon King's temple. Family failing to recognize family. Su Xiao, I hope you will not hold it against us. The bespectacled man continued, It is no surprise that a president would possess such eloquence, so much so that it nearly felt as if they were becoming one family. Thank you, Tang Zong, Su Wen replied graciously. Given that the other party had been so accommodating, Su Wen felt compelled to accept the gesture and took the business card. In the end, they exchanged phone numbers. And Tang Jidong repeatedly expressed his apologies before departing with his family. Su Xiao, your prowess is indeed remarkable. Even the Tang family treats you with such deference. After their departure, the two managers regained their composure and could not help but applaud Su Wen, showering him with flattery. Then, Manager Chung from the sales department leaned closer to Su Wen and said, Su Xiao, now that you have secured the property, the next step must surely be to purchase furniture. Correct? Indeed, furniture is essential. Otherwise, how would one inhabit the space? Su Wen nodded. Manager Chung, elated, quickly added, "As it happens, my wife works in the Maisai Furniture City and possesses extensive knowledge of furniture quality. If you're interested, you could pay her a visit. She specializes in high-end furnishings. Perhaps you will find something to your liking, of course. If not, it can simply be a leisurely visit." With that, Manager Chung looked at Su-Wen with eager anticipation. Those in sales understand that beyond a guaranteed salary, commissions are crucial. The more customers purchase, the higher the commissions. Naturally, Manager Chung did not wish to miss this opportunity with a client as significant as Su-Wen. Su-Wen acknowledged his implication, realizing it was a bid to garner business for his wife. Just as he was about to respond, a voice echoed in his mind. The system had activated. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a passive mission. The system has issued a task. Accept the invitation and visit Maisai Furniture City. Arrival at the location will count as successful check-in. Task reward: 1 Shina Tea House. Accompanying task: invite Xia Tongxue to join you at the Furniture City. Successful invitation will yield a cash reward of 3 million yuan. Shina Tea House. Is it not one of the renowned tea houses in Mo-do? Su-Wen was taken aback. Shina Tea House is not merely a single establishment, but a collection of several tea houses consolidated into a tea house complex. Despite its ancient aesthetics, which starkly contrast with the modern image of Mo-do, it attracts a steady stream of patrons daily. Even many young people enjoy visiting for tea, leisure, or business discussions. It is said that the owner amassed a fortune by acquiring this tea house, now worth several hundred million. However, the accompanying task seemed peculiar. Why must Xia Tongxue be invited merely to view furniture? It felt somewhat inconsiderate to impose on her. Su-Wen felt a slight embarrassment. Is the system deliberately entangling itself with Xia Tongxue? Out of 10 tasks, it appears that 8 or 9 are related to her. Chapter 17. Li Xiao, preparing to stir trouble. The accompanying task is optional. Should you choose not to undertake it, you will forfeit the 3 million cash reward. Please make your selection. Furthermore, as a member of Mo-do's elite aristocracy, Xia Tongxue resides in a villa comparable to those acquired through the system. Having lived there for many years, she undoubtedly possesses insight into what furnishings are necessary for such a residence, making her invitation advantageous. The system clarified, that is the case. Su-Wen stroked his chin, finding some merit in this reasoning. Besides, 3 million yuan is not a reward to be dismissed lightly. I accept the task, Su-Wen promptly replied. He then turned to Manager Chung and inquired, "Where does your wife work?" "On Fonglin Avenue, in the commercial district," Manager Chung responded, pulling a postcard from his pocket to hand to Su-Wen, clearly having previously garnered clients for his wife. "Very well. I will pay her a visit when I have time." Su-Wen replied while accepting the card. After completing the necessary formalities, he drove back to the school. Upon entering the campus, he received a call from his roommate, urging him to hurry back to the dormitory. Confused, Su-Wen proceeded directly to his dorm. As soon as he returned, several roommates gathered around him, examining him as if he were a stranger. "Incredible, truly incredible. Lao Su, my admiration for you grows by the day." It's not just admiration, it's downright envy, extreme envy. "Come clean, what stage are you and Xia Tongxue at?" His roommates began, leading Su-Wen to feel bewildered. "What stage?" he asked, puzzled. "Stop pretending. Didn't you drive an Aston Martin out of school last night and pick up Xia Tongxue?" Chen Ming asked mysteriously. "How do you know?" Su-Wen was astonished. "How else? I saw the video." "Goodness, Lao Su, you've become quite the figure," Zhu Yuan exclaimed excitedly. "Indeed. An Aston Martin is a world-class supercar, valued at several tens of millions. They speculated if Xia Tongxue had kept him and gifted him a luxury car. Lao Su, be honest, was that supercar lent to you by Xia Tongxue or given to you?" Even He Wenfeng, who usually refrained from gossip, now looked curious that it turned out that Su-Wen's outing to the movies with Xia Tongxue had been captured by students and spread across the school forum, igniting a frenzy of speculation within a day. Su-Wen finally understood the situation. His sports car had been mistakenly assumed to be a gift from Xia Tongxue. The notion of being kept by her left him both amused and exasperated. However, he felt it was no longer tenable to conceal his true identity from his friends, so he declared, "All right, enough with the wild guesses. That Aston Martin is not a gift from Xia Tongxue. It is indeed my own." Chen Ming, Zhu Yuan, Yuan Feng. Lao Su, are you feverish? What nonsense are you spouting? Chun Ming was taken aback. Exactly, that car costs over 40 million. Even the wealthy might not afford it. Where did you get the money to buy it? Zhu Yuan was equally speechless, thinking it was a jest. That I'm not lying. That car is genuinely mine, and I just purchased it recently, Su Wen reiterated. Initially, he had not disclosed this to his friends. Fearing their shock, he intended to find an appropriate moment to reveal it. However, given the circumstances, he felt there was no need to keep it hidden any longer. Thus, he continued, well, actually, I have a second uncle meanwhile. On the school playground, Li Xiao was seated with a few companions. Engaged in discussion, Li Xiao, are you planning to teach Su Wen a lesson? Someone suddenly inquired. It turned out they were discussing matters concerning Su Wen. And the speaker was one of Li Xiao's friends at that moment. Li Yufeng wore a grim expression as he retorted, the last incident with Fong Sini made him outsmart me. Now he is involved with the school beauty Xia. How can I let him have his way? With that, Li Xiao let out a cold laugh. Ever since he had discarded Fong Sini, he had been nursing a grudge, with the source of his ire being Su Wen. That fellow had witnessed his humiliation with Fong Sini in the restaurant. How could he simply pretend nothing had transpired? Moreover, just yesterday, upon hearing that the summer school belle had gifted a luxury car to Su Wen, a torrent of unbridled anger and jealousy surged within him. That it is worth noting how long he had pursued the summer school belle without success, while she scarcely deigned to cast a glance in his direction. Yet, Su Wen, a mere impoverished wretch, what right did he have to earn the affection of the summer school belle? Even to the extent of receiving a luxury car from her. It was time to teach that insolent brat a lesson, especially now that he had climbed the lofty branch of the summer school belle and was basking in the glow of his good fortune. Indeed, furthermore, there was the incident at the restaurant where Su Wen had the audacity to humiliate you. It was time to show him the consequences of provoking the wrong person. Upon hearing that Li Xiao intended to deal with Su Wen, the crowd erupted in raucous cheers. After all, they too disapproved of Su Wen's association with the summer school belle. They were also envious of him for acquiring a luxury this moment. With someone willing to teach Su Wen a lesson, they were naturally delighted. Moreover, Li Xiao was the young master of Gao Co-Holdings Group, a figure of considerable influence. It would be a trivial matter for him to send a few subordinates to deal with Su Wen. Liu Feng nodded slowly and remarked, just watch, he won't be basking in his glory for long. What do you plan to confront him? Someone inquired, puzzled. Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to act here, especially with Fong Xin around. I have no fear of dealing with him elsewhere. But didn't you break up with her? The crowd expressed their astonishment that I did part ways with her. But that doesn't mean she cannot be of use to me. It merely requires a bit of financial incentive. In this world, there is nothing that money cannot resolve. Li Xiao chuckled confidently, as though he had already devised a plan. Feng Lin Avenue, Commercial Street. Feng Lin Commercial Street is situated in the third ring of Mo-Du City, one of the most bustling areas of Chonghang District. Among the buildings, one, although not particularly tall, possesses a remarkable facade, with the words Maisai Furniture City prominently displayed in the center. The very place manager Chung had introduced. Suddenly, a striking Aston Martin gracefully approached and parked in a nearby lot, from which Su Wen and Xia Xianyao emerged. Xia classmate, I truly appreciate your company today as we select furniture, Su Wen stated apologetically as he glanced at the summer school belle immediately upon alighting. A few days prior, while inspecting a villa, the system had assigned him a task to invite Xia classmate to help him choose furniture. Thus, the previous day, he had mustered the courage to broach the subject with her. And to his surprise, she had readily agreed, It's no trouble at all. Think of it as a day out. Xia Xianyao replied with a gentle smile, appearing unperturbed, when it called upon her to assist with the furniture selection, which brought her considerable joy. Moreover, in light of the invitation, she had taken the time to dress up. Today, she wore a light red top paired with a pair of ice silk trousers, her pink handbag slung casually over her shoulder, presenting a refreshing and radiant appearance. Her presence undoubtedly became the most dazzling sight along the commercial street, with passers-by casting astonished glances, the rate of head turns reaching an astonishing peak. Su Wen ought to be grateful for his height of 180 centimeters and his handsome visage. Otherwise, any ordinary individual standing beside Xiao classmate would likely be deemed a mere beast beside a beauty. Chapter 18. This salesperson is a bit unconventional. Let us proceed. As they conversed, the two made their way towards the Furniture City. Maisai Furniture City is a well-known establishment in Chonghang District, specializing in high-end brands. Upon entering, they were greeted by a vast showroom. "Are you Su Xiao?" At that moment, a woman in her 40s hurriedly approached them, momentarily taken aback by Xia classmate's beauty before inquiring. "Yes, you are Manager Cheng's?" Su, when hesitated, that "I am his wife," the woman replied with a smile, then continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Liu, and I am Liu Feng, a salesperson at Maisai Furniture City. My husband mentioned that you would be visiting today, so I've been waiting here since early morning, fearing I might miss you." The woman spoke with utmost respect, her enthusiasm surpassing that typically afforded to regular customers. She recognized Su Wen's likeness from the information her husband had shared and being the wife of Manager Cheng. She was acutely aware of Su Wen's extraordinary status as the chairman of the Sierras Hotel, thus she dared not show any negligence. She then turned her attention to Xia classmate, remarking, "This young lady must be Su Xiao's girlfriend. She is truly beautiful. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such a stunning girl. Today has certainly been an eye-opener." "Miss, you are mistaken. I am not Su classmate's girlfriend," Xia Xingyao blushed and replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed upon hearing the assumption. "Are you his wife?" Ms. Liu expressed her surprise. "Young people these days certainly marry early," Xia classmate. "Haha. Ms. Liu, you have misunderstood. Xia classmate is neither my wife nor my girlfriend. We are classmates, and since I am not well-versed in purchasing furniture, I asked for her assistance." Su Wen interjected, shaking his head to clarify. "Oh, I see." Ms. Liu glanced between Su Wen and Xia classmate, nodding with a smile, sporting an expression that suggested she understood. In her view, the girl was likely just too shy to admit it. "Haha. Su Xiao, Miss Xia, please follow me," she said, gesturing for them to proceed further inside. Xia classmate followed behind, lightly patting her slightly flushed cheeks, internally critiquing Ms. Liu's peculiar thought process. The Furniture City was extensive, spanning 3 floors, all dedicated to Maisai Furniture City, but a plethora of appliances greeted the eyes. Overwhelming in variety. Su Xiao. This floor specializes in household appliances, showcasing the highest-end products from reputable brands, ensuring both credibility and quality. Please take a look here. The loft boasts a full-screen design with a screen-to-body ratio of 98:1, priced at 186,000 yuan. Additionally, this PHN 120, the latest imported LCD television, features a colossal display measuring 2,715.8 by 1,553.5 by 94.7 mm, with a refresh rate of 120 Hz, priced at 550,000 yuan. Ms. Liu, leading the way, began showcasing various products from LCD televisions to washing machines, refrigerators, and air conditioners, with prices ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Xia classmate suggested that Su Wen purchase an embedded refrigerator and central air conditioning, both aesthetically pleasing and functional, albeit requiring custom orders. Ms. Liu eagerly affirmed that the Furniture City could dispatch professionals to measure the villa for additional customization, though at a higher cost. Su Wen had no objections. After all, he was not lacking in funds. Before long, half an hour had flown by. During that time, Su Wen had ordered a significant number of appliances, totaling around a dozen items, given the size of the villa. Subsequently, Ms. Liu led Su Wen and Xia classmate to the second floor. The second floor featured sofas, beds, and various bedding products, showcasing a multitude of renowned domestic and international brands. As they walked, Ms. Liu began her introduction. "Su Xiao, what do you think of this bed?" After presenting several styles, Ms. Liu suddenly brought them to a gray bed, smiling as she inquired. Su Wen and Xia classmate looked over, observing a bed with a sleek and stylish design. However, while it was visually appealing, Su Wen harbored serious doubts about its structural integrity. He feared that merely reclining on it might result in its immediate collapse, seemingly aware of Su Wen's trepidation. Liu smiled and explained, "This is the latest imported floating bed, measuring 2.5 meters long and 2.3 meters wide. Its appearance is grand, and though it appears lightweight, it employs a pneumatic structural design with an elastic system, providing exceptional shock absorption. Regardless of how one bounces or performs acrobatic feats upon it, the bed remains remarkably stable, producing no noise or tremors. However, it is somewhat pricey at over 150,000 yuan. Ms. Liu smiled as she elaborated. Miss Ya, what do you think? She then turned her gaze towards Xia classmate. Faced with Ms. Liu's curious gaze, Xia classmate was momentarily taken aback. I don't know, perhaps you should ask Su classmate. Xia classmate felt her face flush as if it had been plunged into boiling water. Goodness, why did Ms. Liu look at her? It was not her purchase, so why inquire about her opinion? It was all too easy to misconstrue. Cough, cough. Su won, sensing the awkwardness, feigned calmness, clearing his throat as he said, Ms. Liu, the sofas and beds you introduced earlier are quite nice. I will take them. Additionally, I will take this floating bed as well. Please, let us proceed to the upper floor. He believed it best to hasten their departure from this level. Very well. Su Xiao. Ms. Liu could hardly fathom the thoughts of the other party. Upon hearing Su Xiao's remark, she mistakenly assumed he had a fondness for the bed, and thus, she nodded with delight and replied. Cousin, however, just as everyone was about to depart, a sudden voice interrupted their steps. Miss Yuan and the others turned around to see a group of fashionably dressed youths approaching from a distance. Soon arriving before them, Xiaoming, what brings you here? Xia Xinyao asked, momentarily taken aback as she gazed at the foremost young man. That a friend of mine is looking to purchase some furniture, so I came here. The boy replied, casting a glance at his cousin and then at the young man beside her, his expression one of astonishment. He knew his cousin well. Aside from her family, she rarely engaged with other men, embodying a modern-day aloofness. Yet today, he witnessed an unexpected sight. His cousin was with a stranger. The boy felt as though he had stumbled upon a momentous secret. I'm also here to accompany a classmate in furniture shopping. Xia Xinyao confessed, caught off guard by her cousin's presence, feeling a wave of embarrassment. Accompanying a male classmate to shop for furniture, for a bed, the young man inquired skeptically, You're not planning on cohabiting, are you? He continued to speculate. Chapter 19. Suggestions from Xue Xiao and Wu Xiaoyu. Little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Xia Xinyao retorted, barely restraining herself from resorting to vulgarity. Having been misunderstood by Ms. Liu earlier, now her cousin was adding to her woes. Was she to be tormented endlessly? She turned to Su Wen, feeling somewhat apologetic, and said, This is my cousin, Xia Keming. He tends to be like this. Please don't take it to heart. Not all, Su Wen replied, unfazed by the misunderstanding. However, he felt a twinge of guilt for inadvertently causing Xia Xinyao a plethora of misconceptions. He glanced at Xia Keming and introduced himself. Hello, I am Su Wen, a classmate of Xinyao. I am Xia Keming. Just call me Xiao Ming. The young cousin nodded in acknowledgement after sizing up Su Wen. So this is the cousin you mentioned before. Lao Xia, she is truly beautiful, one of Xia Keming's friends remarked, as they turned their gaze towards Xia Xinyao. Their eyes filled with admiration as affluent young lads. They had encountered numerous beauties, yet none matched the allure of Miss Xia, who appeared like a celestial being. In an instant, both felt their hearts stir. Naturally, they then scrutinized Su when standing beside Xia Xinyao, only to notice his unremarkable appearance and ordinary attire, leading to a shared sense of disdain. Although their family's enterprises were not particularly large and could not compare to the Xia family, they were still well off, donning designer brands that cost thousands or even tens of thousands. They could not comprehend why Miss Xia would associate with someone who appeared so impoverished. Unaware of his friend's thoughts, Xia Keming beamed with pride as he heard them praise his cousin, exclaiming, I told you so. I senti my cousin stunning. I mentioned it before, but you didn't believe me. He then turned to his cousin and added, Sister, these two are my friends and classmates. This is Xue Qing from Haisher Group, and this is Wu Qiansheng from Hingyang Group. Xia Xinyao offered a formal smile and nodded at the two young men, acknowledging their presence. You and your friends should enjoy yourselves here. We need to purchase other items, and we'll be heading upstairs, she stated, believing it best to separate from her cousin to avoid any further awkwardness. However, before Xia Keming could respond, his two friends interjected, Miss Xia, are you heading upstairs? We were just about to go there as well. Why not accompany us? Indeed, Since you and Mingzi are family, it's only natural to catch up when family meets. So why rush to part ways? Xue Xiao and Wu Xiao chimed in with cheerful expressions. They were reluctant to end their conversation with such a beautiful lady without having said much. Xia Keming sighed internally, well aware of his friend's nature. They were known for their cunning ways, and with his cousin's striking beauty, he couldn't help but wonder what schemes they were concocting, initially intending to ignore their antics. He reconsidered upon noticing the man beside his cousin. He was curious about the charm this Su fellow possessed that even his cousin, who usually kept her distance from strangers, was willing to spend time with him. Thus he smiled and said, "Sister, my friends have a point. Since we've crossed paths, why not enjoy this together?" At that moment, a notification chimed in Su Wen's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of arriving at Maisai Furniture City and successfully inviting Xia Xinyao to join." The system continued. Reward: a tea house named Xianhe, along with 30 million in cash. The funds have been transferred to your bank account. Please check. Before Su Wen could revel in his fortune, the system chimed again. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a passive task. Accept the invitation from Xue Qing and Wu Tiancheng to go upstairs and purchase furniture. Buying one or more items will complete the task. Reward: upon completion, you will acquire the skills of a world-class chef, expert knife techniques, and top-tier tasting abilities." Just as he had finished one task, another emerged. System: your task transitions are rather seamless. Su Wen couldn't help but jest. What else with the top-tier culinary skills? Are you suggesting I become a chef? He scoffed again. Now that he had money, he could easily dine at fine establishments or hire a top chef. Why would he need to toil in the kitchen himself? That notion is misguided. World-class culinary skills are extraordinary talents possessed by only a select few. Currently, there are merely 12 individuals in the country with such expertise, far surpassing ordinary master chefs. Besides, having additional skills can enrich your life, and you may find a use for them someday. Whether you choose to become a chef is entirely up to you. The system does not interfere with your freedom. The system patiently clarified. "Very well, I accept the task." Su Wen nodded, acknowledging the system's rationale. He then smiled calmly and remarked, "Xia Xinyao, your cousin is right. Since we are all here to shop for furniture, it will be beneficial for everyone to explore together for reference." Xia Xinyao turned to Su Wen, momentarily dumbfounded by his suggestion. She anticipated that he would share this thought. "All right, when in Rome." She conceded. Not only was she surprised, but even the two wealthy young men across from her had not expected him to say such a thing. They exchanged glances, each recognizing a hint of amusement in the other's eyes. They had been displeased with this young man and were eager to find an opportunity to belittle him, and now he had unwittingly presented it to them. When they went upstairs to shop for furniture, they would deliberately choose the most expensive items to see how Su Wen would react, hoping to highlight the disparity between him, the impoverished youth, and the affluent heirs, as if to say a frog should not aspire to eat swan meat. "Esteemed young gentlemen, this floor is the final level of our Maisai Furniture City. Please feel free to browse at your leisure point." 2 minutes later, Ms. Liu led everyone to the third floor, where an array of exquisite furniture dazzled the eyes. Wooden chairs, coffee tables, round wooden tables, wooden sofas, and more. The modern styles and antique designs were plentiful and varied. "Which of these pieces is the most expensive? Please guide us there," one of the young men, named Xue Qing, inquired. Clearly eager to make a purchase, his intention was to create a scenario that would allow him to ridicule Su Wen later. "Xue Xiao, Su Xiao, this way, please," Ms. Liu responded promptly. As a sales representative, she had no reason to refuse the request and quickly led them toward the most expensive furniture. Chapter 20. The comparison that incites frustration. Please take a look at this wedge dining minimalist oak dining table, featuring a stylish modern design. And here is this rosewood table, crafted from the rare and precious Dalbergia, accompanied by 6 rosewood chairs priced at 210,000 yuan. The Fletcher rotating dining table, consisting of over 5,000 components, showcases intricate mechanical craftsmanship, with a price exceeding 500,000 yuan. Ms. Liu elaborated. The exquisite wooden furniture from around the globe was undeniably stunning, and the prices were equally steep. At that moment, Xue Xiao spoke up. "This Fletcher rotating dining table looks quite appealing. I'll take it." While the table was exorbitantly priced, it aligned perfectly with his desires. Given the opportunity to showcase his affluence before Miss Xia, He was keen to appear extravagant. Understood, Xue Xiao. I will note that down for you. Ms. Lu responded eagerly. Today was a stroke of luck. Encountering two significant clients at once filled her with joy. After purchasing the furniture, a triumphant expression emerged on Xue Qing's face. With 3 million on hand, the 500,000 yuan table was a mere trifle for him. He couldn't resist turning to Su Wen and teasingly asked, Su Xiao, weren't you also looking to buy furniture? After all the introductions, have you found anything you fancy? Indeed, Su Xiao, the pieces of furniture introduced by the sales representative just now cannot be considered overly expensive. Why not select one for yourself as well? Wu Xiao similarly turned to Su Wen. A smirk plastered on his face. However, much to their disappointment, Su Wen did not appear flustered. Instead, he responded with a calm smile, stating, these pieces of furniture do seem quite appealing and hold significant purchasing value. Lu Jie, I would like a complete set of the items you just introduced. This declaration left Xue Xiao and Wu Xiao utterly astonished. They exchanged incredulous glances, doubting their own hearing. Even Xia Keming was momentarily stunned, not expecting Su Wen to possess such wealth. The total cost of these pieces of furniture was certainly not trivial, likely exceeding 1 million. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this purchase? Xue Qing inquired, her brow furrowed in skepticism. Wu Xiao shared her sentiment, even questioning whether Su Wen was simply putting on a facade of affluence. Indeed, they are rather pricey, but when it comes to purchasing furniture, as long as it is suitable and to one's liking, that suffices, Su Wen replied with a smile. Given the vastness of his villa, it was imperative to furnish it adequately. After all, one could not have an empty abode, could they? This remark left Xue Xiao and Wu Xiao at a loss for words. Xue Qing's expression shifted between hues of green and white. Having spent over 500,000 on a round table, she initially believed she would shine in front of others, only to find herself overshadowed by Su Wen's lavishness, rendering her own expenditure quite meager. Do you have any other furniture? Xue Qing directed her question towards Ms. Lu. Of course. We also have larger hall tables. Would you care to take a look? Ms. Lu promptly replied, leading everyone to another area. Several new products were displayed here, ranging from 5 to over 7 meters in length. Their exquisite appearance and eye-catching designs could only be described as luxurious. Allow me to introduce these to you. This first long wooden table is crafted from premium red pine, measuring 5.5 meters in length and 1.2 meters in width, priced at over 1.2 million, and this long wooden table, measuring 6.2 meters in length and 1.4 meters in width, features authentic Wangwali water ripple patterns, priced at over 1.35 million. Ms. Lu elaborated as she walked at Su Xiao, Xue Xiao, whichever piece you fancy. Simply let me know. Our Maisai Furniture City has a professional moving team, and all products will be delivered to your home. No need for you to lift a finger. Ms. Lu added, Xue Xiao, with your father recently acquiring a villa for you in Shengshi, wouldn't a hall table be a perfect addition for that grand living room? Why not consider purchasing one? Wu Xiao interjected. This brief statement deliberately revealed the Xue family's financial standing while also providing Xue Xiao another opportunity to showcase himself. That makes sense, Xue Xiao replied, a smug smile spreading across his face as he turned to Ms. Lu, saying, I'll take the Wangwali long wooden table. It will suit my family's spacious living room perfectly. Xue Xiao smiled, his confidence restored. Previously, he felt outshone by Su Wen, but now he was determined to reclaim his dignity. Meanwhile, Su Wen turned to the side, asking, what is this one made of? Before him lay a long wooden table. Its surface so clear it appeared to be embedded with countless diamonds. One end of the table was curved, while the other rose over 0.5 meter, adorned with intricately carved dragon and phoenix designs. Truly a sight to behold. Su Xiao, your taste is truly exceptional. This long wooden table is crafted from golden silk nanmu, and it stands as our furniture city's signature piece, measuring 7.5 meters in length and 1.5 meters in width. Golden silk nanmu is indeed the king of trees, and a hall table sculpted from a single block is exceedingly rare. Due to its exorbitant production cost, it is priced at 3.1 million. Ms. Lu explained slowly, not expecting Su Xiao to make such a purchase, as the price was rather steep. Spending over 3 million on a hall table, no matter how exquisite, seemed hard to fathom. I'll take it, Su Wen interjected, his tone nonchalant, as if merely discussing what to have for dinner. This proclamation left not only Xue Xiao and Wu Xiao stunned, but even Ms. Lu herself, who was momentarily speechless. Before bursting with joy and exclaiming, "Excellent, Su Xiao!" At that moment, Ms. Lu's elation knew no bounds. This hall table had been on display since the beginning of the year and had gone unnoticed for nearly half a year. Finally, a big spender had emerged. Moreover, it was sold through her efforts, and the other staff members would surely be envious. She estimated that, including the golden silk Nama table, she had sold over 20 pieces of furniture that day, totaling approximately 6 million in sales, which would yield her a commission of over 100,000. Such a high commission had never been earned since her employment began. The more she pondered, the more exhilarated she became. This old Chung had truly brought her a significant business opportunity. It seemed she would have to reward her husband handsomely tonight. Su Xiao, I never expected you to be so extravagant. This furniture purchase must have set you back quite a bit, hasn't it? In contrast to Ms. Lu's enthusiasm, Xue Xiao's mood was far less favorable as he glared at Su Wen, his expression dark. Each time Su Wen made a purchase, it seemed to surpass his own generosity, leading him to doubt whether Su Wen was genuinely wealthy or merely putting on airs. However, before he could fully process his thoughts, Su Wen's next words infuriated him further. With a calm smile, Su Wen replied nonchalantly, "It was only a little over 4 million. Chapter 21. Astonishment, a shocking family revelation. What do you mean by only a little over 4 million? Is that something a person would say? Even as the young master of Haitan Group, coming up with 4 million all at once was no easy feat, let alone for this seemingly ordinary young man." Xia Keming, cousin of Xia Tong, also felt that Su Wen's words were excessively boastful. "May I ask where you reside, Su Xiao? With all the furniture you've purchased, will it all fit in your home?" Wu Xiao could not resist taunting that, "I recently bought a house in Haiyun Bay. I came here today to purchase some furniture as I plan to move in a few days," Su Wen replied candidly. Haiyun Bay, one of the most renowned affluent villa districts? Wu Xiao and Xue Xiao were taken aback. "Sister, is what this Su Xiao saying true?" Xia Keming's face displayed a mixture of confusion. Initially, he had not perceived Su Wen as particularly wealthy. After all, one could gauge a person's affluence by their appearance. However, starting from Su Wen's impulsive purchase of over 1 million in furniture, followed by the acquisition of the golden silk Nama hall table for over 3 million, he could no longer discern the depths of Su Wen's wealth. Now, hearing that Su Wen had bought a villa in Haiyun Bay left Xia Keming utterly bewildered. Who on earth is this person? Rest assured, gentlemen, there is no need for doubt. Su Xiao speaks the truth that he indeed purchased a villa in Haiyun Bay, and it is in district at my husband is the manager of the Haiyun Bay Villa District. And it was on his recommendation that Su Xiao came here to buy furniture. Ms. Lu interjected, validating Su Wen's identity. After all, Su Xiao was a significant client of their Maisai Furniture City, and she was keen to showcase her professionalism. Xia Keming, Xue Xiao, and the others were left dumbfounded, even questioning whether they were experiencing auditory hallucinations. They were aware that the villa prices in Haiyun Bay were exorbitant, not something one could simply purchase without means. Initially, they had presumed Su Wen to be boasting. Now, someone was confirming that it was indeed true. Su Tong didn't lie. He truly purchased a villa in Haiyun Bay. Finally, even Xia Tong spoke up. Although she had never seen Su Wen's villa, she recognized that there was no reason for him to deceive her regarding this matter, that the profound silence enveloped the group. The sales representative's validation, coupled with Xia Tong's words, rendered disbelief impossible. Especially for Xia Keming, who, despite his cousin's reserved demeanor, rarely told lies, and now she was willing to vouch for Su Wen, solidifying the matter beyond doubt. Earlier, he had found Su Wen's confidence excessive. Now, it seemed rather humorous. After all, if someone could afford a villa in Haiyun Bay, what significance did 4 million hold? The most astonished were undoubtedly Xue Xiao and Wu Xiao. They had previously assumed Su Wen was merely an ordinary individual, only to discover he was, in fact, a hidden magnate. Xue Xiao was filled with regret. Had he known that Su Wen had purchased a villa in Haiyun Bay, he would never have dared to compare himself to him. The villa his family acquired in Shengshi Haoding was only worth over 20 million, and that was the result of extensive family discussions. How could he even begin to compete? Cough, cough. Mingzi, since the purchases are completed, shall we take our leave? We need to grab some lunch. Xue Xiao felt utterly embarrassed and decided it was best to leave. He informed Ms. Liu of the exact location of his newly purchased villa before preparing to pay and exit. Yes, there are matters to attend to at home, and I must return after lunch, Wu Xiao added. Moments ago, they had hoped to spend more time with Xia Tong, but now they were eager to depart. Very well, Xia Keming nodded. Initially, he had intended to inquire about Su Wen's true identity from his cousin, but with both friends expressing their sentiments, he decided to postpone his questions for another occasion. Subsequently, the group made their way to the cash register, settled the bill, and after paying, Xia Keming and his companions departed. How much was it? After several individuals had departed, Su Wen turned to Ms. Liu, preparing to settle the bill and take his leave. Returning to Su Xiao, over 20 pieces of furniture amount to more than 8.4 million. However, with such a substantial purchase, you're now our largest customer at Maisai Furniture City, and we can certainly offer you a significant discount. Ms. Liu respectfully remarked. All right, let us proceed with the card payment, Su Wen replied, retrieving his wallet and producing his bank card, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. Earlier, the system had bestowed upon him a cash reward of 30 million, and with the original 9.6 million, he now possessed nearly 40 million in cash. Spending over 8 million in one go was merely a drop in the bucket. At that moment, the system reappeared in his mind, indicating that a reward was imminent. Outside the furniture city, Xue Xiao and his companions had just arrived at the parking lot when Xia Keming suddenly had a flash of insight, as if he had recalled something significant. The relationship between this cousin and Su Wen appeared rather extraordinary, and he felt compelled to share this news with his uncle and aunt to surprise them. With this thought, he promptly took out his phone and opened VX, tagging his uncle in their family group chat. Uncle, I've uncovered a major secret. It seems your daughter is in a relationship, and today she came to buy furniture with that young man. Even purchasing ABED.IT appears they are preparing to live together. Xia Keming subtly conveyed his observations. Within a minute of this news being shared, the VX family group erupted with activity. Messages flooding in. Xiao Gu, what is going on? Xiao Yao is dating. Is that for real? Mom, preparing to live together. What a shocking turn of events. Given Xiao Yao's personality, would she even be interested in a man? Third uncle, Xiao Ming, you better not be lying. You can eat feces, but don't speak nonsense. Xiao Gu, impossible. I know Xiao Yao's character too well that I'd rather believe there is a woman who likes Xiao Ming than believe Xiao Yao is dating, let alone cohabiting. Xia Keming, come on. What do you mean you'd rather believe a woman likes me than believe my cousin is dating? Am I really that bad? Do I not look handsome? There are plenty of women who admire me, sister. How shameless. Your looks and cousin S are like two extremes. If being handsome were a crime, you'd be forever innocent. Xia Keming. Anyway, what I said is true. His name is Su Wen. You can check for yourselves. Xiao Gu, Mom. If this is true, I wonder how your uncle and aunt will react. Sister. It would definitely be a thunderclap out of a clear sky. 3 days later, on Zhonglin Avenue. Zhonglin Avenue is a renowned thoroughfare in the bustling metropolis. Several buildings stand out, notably the headquarters of the famous Huaxing Group. Old Xia, why did you urgently summon me? I was out shopping with Xiao Yan. Exactly, uncle, why not discuss it at home? In the chairman's office of the group headquarters, 2 women were seated. Point 1 was a woman in her 40s, surprisingly beautiful and exuding a graceful demeanor. Looking as youthful as someone in her 30s, she was Su Yun, the mother of Xia Xin Yao. The other was a teenage girl named Xia Qiu Yin, the younger sister of Xia Keming. Just now, Xiao Yang called, saying he has clarified Su Wen's identity and is on his way here. Coincidentally, didn't you say you wanted to shop here this morning? I thought it would be nice for everyone to take a look together. A middle-aged man, seated beside the desk, smiled as he reviewed documents. Though seated, his demeanor was commanding. He was Xia Xinyao father, Xia Chengdong, the chairman of Huaxing Group, that a few days prior, Xia Keming had shared the news of Xia Xinyao dating in the VX group, causing quite a stir within the family. Due to prior commitments, Xia Chengdong and his wife only learned of this upon returning home that evening, leaving them both startled. The sudden news of their daughter potentially cohabiting did not align with her established character, and they feared she might have been deceived. That same night, Su Yin had called their daughter, only to discover it was a misunderstanding. Yet, Xia Chengdong remained uneasy and dispatched someone to investigate, leading to the current scene. Even if their daughter was genuinely in a relationship that was acceptable, their primary concern was to ascertain the identity of the young man and whether he harbored any unsavory habits. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Followed by a young man in a suit entering, he respectfully greeted Madame Xia before approaching Xia Chengdong and presenting a dossier. Chairman Xia, we have investigated Su 1 as you requested, and all the information is here that I asked that young man indeed Xiao Yao as classmate. Xia Chengdong took the file and inquired, is that so? Yes, Chairman Xi A.Su1 and her daughter are indeed classmates at Tianwei Academy. But the young man hesitated. But what? Is Su when pursuing my daughter relentlessly, confessing his feelings daily? Xia Chengdong chuckled, speculating. What else could he expect? His daughter had perfectly inherited both his and his wife's looks. So it was normal for her to attract attention from male classmates. Chairman Xia, the situation is actually the opposite. According to the students, it is Ms. Xia who has taken a liking to Su 1, sending him a cup of milk tea daily to express her affections. Huh. What did you just say? You mean my daughter is courting him and even brings him milk tea every day? Xia Chengdong's expression shifted to one of disbelief, nearly losing his composure. What a ridiculous notion! His daughter, Xia Xenyao, with her illustrious lineage and breathtaking beauty, surely any man would willingly flock to her. Why on earth would she need to chase after someone, let alone deliver milk tea? Is this true? Xia Qiuyan, alongside Su Yun, stepped closer, eyes wide with disbelief. Compared to the two, Su Yun appeared remarkably composed. As a woman and someone who had experienced romance, she understood the dynamics of young love more than anyone. Despite her daughter's typically aloof demeanor, it simply meant she had yet to encounter the right person. Once she did, she would likely act no differently than other girls, possibly even more proactively. Rest assured, we have thoroughly verified the facts with numerous students, the young man affirmed. As he spoke, Xia Chengdong had already opened the dossier. After a brief perusal, his expression morphed into one of astonishment. The chairman of Hills Hotel? As he glanced at the documents, Xia Chengdong was left utterly stunned. Su1, at such a young age, was the chairman of Hills Hotel, an acquisition made not long ago. Yet, that wasn't the most shocking part. The most astonishing detail was that Su-Wen's parents appeared to be ordinary individuals, which defied all logic. Old Xia, what is this about Hills Hotel? Su Yun, bewildered, inquired further. Take a look. Xia Chengdong passed the documents to his wife. After reviewing the information, Su Yun too was unable to hide her astonishment. This Su-Wen has indeed acquired Hills Hotel, but his family seems rather unremarkable. Su Yun echoed her husband's surprise. This Su family is not simple. Perhaps Su-Wen's parents prefer to remain low-key and have concealed their identities. Xia Chengdong conjectured. While Hills Hotel might not compare to colossal enterprises like Huaxing Group, it was still a company valued at several $100 billion. Acquiring such a firm was no small feat. One would need an influential family to accomplish it. Why not ask your cousin? She might know something, Xia Qiuyan suggested after glancing at Su-Wen's information. That is a good idea. They are close. Perhaps Xiao Yao has some insights. Xia Chengdong nodded in agreement, turning to his wife. It's nearly noon. School should be letting out soon. How about you call our daughter and inquire about the situation? This wasn't mere curiosity or meddling. Given Su-Wen's peculiar identity and his close proximity to their daughter, Xia Chengdong felt it necessary to proceed with caution. All right. Su Yun nodded and promptly retrieved her phone to call her daughter. On the other end of the line, Xia Xianyao had just finished her class when she received her mother's call. Without hesitation, she answered. Xiao Yao, dear, I have a question for you. There's someone you like? The moment the call connected, Su Yun's voice came through to Mom, what are you talking about? Xia Xianyao replied, bewildered. Before she could even respond, her mother had thrown her an unexpected question. Suddenly, she recalled something and, filled with indignation, retorted, It must be Xiao Ming. Did that guy say something again? Last time, it was because of my younger cousin's loose lips that everyone at home thought she was going to move in with someone else. Who knows if that rascal is up to mischief again this time, that it wasn't him. It was your father who sent someone to investigate. You still wish to conceal this from us. That's Soo-won, who invited you to the Furniture City last time. Do you have a crush on him? Haven't you been bringing him milk tea at school every day? Soo-yun found herself both exasperated and amused. Classmate Xia was bewildered. How could her family know about this? Xia Xinyao felt a headache coming on. She had spent a considerable amount of time clarifying the matter regarding the bed purchase with her family last time. And this time, explaining herself would undoubtedly prove to be even more challenging. Mom, you really don't need to worry about so much. The milk tea delivery is indeed true, but before she could finish her sentence, her mother interrupted, saying, Enough, just admit no need for so much explanation. If you like him, just say it. What is there to be shy about with your dad and me? Besides, I didn't call to discuss this. I wanted to ask if you knew that Soo-won is the chairman of the Hills Hotel. Suddenly, she shifted her tone. Chapter 23. Fong Sini seeks reconciliation, I know, but I only found out recently. I heard from Sue that he seems to have a particularly wealthy uncle. That was his uncle who provided him with a substantial sum of money, which enabled him to acquire Hills Hotel. Although she was uncertain of the veracity of Soo-won's claims, it seemed to be the only plausible explanation. There was a pause of silence on the other end of the line before Soo-yun spoke again. Yes, I understand. All right, I won't keep you. Remember to take good care of yourself at school. With that, Soo-yun hung up the phone, leaving classmate Xia and a daze still sitting idly in class. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, after class at noon, Soo-won walked towards the cafeteria with a few friends, laughter and merriment gracing their faces as they seemed to be chatting about something delightful. Wow, Sue, is what you said earlier true? Are you really going to treat us to a feast? Chunming asked Soo-won with excitement and surprise written all over his face. Ever since Soo-won had informed them about his wealthy uncle, his friends had been somewhat incredulous about its truth. However, they knew Soo-won was their good brother and would never deceive them, so they ultimately chose to accept the reality. Yes, in the past, I had no money, so I couldn't do anything. Now that I have the means, treating you all to a feast is only fitting. Otherwise, I would be a rather negligent brother. Not only a feast, but come the weekend, I'll drive you all around, exploring the marvels of the city. How does that sound? Soo-won said with a smile as he walked. His spirits had been quite high these days. After visiting the Furniture City, he had acquired the Shin Tea House and had taken over management just yesterday. He also gained mastery over world-class culinary skills, marking a fruitful period in his life. Now that he had become prosperous, it was only right to share the good fortune with his brothers. Haha, that sounds generous. Since you say so, we'll certainly take you up on the offer. He Wenfeng also revealed an expression of anticipation. Sue, you're such a great friend. Come on, hand me your bowl. I'll get your meal for you, Zhu Yuan said, eagerly stepping forward to take Soo-won's bowl, demonstrating an enthusiastic willingness to help. All right then, I'll go find us a table. Soo-won chuckled helplessly at his friend's antics. Yet he didn't refuse. Among brothers, there was no need for such pretentiousness. Once everyone had lined up to get their food, Soo-won sought a seat for himself. Suddenly, his phone rang, the sound breaking through the cheerful atmosphere. Soo-won pulled out his phone, only to be taken aback. The call was from Fong Sini. After a moment's contemplation, he pressed the answer button. Soo-won. The familiar voice on the other end was still as recognizable as ever in the past. Hearing this voice would fill him with joy and excitement. Yet now, he felt utterly unfazed. What can I do for you? Soo-won asked nonchalantly. I want to see you. Fong Sini stated directly. Soo-won, I intended to call you a couple of days ago, but I lacked the courage. It wasn't until the day that I finally resolved to reach out that I wished to arrange a meeting. There is something I need to discuss with you. Would you agree to meet? On the other side, Fong Sini spoke in an almost pleading tone, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Soo-won furrowed his brow, finding the situation somewhat amusing. They had already broken up. What was the need to meet again? Just as he was about to decline, the system chimed in suddenly. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have triggered a passive task. The system has issued a task. Accept Fong Sini's invitation and meet with her. Task reward: 51 shares in the largest e-commerce company in the country. Wost. As the system relayed the information, Soo-won was momentarily stunned. Not because of the prospect of meeting Fong Sini, but due to the reward. What did the system just say? Wost. the largest e-commerce company in the country. Su-won was utterly astonished, questioning whether he had misheard. That company was a renowned giant in the e-commerce sector, rumored to have over 300 million users and a market value exceeding trillions. This enterprise not only focused on online product sales, but it also ventured into various industries, investing in countless companies in finance, live streaming, film, and online gaming. No one truly knew the extent of its growth, only that it stood as one of the most formidable e-commerce entities in the world, collaborating with innumerable companies and boasting an extraordinary reputation. It would not be an exaggeration to say that its size rivaled that of Huaxin Group, placing it among the top 100 global corporations. Accept the task, Sun's heart soared with joy. What was there to hesitate about? To become a major shareholder in such a colossal enterprise was an opportunity not to be taken lightly. As for meeting Fong Xinyi, it also presented a chance to discern her intentions. All right, I'll agree. Where shall we meet? Su-won inquired. The following day on 12th Street. Once again at the same restaurant with the same individuals. At a certain table, Su-won found himself face to face with Fong Xinyi, yet the atmosphere was markedly different from their last encounter. You wanted to see me, and you specifically chose this place. What is it you wish to discuss? Su-won asked. Fong Xinyi had called him the previous day, expressing a desire to talk. Initially, he had declined, yet the system's offer was too tempting, leading him to relent. However, even so, he still held no fondness for Fong Xinyi. Sun, let us get back together. Suddenly, Fong Xinyi, seated across from him, made her intentions clear. Sun was taken aback for a moment, then narrowed his eyes at her. Have you lost your mind? After breaking up so decisively, you now wish to reconcile? Is it because you were dumped by Li Xiao? Su-won scoffed, his gaze laden with meaning. Of course not. I know you harbor resentment towards me, and I acknowledge my past mistakes, but deep down, you still love me, don't you? Since our breakup, I've reflected a lot. Although our time together was somewhat tough, it was carefree and joyous. However, since we parted ways, I've lost much of my happiness, which prompted me to think long and hard. Let us be together again, just like before. Please. Fong Xinyi's eyes were filled with longing as she gazed sincerely at Su-won. At first glance, one might assume she truly regretted her previous actions. Yet only Fong Xinyi herself knew that she harbored a deep-seated disdain for the man before her. She loathed Su-won for exposing her, leading to her being dumped by Li Xiao. She also despised that Su-won had somehow found luck with the school beauty, especially upon learning that the school beauty had gifted him a luxurious sports car. Her jealousy had reached its peak. Thus, she was here for revenge today. Moreover, she wasn't alone in her quest for retribution. Another individual, Li Xiao, was also involved. Today was merely the first step of her plan. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Fong Xinyi couldn't help but smile. However, her smile hadn't lingered for 3 seconds before she heard a calm voice. I refuse, Sun stated slowly from across the table. What did you say? Fong Xinyi was taken aback. Even a good horse knows not to return to its old pasture. Do you think it's so easy to regret? Su-won was speechless, finding her behavior somewhat amusing. Fong Xinyi felt a surge of anger. She hadn't anticipated that despite her humble approach, he would still reject her. Sun, I know you are still angry with me. But who doesn't make mistakes? This breakup made me realize how important you are to me and that I truly love you. So please, let us not fight anymore. Can we reconcile? Fong Xinyi insisted, unwilling to give up. She couldn't believe that a man she had pined over for 2 years would have no feelings left for her and would be so heartless. Love can fade away. Suddenly, Su-won spoke up. You. Fong Xinyi found herself choking on her words, nearly suffocating. Your refusal is likely not due to this matter, but rather because of Xia Xinyao, isn't it? At last, Fong Xinyi could no longer contain herself. The repeated rejections from the other party had ignited her anger, prompting her to continue. Su-won, I'm not trying to belittle you, but do you genuinely believe that you and Xia Xinyao can last? She is the school belle. After all, countless rich heirs have pursued her relentlessly. Can you compare to them? Moreover, Xia Xinyao is the daughter of the Huaxin Group. Her status is exalted, even if she is willing to be with you. What about her family? Would they consent to their daughter being with a poor nobody? Fong Xinyi mocked. Since the other party was unwilling to reconcile with her, she saw no need to maintain her facade any longer. Suwon calmly regarded Fong Sinny, shaking his head. What does it matter to you? Worrying so much, you truly are pitiable. This simple statement felt like an invisible dagger piercing Fong Sinny's chest, nearly breaking her composure. So what if she's supporting you? Why act so smug? Fong Sinny suddenly stood up, glaring fiercely at Suwon. Last time, you exposed me, causing Li Xiao to dump me. This time, I shall return the favor in kind. You may not know, but our encounter has already been captured on video. Just think, if I were to post this video on the school forum, what would be the outcome? Fong Sinny smiled sinisterly, finally revealing her true intentions. The proximity of the school bell and Suwon had led many to believe they were dating. If, at this moment, Suwon were seen meeting with his ex-girlfriend, and were captured on video for their classmates to witness, what would they think? In truth, this plan required the other party's acquiescence to appear even more perfect. However, it mattered not. They were seated here today, ensuring that Suwon would remain entangled with Fong Sinny. Suwon frowned and glanced around. Sure enough, at a nearby table, he spotted another girl holding a phone, capturing the scene. Moreover, he recognized this girl as Zhao Qian, Fong Sinny's close friend. Previously, while he was with Fong Sinny, he had endured ample ridicule from this woman, and now she had shown up as well. What are you trying to do? Suwon asked blandly. What am I trying to do? Last time we broke up in this restaurant, you tried to frame me. This time, I certainly must let you experience the taste of being reported that if I publish this video on the school forum, not only will our classmates see it, but the school belle will undoubtedly see it too. Just imagine, what will she think? Fong Sinny's eyes sparkled with delight. She was convinced that posting the video would create a tremendous uproar within the school. She could hardly believe that the school belle would remain calm upon seeing the video and still choose to be with Suwon. Noticing Suwon's silence, Fong Sinny assumed he was intimidated. Growing even more arrogant. Suwon, I truly must have been blind to have chosen you as my boyfriend. You are heartless, so do not blame me for being ruthless. Sinny Jie is right. Suwon, you are utterly heartless. You profess your love for Sinny Jie, yet when she wishes to reconcile, you refuse her. Put it plainly, is it not because the school belle gifted you a sports car that you have shifted your affections? With her objective achieved, the girl who had been filming approached. She regarded Suwon with disdain and loathing. Just wait, Suwon. Once we release this video, you will be utterly finished, Zhao Qian declared indignantly. Unbeknownst to them, they were underestimating Suwon. Meanwhile, a commotion suddenly erupted from the entrance that a group of individuals entered the restaurant, making their way towards Suwon. The one at the front was none other than Li Yufeng. What are you doing here? Upon approaching, Li Xiao feigned ignorance, questioning sternly. Li Xiao, please don't misunderstand, Suwon called me. Wanting to meet, he wished to reconcile, but I rejected him. He insisted on pursuing me, Fong Sinny said, her demeanor shifting dramatically as she aligned herself with Li Xiao, acting as though they had never broken up. Yes, that's so? Li Xiao frowned, then turned to Suwon with a cold voice. Suwon, I see you have the audacity to provoke me, daring to court my girlfriend. As he spoke, a cunning smile flickered in his eyes. Suwon glanced at Fong Sinny and then at Li Xiao, instantly comprehending the scheme. This was Fong Sinny's true intention for inviting him out today. First, she planned to film a video to frame him, then have Li Xiao deal with him, an attempt to achieve two objectives with one stroke. What do you want? Suwon looked at Li Xiao, sneering that of course. I want you to understand the consequences of provoking me. Li Xiao, Li Yufeng grinned. A wicked smile spread across his face. He turned to his companions and commanded. You lot, teach him a proper lesson. Anything broken here today will be on my tab. Rest assured, Li Xiao, he is just a scrawny little brat. Dealing with him will be a piece of cake. The burly men exchanged glances, their faces displaying contempt. Them. Suwon appeared thin and weak, merely a frail opponent. Thus, they cracked their knuckles and advanced towards Suwon with fierce expressions, seemingly ready to engage in a brawl. Fong Sinny and Zhao Qian stealthily retreated behind the group, exchanging glances filled with shared satisfaction, eagerly awaiting the ensuing spectacle. Especially Fong Sinny. This time, she had not only received a reward from Li Xiao for luring Suwon out, but also had the opportunity to exact revenge. A perfect 2-for-1 deal. At this moment, the commotion had escalated significantly. Customers around the restaurant began to notice the disturbance and promptly vacated their seats. The restaurant staff, witnessing the chaos, dared not intervene, fearing repercussions, in stark contrast to everyone else. Suwon remained remarkably composed. Observing the large group, he understood that Fong Sini had meticulously planned this encounter. Nevertheless, even with this knowledge, he remained seated, unfazed. This brat dares to provoke even Li Xiao. He truly seeks his own demise. Suddenly, with a cold laugh, the muscular men surrounded Suwon, launching their assault with kicks, punches, and expertly trained strikes. However, Suwon, having undergone physical enhancement, was no ordinary opponent as the group charged. He rose swiftly, delivering a powerful punch to one assailant. Bang! With a forceful blow, he shattered the man's nose. That a typical human punch ranges from 60 to 100 kilograms in force. But Suwon's modified strength exceeded 300 kilograms, illustrating the magnitude of his power. Coupled with his superior speed and reflexes, this confrontation posed little threat to him. After incapacitating one man, he did not pause. He deftly dodged another attack, simultaneously delivering a kick to another assailant. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, the restaurant descended into chaos. With people and objects flying everywhere, the sounds of collisions, shattering glass, and anguished cries filled the air. 1 minute later, with a final cry, the last burly man fell to the ground, defeated by Suwon. Looking around, the once arrogant bodyguards now lay sprawled on the floor, groaning in pain. At that moment, the entire restaurant was in shock. Patrons gazed at Suwon with looks of disbelief. They could hardly fathom that this young man had managed to defeat so many despite the overwhelming odds. How was this possible? Li Yufeng stood nearby, his expression frozen in disbelief. He had witnessed the entire exchange between Suwon and the bodyguards. He could not comprehend how Suwon had managed to single-handedly take on 4 trained men. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Before he realized it, Suwon had already closed the distance, launching a kick directly at him. Another scream pierced the air. The once upright Li Xiao was sent flying, crashing into tables and chairs, which shattered on impact with a loud crash. After skidding several feet, he lay crumpled on the floor, groaning in pain. "It hurts. So much pain." Li Yufeng had never experienced such excruciating pain. It felt as though a colossal hammer had struck his abdomen. The agony was so profound that even the act of screaming seemed a luxury beyond his reach. In contrast, Suwon, despite being somewhat disheveled, appeared to be in far better condition than his adversaries as they beheld the unfolding scene. Fong Sini and Zhao Qian stood in stunned silence, their expressions akin to that of witnesses to a monstrous spectacle. Utterly unable to fathom the true extent of Suwon's prowess, for a moment, the absurdity of the situation struck them as both ludicrous and preposterous. After dispatching Li Xiao, Suwon turned his gaze towards Fong Sini and Zhao Qian. "What do you intend to do?" The once bullish Fong Sini and her companion now trembled in fear as the devilish Suwon approached them. Please don't come any closer. I will delete the video and refrain from posting on the forum." Zhao Qian stammered, her voice quaking with trepidation. It was only now that she realized the caliber of the individual she had provoked. Had she known Suwon was this formidable, she would have never dared to cross him. However, Suwon seemed impervious to their pleas for mercy as he strode directly before them. He first cast a fleeting glance at Fong Sini before focusing on Zhao Qian. "Hand over your phone," Suwon instructed slowly. Though his tone was unremarkable, it carried an unsettling chill that sent shivers down their spines. "All right, I'll give you my phone," Zhao Qian replied, her hand shaking uncontrollably. She had no doubt that any hint of defiance would lead to consequences even graver than those faced by Li Xiao and his companions. "You truly believe that this video could threaten me?" Suwon remarked, receiving the phone with a calm demeanor. "To be honest, whether this video is deleted or not holds little significance for me. However, your attempt to leverage it against me is a serious infringement on my personal rights. If you do not report this, it would be a disservice to your own actions. The video on this phone will serve as compelling evidence for the authorities. Brace yourselves for prosecution." As he spoke, Suwon withdrew his own phone and dialed the police. Fong Sini and Zhao Qian were left in disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. Initially, They had assumed Su Wen merely intended to delete the video. But now it seemed he was actually calling the police. This development promised to escalate the situation significantly. Sun, let's not forget we are classmates. Must you be so ruthless? Zhao Qian began to panic. Regardless of anything, Cindy is your former girlfriend. You cannot deny that, can you? She had never anticipated the situation would spiral in this direction. Although she had recorded the video, she was still entangled in the scheme orchestrated by Fong Cindy. Now, realizing they were classmates felt rather too late. This is merely a reflection of my ability to defend myself. Had it been someone else, you might have been the ones to send them to the hospital. Su Wen scoffed. As he spoke, the call connected, and Su Wen recounted the events of the restaurant in detail, awaiting the police's arrival. While many had been injured in the altercation, Su Wen remained unfazed. His actions were purely self-defense. As for Li Xiao, he was the mastermind behind the assault, rendering him without grounds to speak. If Li Xiao pursued charges against him, Su Wen would counter with accusations of being assaulted. After reporting the incident, Su Wen promptly searched his contacts and called Zhang Kaming, the vice director of Hills Hotel. Within moments, the call connected. Director Zhang, as the vice director of Hills Hotel, you must have extensive connections. Could you assist me in finding a few lawyers? The top-tier ones, of course. Money is not an issue, Su Wen articulated. Director Su, you need lawyers? Haha, you come to the right person. I happen to know two esteemed lawyer friends. They are prominent figures in the legal field, renowned for their high success rates. With them on your side, your case will be significantly easier to win. Assisting the new chairman is something I would eagerly welcome. Vice Director Zhang replied swiftly. Thank you. Please contact your lawyer friends and have them come immediately. The location is. Su Wen provided the precise address of the restaurant, witnessing Su Wen genuinely calling the police and contacting lawyers. Fong Cindy and Zhao Qian felt a chill of dread. The unfolding events had clearly surpassed their expectations. Although they might not face imprisonment, they could be liable for financial compensation and marred personal records, plunging their spirits into despair. Chapter 26. Taking over the Worcester Corporation 10 minutes later, the police arrived, accompanied by the two lawyers Zhang had contacted. They gathered substantial evidence, including Zhao Qian's phone and the restaurant surveillance footage. Subsequently, they accompanied the police to the station to provide statements to AS for Li Xiao and his henchmen. The restaurant staff had already summoned an ambulance to take them away. After over an hour, the matter was resolved, and Su Wen emerged from the police station alongside the two lawyers. Mr. Zhang, the next steps are in your capable hands that I hope you can help me win this case and maximize my interests. I will compensate you fully for your services, Su Wen said, turning to the two lawyers outside the station. Under normal circumstances, one lawyer would suffice for a lawsuit. However, for Su Wen, having an additional ally provided an extra layer of support. Even if it meant slightly higher legal fees, his primary aim was not personal gain, but to ensure Fong Cindy and Zhao Qian faced repercussions. The better the case was fought, the greater the cost to them. Particularly for Fong Cindy, who had wronged him countless times before. It was high time she learned a lesson for the pain she had inflicted upon him in the past. Rest assured, the evidence is irrefutable. We have all necessary witnesses and material proof. This case will be straightforward for us, the two lawyers assured him confidently. Very well, I appreciate your efforts, Su Wen replied, feeling reassured by their words, after exchanging a few more pleasantries. He parted ways with them. Meanwhile, Fong Cindy and Zhao Qian remained in custody at the police station, seemingly destined for a session of stern admonishment. As Su Wen settled into his car, preparing to return to school. The system chimed in, ding, congratulations, host, on completing the task of meeting Fong Cindy. Reward issued, 51 shares of Worcester, a top 100 global enterprise. Before he could digest the announcement, Su Wen received a call from Worcester's headquarters. Since they had called, there was no reason to delay. With the headquarters located in Modu, he decided to seize the moment and head there immediately to sign the contract in the Southern District. On Fuan Avenue, the area was lined with towering skyscrapers. Among them, the Worcester Commerce headquarters stood out prominently. A magnificent 100-story building loomed over the street, exuding grandeur and magnificence. Several other impressive structures surrounded it, further emphasizing its stature. This entire area was predominantly occupied by Worcester, highlighting its vast scale. As Su when gazed at the impressive buildings, excitement surged within him. Once he signed a contract today, he would ascend to the highest leadership position within the company. Marking a substantial leap in his identity, he parked his Aston Martin nearby and made his way towards the headquarters. Inside the headquarters, a throng of individuals awaited in the lobby. Most were high-ranking executives and board members. Flanking the entrance stood a dozen receptionists, prepared to greet the new chairman with an impressive display. Who exactly is this new director, Su? He has acquired 51 of our company's shares. And I can hardly believe it, one executive remarked. Indeed, our company is valued at over 15 trillion. Acquiring 51 plus the premium must involve nearly $1 trillion, another added. Yet the fact remained that the acquisition had indeed occurred. An unprecedented feat within the realm of leading enterprises. Who knows what the situation is? The vice director just mentioned he is in Modu and will be here shortly. Let us prepare to welcome him. In the lobby, executives exchanged their astonishment, confusion, and disbelief that to be acquired by an individual for more than half of a top 100 global company was an extraordinary occurrence. Look outside. Is that Director Su arriving? Suddenly, someone pointed and shouted loudly towards the entrance of the first-floor lobby. The crowd, alerted, turned their gazes outside. Indeed, they soon spotted the figure of a young man slowly approaching. Everyone immediately perked up, rushing out to greet him. As Su reached the entrance of the lobby, he saw dozens of individuals stepping out from within. Each was impeccably dressed in suits, exuding an air of vitality, unmistakably distinguished individuals. Su, taken aback, heard a voice call out to him. Mr. Su, welcome, welcome. A warm welcome indeed. I'm a chairman of Voster Company. Oh no, I am now the former chairman, representing all the employees of the company to greet your arrival. With a beaming smile, Wang Tong, the former chairman of Voster, spoke to Su. Afterward, he extended his hand in a gesture of friendship. Seeing such warmth from the other party, Su smiled in return. Naturally reciprocating the gesture, he extended his hand to shake Wang Tong's and said with a smile, "You're too kind. My name is Su. You may call me Xiaowen." Just as they began conversing, several vice chairpersons and shareholders nearby could no longer restrain themselves and chimed in. Mr. Su, you have finally arrived. We could hardly wait. We have longed to witness your brilliance. Indeed, just moments ago, we were discussing you, pondering who this remarkable individual was that had the prowess to acquire Voster. The astonishment of seeing such a youthful and handsome figure like Su, who was capable of acquiring shares in their company, elicited a flurry of compliments from the shareholders. If other businessmen were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Each of these dozen or so shareholders was a prominent figure in their own right. Yet here they were, bowing and scraping before Su, an utterly unbelievable sight. You all flatter me. I am still young and inexperienced in company operations. I will be relying on your guidance in the future. As the chorus of flattery continued, Su felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Having not even completed his first day as chairman, he had already garnered a mountain of praise. Come, let us proceed into the company, the former chairman hastily suggested, leading Su back towards the lobby, with the board members and executives following closely behind. Upon entering the lobby, all eyes in the room were drawn to Su, as if they had discovered a new continent. The receptionists, upon seeing him, were left momentarily stunned. Initially, they had expected the acquirer of the company's shares to be a middle-aged man with a rotund belly and thinning hair. But instead, they were greeted by a strikingly youthful and handsome young man. Instantly, the receptionists became flustered, standing at attention, eager to showcase their poise, wishing desperately for Su to notice them. Chapter 27. Scandal Exposed 2. Too handsome, Mr. Su's looks are truly comparable to those of a film star. Indeed, wealthy and handsome, he is the very embodiment of my ideal Prince Charming. Utterly enamored. Oh, how I wish to marry him. I've even thought of names for our children. Within the lobby, regardless of whether they were receptionists or front desk staff, everyone was captivated by Su's appearance, displaying expressions of infatuation. Amidst the chatter, Su, along with the board members and shareholders, ascended to the top floor of the company via the elevator. The top floor served as the meeting place for shareholders and housed the offices of the chairman and two vice chairpersons. Soon after, They entered the contract signing ceremony 10 minutes later. After reviewing the contract, both parties affixed their signatures. From that moment forth, Su Wen officially became the true leader of the enterprise, while Wang Tong had completely relinquished his position. His shares in the company were now reduced to a mere one, relegating him to the status of an ordinary minority shareholder. However, his personal wealth had multiplied several times over, propelling him into the top 10 of the Forbes World Billionaires list. Thanks to the substantial shares he had sold at that moment, a vice chairman approached Su Wen, handing him a document with a smile, saying, "This contains our company information. It not only includes an overview of our company, but also details about our other investments. Please take a look." Su Wen nodded, taking the document and perusing it with keen interest. To his astonishment, he discovered that Voster had invested in a staggering array of industries: finance, live streaming, film and television, gaming, real estate, catering, software, DD. It was as if they had ventured into nearly every viable sector. As he continued reading, he learned that the market value of Voster had soared beyond 15 trillion. Remarkably, this figure did not even account for the other companies they had invested in. Truly, a formidable presence among the top 100 companies in the world. Mr. Su, there is one more thing I would like to inform you. Each shareholder possesses a personal fund account within the company, and after profit distribution, the dividends are deposited directly into these personal accounts. As the chairman, you will also have your own account, which is currently empty. Once dividends are distributed, you may access or withdraw the funds at your discretion. Another vice chairman chimed in. "All right, I understand," Su Wen replied, enlightened by the information. After a brief discussion, he exchanged phone numbers with the two vice chairpersons before bidding farewell to the board members as he departed. Subsequently, Su Wen returned to his school. Time passed swiftly, and several days flew by. During this period, the school was once again engulfed in a whirlwind of controversy. The incident involving Fong Xinyi colluding with Li Xiao to frame Su Wen had spread throughout the campus, capturing everyone's attention. On the school forum, posts concerning Su Wen, Li Xiao, and Fong Xinyi surged, with some garnering thousands of views, while others reached nearly tens of thousands. "Hey, have you heard? Su Wen actually assaulted Li Xiao and sent him to the hospital. You're only just finding out? I knew about it days ago. This guy is insane. Does he not consider who he is up against? How could he strike Li Xiao and expect to live?" Li Xiao had it coming for conspiring with Fong Xinyi against Su Wen. He was pushing him to the brink. Exactly, that Fong Xinyi is utterly shameless. She dumped Su Wen and still sought to ruin him. No wonder we haven't seen Li Xiao around lately. Turns out he has holed up in a hospital. In no time, the forum was flooded with various posts and opinions that Li Xiao and Fong Xinyi's reputations had plummeted dramatically. In contrast, Su Wen, who had previously drawn envy for being pursued by the campus beauty, suddenly gained a wave of goodwill. After all, the actions of Li Xiao and Fong Xinyi were so reprehensible that they incited public outrage. In the dormitory, Su Wen perused the comments on the forum via his computer. Chuckling helplessly, he then turned to his roommates, saying, "I told you all to keep the matter between Fong Xinyi and Li Xiao under wraps. Yet here you are, spreading it everywhere. Now the entire school is aware." Upon hearing this, his roommates protested. "What is there to hide? If Fong Xinyi and Li Xiao dare to act this way, why should we be afraid to speak out?" "Exactly, that Fong Xinyi is a treacherous snake. She deserves the backlash for the current situation. By exposing her, we help everyone see her true colors." Chun Ming and Zhu Yuan, who had been gaming, immediately set down their controllers to retort. As it turned out, the reason the incident involving Su Wen and Li Xiao had gained traction in the school was that Su Wen had informed his friends about it upon returning. How could his friends possibly remain silent? They conspired behind the scenes to publicize the incident, ensuring that everyone could witness the true nature of Fong Xinyi and Li Xiao. Thus, they flooded the school forum with several posts, detailing everything Su Wen had shared. Given that Su Wen and Li Xiao had been hot topics of discussion, this explosive news quickly attracted widespread attention, coupled with the fact that Li Xiao had indeed been absent from school lately. Rumored to be hospitalized, it was easy for everyone to believe the unfolding narrative. Consequently, the direct outcome of this situation was that Su Wen's former girlfriend, Fong Xinyi, became like a pariah within the school, with everyone calling for her downfall. At that moment, listening to his roommate's explanations, Su Wen chose not to comment further. After all, he understood that his friends were merely standing by him, seeking to vent their frustrations. After a brief pause, he suddenly said, "How about I take you all out for a drive tonight?" followed by a sumptuous dinner. Given their loyalty, he felt it was time to show his appreciation. "Seriously? The last time you said that was days ago, and we haven't heard a peep since." "Yeah, don't just dangle the carrot in front of us upon hearing the promise of a lavish meal." His roommates first erupted with excitement, only to then voice their frustrations. After all, since the last time Soo had mentioned treating them to dinner at the cafeteria, he had made no further moves, leading them to believe he had backed out. "Rest assured, when I say we're going tonight, we definitely will if it's just a lavish meal. I'll take you all out every day if you wish." Soo smiled faintly and nonchalantly remarked that, due to the recent matters concerning Fong Sini and Li Xiao, he had indeed forgotten about this issue over the past few days, and today he certainly could not afford to forget again. "Haha, quite the loyal friend," he added. Upon hearing Soo-win's words, his brothers were naturally overjoyed at that moment. Soo-win took out his phone and sent a voice message to Xia Tongxue via WeChat. After a short while, the voice call was connected. This Su Tongxue came the melodious voice of Xia Xinyao from the other end of the line. "Yes, it's me. I've invited my brothers out for a lavish dinner tonight. Would you care to join us?" Soo-win chuckled. Having known each other for quite some time, he felt it was high time he treated her to a meal. However, just as Soo-win expected Xia Tongxue to respond, two other girls' voices suddenly chimed in on the call. This Su Tongxue? You're inviting Xiaoya to dinner and bringing her roommate along. Can we come too? We'd love to go." "Yes, Su Tongxue, we heard Xiaoyao say you've got money now. Could you please take us along? We're eager to eat." The speakers were none other than Xia Xinyao's close friends, Wang Xiuxiu and Jiyu. From their tone, it seemed they were quite excited. "Of course, it's just two more people." Soo-win initially hesitated but then smiled. He quickly realized that these must be Xia Tongxue's roommates or close friends. "Really? Thank you so much, Su Tongxue." Upon hearing his affirmative response, Wang Xiuxiu and Jiyu were instantly thrilled. "Who wouldn't want to indulge in a sumptuous feast?" "You too," Xia Tongxue remarked with a wry smile, observing her eager friends, while her friends were delightful in every way. Their love for food was particularly pronounced. Once Soo ended the call, Chun Ming and the others immediately gathered around him. "What is going on? Are there other girls coming? Are they friends of the campus beauty?" The volume of the voice message was high, and everyone naturally overheard the conversation between Soo-won and Xia Tongxue. Upon hearing that other girls might join, Chun Ming and Zhu Yuan were instantly excited. "Yes, that seems to be the case. You two have something in mind?" Soo-win teased the two single brothers. "Cough, cough. Don't mock us that you're the one who is enjoying success now, with money and a campus beauty by your side, while we're left in the lurch. Our circumstances are not as favorable as yours, and we're not as handsome either, so we naturally have to seize every opportunity," they replied. "Indeed, watching others date makes me envious. This time, I must find a partner," Chun Ming and Zhu Yuan declared, raising their fists in a gesture of determination to highlight their lofty aspirations. He Wenfeng simply smiled without saying much, as he already had a girlfriend. Although he wasn't as striking as Soo-won, being a sportsman, his tall and sunny demeanor also attracted female admirers. Aware of his situation, Soo-won suggested that he bring his girlfriend along. Wanting the gathering to be lively, soon, night fell, and it was time for dinner. Due to the large number of people, Soo-won ordered 2 cars via a ride-hailing app. He himself went to the parking lot to fetch the Aston Martin. When he drove the car to the school gate, Xia Tongxue and her friends, along with Chun Ming, Zhu Yuan, Yi Wenfeng, and his girlfriend, were already waiting. "Old Soo, where are we going to eat?" Chun Ming inquired as Soo-won arrived. "Let us head to Xianping Xian Dining City," Soo-won replied, pressing the car window down. The moment he said this, everyone was taken aback. Xianping Xian Dining City was renowned as the most expensive and luxurious dining establishment in the city. It was said that a meal there would cost at least several thousand per person. Isn't that a bit too extravagant? He Wenfeng exclaimed, shocked. Even though old Soo was now wealthy, this seemed excessive. With at least 7 or 8 people present, wouldn't that amount to tens of thousands just for one meal? Yeah, why not choose a more moderate place? Zhu Yuan pondered. While they appreciated old Soo treating them, they certainly didn't want to impose by choosing the most expensive restaurant. Understanding his friend's concerns, Soo-won smiled nonchalantly, It's fine. It's a rare occasion for a lavish meal, so we should go for the best. If you don't come, that would be a true disservice to me. To alleviate their psychological burden, Suwon deliberately stated this. Besides, considering his current financial standing, such expenses were hardly significant, as he spoke. He invited Xia Tongxue into the car. Meanwhile, the two ride-hailing cars he had summoned arrived at the school gate, and everyone began to board their respective vehicles, leaving the campus on the second ring road of the city. At Xianping Xian Dining City, being the most famous and luxurious restaurant in the city, its splendor and vibrancy were beyond description. Shortly thereafter, a stunningly luxurious Aston Martin slowly came to a halt in front of the dining establishment. Suwon, Xia Tongxue, Wang Xiuxiu, and Zhu Yuan stepped out of the vehicle. Simultaneously, the two ride-hailing cars followed suit, with Yi Wenfeng, Chen Ming, and the other two young women also disembarking. They then walked together into the dining city. The dining city was vast, towering 10 stories high. Upon entering, everyone noticed that the central hall featured a hollow cylindrical design, creating an open and elegant ambience. White magnolia marble, classic crystal chandeliers, and a blend of traditional Shanghai style with modern Italian aesthetics enveloped them in a sense of ultimate luxury. Welcome! How many are you dining with us today? Would you prefer Western or Chinese cuisine? What tier of dining experience are you looking for? A young woman in a uniform approached, smiling at Suwon and his companions. Chinese cuisine. What are the tiers? Suwon inquired, puzzled. Well, our restaurant has 3 tiers. The low tier starts at 1,000 per person, allowing access to the first to third floors. The mid-tier starts at 3,000 per person. For the 4th to 6th floors, the high tier starts at 6,000 per person for the 7th to 9th floors. Different price points correspond to different floors and environments, the woman explained with a smile. Everyone listened, their eyes widening in astonishment. They knew that Xianping Xian was not like other restaurants, as the seating fee was a basic charge, with ordering dishes being an additional cost. Therefore, the prices were indeed exorbitant. Old Su, I think we should opt for the 1,000 tier, one suggested. Yeah, look at this environment. The 1,000 tier is already quite luxurious. That should suffice, others chimed in. After all, they were there to dine, not merely to admire the surroundings. And they didn't want to burden Suwon with excessive expenses. Huffed. A 1,000 tier. How dare you even consider that? If you can't afford it, don't come. Choosing the 1,000 tier at Xianping Xian is no better than going to a regular eatery. A well-dressed young couple passing by scoffed upon overhearing their conversation. I asked that you, young Master Zhou, miss you. You're here too. Please come in. At that moment, another staff member approached, beaming with respect and addressing the couple. It appeared that this young Master Zhou was a regular patron. Yes, please take us to the 7th floor restaurant quickly. I don't wish to see this group of pretentious paupers any longer. It's bad luck, young Master Zhou remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Suwon and his friends. Of course, young Master Zhou miss you. Right this way, I'll take you to the 7th floor, the staff member responded eagerly. Clearly attentive to young Master Zhou's presence. Sir, what tier would you like to choose? If it's the 1,000 tier, I can take you there immediately, the young woman beside Suwon inquired. Still smiling, I will also go to the 7th floor. Suwon replied, nonchalantly, so the 7th floor is the highest tier, with a minimum charge of 6,000 per person. The woman stammered, seemingly taken aback, as she hadn't expected this group, who had just been discussing opting for lower-tier dining, to suddenly choose the highest tier. Skipping the mid-tier altogether. Yes, I'm aware. Let us go for the highest tier then, Suwon said without a care. With several companies under his name, his wealth would only continue to grow. What was the point of hoarding it? He simply wished to indulge, not to be a miser. All right, please follow me. The patrons, having expressed their sentiments, left the service staff with no reason to decline, promptly leading everyone towards the elevator and ascending to the 7th floor. Chapter 29. Today's meal is truly flavorful. Moments later, the group arrived on the 7th floor. An immediate shift in atmosphere enveloped them, in stark contrast to the raucous scene on the 1st floor. While there were indeed many patrons here, the ambience was significantly more serene and elegant, that a sweeping glance revealed a spacious and delightful setting, exuding comfort. The sofas from Aishilia and the dining tables and chairs from Minoti showcased the refined taste and utmost luxury of the establishment. At the forefront of the restaurant, several professional music instructors played the violin, serenading the diners with soothing melodies that instantly put them at ease. "Wow, is this lavishness even necessary?" one exclaimed. "Indeed, it's merely a meal. Must it be so exquisite? No wonder dining on the upper floors is so exorbitantly priced." The companions stood in awe of the restaurant's environment, their eyes reluctant to blink that it's only natural. If such a hefty price tag did not come with this level of service, it would hardly qualify as a top-tier restaurant. In contrast, Xia, displaying little emotion, replied with a calm demeanor. However, given her status as the daughter of the Huaxing group, it was not surprising that she had frequented such upscale venues. As conversations flowed, Suin chose a table by the edge. This location provided an excellent view of the central hall. The table was ample, comfortably accommodating 7 to 8 individuals. Everyone settled into their seats. And Suin, in a tacit understanding, chose to sit next to Xia. Shortly thereafter, the staff presented 3 menus for distribution. Goodness, Buddha jumps over the wall for 900 yuan a pot. Watered-down cabbage for 1,500 yuan a serving. Clear broth with bird's nest for 1,250 yuan a bowl. The group gazed at the startling prices on the menu, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. Is this a meal or a money-eating venture? For a moment, everyone hesitated to place their orders. "Don't be shy. We're here to dine, not to save money," Suin remarked with a smile. He then took the initiative to order 1 serving of Buddha jumps over the wall. This dish was renowned as one of the country's famous delicacies, not only delectable, but also expensive. Previously, Suin would have never dared to order such a dish, but now he did so without batting an eye. 1 serving of clear broth with bird's nest, 0.8 abalones, 0.4 king crabs, 0.8 Boston lobsters. As he continued perusing the menu, he disregarded the prices and ordered freely. His fondness for seafood compelled him to indulge fully this time. The staff beside him couldn't help but express mild astonishment. After all, just moments ago, this group had suggested that the gentleman dine on the first floor, evidently not the type to frequent such extravagant establishments. Yet now, it appeared the individual was not short on funds. Perhaps what Zhou had suggested earlier was true. They were merely putting on a facade. Observing Suin's bold orders, the companions felt encouraged to follow suit, placing their own orders without hesitation. After a minute, having nearly completed their selections, they finally set down their menus, allowing the staff to depart with them. Shortly thereafter, the dishes began to arrive. Buddha jumps over the wall, bird's nest soup, hot pot, lobsters, king crabs, and an array of culinary delights were delivered to the table. In no time, the table was laden with exquisite dishes. The staff then brought an assortment of beverages. And as they savored their meals, the group indulged in spirited toasts. Before long, an hour had slipped by. What had begun as a table brimming with delicacies had been reduced to mere remnants. Devoured in a whirlwind of feasting. Burp. Chun Ming let out a satisfied belch. Thoroughly satiated, the others wore expressions of contentment, undoubtedly having enjoyed their fill. But it's wonderful to have money. I've never dined on such delectable cuisine in my life, Zhu Yuan remarked, patting his stomach. Then you better work hard to earn more, or you might never afford to dine here again, Chun Ming teased. Indeed, with these prices plus the service charge, who would dare come without a hefty sum? Today, we owe this delightful experience to Suin. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the chance to enjoy such a feast. Yes, Suin, thank you so much. Your kindness will not be forgotten, Wang Xiuxiu and Jiyu expressed. Their eyes filled with gratitude. They vowed that should Suin ever need assistance in the future, they would go to great lengths to help. It's nothing. In the future, if you wish to enjoy a grand meal, just send me a message, and we can all dine together. You may choose the venue, Suin replied with a smile, nonchalantly. Even he had to admit that today's lavish meal was indeed a treat. And surely they would have to do this again. Really, Suin, I mean it. From now on, you'll be my big brother, my dear big brother, Jiyu exclaimed, tears streaming down her face in overwhelming emotion. Suin could only chuckle helplessly, shaking his head. With the meal concluded, he glanced at the time and felt it was time to take their leave. I must say, you all are quite audacious, choosing to dine on the 7th floor. Aren't you concerned about affording the bill? He teased. Earlier, I mentioned you were merely putting on a front. It seems I was quite accurate, just as the group rose from their seats and followed the staff to the checkout counter. The couple who had entered the restaurant earlier coincidentally approached, crossing paths with Suin and his companions. Excuse me, staff, do you not screen your patrons before bringing them up? What if these individuals dine and dash? The man scoffed disdainfully. Who are you to speak? We've no grievances with you. Why must you continue to belittle us? Zhu Yuan finally snapped, his face flushed with indignation. It was unfortunate that his pleasant mood had been marred by such a person. Taken aback by the unexpected retort, the couple initially froze, but the man quickly recovered, sneering, "With your kind of poverty, of course, you would dampen my spirits. I have every right to speak." The woman chimed in. "Yang Xiao is a platinum member here. Surely, you unsophisticated peasants cannot speak out of turn," she continued. "But then again, how would you know what a platinum membership entails?" The man then produced a membership card from his wallet and handed it to the cashier. "Hello, Mr. Yang. Your table fee is 12,000 yuan, and your meal costs 7,400 yuan, totaling 19,400 yuan. As a platinum member, you enjoy a discount of 8.5, so your payment is 16,490 yuan. Your card still has a balance of 345,000 yuan." The cashier explained as she processed the payment. Meanwhile, the couple cast disdainful glances at Suwin and his friends. After they settled their bill, the cashier began tallying the expenses for Suwin's table. "Hello, your table consists of 8 guests. The table fee is 48,000 yuan, and the meal costs 39,500 yuan, totaling 84,500 yuan. Sir, do you have a membership card?" The cashier inquired. "No, but please issue me one," Suwin replied nonchalantly. "Which tier of membership would you like? We offer 3 levels. The basic membership requires a minimum top-up of 100,000 yuan with a 5 discount. The premium membership requires at least 300,000 yuan with a 10 discount. And the supreme membership requires a minimum of 1 million yuan with an 8.5 discount. The cashier explained slowly. "Then please issue me a supreme membership card." Suwin responded without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 30. A chance encounter with the Tang family. "What did you say? A top-up of 1 million. As soon as Suwin made his statement, the couple was visibly taken aback. Clearly not anticipating such lavishness from the young M. "And, you actually have that much money?" The woman questioned disbelievingly. Not only the couple, but even the staff member who had been attending to Suwin and his friends looked utterly astonished. Initially, she thought the young man had chosen the upscale dining area merely to save face after being mocked by the couple. To her surprise, he was now requesting to top up 1 million yuan. For genuine wealthy individuals, 1 million is hardly a significant sum, but for an ordinary person, it is no trivial amount. Could this young man truly afford it? "It's just pocket change," Suwin remarked with an air of indifference. He then produced his construction bank card and handed it to the cashier. "Please process this." "Certainly, sir." The cashier, not daring to delay, promptly retrieved a beautifully designed white membership card and processed the top-up with the construction bank card. Indeed, within moments, the transaction was successful, and 1 million yuan had been credited. "Hello, sir. The top-up has been completed. You are now our restaurant's most esteemed top-tier member. Just now, you spent a total of 84,500 yuan. With the 15 discount applied, you are only required to pay 71,825 yuan, leaving you with a balance of 928,175 yuan. Please keep it safe." After the cashier completed the recharge, she respectfully handed the bank card and the platinum membership card to Suwin. He acknowledged with a slight sound and accepted the 2 cards. Glancing at the platinum card, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although the card boasted a balance of over 900,000, which seemed like a substantial amount, it was hardly resistant to depletion at this rate of dining. With expenditures reaching tens of thousands at a time, one could hardly afford to dine out more than a few times. Even if one were to dine once a month, after a year, the card would likely be nearly empty. By the way, sir, please hold on for a moment. You have recharged 1 million yuan on your membership card, and our manager will be over shortly with a gift," the cashier added promptly. She quickly grabbed her phone to send a message to the manager, urging him to come over quickly. "Gifts?" Suwin inquired, surprised, and then nodded. After all, receiving something for free was an opportunity not to be missed. Like that moment, the previously self-satisfied couple and the staff member standing next to Suwin were left astounded. They had never anticipated that this young man truly possessed 1 million yuan. 1 million is neither too much nor too little. While it may not prove that Suwin was a wealthy individual, It certainly contradicted the couple's earlier mockery of his supposed impoverishment. See that? It's not just you who has money. Who do you look down upon? Zhu Yuan finally found a chance to retort at the couple. Puffed. Just $1 million. My boyfriend can take as much as he wants. It's nothing. The woman across dismissed defiantly. While this debate was unfolding, the restaurant manager was approaching, evidently having received the cashier's message. However, he was not alone. A group of elegantly dressed individuals accompanied him. Their distinguished demeanor indicated that they were not ordinary people. Xiao Ting, who was it that recharged the $1 million? The manager asked the cashier as he arrived. Before she could respond, the group beside him gazed at Su Wen in astonishment. Mr. Su, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you dining at Xianpingxian as well. Indeed, it seems that our Tang family and Mr. Su share a special connection. Several of them chimed in, their faces displaying a desire to please. It is indeed quite a coincidence, Su Wen remarked, somewhat surprised but maintaining a composed demeanor. The individuals before him were none other than his neighbors from the Haiyunbei Villa area, the Tang family, whom he had met during his first visit there. Among them were Tang Jidong, the matriarch of the Tang family, and the young Tang lady holding a child. You know each other? The manager inquired curiously, noticing the interaction between his esteemed guests and the young man. Of course. Although Su is young, he is the chairman of Hills Hotel, and he is also my neighbor at Haiyunbei. We are practically from the same neighborhood, Tang Jidong explained with a smile. Anyone unaware of this might think they are quite familiar. Upon hearing this, everyone except Su Wen and his companions regarded him with disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Is this for real? Mr. Tang, don't joke with me, the restaurant manager stammered in disbelief. Hills is a nationally renowned hotel chain, valued at hundreds of billions. Although our dining establishment is quite famous in the city, it pales in comparison to Hills, he thought. Manager Shun, we've known each other for quite some time. I seem like the kind of person who deceives others, Tang Jidong retorted, clearly displeased. The manager was momentarily taken aback. Of course, he thought, realizing the stature of Tang Jidong, the president of Huiguang Technology Company, and the improbability of him lying in front of such a figure. Instantly, the manager regarded Su Wen with utmost respect. Then, as if a thought struck him, he quickly said, Mr. Su, I presume it was you who recharged $1 million and became a platinum member? Yes, the cashier mentioned something about a gift for the recharge. So, I'm just waiting here, Su Wen nodded slowly. Indeed, there's a gift that I'll fetch it for you right away, the manager responded, hurrying off to retrieve the gift, eager not to waste any of Mr. Su's time. Meanwhile, the couple and the staff listened intently, their expressions now far more intriguing than when Su Wen had initially recharged $1 million. The couple, in particular, stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend that this young man held such a significant status. The chairman of Hills Hotel. What a figure, what wealth. They had just ridiculed someone they thought could not afford a lavish meal. Feeling humiliated, they hastily exited, no longer the center of attention as they had hoped. The female staff member was equally astonished. She had previously assumed he was merely a person of modest means, choosing an upscale dining experience for appearances. However, he was the chairman of Hills Hotel, his worth likely in the tens or even hundreds of billions. Why on earth would he concern himself with such trivial amounts? Mr. Su, I truly did not expect to see you here today. May I request a favor, if it pleases you? Tang Jidong spoke again, his tone cautious and friendly. What is it? Su Wen asked, intrigued by the man's hesitation. Well, our company is planning to host a celebration at Hills Hotel. I wonder if you would be interested and have the time to attend. Tang Jidong asked directly. A celebration? Su Wen frowned, his first instinct being a lack of interest in attending. Yes, our Huiguang Technology Company has recently developed a new product, and we are organizing a celebratory banquet. Tang Jidong explained. Even if we hadn't encountered each other today, I would have prepared a call and invite you. Indeed, Mr. Su, as they say, distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors that we, the Tang family. Sincerely hope you can attend this banquet, the usually stern matriarch of the Tang family added with a smile. Shedding her previous aloofness, Su Wen nodded, understanding their intent. They were likely trying to mend a relationship strained by the unpleasant incident at Haiyunbei. Just then, a notification from the system appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a passive task. Task issued. accept the Tang family's invitation and attend the celebration banquet held by Huiguang Technology Company. Task rewards: Lamborghini Veneno, valued at 45 million yuan. Koenigsegg Gemera, valued at 23.88 million yuan. Lotus Avija, valued at 19.88 million yuan. Task. Su Wen's eyes lit up. To be honest, he initially had no desire to attend the banquet. However, with a task at hand, it was an entirely different matter. These three vehicles were all top-tier supercars worth millions, with one even rivaling the Aston Martin 1-77. How could he refuse such an opportunity? Just as he was about to agree, the system spoke again. Additional task: invite classmate Xia to accompany you as a date to the celebration banquet. Task reward: acquire a celestial voice, world-class singing skills. Su Wen, what on earth? What kind of reward is this? Last time was culinary skills, and now it's singing skills. While culinary skills are undoubtedly useful in daily life, what good is singing? Singing is merely a means of self-enrichment. The system consoled Su when he was speechless, but ultimately decided to accept the task. After all, the system offered rewards, and it was only reasonable not to refuse them. As for inviting classmate Xia, given their current relationship, it should not pose any issues. With that thought, Su Wen suddenly turned to Tang Jidong and said, "Since you have invited me, I shall honor your request." When is the celebration banquet scheduled to take place? This Saturday, at 7 in the evening, Tang Jidong replied, initially taken aback before breaking into a delighted smile. He had not anticipated that S would accept the invitation. Especially after the previous unpleasantness. It was utterly unexpected that Chairman Su actually accepted his invitation, which clearly illustrated the depth of his surprise. Naturally, the matriarch of the Tang family shared in this astonishment. Evidently, she too did not anticipate that the invitation extended to Chairman Su would proceed so seamlessly. Chairman Su, I cannot express enough gratitude. Your generosity is truly commendable. With your presence at our company's celebration banquet, it will undoubtedly shine even brighter, Tang Jidong remarked with an exuberant tone, his excitement palpable. However, he was not uttering mere flattery. Just imagine, the prestigious Huiguang Technology Company hosting a celebration at the Hills Hotel, with even the chairman of the hotel attending. What could be more prestigious than this? As the Tang family reveled in their joy, the restaurant manager approached briskly, laden with an array of exquisitely packaged gifts. Among them were containers of milk, boxes of chocolates, and bottles of fine wine. Chairman Su, this is a small token of appreciation from our dining city, that I hope you will graciously accept these gifts. The manager said respectfully, a broad smile illuminating his face that, in typical circumstances, even a platinum member who had spent $1 million would not receive such an abundance of gifts. However, given the stature of today's guest, with Mr. Tang being on good terms with him, the manager naturally wished to curry favor. Thus the gifts were more plentiful. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the milk, chocolates, and other items were of high quality. Particularly, the 2 bottles of Wuyang likely cost several thousand each. Thank you. This is quite an impressive collection, Su Wen expressed, slightly taken aback by the number of gifts. After thanking the manager, he prepared to accept them. Sensing his struggle, Chun Ming and Zhu Yuan deftly stepped in to assist, alleviating the burden from Su Wen. After a brief exchange, Su Wen and his companions departed from the Xianpin restaurant city. Once outside, Su Wen glanced at the time. Just past 8 o'clock, still early, he summoned 2 Didi cars and, accompanied by his friends, ventured to explore other bustling districts. They indulged in numerous snacks and treats until they finally set off for school at 11 o'clock. Before long, a few days had elapsed. Today, he received a call from lawyer Wang, informing him that the court hearing regarding Fong Xinyi's lawsuit was scheduled for today. Su1, naturally, was eager to comply, harboring no objections. Consequently, he skipped class once again, driving his Aston Martin to the courthouse. Given the simplicity of the case, there was no need for a review. The verdict was announced immediately upon entering the courtroom. Ultimately, the court ruled that Fong Xinyi was to compensate Su Wen for emotional damages amounting to 20,000, while Zhao Qian was to pay 10,000. Both women were also sentenced to 30 days of detention. Su Wen felt quite satisfied with this outcome, realizing that the 2 lawyers invited by Vice Chairman Zhang were indeed competent. Lawyer Wang, Lawyer Zhang, I am immensely grateful for your assistance today. Suwon expressed sincerely as he exited the courthouse, addressing the two lawyers with heartfelt appreciation. "Not at all. It is our honor to serve Chairman Su," they replied, not daring to be dismissive. "Now that the matter is settled, may I invite both of you for a cup of tea? Would you be interested?" Suwon proposed suddenly. Chairman Su's invitation is one we could never decline. They responded joyously, elated at the prospect of sharing tea with someone of his stature, as Suwon believed that the distance to the Shina tea house was minimal, making it a perfect opportunity to enjoy tea while also expressing his gratitude to them. Thus, they made their way to the parking lot Guangyuan Street. The Shina tea house stood, a venue steeped in history and renowned throughout the magical metropolis. Although it diverged from the modern aesthetic of the city, its antique charm and ambience endeared it to many. Patrons flocked to the tea house daily in droves. At tea that moment, a luxurious and striking Aston Martin glided towards the tea house, coming to a halt in front of the establishment, accompanied by two other sedans. As Yuan disembarked, followed by lawyers Wang and Zheng, and together they entered the tea house. Unbeknownst to Suwon, at that very moment, Xia Tong's father, Xia Qingdong, was also present within the tea house. Chapter 32, An Unexpected Situation Welcome. As they stepped inside, a server approached with a smile. "May I inquire which floor you would prefer? A private room or the main hall?" The server continued, seemingly unaware of Suwon's identity. However, this was not surprising. Although the tea house had a new owner, the staff were unaware of what the new owner looked like. So it was quite normal that they did not recognize him. "Let's go to the third floor. It's quieter up there. And let's forego the private room. It lacks the right atmosphere," Suwon replied. "By the way, please summon your manager. I have a matter to discuss with him." The server hesitated for a moment, a look of confusion crossing her delicate features as she pondered the reason behind his request. I apologize, but our manager is currently attending to an important guest today, so..." "That's fine. Just tell him that a young man named Suwon is looking for him. He will understand," Suwon replied with a casual smile. The server blinked in surprise, a sense of familiarity washing over her as she processed the name. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Suwon, exclaiming, "You are the boss?" Suwon nodded, affirming her query. "Boss, greetings. The manager is upstairs. I shall escort you there and then fetch him," the server said, her demeanor shifting to one of utmost respect. Leading the group upstairs, they arrived on the third floor, where they chose a suitable spot. The server then hurried off to the fifth floor to find the manager. Meanwhile, the two lawyers who had been following Suwon were still in a state of shock. "It is hard to believe, Chairman Su, that you are the owner of this tea house," one of them remarked in astonishment. "Indeed, we initially thought you were merely the chairman of Hill's Hotel, but to discover that you also own this tea house is simply unfathomable," the other lawyer added, their disbelief evident as they questioned whether they were dreaming. "It's nothing much, just a small business," Suwon replied nonchalantly in response to their astonishment. The two lawyers fell silent, realizing that even the Shinha tea house must be worth billions. Was this truly a small business? It seemed Chairman Su had a rather peculiar definition of modesty as they were contemplating this. The server returned, accompanied by the manager. Knowing that Suwon was the new owner, the manager donned a beaming smile. "Boss, why didn't you inform us of your arrival? I could have prepared to welcome you." "No need for that. I merely came for some tea. The reason I called you here is to have 2 boxes of our finest tea packed for me," Suwon stated directly. "Of course." "A trivial matter," the manager replied, promptly instructing the server to fetch the best tea guanyin from the tea cabinet. After a brief moment, the server returned with 2 beautifully packaged boxes of tea and handed them to Suwon. "Today has been quite a labor for both of you. Please accept these 2 boxes of tea as a small token of my appreciation," he said, placing the boxes in front of the lawyers. This is too generous." The 2 lawyers exchanged glances, taken aback by the gesture. "Tea is merely a small gift," Suwon reassured them. He then turned to the manager, saying, "I heard from the server that you were attending to a major client. You may return to your duties now, as I have no further matters to discuss." "Boss, you jest. No customer is more important than you," the manager replied cheerfully. "Besides, those affluent young gentlemen have nearly finished their tea. They should be leaving soon, and I need not attend to them any longer." However, just as he finished speaking, another server rushed down from the upper floor, breathless as they approached the manager. Manager, trouble. The young gentlemen upstairs have gotten into a conflict with other customers. What? The manager was taken aback, his expression turning alarmed. What happened? Suwon furrowed his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation. It was the Zhang family's young master and his entourage. After finishing their tea, they were about to head downstairs when one of them accidentally bumped into someone else. They demanded that the other party kneel and apologize, or they wouldn't be allowed to leave. The server explained, this was indeed a precarious situation. Those young masters were notorious for their tempers, and provoking them was akin to courting disaster. The manager wore a worried expression. Who are they? Are they really that formidable? Suwon inquired, bewildered by the manager's fearful demeanor. Boss, you are unaware that these young gentlemen hail from remarkably illustrious backgrounds, each one a scion of noble families. In particular, the one referred to as young Master Zhang is the heir to the esteemed Feiqi Group. The chairman of Feiqi Group, who happens to be young Master Zhang's father, possesses connections with numerous influential figures in the underworld, wielding immense power. Thus, even our previous employer treated young Master Zhang with the utmost deference. The manager hastened to explain. Upon hearing this, Suwon remained unfazed, while the two lawyers seated opposite him exchanged startled glances. Feiqi Group is a name known to all. It is a prominent enterprise in Modu, ranked among the top 100 in the country and within the top 500 globally. Coupled with Zhang's father's social connections, he can be considered a formidable force in Modu. Who would dare to provoke him? Boss, please remain here and enjoy your tea. I shall ascend to the upper floor to ascertain the situation. Perhaps a few words will suffice to resolve the matter, the manager urged. And oh need, I shall also go upstairs. Since I, as the boss, am present, it would be remiss of me to remain oblivious to events unfolding in the establishment. Suwon responded. Rising from his seat, he exchanged a few words with his lawyer friends, then transferred their fees via WeChat before following the manager upstairs. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, a place that should have been quieter than the lower levels, the atmosphere felt exceptionally oppressive. Once more, kneel and apologize, or you shall not leave today. A group of elegantly dressed young men blocked the path of two middle-aged individuals, their demeanor brazen. The speaker was none other than young Master Zhang, embodying the arrogance that the manager had described. To provoke young Master Zhang is to court certain doom. Kneel and bow in apology, and you may yet have a chance to live. One of Zhang's friends chimed in, laughter laced with mockery. Indeed, it is better to endure a wretched existence than to meet an untimely end. Uncle, why must you be so obstinate? Suddenly, several of young Master Zhang's companions joined in the laughter, their words cloaked in sarcasm. Among the two middle-aged men stood Xia Qingdong, father of classmate Xia. You are being rather unreasonable. It was clearly young Master Zhang who collided with us, yet we are being made to bear the blame. Moreover, even if we were at fault, we have already offered our apologies. Why must you persist in this aggressive manner? One of the middle-aged men could no longer contain his anger and retorted. There's no need for such hostility. Xia Qingdong interjected, raising a hand to halt his companion. He then turned to young Master Zhang with a smile, saying, Young man, let us show some mercy that I did indeed accidentally bump into you. And I have already apologized. If you feel my previous apology lacks sincerity, I shall reiterate my remorse and ask for your understanding. Xia Qingdong spoke with earnestness, his tone calm. This was not out of fear. As the chairman of Huaxin Group, he had encountered numerous challenges. However, he had long since transcended the need for competition. If a step back could resolve the issue, he was willing to take it. Yet, human nature often dictates that the more submissive one appears, the more one is perceived as vulnerable, particularly by someone like young Master Zhang, that I have made myself clear. Mere apologies will not suffice. Unless you kneel and bow your heads, do not expect to leave this tea house, young Master Zhang scoffed, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. You should hasten to bow your heads, should young Master Zhang become enraged. You will have no opportunity for regret, another young man added, his voice dripping with disdain. Do you even know who young Master Zhang is? He is the son of Zhang Yaohui, the head of Feiqi Group. To offend him is to invite calamity. The young men exchanged knowing smirks, clearly relishing the unfolding drama. Xia Qingdong and his friend exchanged glances, each reflecting a flicker of surprise. Feiqi Group, a titan of industry. And Zhang Yaohui, a figure of considerable influence in Modu. So this young Master Zhang was indeed his SO, and no wonder he exuded such arrogance. Xia Chengdong's friend frowned. Do not presume that a wealthy father grants you the right to act with impunity. Do you know who this Mr. Xia is? Whoever he may be, offending young Master Zhang will not end well for you. One of the middle-aged men was cut off, the young men unperturbed, their bravado unshaken. As the tension reached a boiling point, and it seemed that conflict was imminent, the tea-house manager finally arrived with Su Wen in tow, confronting young Master Zhang and his entourage. Why, young Master Zhang? I apologize for the commotion. What has transpired here? The manager stuttered, clearly anxious to avoid offending the irate young Su1, however, was quick to act. He promptly dispatched a server to the monitoring room, instructing her to retrieve the video footage of the incident on the 5th floor to clarify the situation. This matter does not concern you, manager. Young Master Zhang's friends interjected before Zhang could respond, dismissing the manager with contempt. The manager fell silent, intimidated. After all, these young men were not to be trifled with. However, Suwon would not let the matter slide. What exactly is going on here? Can we not resolve this amicably? He demanded, drawing the attention of all present. Who do you think you are to speak to us so brazenly? Are you tired of living? A young man stepped forward, his expression haughty. Please, everyone, do not be agitated. Allow me to introduce myself. This is Mr. Su, the new owner of Shiana Tea House, having recently acquired it. The manager hastily explained, fearing a confrontation between his boss and young Master Zhang. Upon learning that the tea house had a new owner, the young men were momentarily taken aback. However, once they processed the information, they regarded Su Wen with condescending amusement. You are the new owner. How unfortunate for you. In our eyes, you are nothing of consequence. One young man sneered. You are a most incompetent new owner to oppose U.S. punishment. We shall establish a rule. Whenever we visit, you must attend to us immediately, regardless of your presence in the tea house. Otherwise, do not blame us for wreaking havoc, he declared, laughing uproariously. His companions joined in, their arrogance palpable. This outrageous proclamation drew gasps from not only Su Wen, but also the surrounding patrons. The one most astonished was Xia Chengdong. Not due to the young men's audacity, but rather the unexpected appearance of Su Wen, the man who had been delivering milk tea to his daughter. A myriad of questions raced through his mind. Just then, the server returned from the monitoring room, presenting her phone to Su Wen. Boss, I have captured the footage you requested, Su Wen nodded, accepting the phone and reviewing the video, which revealed that young Master Zhang's claims of being bumped into her nothing more than a mere brush between two individuals. Under normal circumstances, such an incident would hardly warrant attention, let alone an apology. That it was evident that young Master Zhang was merely seeking to exploit the situation. Without further ado, Su Wen displayed the footage to all present. Young Master Zhang, kindly observe the circumstances for yourself. That if you truly believe this warrants a bow of apology, then it seems you are making a mountain out of a molehill, he continued. While I do not concern myself with how you handle affairs outside this establishment, I expect decorum within these walls. Let us avoid resorting to underhanded tactics. Su Wen's icy gaze bore into the young man, showing no intention of yielding. His words left everyone, including young Master Zhang and the manager, utterly stunned as disbelief washed over the latter. My goodness, what was his boss doing just now? He actually dared to openly challenge young Master Zhang. Previously, he had introduced young Master Zhang's background. The boss is not ignorant of it. So how could he be so bold? How dare you, you insignificant thing, act so arrogantly in front of us? We have lived in a magical city for so many years, and this is the first time we have encountered someone as audacious as you, a mere tea house owner. What do you think you are doing? Do you believe I can smash your establishment today? Indeed, as expected, several young men instantly erupted with anger. They glared at Su Wen, their eyes ablaze with fury, as if they would strike at any moment. Chapter 34. Escalation of conflict. There's no need to look at me like that. I am not easily intimidated. The fact that I have not expelled you already is a courtesy. Su Wen continued, his words striking with unyielding intensity. From what he had gleaned from the manager earlier, coupled with the demeanor of the opposing group, it was evident that attempting to reason with them calmly was akin to chasing a mirage. A more direct approach was undoubtedly preferable. Boss you, the manager exclaimed, utterly perplexed by this new owner's audacity. Was he truly unafraid of tigers because he was but a calf? Did he not know what kind of enterprise Feichi Group was, or who Zhang Yaohui was? How could he dare speak to young Master Zhang in such a manner? Even Xia Qingdong and the others were taken aback by Su Wen's boldness, astonished that he possessed such courage. Su Wen's words ignited a spark, setting ablaze the already volatile situation. Young Master Zhang's face darkened to an extreme, his anger reaching a boiling point. He turned to his friends and commanded, "Beat him. Teach this arrogant brat a lesson until he submits, and then smash the place up. If anything goes awry, I, Zhang Tianhao, will take responsibility." Young Master Zhang spoke with fierce determination. His friends, already seething with rage, could no longer contain themselves upon hearing his words. They immediately grabbed chairs and charged at Su Wen, evidently intent on inflicting serious harm. If this were an ordinary person, they surely would have been left bloodied. "Hey, what are you doing?" Xia Qingdong and his companions could not stand idly by witnessing such a scene. Moreover, this young man named Su Wen had found himself in conflict due to them. How could they simply ignore it? Thus, they moved forward with their friends, ready to mediate the escalating confrontation. However, Su Wen was swift. Before they could react, he had already engaged with a group of young men. He struck first, delivering a kick that connected with one of them. Came a piercing scream in a mere moment, that individual was sent flying like a projectile, instantly knocked out. Nevertheless, the remaining few brandished their chairs and swung at Su Wen. Yet, how could Su Wen be so easily restrained? With his agile movements, he deftly evaded their attacks, seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Bolstered by his inherent strength, in just a few exchanges, he swiftly incapacitated several of them. After all, it was his own tea house. While he could easily afford to repair any damages, he preferred to avoid unnecessary destruction and resolve matters quickly. Just as the last assailant was about to strike, he was restrained by Xia Qingdong and his friends, who had suddenly appeared from behind, seizing the chair away and subduing him. However, unlike Su Wen, they did not resort to brutality, merely pinning him down. At that moment, surveying the scene anew, the once boisterous group of young men found only young Master Zhang still standing in the fifth-floor hall. The others were either injured on the ground or subdued. The boss has beaten them. He actually struck young Master Zhang's friends? Heavens, am I dreaming? This is a declaration of war. I senti it. With Zhang's background, he should have devoured the boss alive. The manager and the waitstaff were utterly dumbfounded. Speechless. If prior to this moment, the conflict had merely been verbal, it could now be deemed a genuine enmity. How foolish must one be to make an enemy of young Master Zhang? Yet, before they could recover from their shock, Su Wen spoke again that I stated the discussion should be held amicably. Since you refused to heed my advice, do not blame me for being unyielding. You see the situation now. What will it be? Will you leave on your own, or shall I have someone escort you out? Su Wen turned his gaze toward young Master Zhang, his expression calm, delivering a subtle yet firm warning. Suddenly, young Master Zhang burst into laughter. With a face ashen as iron, he glared at Su Wen. Rather than showing fear, he coldly retorted, "Very well, you dare to strike my friends and still act so brazenly. Today, I shall make you aware of the consequences of provoking me." As he spoke, he waved his phone. "Well, you were assaulting my brother. I already called Uncle Gio. I believe he is on his way with some men right now. That I look forward to seeing how you maintain your bravado later." Zhang Haoyan declared triumphantly, his tone dripping with arrogance. This revelation, the manager felt his legs weaken. Young Master Zhang had called Uncle Gio. Who is Uncle Gio? He is the most notorious figure in the magical city. Known for his ruthless methods, it is said he has hundreds of henchmen at his disposal. Incur his wrath is tantamount to courting death. Boss. No, this is bad. Uncle Gio, the person he referred to, is a notorious gangster, a top figure in the magical city, cruel and merciless. If he arrives, our tea house will surely suffer, and you may be in dire straits as well. What should we do now? The manager looked anxiously at Su Wen, his voice trembling. You need not worry. I will take responsibility if anything happens. In contrast to the manager's panic, Su Wen remained unfazed. As for the Zhang family, you need not concern yourselves. This matter arose because of us, and we shall handle that moment. A voice interjected. It was Xia Qingdong and his friends approaching. Seeing the situation had momentarily ceased, they released the young man they had restrained. Younger man, I sincerely thank you. Had it not been for you, this matter would have been quite troublesome, Xia Qingdong said, patting Su Wen on the shoulder. Xia Qingdong, observing the man his daughter admired, spoke earnestly. Earlier, due to the suddenness of the incident, he had not closely examined Su Wen, but now he could not help but notice how handsome and tall he was. Most importantly, he displayed a sense of responsibility, daring to stand up for other customers against young Master Zhang, a rare quality indeed. Unaware of the thoughts running through Xia Qingdong's mind, nor that he was the father of his classmate, Su Wen simply smiled and said, "It's nothing. I can handle the matter concerning young Master Zhang. You need not worry." However, as soon as the words left his lips, Xia Qingdong shook his head, insisting, "You cannot bear all the responsibility alone." He chuckled, seemingly filled with confidence. Listening to the two exchange words, seemingly disregarding the looming threat of Uncle Gio, the tea house manager felt an overwhelming sense of dread, akin to an ant on a hot stove. Filled with anxiety, "Boss, and you, sir, please do not underestimate Uncle Gio. He is not someone to be trifled with. No one in the underworld is unaware of him. Even a figure like Zhang Yao, we must treat him with deference. If he arrives today, the consequences will be truly unimaginable." The manager spoke frantically, his words becoming increasingly incoherent. Chapter 35. The shock of Uncle Gio. You two are utterly oblivious to the danger you are courting. Very well. I shall see how long you can maintain your bravado. Zhang Haoyan sneered at Su Wen and the others, envisioning their eventual supplication. Yet at that moment, a single statement from Su Wen shattered his composure completely. "Young Master Zhang, I do not care who you are. If you enter my establishment, you must abide by the rules. If you are a guest, you are warmly welcomed. However, if you are an adversary, do not blame me for being ungracious. If you are waiting for that Uncle Gio, please step outside and do not obstruct my business." Su Wen spoke in a calm tone, yet one that brooked no argument. "You..." Zhang Haoyan found himself at a loss for words, his outrage nearly distorting his expression. For someone who was always domineering, it was the first time he felt the weight of being pressured. "Did you not understand? I said to leave immediately, or do not blame me for forcibly escorting you out." Seeing that Zhang Haoyan remained frozen in place, Su Wen's expression darkened, but he took a step forward, advancing toward Zhang Haoyan with intent that did not appear to be mere intimidation. "What are you doing?" Young Master Zhang's friends began to feel anxious. "What? Do you dare to lay a hand on me? I'm the eldest son of Feiqi Group. Do you truly have no fear of retribution?" Zhang Haoyan's heart raced, a sense of panic beginning to set in. "Fine, we are leaving. Just you wait. Soon you'll be the one crying, 'T long last,'" Zhang Haoyan conceded. There was no choice. The circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for him at that moment. After casting a fierce glare at Su Wen, young Master Zhang and his companion departed from the 5th floor amidst the gazes of the onlookers, as for those sprawled on the ground. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, they were also stricken with fear and trepidation. Like individuals invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, they gritted their teeth against the pain and scrambled away in a panic. Witnessing the hasty retreat of young Master Zhang and his friend left the manager and the waitstaff utterly astounded. They could hardly believe that the usually arrogant and self-satisfied Zhang had experienced such a humiliating day. Soon after, panic began to flicker across their faces. For a fleeting moment, the thought of resigning crossed their minds. Who was young Master Zhang? He was the heir of a powerful conglomerate. Now, with his friend assaulted and them expelled from the tea house, could he possibly swallow this insult? Would this tea house remain standing? 10 minutes later, on Guanyuan Street, the thoroughfare bustled with life. Suddenly, a convoy of sleek black luxury cars appeared in the distance, instantly capturing the attention of numerous passers-by. The vehicles came to a halt at the entrance of the tea house, and immediately, a throng of 30 or more sharply dressed men emerged. The figure leading the procession was a man clad in sunglasses, exuding an aura that sent chills down one's spine. A clear indication that he was not to be trifled with. This commanding figure stepped out of the car. He caught sight of young Master Zhang and his companions standing at the entrance. "Uncle Gio, you've finally arrived. Naturally, young Master Zhang and his entourage recognized the newcomer, and the previously grim expression on Zhang Haoyan's face transformed into one of palpable relief. Young Master Zhang. What is going on? The man inquired, glancing between Zhang and the half-unconscious figures beside him. Puzzled, it's the owner of this tea house. They assaulted my friend and forcibly ejected me. He recounted this. Zhang Haoyan's expression darkened once more, his contorted visage reflecting the extent of his loathing for Su Wen. Jin Jiu's countenance also hardened, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Fear not, young Master Zhang. From this day forth, this tea house shall cease to exist. I will ensure they understand the consequences of offending you. Jin Jiu's sinister smile instilled fear even in his own subordinates. With that, he led his entourage alongside young Master Zhang into the tea house with great fanfare. Such a grand display did not go unnoticed by the throngs of pedestrians outside or the patrons within the establishment. Curiosity and a sense of awe rippled through the crowd. You finally brought reinforcements. Young Master Zhang, Su Wen, and Xia Qingdong had anticipated Zhang Haoyan's arrival with backup and had been waiting with bated breath. However, Su Wen remained unperturbed amidst the influx of people. I promise to make you pay today, Zhang Haoyan seethed, his eyes ablaze with fury as he turned to Jin Jiu. Uncle Jiu, this is the brat who has been insufferably arrogant today. Now, it is up to you to deal with him. His face once again radiated arrogance and pride. The humiliation he had suffered must be repaid tenfold. Yet, it seemed Zhang Haoyan failed to notice the bewildered expression that had replaced Jin Jiu's earlier bravado as he surveyed the crowd. Xia, Director Xia, what brings you here? Jin Jiu stammered, removing his sunglasses as if confronting an old acquaintance. It's old Jiu. I didn't expect you to become more imposing during our time apart. Xia Qingdong replied with a smile that carried a hint of mockery. Oh, not at all. I'm merely making a living, hardly comparable to you. Director Xia. Jin Jiu responded, waving his hand in modesty. This exchange left not only the onlookers, but even Su Wen feeling a sense of astonishment. Uncle Jiu, Zhang Haoyan was equally taken aback. He stared incredulously at Jin Jiu, unable to comprehend why this usually ruthless figure appeared so intimidated in the presence of the middle-aged man before him. Young Master Zhang, you may not be aware. This gentleman is none other than Xia Qingdong, the chairman of Huaxin Group in Magic City. One of the foremost moguls in the business realm, Jin Jiu explained awkwardly. What? The revelation struck Zhang Haoyan like a thunderclap, leaving him in a state of shock as he turned to face Xia Qingdong. Disbelief etched across his features. This middle-aged man was the chairman of Huaxin Group? How could that be? Su Wen too was stunned, his gaze fixed on Xia Qingdong, equally incredulous. Xia Qingdong, Huaxin Group. Did that mean he was Xia's father? What on earth was happening? The manager and waitstaff shared in the shock. Unable to fathom that this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man held such an esteemed position. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Xia Qingdong remained unfazed. Turning to Jin Jiu. Old Jiu, this young Master Zhang had a conflict with me on the 5th floor earlier. And this young man, Su Wen, the owner of this tea house, is embroiled in this matter because of me. Now, he has invited you to deal with us. What do you intend to do? Xia Qingdong's authoritative demeanor gradually came to the fore. Director Xia, you must be jesting. I would never dare to confront you. Jin Jiu quickly responded, a sense of helplessness creeping into his heart. Indeed, while he had made a name for himself in Magic City, the magnitude of his status paled in comparison to that of Xia Qingdong and Huaxin Group, a titan among domestic corporations, a force to be reckoned with on the global stage. The mere thought of crossing paths with such a powerful entity was akin to courting disaster. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he turned to Zhang Haoyan. Young Master Zhang, I sincerely apologize, but I cannot confront Director Xia. I implore you to apologize to him promptly. Otherwise, your family may find themselves embroiled in a major crisis. With that, Jin Jiu produced his phone, calling Zhang Haoyan's father. It was clear to him that Xia Qingdong was not an ordinary individual. If the Zhang family were to become enemies with the Xia family, the ramifications would be dire, as expected. Once the call connected and Jin Jiu relayed the situation, Zhang Yaoi's expression darkened instantaneously, his veins bulging. Old Jiu, hand that insolent brought the phone. I shall speak with him. In an instant, Jin Jiao passed the phone to Zhang Haotian. The moment he answered, a barrage of furious reprimands erupted from the receiver, leaving him stunned. Young master, the Zhang family is not to be trifled with. Why bolster another's strength while weakening your own? Zhang Haotian persisted, unwilling to relent. Have you lost your mind? Does the Xia family hold no weight in your eyes? Do you think our Zhang family is invincible? How many times must I tell you to refrain from causing trouble? I do not wish to clean up your mess daily. Zhang Yaoi seethed, barely able to contain his rage. Point 1 can act with ferocity, but it must be tempered with discernment. There is a time and place for such behavior, but to engage in petty squabbles over trifles is utterly pointless. He feared that one day, the Zhang family would meet its downfall because of this reckless son. I tell you now, at once, apologize to Director Xia, and leave the tea house immediately. Otherwise, do not expect to return home today. Zhang Yaoi concluded, his voice laced with fury before hanging up. Zhang Haotian was momentarily stunned, processing his father's words. Was this a signal to back down? His friend had been assaulted, and he was expelled from the tea house, becoming the subject of ridicule. Now his father expected him to apologize? You were planning to storm into my tea house, seeking revenge. Were you not? Why the sudden silence? Su Wen interjected, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He had discerned the fear emanating from the Zhang family and Jin Jiao in the presence of Xia Qingdong. And now they were all subdued. He was eager to see how young Master Zhang would fare without the backing of his family and Uncle Jiao. Faced with Su Wen's blatant provocation, Zhang Haotian's expression darkened ominously, yet he found himself at a loss for words. He realized that vengeance was no longer an option today. After all, even his father had intervened, forbidding him from taking any rash actions. He would have to bide his time and seek another opportunity. Humph, do not celebrate just yet. It will not be long before I return to settle the score, he warned, casting a resentful glance at Su Wen before turning to leave with Jin Jiao. However, just then, Su Wen's voice rang out sharply, halting his steps. Looking to leave? You cause a ruckus in my tea house, damaging so many chairs, and you think you can simply walk away? That would be far too lenient on you. Su Wen coldly remarked, his voice as frigid as if the very air had dropped a few degrees. You damn. Zhang Haotian encountered such an audacious individual for the first time, and an immediate surge of anger welled up within him. However, just as he turned his head, he discovered that Su Wen had mysteriously positioned himself behind him, transforming into a formidable fighter, and delivered a punch to his face. In an instant, Zhang Haotian was overwhelmed by a searing pain in his visage. Accompanied by a wretched scream, he was forcefully propelled backward by an immense impact. This punch would serve as a means of settling debts. Su Wen slowly retracted his fist. You. Once Jin Jiao regained his composure, his expression shifted dramatically. He never anticipated that this young man would resort to such measures, completely disregarding his own standing. Nevertheless, with Director Xiao present, he dared not take any further actions, lest he offend her. After casting a meaningful glance at Su Wen, he hurriedly rushed to assist Zhang Gongzi, lifting him up and swiftly departing with his entourage. Good lad. Well done, remarked a friend of Xia Qingdong, chuckling heartily once Zhang Gongzi and his companions had vacated the premises. He had been thoroughly infuriated by Zhang Gongzi's boorish and unreasonable demeanor. Had he not feared stirring up trouble, he would have relished the chance to retaliate with a punch of his own. Indeed, Zhang Gongzi has always been one to bully others with his influence. It's about time he faced some consequences. Xia Qingdong nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he turned to Su Wen and said, Young man, I must sincerely apologize. It is due to us that you have encountered such troubles. Not at all. You are my guests in my establishment. When faced with unfair treatment, it is incumbent upon me, as the proprietor, to take a stand. Su Wen replied with a smile. Approaching to continue, if I am not mistaken, you must be Xia Xinyao's father, correct? You truly startled me earlier. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingdong burst into a hearty laugh. It seems you are well informed. Indeed, I am her father. I've also heard about your dealings with my daughter at school. I trust my children have not caused you any inconvenience? He did not deny the inquiry, appearing to quite appreciate Su Wen. Yet who would have imagined that just recently, this father had been somewhat displeased with his daughter for delivering milk tea to Su Wen daily. Director Xia is jesting. Xia Xinyao has been a tremendous help to me, and I am immensely grateful. How could I consider a nuisance? Suwon shook his head quickly. Old Xia, how is it that this young man knows your daughter? Xia Chengdong's friend inquired, taken aback. Haha, they're classmates, attending the same university, Xia Chengdong replied. Oh, I see. How fortuitous. Thus, Suwon became acquainted with the father of Xia Xinyao. Following this incident, regardless of character or appearance, Xia Chengdong was thoroughly impressed with Suwon. At this moment, Suwon was likely unaware that Director Xia had already begun to regard him as a potential son-in-law. The group exchanged phone numbers and added each other on WeChat. That very evening, Xia Chengdong relayed this incident to his wife, singing Suwon's praises. The outcome of this encounter was that the next day, while attending class, Xia Xinyao received a phone call from her mother. Mom, what did you say? Inviting Su's classmate to our home for dinner. Xia Xinyao responded incredulously. Yes, your father met him and was singing his praises all night. He is quite curious about him and wishes to get to know him better. Su Yun's gentle voice came through the line. Huh. When did they meet? Xia Xinyao was utterly baffled. She had never heard Suwon mention such a meeting. Soon, Su Yun recounted the events, and Xia Xinyao began to understand what had transpired. But how am I supposed to tell him? She lamented. Bringing Suwon home to meet her parents felt decidedly awkward. What is wrong with that? You are classmates. Can't you invite a classmate over for a meal? Besides, your father did not insist that you bring him immediately. You can just find an appropriate time later, Su Yun replied before hanging up the phone. She now heard the dial tone on her phone. She was left in a state of bewilderment. Her mother wanted her to bring Suwon home. Surely this was a dream. Just as she was engulfed in her thoughts, her phone buzzed with a message from Suwon, suggesting they meet in the small grove. Chapter 37. The Wealthy Young Master Shunli. The small grove at Tianwei Academy was essentially a haven for students to relax and unwind in the morning. Suwon had arranged to meet Xia Xinyao, claiming he had bought something for her. Thus, as soon as class ended, he hurried back to his dormitory, retrieving a gift he had purchased the day before. He then exited the building, making his way to the grove. This gift had come to him while passing a shop on his way back from the tea house, and it was something Xia Xinyao did not already possess, a perfect fit for her. He was merely uncertain if she would appreciate it. However, regardless of her reaction, at least the sentiment was conveyed. As he walked along the campus path, numerous students' gazes gravitated toward him, unable to resist glancing his way. After all, he had become quite the figure of admiration within the school. First, there was the daily delivery of milk tea from the campus belle Xia. Then he had dealt with the likes of Li Xiao and even sent Fong Sini to the police station. These remarkable feats had swiftly elevated him from being an overlooked student to an idol admired by all. For a time, his reputation even overshadowed that of the four affluent young masters. Thus, when he arrived at the grove to meet Xia Xinyao, it was only natural that he would be subject to scrutiny. Here, this is for you. I hope you like it, he said as he approached a large tree in the grove and spotted Xia Xinyao sitting on the grass. He promptly extended a large box toward her. What is this? Xia Xinyao exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as she stood up to inspect the box, which was adorned with a beautiful watch designed out of watch. She queried, her brows furrowing in surprise. Yes, go ahead and open it, Suwon replied with a smile, refraining from revealing its contents directly. Xia Xinyao pursed her lips. All right then. She took the box and peered inside, discovering a small red square box nestled within. Without hesitation, she retrieved it and opened it. Instantly, a remarkably exquisite and compact white watch emerged before her, captivating her attention. The watch was stunning, boasting a delicately crafted dial and a slender, elegant strap, exuding perfection. It's so beautiful. She couldn't help but exclaimed, to be honest, she had never held much interest in watches before. They neither excited nor repelled her. Yet this particular watch altered her perception entirely, and she found herself enamored at first glance. However, when she inadvertently noticed the words Patek Philippe inscribed on the other side of the large box, her expression froze, and her composure faltered. This is a Patek Philippe? Xia Xinyao felt a rush of confusion. Having never purchased a watch, her familiarity with brand logos was rather limited. Nevertheless, she was aware that Patek Philippe was a globally renowned brand, and anything bearing its name was never inexpensive. This watch must be quite costly, right? She asked immediately, though, Just a little over 300,000. Su Wen scratched his head and replied, candidly, 300,000. Xia Xingyao's eyes widened, doubting whether she had heard correctly. She stared at Su Wen in disbelief, exclaiming, "Why would you buy me such an extravagant gift? It's nothing. You've been a great help to me, so I thought this watch would serve as a token of my gratitude." Su Wen said nonchalantly, not perceiving the watch's value as excessively high. No, Su Wen, I appreciate your kindness, but this is far too precious. I cannot accept it, Xia Xingyao hastily insisted, waving her hands as if to return the gift. If the watch had merely cost a few dozen or even a few hundred, it would have been a different matter. She could have reciprocated with a small gift later. However, receiving something worth tens of thousands changed everything. "Please keep it. You've assisted me immensely, and it's only fitting that I give you this," Su Wen interjected, halting her attempts to return it. After all, thanks to Xia Xingyao's help, he had accrued considerable benefits from the system. Furthermore, just days prior, she had agreed to accompany him as his date to the Huiguang Technology Company's banquet. Gifting a watch worth over 300,000 was, in his eyes, hardly extravagant. Observing her continued reluctance, Su Wen added, "In a couple of days, we'll be attending the banquet, right? Since I invited you, consider this watch as a decorative piece for my date, if you truly do not wish to keep it. You can return it to me after the event." Xia, the student, remarked, "Very well then. I shall return the watch to you after the banquet concludes." Acknowledging Su Wen's words, Xia nodded, deciding to temporarily accept the watch. At that moment, Su Wen and Xia Xingyao were likely unaware that their interaction had already caught the attention of their classmates. "Look, what are Su Wen and the campus belle Xia doing?" It seems Su has given something to Xia, presumably a watch. Goodness, Su Wen has begun gifting Xia. Could this be an overt declaration of their relationship? Must they be so blatant? I can't help but feel envious. Nearby, a number of students were resting by the small grove in the park, observing Su Wen and the campus belle with quiet speculation. Suddenly, a group of young men approached the grove, evidently targeting Su Wen's direction. Ah, it seems Lu Xiao did not lie. She mentioned Xia was in the grove, and here you are indeed. The speaker was the foremost young man, adorned elegantly, exuding an extraordinary aura. His sharp phoenix eyes hinted at a free-spirited demeanor. "Shun, what brings you here?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Xia frowned slightly. The individual was Shun Li, one of the 4 wealthy youths of Tianwei Academy and a former suitor of hers in terms of reputation. He was not significantly better than the likes of Li Xiao. "Xia, your words are somewhat unreasonable. The campus is public. If you can come to this grove, why can't I?" Shun Li chuckled nonchalantly. Turning his attention to Su Wen, he continued with a smile, "You must be Su Wen, right? I've heard your name mentioned daily at school. It's a pleasure to finally meet you." With that, he unexpectedly extended his hand in a gesture of camaraderie. "Too kind. I've heard your name frequently as well," Su Wen replied with a smile, mirroring the gesture of goodwill. However, unlike Shun, he did not reciprocate the handshake, seemingly unwilling to grant him that courtesy. His intuition warned him that this individual was not here with benign intentions. There was no need to adopt an overly amiable demeanor. "How presumptuous! Shun is offering you a handshake. And you just then," one of Shun's lackeys, witnessing Su Wen's indifference to Shun's overture, became indignant. Yet before he could finish, Shun Li interrupted him. "Oh well. We are all classmates. No need for contention." He then turned to Su Wen, smiling as he continued. "However, their essay saying, 'A tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind.' Sometimes being too conspicuous is not a boon to it's more prudent to remain humble and grounded. Moreover, one should not aspire to things beyond their reach or entertain unattainable desires, lest they attract misfortune that may prove regrettable." "Isn't that right, Xia?" Shun Li spoke slowly, as if his words held a deeper meaning. Chapter 38. The banquet. That is indeed wise advice, particularly for those who have faced rejection in the past. "Am I wrong, Shun?" Su Wen replied with a calm smile, maintaining his composure. Shun Li, taken aback by Su Wen's unexpected retort, instantly altered his demeanor. His entourage, enraged by Su Wen's words, appeared ready to retaliate. However, they were ultimately restrained by Shun L. It is said that Su Xiao is not to be trifled with. Having met him today, it is indeed true. Until next time, he said, departing with his companions. Yet, as they left, the glances cast in Su Wen's direction were filled with malice. Piercing through him, Su Wen paid them no heed. Wow, what just happened? Why did Shinli come here, and how did he end up conversing with Su Wen? One student exclaimed. Indeed, Shen has always harbored affections for Xia, and now that Xia has feelings for Su Wen, Shen's appearance can only signify a declaration of war against Su Wen, can it not? It seems highly likely. Alas, Su Wen is quite unfortunate. Having just dealt with Li Xiao, he is now entangled with Xunli. Nearby, the students observed this unforeseen scene with excitement. Meanwhile, Xia Xinyao, watching Shun and his cohort depart, fell into contemplation. What is wrong? Su Wen inquired, noticing her silence. Nothing, that I'm merely puzzled. Shen said he learned of my presence here from Lu Xiao. But how could Lu possibly know I was here? Just like the last time we went to the cinema, Lu also seemed to know which theater we were attending. How is that even conceivable? Xia pondered aloud. After a moment of thought, Su Wen replied, it could be that Lu Xiao has someone watching you closely, or perhaps someone has informed him of your whereabouts. Xia paused, taken aback by Su Wen's words, and began to contemplate the implications that it seemed she truly needed to investigate the matter further on Saturday evening. At the Hill 7-star luxury hotel, the premier establishment in the metropolis, its location was unparalleled. This grand hotel boasted dozens of floors. While it may not be the tallest in the vicinity, it undoubtedly ranked among the most prominent. Before long, an extraordinarily luxurious sports car sped toward the hotel. Coming to a halt at its entrance, it was Su Wen's Aston Martin. Today marked Su Wen's attendance at the banquet hosted by the Brilliant Technology Company, and he had no intention of breaking his word. Stepping out of the car, he was joined by Xia Xinyao, who had taken great care in her appearance. Her flawless complexion and flowing hair framed her elegant figure, accentuated by a floral dress that highlighted her tall stature. With the exceptional aura she had cultivated since childhood, she resembled the epitome of beauty. Even Su Wen could not help but be captivated by her allure. Adorning her wrist was the exquisite white watch Su Wen had gifted her, complementing her attire splendidly. Let us go. Upon exiting the vehicle, Xia flashed a smile and gracefully linked her arm with Su Wen, the daughter of Huaxin Group. She was no stranger to such events and knew precisely how to conduct herself. Su Wen, however, had never attended a banquet of this scale before. With Xia suddenly close to him, a delightful fragrance enveloped him, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Fortunately, Su Wen maintained his composure. After handing the car keys to the valet, he and Xia entered the hotel lobby together. Welcome! Welcome! As they stepped inside, Su Wen was astonished. At the vast entrance stood 20 hostesses, positioned on either side, seemingly there to greet guests, as he ventured further in. He was struck by the opulence of the hotel lobby. The soaring 10-meter-high ceiling, adorned with black gold marble flooring, was illuminated by massive Swarovski crystal chandeliers that sparkled brilliantly. Su Wen had previously thought his own villa was lavish. Yet the grandeur of the Hills hotel lobby surpassed all expectations. Was the initial construction of this place devoid of expense? Shortly after Su Wen and Xia made their entrance, a young woman in a suit approached them with a radiant smile. Are you Chairman Su? The young woman first glanced at Xia, and after a moment of surprise, turned her attention to Su Wen. Yes, and you are? Su Wen inquired. I am Sun Yume, Vice President of Brilliant Technology Company. Mr. Tang instructed me to wait for you in the lobby. He said to bring you up as soon as I saw you. Sun Yume replied respectfully. However, she could not resist turning to Xia, asking, forgive my boldness, but are you Miss Xia Xinyao, daughter of Chairman Xia Chengdong of Huaxin Group? Yes, you know me. Xia replied, slightly surprised. Of course. I had the fortune of meeting you at a banquet once. Upon confirming Xia's identity, Sun Yume was ecstatic, unable to believe that such an esteemed individual would attend their banquet. What an honor! What an honor! There was no mistaking Huaxin Group status as a top-tier enterprise. A behemoth in the metropolis, the presence of Xia Xinyao, the sole daughter of Chairman Xia, undoubtedly elevated the prestige of the event. Chairman Su, Miss Xia, this way, please, as she spoke. Sun Yume promptly led Su Wen and Xia Xinyao towards the elevator. In a short while, they arrived at the 28th floor of the hotel, the venue for the company's banquet. Exiting the elevator, they stepped into the central hall that a glance around revealed a bustling atmosphere, filled to the brim with people, all elegantly attired in suits and fine fabrics, clearly of considerable status. The sheer number of attendees was truly impressive, and Suwon couldn't help but marvel at it. Of course, however, what you see now are merely the senior executives of our company and other esteemed guests from the business community. Besides this central hall, there are several auxiliary rooms and dozens of private boxes, accommodating over 1,000 employees from our company. Sun Yume explained candidly. Today was indeed a significant day for Huiguang Technology Company, having achieved a breakthrough in the renewable energy sector after 3 years of diligent effort, culminating in the development of a new product. The launch of this product would undoubtedly mark another milestone for the company, making it only fitting to invite employees to the banquet as they conversed. They moved further inside the tea that moment. Suwon was taken aback, for he spotted Tan Hao, who had always been at odds with him at Tianwei Academy, viewing him as a rival, along with Lu Xiao, one of the Academy's 4 wealthy heirs, both present at the event. Chapter 39. The Wrath of Tang Jidong. Who is that woman? She is stunningly beautiful. Indeed, she is extraordinarily lovely. It's my first time encountering someone so enchanting. She even surpasses celebrities in appearance. The young man beside her is quite handsome as well. I've never seen him before. Who are these 2 extraordinary individuals? Wait, that woman gives me a familiar feeling. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Tonight, Xia Xinyao was undoubtedly radiant and ethereal. Her presence immediately captivated the attention of most attendees, including Tan Hao and Lu Xiao. What are they doing here? Tan Hao exclaimed, unable to conceal his astonishment. Who knows? They must have invited Xia, the campus beauty, so she came to AS for Suwon. He is merely riding on her coattails. Lu Xiao, after a moment of shock, cleverly remarked. Following the incident at the cinema, he had already discovered Suwon's true identity as the chairman of the Hills Hotel. Thus, his presence here could very well be attributed to an invitation, and he found it unsurprising. However, he chose not to disclose this information to Tan Hao, knowing the latter held a grudge against Suwon. Why not provoke Suwon through Tan Hao? Indeed, upon hearing Lu Xiao's words, a dark expression immediately crossed Tan Hao's face. He then led Lu Xiao and others towards Suwon's direction. Meanwhile, on Suwon's side, after entering the hall with Sun Yume and Xia Xinyao, she looked around but failed to spot any members of the Tang family. Turning back to Suwon and Xia, she expressed her apologies. I'm not sure what happened. General Tang was just here, but now he seems to have vanished. Asudong, Miss Xia, I'll go find General Tang. You 2 can take a moment to rest here. With that, Sun Yume offered a slight bow to them and quickly departed. Naturally, Suwon and Xia Xinyao paid little mind to this and began to stroll about. Just then, Tan Hao and Lu Xiao finally approached, blocking their path. Suwon, what are you doing here? Who allowed you in? Tan Hao advanced with an expression of displeasure, sternly interrogating him. His tone was rather rude, as if he were the master of the venue. Why? Can't we be here? Suwon replied, somewhat amused. Of course not. You should take a good look at your own status, Tan Hao retorted, a cold sneer on his face. Xia Xinyao, taken aback, interjected, You're overstepping your bounds. Our presence here has nothing to do with you. Miss Xia, you misunderstand. I'm not targeting you. You are the daughter of Director Xia, and your attendance at our Huiguang Technology Company's banquet is indeed our honor. Tan Hao quickly backtracked, offering a smile. However, he then turned to Suwon with a look of disdain. But Suwon, what is your status? Just a poor wretch. How do you dare to be in a place like this? He raised his voice, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. This was his intention, as Suwon had always been at odds with him in school, and now he was basking in the affection of the campus beauty. Tan Hao, unable to tolerate it, saw this as a perfect opportunity to embarrass Su Wi. In contrast, Lu Xiao remained silent, knowing that Suwon was, in fact, the chairman of the hotel. If Suwon's identity were revealed, it would be Tan Hao who would face humiliation, so why should he make things awkward for himself? At that moment, as more and more people turned to look, Tan Hao grew increasingly arrogant. He looked at Suwon with a sneer. Suwon, this is not a place for you. I advise you to leave quickly, lest you embarrass yourself. Despite the humiliation, Suwon remained unfazed. He simply inquired, I'm genuinely curious. On what grounds do you think you can make me leave? If you were invited by Hui Guang, you, as a guest, don't seem to have the authority to tell me to leave. And if you claim to be a member of the Tang family, you don't even share their surname. Tan Hao boasted, I may not share the Tang surname, but Tang Jidong, the head of the Tang family, is my brother dash and dash law. Be why that logic. I am also somewhat of a Tang family member. Oh, tell me, do I not have the right to ask you to leave? At this revelation, Su Wen was somewhat taken aback. Tang Jidong was his brother-in-law. He recalled that Tang Jidong's wife was indeed surnamed Tan, and she often carried a child. So, Tan Hao and Tang Jidong were siblings. What a small world at Su Dong, you've arrived. I sincerely apologize for the earlier inconvenience. My father experienced a spike in blood pressure and felt dizzy, so my mother and I took him to his room and were unable to greet you. I hope you can forgive us. Just as Su Wen was musing over Tan Hao's familial ties to the Tang family, Sun Yumei returned with members of the Tang family in tow. Tang Jidong politely explained the reason for their earlier absence, eager to avoid offending Su Wen and no worries. Urgent matters come first. Thankfully, you arrived in time. Otherwise, I, as a new guest, might have been asked to leave. Su Wen replied with a calm smile, Su Dong, why would you say that? Tang Jidong was taken aback. However, before Su Wen could elaborate, Tan Hao interjected, brother-in-law, what are you doing? Why are you being so courteous to Su Wen? He-s just a poor wretch. How does he deserve to be at our company's banquet? I was just about to throw him out. Tan Hao spoke dismissively, entirely unaware of the gravity of his words. Indeed, upon hearing this, not only did Tang Jidong react with disbelief, but Tang Jidong's mother and Tan Xian, his sister, also looked at Tan Hao in shock, their expressions reflecting utter incredulity. What did you just say? You were going to throw Su Dong out? Tang Jidong's expression darkened, his voice dropping to a chilling tone. What is the issue, brother-in-law? He is just an inconsequential person. What is wrong with throwing him out? He is a poor wretch, not worthy of attending our company's banquet. At that moment, Tan Hao still seemed oblivious to the seriousness of the situation, continuing to speak carelessly. However, in the next instant, slap. A crisp slap resonated loudly, so much so that everyone around could hear it. Shock and disbelief spread across the faces of the onlookers. What nonsense are you spouting? Who do you think you are to ask Su Dong to leave? You must be out of your mind. Tang Jidong shouted in fury at Tan. How about if you don't want to stay, then get out. Don't embarrass me here. Tang Jidong continued to berate him, his temper flaring. Previously, their first encounter with Su Dong had already led to an offense. Now, with this opportunity to mend fences and perhaps foster a friendship, they were thwarted by Tan Hao's foolishness. How could he not be infuriated? I say, Xiao Hao, you're no longer a child. What is going on? Can you stop causing trouble for our family? Even Tang Jiong's mother wore a displeased expression as she chastised Tan Hao, her demeanor exceedingly stern. Tan Hao stood there. Utterly bewildered, he gingerly touched his throbbing cheek, unable to comprehend how he had been struck, and in front of so many witnesses, no less, by his brother-in-law. Chapter 40. Chairman of Voster. Brother-in-law, aunt. Tan Hao opened his mouth, intending to utter something, yet found himself at a loss for words. He could not fathom why Su Wen, a mere impoverished wretch, could provoke such a strong reaction from his brother-in-law, even alarming his aunt. Even more baffling was why his brother-in-law, a corporate president, would show such deference to Su Wen, a destitute individual. Before he could sort through his confusion, his sister Tan Xian's voice reached him. Xiao Hao, in the past, I overlooked your antics with a mere laugh, but this time you have truly gone too far. Do you even realize who Director Su is? He is the chairman of this Hills Hotel. And you dare to drive him away? Her expression mirrored her displeasure, clearly incensed by her brother's reckless behavior. What she did not anticipate was that her words would equally shock Tan Hao. Sister, what did you say? Su Wen is the chairman of this hotel. How is that possible? Tan Hao's eyes widened in astonishment at Su Wen from Tianwei Academy. Wasn't he just a penniless loser? His lack of wealth had even driven away his girlfriend of over 2 years. If he were indeed the chairman of Hills Hotel, then why did Fong Sini leave him for Li Xiao? Surely that would be a foolish endeavor, an exercise in futility. Not only was Tan Hao taken aback, but the surrounding crowd was equally astonished. They could hardly believe that this seemingly unremarkable young man was, in fact, the chairman of this hotel. What? Are you doubting Director Su's identity? Tang Jiong sneered at Tan Hao, his voice laced with contempt. Tan Hao stammered. Unable to form a coherent response, he glanced at his sister, then at his brother-in-law. Despite his overwhelming desire to refute, he felt utterly incapable that he feared that any misstep would lead to further humiliation. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao quietly reveled in the unfolding drama, finding amusement in the conflict without needing to intervene. Sensing the opportune moment, he interjected, all right, Director Tang. Regardless, Tan is still your brother-in-law. Such harsh words are rather unbecoming. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Qinyan spoke slowly, adopting the role of the peacemaker. Director Lu, I apologize for the inconvenience. Tang Jiong sighed. That Lu Xiao, Lu Qinyan, the young heir of the Genie Group, held a distinguished status, one that Tang Jiong could not afford to disregard. He then turned to Su Wan, expressing utmost remorse. Director Su, I sincerely apologize for my brother-in-law's thoughtless remarks. Please do not take his words to heart. Tang Jiong hurriedly added, calling for several glasses of red wine. Offering a toast as a gesture of apology towards Su Wan. Haha, it's nothing. Such trivial matters do not weigh heavily on my mind, Su Wan replied nonchalantly. Every grievance has its rightful bearer. Although my impression of the Tang family has not been particularly favorable, this incident with Tan Hao cannot be laid at their doorstep. Our previous conflicts were of a personal nature. He took a sip of the red wine, nodding in appreciation of its flavor. Thank you, Director Su, for your understanding, Tang Jiong said, visibly relieved. By the way, since you are here today, I have someone else I would like to introduce to you. I believe you will not be disappointed. Just as Tang Jiong finished speaking, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the hall as a group of 3 or 4 individuals made their entrance. 3 men and 1 woman. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in a luxurious suit. Appearing to be in his 40s, he was tall and imposing, exuding an air of authority. Recognizing him immediately, many in the business circle murmured, "It's Director Qian. It's Director Qian from Vostar Electric." Wow, indeed. I never expected Director Tang would manage to invite him. He has quite the figure. The guests buzzed with excitement. Director Qian Futao, the 3rd largest shareholder of Vostar Electric, held an 8% stake in the company and was undeniably a significant figure in the business realm. Director Qian, you have finally arrived. Welcome, Tang Jiong greeted warmly, rushing to extend his hand. There was no reason for Qian Futao to decline the invitation from the heir of the Tang family. He chuckled, casually introducing his companions, who were also notable figures in the business world. After some conversation, Tang Jiong promptly brought Director Qian before Su Wan. Director Qian, allow me to introduce you to Director Su. Though he appears youthful, he is indeed the chairman of Hills Hotel, Tang Jiong announced with a smile. However, when Qian Futao laid eyes on Su Wan, he momentarily froze, stammering, Director Su, you are here too? Yes, I did not expect you to come. Su Wan replied with a calm smile. What? Do you know each other? Tang Jiong asked, clearly taken aback by this revelation. Haha, when did Director Tang become a joker? Director Su is our newly appointed chairman at Vostar, the most powerful figure in the company. If I, as a shareholder, do not recognize the chairman, that would be rather foolish, wouldn't it? Qian Futao replied, oblivious to the shockwaves his words would send through the crowd. As the statement echoed through the hall, a wave of incredulity swept over the attendees. Wait, what did Director Qian just say? Did he just say that Director Su is the chairman of Vostar Group? The murmurs escalated. Am I hearing correctly? Or is this some sort of hallucination? Who exactly is this Director Su, possessing such vast corporate influence? The entire hall was engulfed in astonishment. Vostar, a company among the world's top 100 enterprises. To be the chairman of such a prestigious entity conferred an unparalleled status. The fact that this young man was already the chairman of Hills Hotel was astounding enough. Now they were informed that he was also the master of the colossal Vostar enterprise. Who could dare to imagine such a reality? Who could possibly believe it? Many attendees even questioned whether they were caught in a surreal dream, struggling to comprehend such absurd claims. Especially Tan Hao, who was nearly overwhelmed by the whirlwind of revelations. Qian, Director Qian, you must be joking, right? Tang Jiong asked incredulously. Isn't it a bit too much to jest about such matters? Qian Futao countered, his meaning unmistakable. Director Su, are you truly the chairman of Vostar? The elderly matriarch of the Tang family turned to Su Wen, equally incredulous. Yes, I am indeed the chairman of Voster. I only acquired it recently, to be honest. I'm still somewhat of a newcomer in the business world, and I hope to receive everyone's guidance moving forward, Su Wen remarked with a smile, taking another sip of his red wine. Chapter 41. The Identity of Xia. Suddenly, Tang Jiong turned to Tan Hao. His voice, I see you see now. Do you hear me? This is the person you sought to expel. Do you think you can afford to provoke such a figure? With a mere word, Director Su could make your life a living hell. Tang Jiong's voice resonated powerfully, each word striking like a bell within Tan Hao's heart, rendering him speechless. In truth, Tang Jiong and the Tang matriarch were equally reflective. Recalling their initial encounter with Su Wen, when their attitude had been far from cordial, in hindsight, they realized they had been dangerously testing the waters. Liu Xiao also shared in the astonishment upon discovering Su Wen's position as the chairman of Hills Hotel. He had resolved to avoid direct confrontation with him to steer clear of complications. Yet now, he felt genuine trepidation. Though the Genie Group was a substantial enterprise, it paled in comparison to Voster. Fortunately, he had refrained from engaging with Tan Hao during his attack on Su Wen. Had he done so, the consequences could have been dire, just as everyone was beginning to process Su Wen's new identity. Sun Yumei suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, Director Tang, I almost forgot to introduce another important figure," Sun Yumei interjected. Another figure? Tang Jiong was momentarily puzzled. "Yes, Miss Xia." She pointed at Xia, continuing, "This is Director Su's companion, Miss Xia. She is the daughter of Xia Chengdong, the chairman of Huaxin Group." As her words hung in the air, yet another wave of astonishment cascaded through the hall. What? The daughter of the Huaxin Group chairman? Is this for real? The daughter of Director Xia is here as Director Su's companion? This is a formidable alliance. No wonder I found this woman familiar. It seems I've seen her before. Yes, it turns out. She is the daughter of Xia Chengdong. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Xia Xinyao. Initially, everyone was captivated by her beauty. She was breathtakingly lovely, a true celestial beauty. Yet, it was utterly unexpected that her status was equally noble. Huaxin Group is no ordinary enterprise. It ranks among the top 100 in the world. As the chairman of Huaxin Group, Xia Qingdong holds a staggering 55 of the shares, thus wielding absolute power over life and death within the company. Moreover, Xia Qingdong has only this one daughter. There is no doubt that she will be the sole heir to the group in the future. This underscores the significance of her status. Therefore, both in terms of identity and beauty, her presence undeniably overshadowed the other women present. "Miss Xia, what a pleasure to meet you!" Tang Jihong exclaimed. "I apologize for not greeting you earlier. Please do not take offense." Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he hastily wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and raised a glass of red wine towards Xia Xinyao. Throughout this day, his heart had raced several times. Yet he soon felt exhilarated. The guests at the banquet were all of remarkable standing. One was the third largest shareholder of Woster, another was the chairman of both Woster and Hills Hotel, and yet another was the daughter of Xia Qingdong, the chairman of Huaxin Group. One must wonder, what could be more impressive than this? Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly bring immense prestige to the Tang family and Huiguang Technology Company alike. In that moment, it was not just the Tang family. Even other business associates could hardly contain their eagerness to approach Su Wen for connections and introductions that a lively atmosphere ensued. During this time, Su Wen also made several acquaintances in the business world. Although they may not have matched his status, they were still respectable figures. Among them was a company that happened to have a partnership with Li Xiao's Gaoka Holdings Group. Naturally, Su Wen would not miss the opportunity to take a jab at Li Xiao. "Director Su, are you suggesting that I abandon my collaboration with Gaoka Holdings Group for a partnership with you?" Wang Chang'an, the chairman of Jiahong Trading, asked in disbelief as he looked at Director Su. "It is not merely a collaboration between you and me. It is a partnership between Jiahong and Woster Group. Moreover, the investment our company offers you will undoubtedly surpass that of Gaoka Holdings. You might want to consider it," Su Wen replied with a calm smile. While Woster primarily focuses on the sale of online products, it has also invested in numerous other promising companies. After discussing with Qian Futao, it became clear that Jiahong Trading was indeed a worthy investment. Given this, why not explore collaboration? It would also be a chance to outmaneuver Gauka Group, achieving a twofold benefit. And oh, need to think it over. Director Sue. How could I possibly hesitate when the chairman of Waster Group is personally making the offer? Wang Chang'an exclaimed excitedly upon hearing that Waster intended to collaborate with Jiahong. He was overjoyed and had no intention of turning it down. Just like that, with a single sentence, Li's family would undoubtedly incur significant losses at that moment. As everyone engaged in lively conversation, they became increasingly familiar with one another. As for Tan Hao and Lu Xiao, they had long been left to the sidelines. Finally, when it appeared that most guests had arrived, the shareholders of the Huiguang board began to take the stage to deliver speeches and outline future plans. Tang Jihong welcomed the guests to their seats and instructed all the waitstaff to serve the dishes. Unlike ordinary round tables, the dining tables here were rectangular, with everyone seated in a line. Naturally, Xia sat beside Su Wen. Subsequently, they began to eat and drink, engaging in cheerful conversation. "The host is calling. The host is calling. Hurry and answer the phone. Why are you not picking it up?" Just as everyone was enjoying their meal, Su Wen's phone rang, and it was his mother calling that he promptly answered the call. "What is it, Mom?" Su Wen inquired. "Xiaowen, we might be returning to Modu in a couple of days." His mother's cheerful voice came through the line. Perhaps spending time with family had lifted her spirits considerably. "Oh, that sounds great. When you arrive, just call me, and I'll come and pick you up. I happen to have a car," Su Wen replied with a smile. Calculating the time, he realized his parents had been in their hometown for over half a month, so it was indeed time for them to return. "You have a car?" His mother sounded surprised, then quickly seemed to accept it. "The child has money now. He must have bought a car." "Yes, I bought it not long ago," Su Wen confirmed. "What kind of car? How much did it cost? Is it one of those small sedans worth tens of thousands?" She bombarded him with a flurry of questions. "Well, it looks somewhat like a small sedan." Su Wen hesitated before responding. He felt that given his mother's perspective, it would be hard for her to grasp the concept of a car worth over 40 million. So it was perhaps better not to mention it to avoid alarming her. "All right, I understand. But even if you have a car, don't worry about picking us up. This time, it's not just your father and me returning to Modu. Uncle Chen and Aunt Yang from your neighborhood are coming too. I doubt your car can accommodate everyone, so we can just take a taxi back," his mother explained immediately. "Aunt Yang?" Su Wen frowned. Why are they also coming to Modu? In Su Wen's mind, their relationship with Aunt Yang's family wasn't particularly good, especially since Aunt Yang was quite a snobbish person who had often mocked their family's financial struggles. Her son and daughter are both in Modu, so she wants to come over. His mother clarified that, "I heard her daughter married a wealthy businessman, and they are quite well off now. Her son graduated a couple of years ago and is working as an executive in a big company in Modu, earning quite a hefty salary. For these reasons, Aunt Yang seems to visit our home incessantly, mentioning it in the morning and again in the evening, as if she fears we don't know. Recently, her son-in-law even bought a house for her in Modu. So they moved here to live. Thus, now that we are going to Modu, she plans to come along and wants to show us their large house." His mother continued, her tone slightly displeased, as if she was reluctant to accompany them. However, since they were neighbors, it was awkward to refuse outright. Upon hearing this, Su Wen understood. Aunt Yang was still the same Aunt Yang, unable to shed her vanity. Claiming to visit Modu and wanting to show off her house was just a thinly veiled attempt at boasting. "All right, I understand. That be by the way, Mom. I also bought a new house in Modu." As he spoke, Su Wen revealed the news about his grand villa to his mother, prompting a wave of astonishment from her when he suggested they sell their old house in the old city and move directly into the new villa. After a brief exchange, they ended the call. Time flew by, and before long, an hour and a half had passed. Everyone had eaten and drunk their fill. Su Wen felt it was about time to take his leave. Thus, after bidding farewell to a few business associates he had enjoyed conversing with, he departed, escorted by Tang Jihong, the matriarch of the Tang family, and many other guests, alongside Xia. When they took the elevator down to the hotel lobby, Xia suddenly sighed. "Alas, I've gained weight again." "Gained weight? What do you mean?" Su Wen asked, puzzled me. "I must have gained several pounds," Xia lamented, on the verge of tears as she had indulged far too much that evening. She rubbed her belly, which felt somewhat bloated, unhappy. You have gained weight?" Su Wen looked at Xia's slender figure in disbelief. "I see you are quite tall, almost matching my height, but whether your weight even reaches 100 pounds is debatable. How could you possibly be overweight? Seeing Xia's distressed expression, Suwen smiled helplessly. You may not see it now, but in a while it will show, all right? If you eat too much and don't burn off the calories, you will gain weight. Xia looked at him in disbelief, as if mocking him for being naive. For her, maintaining her figure was far more important than indulging in food. Yet, sometimes, she simply couldn't control her appetite. It was a case of enjoying the moment, only to regret it later. All right, Suwen replied, feeling perplexed. He could only pat her head in consolation, like the tea that moment. A notification chimed at his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task of attending the banquet. The system rewards you with 1 Lamborghini Veneno, 1 Koenigsegg Gemera, and 1 Lotus Evija, all top-tier luxury vehicles. The cars will take 2 days to be delivered. Please be patient. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the accompanying task, bringing Xia to the evening banquet. The system rewards you with a celestial voice and world-class singing skills. Upon the conclusion of the discussion, the system vanished, in an instant. Suwen could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Within the brief span of merely 2 hours of the banquet, he had acquired 3 top-tier luxury vehicles. Could there be anything more exhilarating than this? As for the notion of an ethereal, singing voice, he was momentarily disinterested. 2 days later, in the Haiyunbei Villa district, being the weekend, Suwen returned to the villa, although he had yet to move out of the rented accommodation in the old city. He had already resided here for several days. It must be said that in comparison to his former cramped rental space of merely 60 to 70 square meters, this place felt akin to paradise. Just the area of a single room was about 50 to 60 square meters, even stretching to 70 or 80, spacious and comfortable to dwell in. Why would he still consider living in the old city? Suddenly, his phone rang. Suwen knew it had to be the transport driver calling. Since yesterday afternoon, 2 transport drivers had already contacted him, delivering the Lamborghini and Koenigsegg. Upon answering the call, it was indeed as he anticipated. The final vehicle had arrived. Suwen dialed the gatekeeper, instructing him to allow the transport driver entry, and promptly exited the villa. A minute later, he spotted a luxury car approaching the entrance of his villa. After signing the paperwork and receiving the keys, he finally had all 3 luxury vehicles assembled. The Lamborghini Veneno, stylish and imbued with a sense of technological sophistication. The Koenigsegg Gemera, with its striking lines and eye-catching design. The Lykan Hypersport, exuding an air of elegance, coupled with his previously owned, imposing Aston Martin 1-77. Suwen now possessed 4 of the world's finest supercars. The Haiyunbei Villa lacked a garden, so the parking spaces were directly designated beside the villa. At this moment, the sight of 4 luxury cars lined up in a row was nothing short of magnificent. Moreover, the least expensive among them was valued at over 19 million, while the most expensive exceeded 40 million. Truly a display of opulence. Your mother is calling. Quick, pick up the phone. Why aren't you answering? Just as Suwen was delighting and admiring his supercars, his phone rang once more. This time, it was his mother on the line. We've arrived in the Magic City and are currently heading home. His mother, Wu Wan, immediately informed him upon answering. You made it to the Magic City? Suwen exclaimed in surprise. Why didn't you call me in advance? I thought you weren't coming today. It's the weekend, and I could have picked you up. Don't worry, Yang Yi's son, Chen Wei, is here to pick us up if he's on his way to our home now. Are you at home? I'm at the villa. Not in the old city, but that's fine. I can head back now. With that, Suwen ended the call that he chose to drive the Koenigsegg Gemera, a 4-seater model. Perfect for transporting guests. Without further ado, he sped away. Meanwhile, on the bustling streets, a distinctive black Range Rover was en route to the old city. Inside the vehicle sat 5 or 6 individuals, among them Suwen's father, Su Guangxing, and his mother, Wu Wan. It was evident that this vehicle belonged to Chen Wei, Yang Yi's son. Son, have you switched cars again? Suddenly, a woman in the car expressed her surprise. Dressed flamboyantly, she appeared to be in her 50s. Her name was Yang Ying, the very Aunt Su had mentioned in conversation with his mother. Yes, I changed cars a few months ago. I grew tired of that Audi after 2 years. So I decided to switch to this Range Rover. Chen Wei chuckled as he spoke. That must be quite an expensive vehicle. Yang Ying continued to inquire. Not too bad, around 1.4 million, Chen Wei replied nonchalantly. a note of pride evident in his tone. To my goodness, 1.4 million. While she was aware of the car's hefty price tag, Yang Ying couldn't help but be taken aback upon hearing the figure. Mom, why are you so surprised? Times have changed. My younger brother is now a high-ranking executive at the company. I hear he is due for a promotion in a couple of months, which could make him a director earning tens of thousands a month. A mere Range Rover is nothing in comparison. That moment, another woman spoke up. She was quite alluring, around her 30s, and was Chun Ying's daughter, Chun Xiaoya, having come to the Magic City with her parents. She and Chun Wei naturally accompanied them. Wow, really? That's fantastic. Yang Ying's expression brightened at her daughter's words, bursting into laughter. Her daughter married a wealthy man, and now her son was on the brink of a promotion. Double happiness. A life fulfilled. What could be more gratifying than this? She then turned to Su Guangxing and Wu Wan, chuckling as she remarked, "Isn't it strange how the world works? Some people are destined for wealth, no matter what. Yet those without such fortune will toil for a lifetime without ever achieving it. Right?" Yang Ying spoke slowly, her tone dripping with uncontainable pride. "Indeed, Chun Wei is thriving. It seems your family will soon leap into prosperity." Wu Wan replied with a smile, though she sensed the underlying implications in Yang Ying's words. Time passed quickly as they chatted, and soon the car arrived at the old city, in a place like the Magic City. Such old neighborhoods were becoming increasingly rare. Most residents were migrant workers. Following Wu Wan's directions, they turned a corner and arrived at an aged community. Chun Wei drove into the dilapidated complex, its concrete walls betraying its years. "Juju, you've lived in a Magic City for over 2 years, and this is where you used to reside." Yang Ying's face displayed shock as they entered the community. "Yes, it's quite run down," Chun Xiaoya echoed in disbelief. She wouldn't have stayed here even if it were the last option. Yet, knowing the Su family lived in such conditions, a sense of satisfaction and joy welled up within her. Perhaps that was what they meant by schadenfreude. "Haha, we are simple folk and don't have such high standards," Su Guangxing remarked with a laugh, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. As they spoke, the vehicle came to a halt in front of the building where Su Wen lived. The group disembarked and made their way upstairs. That a few minutes later, they finally arrived at Su Wen's home, a modest space of less than 70 square meters, featuring 2 rooms, a small living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. Each area was painfully small but kept remarkably tidy. "Is this really where you live in the Magic City, Zhuanzi?" Yang Ying surveyed the surroundings and teased. "Yes, it's small, and I apologize for the simplicity. Please don't mind it." Wu Wan waved her hand, inviting everyone to take a seat. "Mind it? Not at all. It's just that your life seems rather frugal," Yang Ying remarked, her lips curling in disdain as she surveyed the humble abode. "Fortunately, my son-in-law knows how to take care of his in-laws, having bought us a house. Otherwise, coming to the Magic City, we might have to live in such a place too," she added, feigning a look of relief. Though her pride was unmistakable. "How can you compare? Our Su family has lived here for several years and are accustomed to it. Once when graduates from university, we will have peace of mind." Su Wen's father expressed sincerely. Still, the Chen family did not miss the opportunity to undermine them. "Guangshu, Wu Ai, I'm not trying to speak ill, but even when one graduates in 2 years, he might not easily secure a good job. The job market is quite challenging. There are so many graduates, and the competition is fierce. One misstep, and you might find yourself out of a job." Su Guangxing was taken aback, realizing the difficulty of employment for graduates. Chen Wei furrowed his brow and continued, "Unless he pursues further studies, but that requires more time and money." After a moment, he added, "I think it would be wise for one to join Wei and have him arrange a job for him, as long as he remains diligent and earnest. Making a life in the Magic City shouldn't be too difficult." Suddenly, Chun Xiaoya chimed in with a light laugh, her expression exuding superiority, as if she were a magnate looking down upon a beggar, offering a bowl of food out of pity. Indeed, that could be a solution. "Guangxing, Zhuanzi, Wei is already a high-ranking executive at the company and may be promoted in a few months. Allow your son to join him. Perhaps in the future, he may have the opportunity to achieve great success." Yang Ying's eyes brightened, and she cheerfully echoed this sentiment. In her view, if Wu Wan's son were to graduate and work alongside Wei, the Chen family would forever hold an advantage over the Su family. It was even possible that, in order to secure a position for Soo-won, this couple would have to go out of their way to curry favor with her. If this news reached their hometown, wouldn't it bring immense pride to the Chun family? Haha, Aunt Yang, I appreciate your good intentions. However, Soo-won has no plans to work for someone else's company, so your suggestion is destined to be fruitless. Yet before Yang Ying could finish her daydream, a sudden voice shattered the peculiar atmosphere. Everyone turned to see Soo-won, having opened the door, walk in from outside. Xiao-won, you're back, upon seeing their son return. Su Guangxing and Wu Wan immediately greeted him with smiles. Why, it's Xiao-won. You've grown so tall and handsome in the time we haven't seen you, Yang Ying remarked with immediate delight. However, Su-win's earlier comments seemed rather presumptuous, leaving her somewhat unsettled. So she continued, Xiao-won, you've been studying at university in the magical city for 2 or 3 years now. Have you found a girlfriend? Not yet, Su-win replied candidly, his expression neutral. Yang Ying sighed. You've been in university for more than 2 years. How is it that you haven't begun dating? Aren't you worried about missing out on something important? Then again, I suppose it's not entirely your fault. Dating these days can be quite costly, and with your family financial struggles, where would the money come from? Chapter 44. Yang Ying's request, Aunt Yang. That's a serious misconception. Who says you must date while in university? Can't one focus on studying, find a job after graduation, and then think about such things? Su-win expressed his thoughts. Feeling somewhat speechless. Find a job? You're still quite young and haven't even entered the workforce. You have no idea how difficult it is to find employment nowadays, Chen Wei countered, shaking his head in a bid to discourage him. Indeed, just earlier, we were discussing how if you graduate, you could work with a Wei, and you seemed reluctant to you have any idea how many people would love to be on good terms with my brother? Chun Xiaoya chimed in disapprovingly that I appreciate the sentiment, but I have my own company you really think it's feasible for me to work under Wei Ge? Su-win replied with a hint of amusement. At this statement, everyone fell silent. Not just the Chen family, but even his own parents were taken aback. They only knew that their son had recently made a considerable amount of money from an online store, but they had no idea that he had unwittingly started a company. You, a university student, have a company? Chen Wei questioned, his face filled with skepticism. Exactly. Xiao-win, no offense, but your family's living conditions don't exactly suggest that you could run a company. If you truly had the means to start one, why would you be living in such a dilapidated place? Chun Xiaoya echoed her brother's disbelief. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. And you're right. This place is indeed shabby, which is why I purchased a villa in Haiyun Bay and plan to take my parents there, Su-win said calmly in response to their doubts. Instantly, Chen Wei and Chun Xiaoya were left utterly bewildered. Haiyun Bay? Su-win, what did you just say? You bought a villa in Haiyun Bay. Chen Wei nearly laughed in disbelief. Haiyun Bay is known as the premier villa district in the magical city. With property prices in the hundreds of millions, how could he afford such a thing? Chen Wei continued. Even his sister, Chun Xiaoya, a wealthy socialite, couldn't fathom living in Haiyun Bay. Did the Su family have that kind of potential? Yang Ying, having rarely been in the magical city, was unaware of Haiyun Bay's significance, but from her son's earlier mention, she sensed it was extraordinary. She remarked, away, what is going on? Since Su-win has the means to start a company, buying a villa shouldn't be too difficult for him. You needn't rush to dismiss him. Unexpectedly, Yang Ying was defending Su-win. She then turned to Su-win's parents with a smile, saying, Guangxing Zhuanzi, your son is truly impressive. Starting a company and buying a villa. How remarkable. Since we are neighbors, could you possibly take us to see your villa? It will be a great opportunity for us Chun family members to see what a Haiyun Bay villa is like. With that, she adopted a pleading expression. Chun Xiaoya, who had been surprised by her mother's sudden support for Su-win, now understood her mother's intention. It seemed she was planning to expose the other's deceit. It was indeed true. Upon hearing Yang Ying's proposal, Wu Wan appeared somewhat hesitant. She too was unsure of whether her son was telling the truth. After all, Haiyun Bay is a district for true billionaires. Who would dare to dream of such a thing? In contrast to his parents' uncertainty, Su-win maintained an air of calm throughout. He recognized Yang Ying's request for what it was, a mere attempt to unmask him. However, his villa was meant for enjoyment and residence. What business did these people have with it? He had no obligation to take them to his home to prove anything, whether they believed him or not, just as Su Wen was about to decline. A sudden notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have triggered a passive quest. The system has issued a task. Accept Yang Ying's request and take the Chun family to the villa. Task reward. Shares in Jinhua Road, Commercial Street. Jinhua Road, Commercial Street. Su Wen was momentarily taken aback, then filled with excitement. Jinhua Road is a well-known commercial street in the magical city, bustling with activity. There are at least hundreds of shops along this street, and the annual rent for a single storefront can reach several $100,000. Just imagining the total earnings from all the shops in a year was exhilarating. I accept the task, Su Wen said promptly. He then looked up at Yang Ying and the others, stating, since you wish to see the villa, then I shall take you there. With a calm smile, Su Wen finally spoke. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, especially Yang Ying. Initially, her comment had been intended to intimidate Su Wen, but she had never anticipated he would actually agree. Was he not afraid of being exposed? Xiaowen, do not jest, Chen Xiaoya said in shock. Haha, Sister Xiaoya, you jest that we are neighbors. Why would I joke with you? Let us go, Su Wen replied, stepping confidently out the door. The Chen family members were left utterly perplexed, unsure of Su Wen's intentions. Nevertheless, they still believed that he was merely putting on a show, prompting them to follow him outside. However, what they didn't expect was that as they reached the ground floor, the Chun siblings would be struck dumb, as if hit by a bolt of lightning. They discovered that Su Wen was at that moment driving a Koenigsegg, maneuvering it to turn around in the alley. What the heck, a Koenigsegg? How could this be? Was I seeing things? Su Wen was driving a Koenigsegg. Chen Wei and Chen Xiaoya stared at the sleek, luxurious supercar before them, their expressions filled with disbelief. They looked as though the world had ended. Koenigsegg. What does that mean? Wu Wan suddenly asked. Koenigsegg, the world's top limited edition luxury supercar. Priced at $23.88 million, Chen Wei explained, his voice trembling slightly. What? $23.88 million. Su Guangxing and Wu Wan felt their hearts drop, nearly succumbing to the shock that my heavens, what does $23.88 million even mean? For us wage earners, working tirelessly day in and day out, it would take centuries to earn such an amount that Wu Wan was equally stunned. The Chen family, on the other hand, was utterly astonished. Just moments ago, while upstairs when Su Wen spoke of his company and villa, the Chen siblings and Yang Ying had assumed he was merely boasting. Little did they know, as soon as they stepped downstairs, he would deliver such a shocking revelation. However, Yang Ying quickly pivoted her focus, saying, this car is worth such an exorbitant amount. It is indeed quite luxurious. I just wonder if this car belongs to him or if he borrowed it. Upon hearing their mother's words, the Chen siblings snapped back to reality. Indeed, even if Su Wen was driving this supercar, it didn't necessarily mean anything. Perhaps he borrowed it from a friend? After all, Su Wen was just a university student. And there are plenty of rich second-generation individuals at school. He could very well have borrowed it from classmate to show off. Chapter 45, to Haiyan Bay, let us go. Dad, Mom, get in the car. I'll take you to see the new house. They were questioning him. Su Wen had already turned the car around and pulled up beside them. Saying this, he pressed a button on the central console, causing both rear doors to open like wings, invitingly. Though his parents were astonished, they cautiously climbed into the Su Wen then turned to the Chun family and said, "You have a car, right?" Then followed behind. I want TV driving too fast. Upon finishing his words, Su Wen closed the car door and set the vehicle in motion, driving out of the alley. Let us go. We shall follow and see what they're truly up to. I refuse to believe there's actually a villa, Yang Ying scoffed. Consequently, the members of the Chen family hurriedly boarded their vehicle, trailing behind. On the opulent street, a striking white supercar sped by, closely followed by a black Range Rover. At this moment, within the confines of the supercar, Su Wen's parents, Su Guangxing and Wu Wan, appeared to be in a state of shock, their expressions somewhat dazed. Xiaowen, tell me the truth. Did Chen Wei just say your car is a Koenigsegg worth $23.88 million? Is that true? Su Guangxing finally could not contain his curiosity. And, is that villa real? Wu Wan added, astonished. Yes, it's all true. Moreover, if we're speaking of luxury cars, I possess more than just this one. Su Wen nodded, his words audacious. After all, even if he remained silent, they would eventually witness the villa upon arrival. Hearing their son's affirmation, Wu Wan and Su Guangxing were left speechless, having toiled their entire lives. They had struggled to save a mere few thousand due to exorbitant living expenses and Su Wen's numerous expenditures. Yet here was their son, making a fortune through an online store that in an instant. The couple felt as if their worldview was collapsing. Little did they know how many could truly earn such wealth from running an online store. Su Wan, however, was an anomaly. For him, everything was made easier. Time swiftly passed during their discussions that Su Wan drove the luxury vehicle, bringing the Chun family to the Haiyunbei Villa district that we really have arrived at Haiyunbei. Chun Wei gazed at the entrance of the villa area, momentarily stunned. Can we even enter? Yang Ying maintained her defiance, but soon she was proven wrong as Su Wan drove the luxury car to the entrance. A security personnel immediately greeted him respectfully. Following that, Su Wan exchanged a few words with the man, and the barrier lifted, allowing the Koenigsegg to enter with undeniable grandeur. When Chun Wei himself drove up to the entrance, he was similarly allowed entry without obstruction. Instantly, the Chun siblings were thrown into a state of disbelief. Given that Haiyunbei was the pinnacle of villa districts in a magical city, it was inconceivable for anyone to gain entry so casually, if not for Su Wan's status as a homeowner. How could they, mere outsiders, be allowed in? Moreover, the security's demeanor clearly indicated familiarity with Su Wan. Could it be that he wasn't boasting after all, and truly owned a villa here? However, before they could ponder further, they were taken aback by the breathtaking surroundings of Haiyunbei. This was no ordinary neighborhood. It was akin to a celestial paradise. Moments later, Su Wan guided them to his villa. Yet upon disembarking, they were immediately struck dumb by the sight before them. Su Wan, are all these cars yours? Chun Wei's eyes widened in disbelief that my heavens, how is this possible? Chan Xiaoye exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. Before them, aside from the Koenigsegg Su Wan had just driven, there were 3 additional top-tier supercars parked in Aston Martin 1-77, a Lamborghini Veneno, and a Lykan Hypersport. Gazing upon these world-class supercars, Chun Xiaoye and Chun Wei began to question their own perception. The Lykan Hypersport was valued at $19.88 million. That the Aston Martin and Lamborghini Veneno were the epitome of luxury cars, each exceeding $45 million in price. How could Su Wan possess 4 such lavish vehicles? What extravagant lifestyle did this imply? Yet they soon emerged from their stupor, for an even more astonishing reality lay before them. The grand, opulent villa that towered impressively. Should Su Wan indeed unlock this villa's door, they would be compelled to accept the truth of his ownership. Regardless of their disbelief, it was one thing to borrow a luxury car for appearance's sake. It was entirely another to borrow an entire villa, a feat that defied logic. Who, in their right mind, would lend out their own villa? Especially one of such caliber as Haiyunbei, a wife.su1, unaware of their thoughts, turned to everyone with a calm smile and said, "Come, let us step inside the villa." With that, he led his parents toward the villa's grand entrance. The Chun family swallowed hard and followed suit. Upon reaching the villa's threshold, Su Wan placed a finger on the biometric scanner, and with a beep, the door swung open. He then ushered his parents inside, while the Chun family entered the villa amidst a flurry of astonishment and trepidation. Wow! Upon entering, apart from Su Wan, both Su Guangxing, Wu Wan, and the Chun family members gasped in awe, utterly captivated by the scene before them. The villa's interior was nothing short of a dreamlike paradise, adorned with exquisite luxury. "Everyone, please don't just stand there. Take a seat." Su Wan chuckled at their astonishment. Prompted by his words, they followed him to the seating area and settled down. "You all sit tight. I'll brew some tea," he continued as he made his way to the kitchen. After all, with the Chun family visiting, he felt compelled to extend his hospitality. Once Su Wan departed, the others gradually regained their composure. Chun Wei was the first to address Su Wan's parents. "Goodness, Guang uncle, Wu auntie, you mustn't be deceiving me. Is your Su family remarkably wealthy and merely pretending to be poor?" He questioned, eyes wide with disbelief. "With such luxury cars and a grand villa, who would believe you were struggling in the magical city? Indeed, Wu auntie, your son is so affluent. How could you, as parents, be unaware of it?" Chun Xiaoye chimed in, equally skeptical. Meanwhile, Yang Ying remained relatively silent. Although she was a neighbor to the Su family, she had always looked down upon them, believing them to be impoverished. However, with her daughter marrying into a wealthy family and her son securing a high-ranking position in a company, she had dismissed the Su family entirely. Initially, when her son-in-law purchased a large house in the magical city, she had planned to flaunt it before the Su family. Yet, she had not anticipated that the Su family would be playing the part of the underdog while being so affluent themselves. Chapter 46. The Unraveling of Aunt Yang. I say, Guangxing 1, you two are quite something. Why hide the fact that your family is so wealthy? What is there to conceal? Finally, Yang Ying spoke, though her tone dripped with sarcasm. Su Guangxing and Wu Wan exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. What could they say? They were just as bewildered. At that moment, Chun Xiaoya's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, she realized it was a call from her husband. And she promptly answered, Xiaoyu, have your parents arrived? If they have, hurry and take a taxi over. I've booked a hotel at Yefeng Tower. Let us all have dinner together. A man's voice echoed from the other end. Yes, they've arrived. We're just visiting a fellow villager in the Haiyunbei Villa district. We'll come by shortly. Chun Xiaoya responded honestly. You have a fellow villager living in Haiyunbei? Is that for real? Her husband sounded taken aback. Why would I lie? This villager lives next to our hometown. You've been there before. The old house next door is the Su family. However, as soon as she finished speaking, 10 seconds passed without a response on the other end. Chun Xiaoya thought perhaps the call had dropped, but upon checking her phone, it was still connected. Honey, why are you silent? She inquired, puzzled. You just said your neighbor's surname is Su, and they reside in Haiyunbei, correct? Her husband's voice trembled slightly. Yes, that's right. Chun Xiaoya replied, Does that Su family have a young man named Suwen? Her husband continued to probe. How do you know? Chun Xiaoya was taken aback, her expression one of confusion. What the hell? Her husband was equally shocked. I took a guess when you mentioned your neighbor's surname is Su and that they live in Haiyunbei. But I never expected it to be him. What do you mean? What is the significance? Chun Xiaoya pressed, bewildered. What do you mean, what is the significance? You're neighbors, and you didn't know. The young man. Su Wen is the chairman of the Hills Hotel and the big boss of the Wister e-commerce company. His status is extraordinary. I saw him at a banquet for Huiguang Technology a few days ago. In a single moment, it felt as though a thunderclap had struck Chun Xiaoya, leaving her utterly astonished. Oh, you mustn't be deceiving me, right? Chun Xiaoya struggled to believe it, her voice rising several notches in pitch, instantly drawing the attention of those around her. Why would I deceive you? Xiaoya, let me tell you, you must ingratiate yourself with the Su family. Do you understand? They are truly powerful figures. If you cultivate a good relationship with the Su family, it will bring immense benefits not only to the Chun family, but also to our Zhao family. It could even lead to potential investments for our company. Do you realize that? On the other end of the line, Chun Si's husband urged, his tone infused with an inexplicable excitement. Oh my goodness. Previously, at the banquet, I couldn't even qualify to ask for Mr. Su's phone number due to his status. I never imagined that he would be my mother-in-law's neighbor. How could this not be exhilarating? How could I not feel thrilled? Then a thought struck him, and he continued, by the way, aren't we supposed to have lunch soon? Do you think you could invite Mr. Su to join us? It would be a great opportunity to strengthen our ties. Yes, she listened to her husband's elaborate words. Chun Xiaoya felt as though she were in a daze, unable to comprehend it all. Su Wen, he is actually the chairman of the Hills Hotel, the chairman of the Worcester Corporation. How? How is this even possible? However, recalling the 4 luxury cars from earlier and the ultra-luxurious villa, everything suddenly made perfect sense. Chun Xiaoya had no idea when the call ended. When Suwen came over with tea, she immediately snapped back to reality and looked at him, saying, Xiaowen, oh no, Mr. Su, my husband just booked a hotel and is planning to invite my parents over for a meal. If you and Uncle Guang, Aunt Wu don't mind, why don't you join us? Chun Xiaoya said, her voice trembling with respect, leaving everyone else bewildered. Yang Ying stared at her daughter in utter shock. The sudden shift in her daughter's tone was peculiar, and addressing Su Wen as she was even more baffling. However, before anyone could grasp the situation, Su Wen spoke up, As for the meal, let's forget it. Our fridge is full of food. My parents are coming back today, and I'll cook myself, Su Wen stated bluntly, clearly indicating that he was not interested out of course, if you all want to eat out. You should hurry along, don't keep them waiting, he added, suggesting it was time for them to leave. The Chen family members were astute individuals. The meaning behind his words was evident. Yang Ying's expression changed instantly. She had already been displeased by the Su family's sudden wealth, and hearing such dismissive words only deepened her frustration. Without hesitation, she rose and declared, "Since my son-in-law has called, we shall go eat now. Guangxing Zhuanzi, we will not impose any longer." With that, she left without a second thought, leaving her daughter, Chun Xiaoya, utterly perplexed. "Mom, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly leaving?" As Yang Ying exited, the rest of the Chun family followed suit. Chun Xia anxiously pulled her mother aside to ask, "Why are we leaving? Didn't you see that they were asking us to go? Why stay when they clearly want us to leave?" Yang Ying replied, her displeasure evident. "Let them chase us away. We can pretend we didn't hear anything. There was still an invitation I wanted to extend to Su Wan," Chun Xiaoya lamented. "Are you out of your mind? They are clearly dismissing us, and you still want to invite them for a meal? What are you thinking?" Yang Ying exclaimed, astonished. "Mom, you don't understand." Chun Xiaoya began to explain her husband's earlier words. And soon, Yang Ying and Chun Wei's expressions transformed into one of sheer shock. Meanwhile, inside the villa, after the Yang family left, Chun Xiaoya's mother couldn't contain herself, saying, "Xiao Wan, was it really appropriate to send them away like that? Isn't it a bit rude? What's the big deal? The Chun family's relationship with us has never been good. Did you not see how they used to strut around with such arrogance?" Su Wan scoffed. To earn respect, one must first show respect. If the Chen family cannot even manage that, why should we be overly cordial? Thus, Su Wan brought his parents to the new villa, where they settled in. As for the old house in the city, Su Wan returned to cancel the lease the very next day. He also hired a moving company to transfer useful items from the old house, such as clothes and dishes. Once everything was in order, he took out his phone to message his close friends and classmates, asking if they would like to join him for a grand meal. His parents had worked tirelessly their entire lives without ever indulging in a lavish feast, and Su Wan felt it was only right to treat them to something special. However, dining with just 2 or 3 people seemed rather dull, so he decided to invite his friends as well. Upon hearing about the sumptuous meal, everyone was thrilled and eager to join. Even Summer, who had been cautious about gaining weight, ultimately chose to indulge in the culinary delights. Thus, they arranged the time and place. On Monday evening, as soon as school ended, Su Wan quickly drove his Koenigsegg back to Haiyun Bay, intending to freshen up before picking up his parents to head to the Hills Hotel. His friends and Summer would simply take a rideshare service. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 7 in the evening that at the entrance of the Hills Hotel, a Koenigsegg slowly pulled up, and Su Wan, along with Su Guangxing and Wu Wan, stepped out of the car. "Xiao Wan, is it too extravagant for us to dine here? This is a 7-star hotel. A meal here must cost a fortune," Su Guangxing remarked, frowning as he gazed at the grand establishment. Although he was aware that his son was now wealthy, dining at such a place still felt excessive to him. "Indeed, we could just find a regular restaurant to eat. There is no need to come here," Wu Wan concurred. "Don't worry. A meal here won't cost too much. Besides, I have many friends joining us, so it's only fitting to choose a nicer venue," Su Wan replied nonchalantly. Not to mention that he was the owner of this hotel, so he wouldn't even have to pay. Even if he did, spending tens of thousands on a meal was merely a trifle for him. As they spoke, 2 taxis approached, and soon Su Wan's friends, Summer, and her companions emerged from the vehicles. The atmosphere instantly became lively. His friends looked at Su Wan and then at the 2 elders beside him, all beaming with joy as they greeted. "Hello, Uncle." "Hello, Annie." Previously, in their chat, Su Wan had mentioned bringing his parents along for a meal. Upon seeing the 2 elders, everyone realized they must be Su Wan's parents, and they greeted them warmly. You all are so polite," Su Wan's parents responded, visibly pleased. "Wow, Xiao Wan, what is the name of this beautiful girl?" Suddenly, Su Wan's mother turned her attention to Summer, her eyes widening in surprise. Summer's stunning appearance had captivated her at first glance. "Hee Mom, this is Xia Xinyao, my university classmate," Su Wan explained with a smile that, "Oh, I see," his mother nodded. Although she was aware that staring was impolite, she couldn't help but steal another glance at Summer, unable to resist the allure of her beauty. "Thank you. Auntie for the compliment, Summer replied, feeling delighted at being praised by Su-Wen's mother, though she also felt a tinge of shyness. All right, stop staring. Even if you look. She is not going to be your daughter-in-law, Su Guangxing remarked, shaking his head with a chuckle at his wife's fixation on the young woman. How come you never say anything nice? Wu Wan retorted. Her expression stern. Uncle, that is not necessarily true. You don't know, Xiaoyao and Su-Wen are quite close. They often interact, almost like a couple. Although they aren't officially together yet, it's practically the same. Xiaoyao talks about Su-Wen more than anyone else, and used to bring him milk tea every day. You have no idea how much she likes him. At that moment, Summer's two friends, Wang Xiuxiu and Ji Yu Xiao, chimed in, completely oblivious to the fact that they had just spilled the beans on their friends' private conversations. As expected. Upon hearing this, Summer's expression froze, and her face quickly flushed with embarrassment. How could her friends expose their usual chatting topics, especially in front of Su-Wen's parents? Had they lost their minds? Ah, the lament of Xia, who feels an overwhelming urge to strangle her two close friends in her dismay. The words of Wang Xiuxiu and Jiyu indeed left Su-Wen's parents astounded, particularly his mother, whose eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue. Could it be that this young lady surnamed Xia has a romantic connection with her son? She turned to Wang Xiuxiu and Jiyu, expressing, "You two are simply delightful, such charming conversationalists." Then, casting her gaze towards Xia, she continued, "My son can be rather stubborn at times, and has his fair share of flaws. I hope you can bear with him." Wu Wan chuckled lightly, choosing not to delve deeply into the nature of their relationship. Though she had aged, she was no fool. Matters of the heart should be left for the children to navigate themselves. Moreover, if certain things were not yet established, it would be unwise to prematurely orchestrate romantic pairings, lest it lead to discomfort for everyone involved. Her son might be rugged and resilient, but the young lady was another matter entirely. Annie, you need not worry. Su is a wonderful person, and I find it quite easy to get along with him, Xia Xinyao remarked with a smile. All right, let us proceed inside for the meal. With a resigned smile, Su-Wen led everyone into the hotel lobby. That moment, a man who appeared to be the manager hurried towards them, seemingly having waited for quite some time. He was the manager of the hotel, through whom Su-Wen had made the prior arrangements for their banquet. "Mr. Su, please come upstairs," the manager greeted respectfully, guiding everyone to a luxurious private room on the upper floor. Wow, the ambience here is truly splendid. Indeed, it is spacious and airy. As soon as they entered the room, exclamations of awe escaped their lips. The room was indeed vast, spanning at least 60 square meters, nearly rivaling the small, dilapidated abode Su-Wen had once called home. The traditional decor instantly enveloped them in a sense of relaxation and comfort. "Please, find a seat. Do not be shy," Su-Wen invited. His friends, unreserved, immediately settled into their places, after exchanging a few words with the manager. He quickly took out his walkie-talkie to instruct the staff to begin serving the dishes. Before long, servers began arriving, each bearing trays laden with an array of delicacies. The sumptuous feast Su-Wen had ordered was no small expense, totaling over 50,000. Thus, when the servers finally presented the complete spread, the sight of the lavish banquet left everyone in awe. Chapter 48. Let us go to KTV for a sing-along roast goose. Kung Pao chicken, Wincy tofu, Buddha jumps over the wall, boiled cabbage, rock candy snow swallow, oil-braised prawns, steamed hairtail crab, and so forth. The table was adorned with no fewer than 20 renowned dishes from the country, each a masterpiece in its own right, exuding an irresistible aroma and vibrant colors. Dad, Mom, Xia, and Old Chun, let us not dawdle. Let us dig in, Su-Wen declared, picking up a dish to sample. Instantly, a wave of savory flavors enveloped his palate, and he was thoroughly impressed. Seeing Su-Wen begin to eat, his friends could no longer restrain themselves. They eagerly grabbed their chopsticks and joined in. Wow, this goose is incredibly fragrant. This Wincy tofu is exceptionally tender. And this oil-braised prawn is simply delightful. After tasting the exquisite offerings, everyone expressed their admiration. Enjoy yourselves, eat to your heart's content. Su-Wen's parents chimed in cheerfully, after indulging in a few dishes. They then reached for drinks and beer, with those opting for soft drinks enjoying them alongside those drinking beer. Su-Wen who needed to drive later, abstained from alcohol, allowing Chun Ming and the others to share a drink with his father. The atmosphere was lively, and they all relished the meal together. Time flew by swiftly, and before they knew it, over an hour had passed. The dishes on the table were nearly depleted, and the drinks had been consumed. After a brief respite, they all rose to conclude the meal. Su Wen's parents, visiting such a high-end hotel for the first time, could not help but feel that it was an extraordinary experience. At just after 8 o'clock, Su Wen's friend suggested, "Hey Xiaowen, why don't we all head to KTV for some singing?" "Absolutely. It would be a shame not to revel fully since we are out and about." As they exited the hotel and stepped outside, Wang Xiuxiu and Ji Yu playfully urged Su Wen. They adored singing, and with a significant figure in their midst, they naturally wished to seize the opportunity. "You too?" Xia glanced at her mischievous friends, shaking her head with a smile. "I think that's a splendid idea. Old Su, shall we go sing?" Yes, I concur, with so many of us in such a vibrant atmosphere. It would be a pity not to sing," Sun's close friends eagerly chimed in. With several female classmates willing to join in the singing, how could they possibly resist? This was a golden opportunity for bonding. Su Wen nodded in agreement, finding the idea appealing, and cheerfully responded, "All right, let us go sing." Conveniently, there was a KTV facility adjacent to the Hills Hotel, so why not indulge? Upon hearing Su Wen's consent, everyone erupted in excitement. "Ah, singing is for you youngsters. We old folks will sit this one out." "Indeed. You young ones enjoy yourselves. We'll head home." Sun's parents displayed no interest in singing, as their thoughts shifted to returning home after a satisfying meal. For them, even a leisurely stroll around Hyunbae community seemed more appealing than a night of karaoke. "Let me drive you home. I'll drop you off and then head back out." Su Wen offered, understanding his parents' sentiments that no need. "We'll take a taxi. You all go have fun. There are plenty of taxis in this city. Do we look like we can't find one?" Su Guangxing and Wu Wan waved him off. They were not newcomers in the city, unaware of how to get home. Seeing his parents' insistence, Su Wen refrained from pressing further. However, for peace of mind, he still called a taxi for them. After seeing them off, he felt reassured and left the hotel with his friends. The Hills KTV was merely a few hundred meters from the hotel. A 5-minute walk brought them to their destination, where they were greeted by a 10-story building. Glimmering and eye-catching, without hesitation, Su Wen and his companions made their way inside. Upon entering, they were welcomed by a dazzling lobby, complete with lounge areas, beverage stations, and entertainment zones. "Do you have private rooms?" Su Wen inquired at the reception, addressing a charming young lady at the front desk. "Indeed, we have several options. Standard small rooms are 450 yuan, standard large rooms 600 yuan, and standard extra large rooms 800 yuan. Luxurious small rooms are 600 yuan, luxurious large rooms 900 yuan, and luxurious extra large rooms 1200 yuan. The supreme large room is 2,500 yuan. Beverages and food are charged separately," the front desk attendant explained slowly. "Then let us go for the supreme large room." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Wen declared, "Certainly, sir." The front desk lady summoned a staff member to escort them upstairs. That a few minutes later, they arrived at the lavish 10th floor. The grandeur of the supreme luxury room was immediately apparent. With opulent decor and an unmatched atmosphere, each room had a staff member stationed outside, ready to attend to guests' needs. Soon, they were led into a spacious, luxurious room equipped with cutting-edge technology. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the supreme luxury room. Not only is the environment exquisite, but the singing equipment is top-notch, providing an immersive auditory experience," the staff member introduced with a smile. Once the introduction concluded, he inquired, "Would you like to order drinks?" "Of course," Su Wen nodded, picking up the menu from the table to select 2 types of food, one focusing on barbecue and the other on fruit. "Very well. Please hold on for a moment." With that, the staff member stepped out. In no time, all the food was delivered with remarkable efficiency. The room's bright lights had dimmed, replaced by a softer glow, and everyone was eager to start singing. Wang Xiuxiu chose to sing a song by Wang Tianho, while Ji Yu selected by the Butterfly Spring. Chun Ming and He Wenfeng also took turns picking songs. Xia, however, took a moment to settle on the sofa, feeling the need to digest after the hearty meal. Meanwhile, Ji Yu turned to Su Wen and remarked, "Xiaowen, your ears are in for a treat. Wang Xiuxiu sings beautifully." You'll be amazed, is she really that good? Suwon chuckled at Ji-Yu's proud expression. Absolutely. She won third place in last year's school singing competition, didn't you know? Ji-Yu Xiong, brimming with confidence, spoke assertively. Suwon was slightly taken aback. He genuinely had no prior knowledge of this matter. He was aware that the school held an annual singing competition, awarding prizes to the top 3 contestants. Yet he had completely forgotten who those top 3 were. Just as the conversation unfolded, the prelude began, and Wang Xiuxiu commenced her performance. You are on the path of Yao Yao, the lights in the misty mountains and fields. The performance was explosive, utterly captivating. The moment the song resonated, silence enveloped the crowd. The melody and rhythm of the song were nothing short of flawless. Coupled with Wang Xiuxiu's commendable vocal prowess, it mesmerized the audience instantly. Even Suwon, who possessed world-class singing skills, found himself quite impressed. Furthermore, Wang Xiuxiu's voice was unique, ethereal, delicate, and filled with passion. Although she paled in comparison to the likes of Queen Wang, among ordinary individuals, her talent was exceptional. Explaining her third-place finish in the school competition, "What do you think? Isn't it splendid?" Ji-Yu remarked proudly, glancing at Suwon. "Old Su, why don't you give it a try as well? Although we may not match Wang Xiuxiu's brilliance, we can at least play the part of green leaves." At that moment, Chunming chimed in with a cheerful tone. Chapter 49, World-Class Singing Skill Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a passive task. The system rewards. Sing a song at KTV. Task reward, 51 shares of Wanhua Electric Company, one of the top 500 enterprises in the country. After the system's introduction, Suwon was astounded. Though this company was far inferior to Vaster, it still held a significant position among the top 500 in the country. Why not accept such a reward for merely singing a song? Moreover, the system had endowed him with a world-class voice and singing ability. Now was the perfect opportunity to showcase it. I accept the task, Suwon declared promptly. He then turned to his companions and said, "All right, I will sing a song too." After a brief moment of contemplation, he selected Dark Fragrance on the screen. "Xiao Wenj, are you certain you want to pick this song?" Ji-Yu exclaimed, momentarily stunned as she glanced at him. "Wow, old Su, you're really something, daring to choose this song." "Indeed, this song is notoriously difficult to sing. I wouldn't dare attempt it," Chunming Zhuyuan. And the others echoed, astonished. They regarded Suwon with skepticism, questioning whether he might be feverish for choosing such a challenging piece. "Is it that difficult?" "I think it's manageable," Suwon shrugged off nonchalantly. At that moment, Wang Xiuxiu had concluded her performance, and it was now Ji-Yu, Chunming, and He Wenfeng's turn. Compared to Wang Xiuxiu, their vocal abilities were significantly lacking. Ji-Yu and He Wenfeng fared slightly better, at least managing to stay on rhythm and pitch. As for Chunming, he sang entirely at his whim. Not only was he off-key, but his timing was also erratic, either rushing or dragging, never quite hitting the right notes. Listening to someone else sing would cost you, but enduring his rendition felt like a trial. "Are you not going to sing?" Suwon asked curiously while peeling an orange for Xia classmate. "I'll choose a song after you finish. That way my performance won't seem so lackluster," Xia classmate replied with a smile as she accepted the orange. Suwon was momentarily taken aback. "All right, quite clever of you." However, he pondered what would happen if Xia classmate selected a song while it was his turn to sing, given his world-class singing skills. Just as he wrestled with this dilemma, Xia classmate unexpectedly stood up to choose her song. It was then Suwon's turn to sing, so he chose not to intervene as Xia classmate selected her song. He took the microphone from Zhu Yuan and stepped onto the stage. Moments later, a soothing voice filled the room, resonating with a familiar and enchanting melody. Suwon began. "When the petals bloom and the dark fragrance lingers after the rain, no one comes to scent it." The exquisite melody flowed as his clear voice danced around the audience. That moment, everyone was left in a state of awe. This was beyond explosive. It transcended mere astonishment. The melody of Dark Fragrance conveyed a poignant love story of two individuals deeply in love yet unable to be together. Suwon utilized his heavenly voice and top-tier singing skills to fully express the burgeoning, struggling emotions encapsulated in the song. The audience felt as if they were immersed in the experience, resonating with the intense feelings of sorrow and conflict nestled within the lyrics. The song seemed to stretch on indefinitely. and one noticed when it had concluded, by the time they regained their senses. Suwon had already stepped off the stage in unison. They turned to Suwon, their eyes filled with shock, disbelief, and incredulity. Heavens, Xiaowinj, how? How can you sing so beautifully? Indeed, old Su, have you been possessed? How could you possibly deliver such a captivating performance? Goodness, you were never like this before. We've heard you sing. What has come over you today? The group buzzed with astonishment, unable to comprehend how Suwon could elevate a song to such heights. It was no exaggeration to say he had reached the pinnacle of world-class singing standards, perhaps even surpassing them. Wang Xiuxiu, who had performed admirably earlier, paled in comparison to Suwon. Xia classmate stared at Suwon, her heart brimming with shock and disbelief. She had never anticipated that Suwon could sing so beautifully, akin to a celestial being. In that moment, he appeared so enigmatic, radiant, and resplendent. Bang, 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 lost in thought. Xia classmate felt her heart racing, her cheeks flushing. Xia classmate, it's your turn. Suwon suddenly stood before her, handed her the microphone. Xia classmate was momentarily taken aback before realizing she had indeed chosen a song, and it was now her turn. However, after hearing Suwon's ethereal performance, she felt that merely finding the right pitch would be a triumph. Singing now would only serve to highlight the stark contrast between her and Suwon. Did she even have the audacity to face this? Especially since Suwon had handed her the microphone, it felt like being thrust into the spotlight. Instantly, Suwon's image in her mind plummeted. Nevertheless, despite her internal protests, she knew she couldn't back down at this point. If I'm going to die, then let it be, she thought, accepting the microphone and stepping onto the stage. Xia classmate chose to sing Invisible Wings. One of her favorite inspirational songs. As the music began, she started, "Every time, I strive to be strong amidst loneliness every time. Even when wounded, I do not shed tears." The song was undoubtedly beautiful, with profound melodies and lyrics. However, it must be said that when sung by Xia classmate, it felt rather unremarkable, a stark contrast to Suwon's celestial voice. Even Suwon had to concede that Xia classmate was indeed the ultimate song terminator. If Sister Han knew her song was rendered in such a manner, she would likely rush to Shanghai overnight to give Xia classmate a good scolding. That being said, Suwon could still discern that Xia classmate was genuinely trying her best. Well, she's giving it her all. A few minutes later, Xia classmate finally completed her song. That moment, Suwon applauded her. It wasn't because she sang well, but rather, her courage was commendable. Seeing Suwon applaud, Chun Ming and the others joined in as well. You sang well, really well, Chun Ming complimented. Ahem. I need to use the restroom. Xia classmate, well aware of her lackluster performance, felt utterly humiliated as the applause and praise echoed around her. She quickly handed the microphone to Suwon and dragged a friend out of the private room to alleviate her embarrassment. Suwon chuckled lightly, shaking his head, and then handed the microphone to Chun Ming. This guy clearly hadn't sung enough and was eager for another round. However, it was peculiar that after Chun Ming finished his song, Xia classmate and her friend Ji still hadn't returned. What is up with them? It's been almost 5 minutes. Haven't they found the restroom? Chun Ming wondered. I'll go check, Wang Xiuxiu said as she stood up. Yet, just as she was about to leave, the door to the private room suddenly burst open, and Ji rushed in, exclaiming, "Not good. Xia classmate has been cornered by some thugs and can't get back." Chapter 50. Rescuing Xia classmate, where are they? Where exactly? Suwon furrowed his brows and immediately inquired. Over by the restroom. I'll take you there. Ji responded in a flustered manner. As she spoke, she led the group out of the private room. Meanwhile, on the other side, classmate Xia stood in the corridor outside the restroom, surrounded by 7 or 8 individuals. These individuals, both men and women, were adorned in gold and silver, exuding an air of arrogance and flamboyance. So, have you thought it over? One of the men leading the group suddenly spoke up. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a robust physique, and his eyes held a domineering and audacious glint as he gazed at classmate Xia. However, faced with the threat, classmate Xia did not succumb to fear. Instead, she looked directly at the man and replied in a low voice, "What do you mean? Your friend harassed me, and you want me to apologize to him?" Her brows knitted in anger. Earlier, when she and Jiu had gone to the restroom, A man had approached them. As he brushed past, he unexpectedly reached out to touch Xia's face. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly and evaded his advance. To her astonishment, upon realizing his scheme had failed, he attempted to block her path, demanding her phone number and even pulling out his phone to film her, claiming it was for a keepsake. Regardless of whether she consented, Jiu, unable to tolerate the situation, had scolded the man for being a rogue. Enraged by the insult, he had discreetly messaged his friends for assistance, leading to the current predicament. Thankfully, Jiu had quickly slipped away to seek help. Otherwise, they might have both been ensnared. This thought only fueled classmate Xia's anger further. This group, clearly at fault, were now playing the victim, seemingly believing that a young girl like her would be easy to intimidate. The man continued, "Little girl, you claim my brother harassed you, but one must speak with evidence. Accusing my brother is tantamount to accusing me, and thus you owe us a night out for drinks. So, what will it be? Will you come to our private room willingly, or shall we escort you there?" He sneered coldly, exuding an air of menace, as if to assert dominance over her. Suddenly, the man who had sought Xia's phone number earlier chimed in, his tone brimming with arrogance and self-satisfaction. The women accompanying him laughed derisively. "What are you pretending for? Dressed so beautifully. Isn't it to attract men? I advise you to be smart and come with us to the private room, or else you'll face the wrath of Brother Han. You won't have a pleasant outcome." They exchanged glances filled with disdain and jealousy, unable to comprehend how someone could possess such beauty and secretly wish for her humiliation. "Classmate Xia, are you all right?" Just as Xia's safety seemed precarious, a voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Turning around, she saw Jiu and Su-Wen finally arriving at the restroom. Upon seeing Su-Wen, Xia felt a wave of relief wash over her, her previously tense expression softening instantly. For some reason, the mere presence of Su-Wen made her feel secure. However, Su-Wen's expression was grim as he surveyed the crowd encircling Xia, a surge of anger igniting within him. "Release her at once," he commanded, his voice icy. The moment he spoke, it was evident that any refusal would trigger his wrath. Yet, the group surrounding them, emboldened by their ignorance, turned to face Su-Wen. "Are you blind? Who do you think you are, meddling here? Get lost, and take yourself far away from here," they threatened, shoving him back like a tea that moment. A sharp crack echoed through the air, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Before anyone could react, the very man who had pushed Su-Wen found his wrist brutally snapped, collapsing to the ground in agony that I won't repeat myself. "Release her immediately, or your fate will mirror his," Su-Wen declared, his patience wearing thin as he made an example of the aggressor. However, this display of strength only further incited Han Chao, the leader of the group. "Oh, you have a death wish. I've been in this district for over a decade, and my acquaintances number in the hundreds. You dare strike my brother? You're asking for trouble," he roared, commanding his remaining henchmen to retaliate. With the order given, they surged towards Su-Wen, fists clenched in fury. Su-Wen had long been intolerant of their antics and wasted no time in engaging them. Yet, to his surprise, he quickly found himself without an opponent. Just as the group charged, Chen Ming, Zhu Yuan, and He Wenfeng rushed in to assist him. He Wenfeng, a seasoned athlete, had no trouble handling one, while Chen Ming and Zhu Yuan subdued another. Thus, as Su-Wen dispatched two adversaries, only Han Chao and a few women remained. Su-Wen turned, striding purposefully toward them. What do you intend to do?" Han Chao stammered, his bravado faltering in the face of Su-Wen's approaching like a tea that moment. The seasoned thug found himself unnerved, initially dismissive of Su-Wen. He now realized the youth was no ordinary opponent. As Han Chao stammered for mercy, Su-Wen was resolute, threatening my friend and attempting to drag her into drinking games. "And now you claim it's a misunderstanding?" "I find that laughable," he retorted, advancing towards Han Chao with determination. Wait. This isn't a place for fighting. Can't we resolve this peacefully?" Just as Su-Wen prepared to strike, a young man in a suit hurried over, intervening. "That you've arrived too late. Your words hold no weight now," Su-Wen replied, assessing the newcomer and recognizing him as the manager. "It's not too late. This was merely a misunderstanding. I acted to defend my brother," Han Chao pleaded desperately. "This young lady claims my brother harassed her, yet he asserts he was falsely accused as his elder brother. Isn't it my duty to seek justice? Yet, the sincerity of his words was questionable. Even to himself. Release your hold on her. You scoundrels have no shame. It was your brother who harassed my friend. Su Wen's companion, Jiu, interjected, her anger palpable. The manager, however, stood firm. While I cannot ignore this, how can I ascertain who is in the right? Without evidence, I must remain neutral. Isn't there surveillance in this corridor? We can easily clarify the truth, Su Wen suggested, his tone grave. Apologies, but the cameras are malfunctioning and cannot provide evidence, the manager replied bluntly. At this revelation, not only were Su Wen and his companions shocked, but even the onlooking staff were taken aback. Their KTV routinely maintained its surveillance systems. It was inconceivable for them to fail simultaneously. Even a fool could discern that the manager completely disregarded the facts and favored Mr. Han. However, surprisingly, in response to the manager's remarks, Su Wen did not express anger. Instead, he glanced at the other party and said, "You are the manager of this KTV, correct?" "Of course, what of it?" The manager replied haughtily, dismissing the young man entirely. Yet Mr. Han was different. He was a regular patron of the establishment and held considerable stature. In the event of a conflict, the manager would undoubtedly side with them, or Han. Su Wen refrained from further conversation, merely letting out a cold chuckle before retrieving his phone to make a call. Within mere seconds, the call connected. "Hello, Mr. Su?" came a voice from the other end. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Zhang Kaming, the vice chairman of the Sierras Hotel Dada. "Is that you, Vice Chairman Zhang?" Su Wen responded slowly. "Yes, indeed. I'm at your service. What may I assist you with, Mr. Su?" Zhang Kaming replied cheerfully, fully aware that the chairman of the Sierras Hotel was on the line and thus eager to listen attentively. "There is a matter I need you to address. Please contact the general manager of Sierras KTV. Inform him that the manager here is ignorant of the rules and should be dismissed. Either recruit a new individual or transfer someone from headquarters to oversee operations." With that, he hung up the phone, leaving no further words to be said, fully confident that Zhang Kaming would comprehend the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the manager, standing opposite Su Wen, was left dumbfounded the moment the call ended. He had overheard Su Wen's previous words and was struggling to grasp their meaning. Vice Chairman Zhang. Which Zhang Vice Chairman? The Zhang Kaming of Sierras Hotel. Was he truly speaking of his dismissal? Just as he pondered, his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing that it was General Manager Lin calling, a wave of dread washed over him. "Hello, General Manager Lin?" The manager answered hastily, his voice cautious. "Tell me, did something happen at the KTV?" Lin's voice came through, direct and unyielding. Yes, the manager stammered, quickly recounting the events that had transpired. However, before he could finish, Lin's furious voice erupted from the other end. "Zhou Lisin, are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea who that young man is? How dare you oppose him? He is the new chairman of Sierras Hotel. In a conflict, you chose to side with an outsider against the chairman. How can someone be so foolish?" A barrage of curses left the manager stunned, his mind momentarily incapacitated. Did Lin just say that this young man was the new chairman of Sierras Hotel? How could that be possible? His eyes widened in disbelief as he recalled how he had just spoken to the new chairman with such arrogance. Oh heavens! What have I done? He thought in despair. "General Manager Lin, I had no idea. The manager attempted to explain, but Lin interrupted him. "Enough, you needn't elaborate. Starting tomorrow, do not come to work. You are dismissed." With that, the line went dead, leaving the manager reeling as if struck by lightning. Zhou Lisin had been at Sierras KTV for 6 years, gradually climbing to the managerial position through social connections and capability. Who could have anticipated that his career here would conclude in such a manner? Sierras KTV was one of the premier establishments in the city, offering exceptional benefits. Losing his managerial role felt like a death sentence. At this moment, regret flooded him. Wishing he had known the young man was the new chairman of Sierras Hotel, he would have never dared to oppose him. Turning to Su Wen, he gazed upon him as if he were the last lifeline, pleading, "Mr. Su, please show mercy and spare me. I truly did not know you were the chairman of Sierras Hotel. I was blind to my own ignorance." The manager, once brimming with bravado, was now reduced to a pitiful figure, desperately hoping for forgiveness. Yet, some occurrences cannot be undone, and thus, Sympathy was absent from Su Wen's heart as he recalled the manager's earlier attempts to obfuscate the truth and protect Mr. Han. Meanwhile, another individual, Han Chao, felt an even deeper sense of despair. He had anticipated that the manager's arrival would guarantee his safe exit, yet in an instant, the tides had turned as Su Wen swiftly approached him. Han Chao was still in shock, grappling with the revelation that this young man was indeed the chairman of Sierra's hotel. Before he could fully process this, Su Wen unleashed a swift kick, causing Han Chao to double over in agony as he was sent hurtling toward the wall with a resounding crash that a chorus of panic screams erupted from the women nearby, who had previously been so smug and self-satisfied. Despite his robust physique, Han Chao could not withstand Su Wen's might. It was likely that he would require hospitalization and a lengthy recovery. Classmate Xia, who was it that first touched your face and asked for your number? Su Wen suddenly inquired, turning to classmate XIA.IT was Chun Ming. He and Zhu Yuan were the ones who assaulted him. She pointed to the man who had been beaten down by them. So, you are the instigator behind it all. Chun Ming and Zhu Yuan exchanged glances, their anger reigniting as they kicked the fallen man once more, eliciting pained cries, after they finished administering their punishment. Su Wen approached the man, towering over him as he declared, "Using strength to bully the weak is not commendable. However, it is entirely appropriate when dealing with scum like you." With that, he stomped down on the man's hand. The sickening crack of breaking bones resonating in the air, sending chills through those present. Another agonized scream escaped the man's lips, as Su Wen was confident that this encounter would eradicate the man's habit of inappropriately touching others. Once he had dealt with these individuals, Su Wen departed with classmates Xia and their friends, leaving behind a scene of disarray. As for the aftermath, he entrusted it to the KTV staff, not wishing to concern himself further. "How about it, everyone? Do you still wish to sing?" Su Wen asked, glancing around. It had only been about 10 minutes since they had exited the private room, and the night was still young if they wished to continue singing. "It would be more than agreeable. Let's just head back. The earlier excitement has completely dampened my spirits," came the response, with others agreeing. "The fight was too intense, and I'm still feeling jittery, so singing doesn't interest me anymore." Understanding their sentiments, Su Wen turned to classmate Xia, who nodded in agreement, and they proceeded to settle the bill before leaving for school. Upon returning, Su Wen did not head directly to the dormitory, but instead escorted classmate Xia and her friends to their residence. Once they had ascended the stairs, he turned to classmate Xia and asked, "Are you all right? Were you frightened at all today?" Expressing concern, Su Wen acknowledged that the situation had arisen because of him, and had he not led the outing, classmate Xia would not have faced any trouble from that group. "That I'm fine." Initially, it was quite frightening, but as time passed, it became bearable. "That I must thank you. Without your intervention, I might have been taken away by them," she replied gratefully. Xia, filled with gratitude, gazed at Su Wen and said, "Previously, when I was cornered at the KTV, to claim I was unafraid would be a falsehood. I was merely maintaining my composure. However, the moment Su appeared, it was as if a celestial being had descended, and I instantly felt secure. From that moment on, I realized just how comforting Su truly is. I am nearly in awe of him." At this juncture, Su Wen remained oblivious to the fact that Xia was on the verge of becoming his little fan. Noticing that Xia was indeed unharmed, he engaged in a few more exchanges before returning to his dormitory. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the singing task. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Su Wen's mind, and a wave of joy surged through him as he recognized that shares in a Fortune 500 company had once again come into his possession. The following day, after Su Wen had tidied himself up, the first thing he did was not to attend class, but rather to head to Wanha Electric Company to sign the transfer contract, thus officially becoming the chairman of the firm. After all, it was a Fortune 500 company, and he couldn't bear the anticipation of not signing the contract. Subsequently, he drove home in a Koenigsegg, picking up his parents along the way. He resolved to purchase some clothing for them, as every time he returned home and observed his parents wearing those old clothes bought years ago for a mere 30 or so yuan. It made him uncomfortable. It seemed that even with newfound wealth, a grand villa, and luxury cars, they remained reluctant to spend. Hence, he took it upon himself to buy them some new attire. Today was different from the past. Now that he had money, it was time to spend it where necessary. His destination was Jinhua Commercial Street, the very street from which he had inherited real estate shares. Jinhua Commercial Street, located in the Binhai district of the Magic City, runs along the Second Ring Road. Stretching several hundred meters, it is a bustling thoroughfare. Just then, a sleek Koenigsegg rolled by, followed by Su Wen and his parents exiting the vehicle and entering the commercial street. Isn't this place a bit too expensive? It looks like a brand store. Indeed, we are older now. Is there really a need for such fine garments? As they approached a clothing store, Su Guangxing and Wu Wan began to frown. Clearly afflicted by a fear of spending money, it's all right. This isn't overly luxurious. Since we're here to buy clothes, we might as well choose something of quality. After all, you've worn cheap clothing your entire lives. What harm is there in donning something nice? Su encountered tea this moment. Had Su Guangxing and Wu Wan known that the entire commercial street belonged to Su Wen, they would surely have felt quite different. In a certain sense, the shop owners here were merely his tenants. As they conversed, the group entered the boutique. True to its high-end nature, the moment Su Wen stepped inside, he was struck by the grandeur of the store. It was vast, immensely so. The layout was organized and tidy, exuding an air of sophistication and elegance. "Welcome!" Suddenly, a woman approached with a smile, seemingly a sales associate. However, upon noticing that apart from Su Wen, the other two customers were dressed rather poorly, her smile faltered significantly. In her eyes, this family clearly lacked wealth. Otherwise, they wouldn't be clad in such tattered garments. Such customers, she presumed, might meander around without making a purchase, wasting precious time. Yet, as a sales associate, she forced herself to maintain her patience and inquired, "Hello, may I ask who is looking to purchase clothing and what type they are interested in?" "My parents will be buying," Su Wen replied. "Very well, please follow me," the sales associate said coolly. Leading them to the section for seniors, high-end brand clothing was indeed exceptional. The array was dazzling, overwhelming, with each piece of clothing exquisite in its own right. Even the garments designed for the elderly were diverse and vibrantly colored. The quality and texture were nothing short of extraordinary. "This outer garment feels wonderful, and the color is beautiful. How much is it?" Wu Wan inquired, her hand brushing against a striking red outer jacket. "This women's piece is a vintage floral Gucci coat, priced at 17,500 yuan. The sales associate promptly informed her. "What? Oh, for 10,000. The revelation stunned the elderly couple. "Are you joking? A single jacket costs over 10,000. That's enough for us to work several months for," they exclaimed. "Is this clothing or gold?" "What about this one?" Wu Wan pointed to another design. "This is an authentic bowtie wool coat, priced at 21,700 yuan, the woman announced, revealing yet another shocking figure, leaving the couple dumbfounded. Observing their reaction, the sales associate displayed a look of disdain. Knowing well what to expect, they were simply a bunch of unsophisticated country folk. "Shaowen, perhaps we should try another store. The prices are exorbitant here," Su Guangxing suggested. "Indeed, several tens of thousands for a single piece is utterly ridiculous," Wu Wan added, both clearly taken aback by the prices. However, before Su Wen could respond, the sales associate's expression darkened as she retorted, "Are you buying or not? If not, I won't be introducing anything further." Her tone was laden with impatience and contempt. As she scrutinized Su Wen's parents once more, she muttered, "If you know you are financially constrained, you shouldn't have even stepped in here. Just look at how you're dressed in this day and age." A cold laugh escaped her lips, audible enough for Su Wen's family to hear, instantly causing an awkward silence. "We've only been in the store for a minute or two. Why the impatience?" Su Wen remarked incredulously. How can someone so lacking in patience work as a sales associate? Quite the oddity. He was utterly speechless. "The real question is, even if I introduce items, can you afford them? Looking at your shabby appearance, do you really think you could buy clothes that cost over 10,000 yuan? Isn't that laughable?" The sales associate, taken aback by Su Wen's retort, wore a scornful expression. Just then, the boutique's door swung open again, revealing a remarkably dressed couple exuding an air of elegance, clearly there to shop for clothing as well. The sales associate immediately turned her disdainful gaze towards Su Wen and his family, declaring, "You can buy if you wish. I'm not interested in you anymore. I'll attend to other customers." With that, she donned a bright smile and made her way towards the entrance. not long after she left. As Su Wen's parents contemplated exiting, another sales associate approached with a smile, addressing Su Wen and his family. "Hello. I assist you with anything?" Seizing the opportunity, Su Wen reiterated his parents' desire for clothing. Surprisingly, this new sales associate, far from displaying disdain for Su Wen's parents, warmly introduced each piece of clothing. The difference in demeanor compared to the previous associate was like night and day, although the items remained expensive. She meticulously explained the materials and quality of each garment, truly igniting a desire to purchase. "Excuse me, may I ask if your sales associates earn commission?" Su Wen suddenly inquired, piqued with curiosity. "Indeed, we have a base salary plus commission," she replied, unsure of the reason behind his question. "That is the commission individual or collective?" Su Wen pressed further. "Our store operates on individual commissions. The more one sells, the higher their commission. However, some stores do have collective commissions." The sales associate answered with a smile. I see." Su Wen nodded, understanding the structure. He then turned to the sales associate, stating, "The garments you introduced earlier, my parents mentioned they liked several. I'll take all of them." This declaration left Su Guangxing, Wu Wan, and the sales associate stunned. Just as Su Wen's parents were about to protest, he raised a hand to stop them. "Say, Mom, Dad, don't argue. If you like it, just buy it. What is the point of earning money if not to spend it?" His words rendered his parents speechless. Upon hearing Su Wen's declaration, the sales associate was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. "Oh my. If those garments sell, that would mean I've achieved over 100,000 in sales in a single day." Before she could bask in her excitement, Su Wen continued, "Mom, Dad, if you see anything else you like, feel free to choose. Once you're done, let us select a couple of nice outfits for Grandpa and Grandma to send back to them, so they can enjoy some branded clothing too." "Yes, that sounds good. Let us pick out a few for them as well," Su Guangxing and Wu Wan agreed, this time without hesitation. After all, they had already selected several items for themselves. It would be unreasonable not to buy for their parents. Furthermore, as their elders aged, opportunities to gift them clothing would diminish. They were reminded of their late grandmother and grandfather, who had passed on due to old age, leaving them with a sense of melancholy. Suddenly, they resumed selecting clothing for their elderly relatives. After another 10 minutes, the selection was finally complete. Upon counting, they realized they had purchased 5 or 6 garments for their family elders, with each elder receiving 2 or 3 pieces. Including the clothes for Su Wen's parents, the total came to over a dozen items. They could see that moment. Even the sales associate seemed taken aback by the lavishness of the customers, her excitement palpable. She hastily wrapped the chosen garments and led the group to the checkout counter. With so many items in hand, they struggled to manage the numerous bags. This spectacle naturally drew the attention of other customers and sales staff in the store. Immediately, expressions of astonishment appeared on everyone's faces, particularly that of the female sales associate who had previously dismissed Su Wen's family. She was utterly dumbfounded. She could hardly believe that a family who appeared so modest could afford such a multitude of designer clothing. How could this be? The garments here were exceedingly expensive. Purchasing so many must have cost at least 200,000 to 300,000, right? Even the cashier looked surprised upon seeing the total. "Goodness, this is a major customer. Sir, you have purchased 13 items in our store, totaling 247,500 yuan, but we can offer you a 9.5 discount, which means you only need to pay 235,125 yuan. Additionally, you can apply for a membership card with us. A 100,000 yuan recharge grants you a 9.8 discount. A 200,000 yuan recharge provides a 9.5 discount, and a 500,000 yuan recharge allows for a 10 discount." The cashier beamed, speaking with utmost courtesy. However, just as she was about to scan and register the items in the system, a voice interrupted. "Wait, ma'am, I was the one who attended to this customer when they first entered. Given that they are purchasing so many items, this sale should rightfully be credited to me." The speaker was the very female sales associate from before. Seeing Su Wen and his family buy so many clothes made her envious, prompting her to rush over. "Is that so?" The cashier was taken aback. She quickly turned to another sales associate. "Xiao Miao, is what she said true?" "I don't know." The young woman named Xiao Miao was bewildered. She had not realized that these customers had been attended to by Tao Jie earlier. At the time, seeing that other associates had customers, she assumed these individuals were neglected and approached them directly, never anticipating this outcome. "Ma'am, there's no need to ask her if you inquire. she will certainly claim ignorance. Our store has a clear policy. No sales associate may arbitrarily take customers from another associate. Otherwise, the sale is credited to the original attendant. She has taken my customer, so this sale should count toward my performance. The previous sales associate spoke again, her tone haughty and assertive that if you don't believe me, you can ask these customers if I was not the one who first attended to them. The female associate pointed to Su-won and his family. Then she turned to them, ingratiatingly saying, "Young master, and uncles and aunts, I sincerely apologize for the earlier oversight. I hope you won't take it to heart." She feigned politeness, completely disregarding her earlier condescension. Meanwhile, Xiao Miao wore a look of disappointment. After all, she had invested effort into this sale, yet would receive no credit for it. Anyone in her position would feel disheartened, right? "Young master, may I inquire whether my colleague's statement is indeed accurate? Was she the first to assist you?" At this moment, the cashier also turned her gaze toward them, looking puzzled. "It is true," Su-won nodded, responding honestly. Upon hearing this, the female associate's heart leapt with joy, as if she could already envision her monthly sales figures and the substantial commission that would accompany them. That it was clear that the items purchased would cost no less than 2 to 300,000. With a commission rate of 2, this sale would yield her at least 4 or 5,000 in commission. How could she not be thrilled? However, just as her excitement began to swell, Su-won spoke again. "However, I am quite dissatisfied with this sales associate. If this sale is credited to her, then I shall not proceed with the purchase." Su-won's expression remained indifferent as he continued, May I ask why?" The cashier was momentarily taken aback. Su-won glanced at the previous female associate, sneering as he said, "When we first entered, she indeed attended to us. However, upon noticing our ordinary attire, she made several disparaging remarks about our financial status. And when a new customer arrived, dressed elegantly, she completely ignored us, but he couldn't help but comment, 'You certainly have hired a remarkable employee. Were I to rate her, I would undoubtedly give her a 1-star review.'" Su-won articulated each word with a tone laced with dissatisfaction and sarcasm. Is this true? Upon hearing Su-won's remarks, the cashier's face registered shock as she turned to the female associate, asking, "Is what he said accurate?" I was compelled," the female associate stammered. "The young master mentioned wanting to buy clothes for his parents, but they were hesitant. I merely expressed some frustration at their indecision." The sales associate attempted to defend herself. Smack! Before she could finish, a sharp sound of slapping the table echoed, startling those around them. The cashier's expression darkened to the utmost degree as she glared at the female associate, exclaiming, "Tao Wenmin, do you realize what you are doing? As a sales associate, your role is to serve customers and familiarize them with our products. Instead, you ridicule them and treat them with disdain. Have you lost your mind?" At that moment, the cashier could scarcely believe she had hired such an associate. Discriminating against customers based on their status was a grave sin in retail. Tao Wenmin, confronted with the cashier's sudden shift in demeanor, was taken aback. She had not anticipated such an outburst. Her previous bravado evaporated, and she quickly replied, "I understand, ma'am, that I will surely be more mindful in the future. I guarantee such behavior will not recur." Yet she murmured, "Regardless, this sale cannot be credited to Xiao Miao." Even in this moment, she was still fixated on the sales figures. As soon as her words left her mouth, the cashier was both exasperated and amused. "I believe you are truly out of your mind, still thinking about sales figures at a time like this. This sale is credited to Xiao Miao. How dare you interject?" Su-won nodded in agreement, stating, "This sale should indeed belong to the sales associate, Xiao Miao." He then shifted the conversation, "To be honest, ma'am, I must commend the quality of your garments. Typically, I would certainly purchase a membership card worth 500,000, as is my custom. However, due to the conduct of this sales associate, my impression of your store has soured, so I shall forego the membership and simply pay for the items." Su-won innocently stated, producing a bank card to hand over. His intention was unmistakable. Indeed, upon hearing this, the cashier's face turned pale. She glared at Tao Wenmin, wishing she could devour her, if not for her reckless actions. How could she have lost such a valuable customer? The more she pondered, the more incensed she became, resolutely deciding to terminate Tao Wenmin. Otherwise, who knows how many more customers she might lose. Meanwhile, Xiao Miao who had earlier been disheartened, was now ecstatic upon hearing the cashier declare that this sale was hers in just a few short minutes. Her emotions had swung wildly. Fortunately, it all ended well. She cast a grateful glance at Sue when before promptly retrieving all the items that had been registered by the cashier. Sue Won, unperturbed by the earlier drama, accepted the garments and the bank card handed to him by the cashier. He then, alongside his parents, swaggered out of the store under the furious gaze of Tao Winman. Once outside, Sue Won couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of wealth. Money indeed grants one the power to do as they please. He reflected on his recent expenditures. Over $8 million spent on furniture for the villa, a luxury watch gifted to a classmate named Xia, as well as dining expenses and today's shopping spree. He was left with just over $29 million in his account. Alas, how increasingly impoverished he felt. With a sigh, after helping his parents return home with their new clothes, he made his way back to campus. As a university student, one cannot simply skip classes, can they, to become an exemplary child of both character and academics. At least that is what Sue Won believes. Time swiftly passes, and before he knows it, several days have gone by. During this period, Sue Won is not engaged in much, apart from frequently chatting with classmate Xia over WeChat, while life continues as usual. However, this is how he has spent his days. The opinions of his peers at the academy, however, diverge significantly. Recently, the forums have been abuzz with activity. The cause? Naturally, it revolves around Sue Won's lavish car. Not long ago, everyone marveled at Sue Won arriving at school in an Aston Martin, leading to rampant speculation about whether it was a gift from classmate Xia. Remarkably, less than a month later, Sue Won has switched to a Koenigsegg valued at over $20 million at the students have gone completely wild. How could this seemingly impoverished Sue Won possess multiple luxury vehicles? Could it be that this car was also a gift from Xia? But how could Xia have given Sue Won 2 luxury cars in such a short span? Was their relationship really so serious? Just as the gossip swirled, Xia sent Sue Won a message on WeChat, inviting him to the Grove with a hint of a surprise. Chapter 55. The gift. Naturally, Sue Won could not refuse Xia's invitation. The rendezvous was set for today at 12:30 p.m. Right after lunch. After finishing his meal, Sue Won made his way to the Grove. One must admit, the school's grove is a truly enchanting place. Despite its simplicity, consisting solely of flowers, grass, and trees, it seems to be a favored spot for relaxation and leisure. Upon Sue Won's arrival, he found a considerable number of people there, most of whom were couples that a quick glance forward revealed Xia seated on the grass, engrossed in her phone, prompting him to approach her. "I'm here," Sue Won announced as he arrived. Xia looked up and smiled. "Ah, you made it. Here, this is for you." She handed him a gift box adorned with a watch design and a familiar brand logo. "Wait, is this Patek Philippe? Isn't this the watch I bought for you last time?" Sue Won exclaimed in surprise. The box was identical to the one he had given her. Was she returning the watch to him? "While the brand is the same, it is not the one you gifted me. I accepted your watch, but this one is for you," Xia explained. Realizing her intent, Sue Won smiled helplessly. It seemed he had no choice but to accept the gift. He took the box from her hands, understanding that Xia felt embarrassed for receiving a watch from him and had thus purchased one for him in return. They both settled onto the grass. And Sue Won opened the box, revealing a smaller one inside. As he opened it, an exquisitely crafted and undeniably stunning watch appeared before him. It was truly beautiful, clear and radiant, a work of art. Yet, he couldn't help but notice that aside from its size, the color, dial, and design were identical to the one he had given her. "Isn't it a bit strange that they look so alike?" Sue Won asked, astonished. "Well, this is a couple's watch, so of course, they are identical," Xia said, a hint of shyness creeping into her voice. Upon closer inspection, Sue Won noticed a slight blush on her otherwise flawless face. "Wait, the 5212A001 is not a couple's model, is it?" Sue Won questioned, puzzled. "Not exactly. This watch was specially customized by me through the store owner," Xia replied, her smile radiant and her pride evident at that moment. Sue Won understood. Goodness, it was a custom piece. He almost forgot that Xia was quite affluent herself, perhaps even wealthier than he was. This must have cost quite a bit, right? He couldn't help but inquire, knowing that custom pieces tend to be pricey. "Yes, a bit more than yours. I bought it for 550,000. Xia nodded, answering candidly. Sun was taken aback. This was 200,000 more than the watch he had given her. So, in a way, he had benefited from Xia's generosity. Here, let me help you put it on, Xia said with a smile, taking the watch and pulling Su Wen's hand towards her, adorning him with it. Resembling a girlfriend's tender gesture. Su Wen, do you think your future girlfriend will be upset about me giving you this couple's watch? Xia asked, her gaze fixed on him. Su Wen could only respond with a silent expression. Feeling a sudden wave of awkwardness wash over him. By the way, Su Wen, tomorrow is the weekend. I'm going shopping with some friends. Would you like to join us? Xia suddenly added. Shopping? Yes. Well, actually, it's my cousin Xia Chuyan. She wants to go shopping and meet you. That you become quite famous in our family, and she's eager to meet you. The mysterious Su Wen, Xia explained, shrugging lightly. That moment, a notification chimed in Su Wen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a passive task. Accept Xia's invitation to go shopping. Task reward. World-class painting and calligraphy skills. Su Wen paused briefly, surprised at the generous reward. However, he had already intended to agree to Xia's invitation. Making this task feel like a bonus. I accept the task, Su Wen said promptly. He then turned to Xia with a calm smile. Since I'm free tomorrow, I can join you anytime. Meanwhile, as Su Wen and Xia enjoyed their conversation, the surrounding crowd could hardly contain their envy, especially among the boys, whether single or not. They watched in awe as Xia, the school beauty, gifted Su Wen a watch and even personally helped him put it on. Had Su Wen saved the galaxy in a past life? What made him so deserving? The next day, in preparation to accompany Xia, Su Wen made a special effort to dress well. After enjoying breakfast prepared by his mother, he set out in one of his luxury cars. Initially, he had intended to drive the Lamborghini Veneno, as he had grown weary of the Aston Martin and Koenigsegg. However, with an additional passenger, only the Koenigsegg could accommodate them all, and thus he reluctantly drove it on the opulent streets of the metropolis. The 20 million Koenigsegg turned heads and drew envious glances from passers-by. Eventually, he parked near a side road named Xinshin Road, close to the villa where Xia lived, which was the agreed-upon meeting point. Upon arrival, he sent Xia a message, and moments later, she informed him that they would soon be there. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, he spotted two figures approaching. One of them was Su Wen exited his car and waved, signaling them over. You must be Su Wen, my future brother-in-law. Upon seeing him, Xia Chen exclaimed excitedly. However, her choice of address left everyone momentarily speechless. Thud! A playful smack landed on Xia Chuyan's head, causing her to yelp in surprise. Why did you do that? She asked, clutching her head and staring at her cousin Xia. What do you mean, why? Do you even know how to speak? Xia scolded, her face flushed with embarrassment. You can't just greet someone by calling them brother-in-law right off the bat. What's wrong with that? Xia Chuyan retorted defiantly. How else should you address him? You're remaking it awkward for both of us, Xia sighed, exasperated by her cousin's lack of tact. Well, it may not be true right now, but he will be in the future, Xia Chuyan replied with a cheeky grin, turning to Su Wen and seeking his agreement. Seeing how tall and handsome Su Wen was, she couldn't help but admire her cousin's taste. In no wonder Xia couldn't resist sending him bubble tea every day. Ah, this child, Su Wen chuckled helplessly. Though they were cousins, their personalities seemed worlds apart. All right, let's get in the car. To avoid further embarrassment for Xia Chuyan, Su Wen decided to change the subject and invited the two of them into the car. Wow, a Koenigsegg. Suga, you are truly wealthy. As soon as they boarded the car, Xia Chuyan began to touch this and that, resembling a character akin to Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. She was certainly not as affluent as her cousin. Su Wen chuckled lightly and then inquired, Where do you wish to go? Let us head to Long Street, Xia Chuyan promptly responded. Long Street is one of the 3 iconic commercial streets in the magical city. Due to its extremely narrow and elongated shape, resembling a dragon stretching for miles, it is aptly named Long Street. This street is even more renowned and expansive than the Jinhua commercial street that Su Wen had previously visited. It boasts not only an array of culinary establishments, but also numerous well-known specialty shops, making it a veritable paradise for brand enthusiasts. As Su Wen drove his Koenigsegg onto the street, he immediately sensed the extraordinary atmosphere enveloping the area. He soon parked the car to the side and ventured into the commercial street alongside the two sisters, Xia and her companion, though they referred to it as shopping. Their primary intention was to purchase clothing. Thus, the first store they entered was a clothing boutique. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, over 2 hours had elapsed. Throughout this time, the two sisters were full of energy, guiding Su Wen as they explored various specialty shops and brand outlets with seemingly unending enthusiasm. It must be said, Xia Chuyin is truly stunning. Each time she entered a boutique, she captured the awe of both the store owners and sales assistants. Every garment she wore appeared to be custom-tailored just for her. How does it look? Beautiful, right? This time, they had entered a dress boutique, when Xia Chuyin emerged from the fitting room clad in a pure white chiffon gown. Not only did Su Wen find himself speechless, but even the sales assistant nearly drooled at the sight. This is simply too beautiful. Indeed, Xia Chuyin's remarkable poise and her flawless, fair skin, paired with the ethereal white gown, rendered her akin to a celestial being descending to earth, a vision of unparalleled beauty. It's lovely, truly lovely. Su Wen nodded in agreement. Hearing Su Wen's praise, Xia Xinyao appeared quite pleased. She instantly resolved to purchase this dress, which was worth over 10,000. What do you think? My cousin is gorgeous, right? Su Wen, you must strive earnestly to marry my cousin. Then we shall all be family, Xia Chuyin said with a triumphant smile. It seemed as though the most beautiful one was not her cousin, but rather herself, while she simultaneously encouraged Su to do this. Su Wen could only smile helplessly, uncertain why she was so insistent on him becoming her brother-in-law. In the midst of their conversation, Xia Chuyin had already completed her purchase and settled the bill. Su Wen assisted her in carrying the shopping bags, and together they exited the boutique. Su Wen, I must thank you for today. You drove us here for a day of fun and even helped carry our clothes. Xia Chuyin expressed her gratitude as they stepped out of the store. Before Su Wen could respond, she added with a smile, how about this? Let us go into a boutique, and I'll buy you a few outfits as a token of my appreciation. Without waiting for Su Wen's consent, she pulled him into a men's clothing boutique. Under Xia Chuyin's insistence, Su Wen was compelled to try on various styles, including punk, casual, and athletic wear. It must be said, Su Wen certainly had the physique for modeling. Although he might not quite rival Xia Chuyin in terms of looks, he was undeniably a top-tier handsome fellow. He donned each outfit with effortless grace. And every time he emerged from the fitting room, Xia Chuyin's eyes sparkled with admiration, clearly taken by his charm. After a thorough selection process, Xia Chuyin purchased several particularly well-fitting garments for Su Wen, including a trench coat that was valued at over 30,000. I'll handle this myself. At that moment, Su Wen noticed Xia Chuyin preparing to pay and quickly intervened, having already gifted him a watch worth over 500,000. He felt quite embarrassed at the prospect of her buying him high-end clothing as well. However, Xia Chuyin dismissed his concerns, saying, it's nothing, just a small payment. She continued, let me tell you, my cousin is incredibly wealthy. A veritable treasure trove, with at least several million, if not billions, at her disposal. Her father, my uncle, is even more affluent, a bottomless well of riches. I envy my cousin immensely. Xia Chuyin chuckled, then turned to Su Wen. I know, Su Wen must be a treasure trove as well. From now on, I, Xia Chuyin, will follow my brother-in-law. If you encounter any difficulties on the path to marrying my cousin, I, Xia Chuyin, will certainly lend my utmost support. I only have one request. I hope you won't forget me when you're enjoying the finer things in life, she said with a playful grin. Su Wen felt a bit embarrassed. Finally understanding why this young lady was so enthusiastic and eager for him to become her brother Law. It seemed her motivation was quite self-serving. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but acknowledge her previous statement. Indeed, Xia Chuyin was quite the affluent individual, perhaps even wealthier than he was. No, she was a true heiress. Suddenly, he felt a wave of resignation wash over him. As they conversed, Xia Chuyin completed the payment. The group emerged from the store, burdened with numerous bags of clothing, and made their way back. By the time they reached the car and placed their belongings inside, it was nearly 11 a.m. Su Wen suggested they grab a meal, and Xia Chuyin and her sister readily agreed. Thus, they settled into the car, departing Long Street in search of a restaurant. Moments later, the Koenigsegg arrived in front of a Chinese restaurant named Fengmenla. The establishment exuded an air of sophistication and elegance. After disembarking, they approached Fengmenla, greeted by several welcoming voices as they entered the spacious and brightly lit dining hall. Despite the crowd, it did not feel cramped at all. Suwon glanced around, then chose a window-side table for himself and the sisters. "Wow, Suwon, is that you? What a surprise to see you here," a voice suddenly rang out shortly after they settled in. Several figures approached, and Suwon looked up in astonishment, recognizing his high school classmates. "Dingyu, Sun Ziqian, Huang Ying. I never expected to run into you all here." Suwon was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recognized the trio. Despite the passage of time, they had shared years together in high school, so it was impossible to forget them. However, he had never been particularly close to them, as there seemed to be little of substance to their relationship. "Indeed, we didn't expect to see you here either," one of the girls remarked, revealing herself to be Huang Ying. She was quite attractive, having ranked among the most beautiful in their high school class. She then turned to Xia Chuyin and her sister, chuckling, "Oh, you brought along two lovely ladies. Wow, I never realized you had this side to you, Suwon. You always seemed so honest and unassuming." Yet before she could finish her sentence, she was stunned into silence by Xia Chuyin's beauty. "She is stunning, simply stunning." Huang Ying had never encountered such a breathtaking woman and found it hard to believe her eyes. Meanwhile, the men accompanying Huang Ying also noticed Xia Chuyin, their eyes widening in amazement. "Su. Suwon, could it be? Who is this enchanting lady? She can't possibly be your girlfriend, right?" Dingyu asked, astonished, a hint of envy creeping into his tone. "Don't be silly. They are my university classmates," Suwon replied nonchalantly, maintaining his composure. "Oh, I see." Dingyu and Sun Ziqian both relaxed, reassured by Suwon's words. "We thought you were too honest and poor to have such a beautiful girlfriend." Dingyu chuckled. "Are you still in university, Suwon? You were always the top student in our class. I heard you ended up at Tianwei Academy. So, of course, you're still studying." Before Suwon could speak, Sun Ziqian chimed in. Of course, his family was always so poor. Education was his only way out. Huang Ying laughed mockingly, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Suwon, however, remained unfazed and curiously asked, "What are you all doing in the magical city?" "Why, we're working, of course. Sun Ziqian and I are employed at a financial company." Dingyu responded, his pride evident. "Although our salaries aren't particularly high, we make over 20,000 a month." Both Dingyu and Sun Ziqian wore expressions of pride at their modest accomplishments. Suwon was genuinely surprised to hear this. They had not attended university, but had instead gone straight to work after graduation, so they had graduated high school. How had they managed to secure jobs paying over 20,000 a month in a magical city? As he pondered this, Dingyu continued, "But compared to Huang Ying, we're far behind. She is married well, and we're merely riding on the coattails of her husband's company." As soon as the words left her lips, Huang Ying beside her instantly displayed a triumphant expression. Clearly her vanity had received immense satisfaction, particularly in front of someone as financially constrained as Suit W. Suwon nodded slightly, suddenly enlightened. No wonder they could secure such excellent jobs. It seemed connections played a significant role. Listening to the conversations among the group, Xia Chuyin discerned that Suwon did not share a cordial relationship with these classmates, and thus she cleverly suggested, "Brother-in-law, why don't we order some dishes? I'm quite famished. Moreover, I can wait, but my sister cannot. She has been hungry even longer than I have." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Huang Ying and her companions shifted dramatically. How could they possibly overlook the implication of being urged to leave? However, they were soon taken aback. What did that woman just say? Sister, brother-in-law. Was this beautiful girl sitting next to her truly her sister? And who was she referring to as brother-in-law? Was it Suwon? For a moment, Dingyu and the others found themselves bewildered. Just a moment ago, they had claimed there was no romantic involvement, and now it had escalated to a marital relationship. Dingyu and Sun Ziqian felt as if they had been dealt a significant blow. If such a stunning girl were indeed Suwon's wife, they would surely be consumed by jealousy. However, this time, Xia Chuyin did not rebut her cousin. She could see that her cousin had deliberately spoken for the benefit of those few. "Well, since Suwon is hungry, we shall not impose any further." After recovering from their shock, the group quickly regained their composure. Ding Yu then turned to Su Wen and awkwardly said, "By the way, since you finally met, how about exchanging phone numbers? In a couple of days, my husband plans to invite some friends along with my classmates for a gathering that I wonder if Su Wen would be interested in joining us." Suddenly, Huang Ying turned to Su Wen, her demeanor innocuous. "Join a gathering?" Su Wen frowned. "What purpose would there be in attending a gathering with individuals with whom I have no rapport?" Just then, a sound echoed in Su Wen's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a passive task. The system has issued a task. Accept Huang Ying's invitation and attend the gathering. Task reward: 67 shares of the Magic City department store." The department store? Upon hearing the reward, Su Wen's eyes lit up instantly. The department store was one of the tallest buildings in Magic City, boasting a staggering 120 floors, located right in the heart of the first ring of the city. Owning this edifice would grant one a panoramic view of the entire Magic City. Why would he refuse? "I accept the task," Su Wen eagerly responded. He then turned to his former classmates and said, "All right then, let's exchange numbers." Huang Ying seemed taken aback by Su Wen's acceptance, and her heart leaped with joy as she hurriedly took out her phone to exchange numbers with him. Her intentions were not born out of genuine warmth or affection for Su Wen. Rather, she sought to humiliate him during the gathering. Su Wen, however, paid little mind to these motives as long as there were benefits to be gained. He would willingly traverse any perilous path. After exchanging numbers, Huang Ying and her group left with enthusiasm. "Why exchange numbers with them? It's clear you don't get along," Xia Chuyin queried in confusion after they departed. "I merely wanted to see what kind of event they would invite me to," Su Wen casually replied. They then placed their orders and prepared to dine. After their meal, in the afternoon, Su Wen drove Xia and her friend around Magic City, taking quite a long detour before finally dropping them off at home. To his surprise, shortly after returning home, he received a message from Huang Ying, inviting him to the gathering. The gathering was scheduled for the very next day at the Haisha Hotel, a luxurious 7-star establishment. The following day, at the Haisha Hotel. The Haisha Hotel, located in the Pudong-Nu area, may not have been as renowned as the Hills Hotel, but its facilities and ambience were still top-notch. Before long, a sleek and extravagant supercar came into view, precisely Su Wen's Lamborghini Veneno AS. He parked in front of the hotel and handed the keys to the valet. He proceeded into the lobby. Following Huang Ying's directions regarding the hotel floor and private room, he made his way there. Meanwhile, in the luxurious private room, number 7 on the 13th floor of the hotel, Huang Ying and her classmates were contemplating how to deal with Su when he arrived. Chapter 58, Malicious Scheme. "Hey, what do you think we should do to Su when he gets here?" Someone asked. "Right? Do you have any good ideas? It can't just be a few jabs. That would be so dull." In the private room, Ding Yu and Sun Ziqian were looking at the others, troubled at that moment. Huang Ying, however, wore a look of smug satisfaction. "What's the rush? I sent my husband here," she said, pointing to a middle-aged man seated beside her. The man, in his 40s and rather portly with a bald head, wore glasses and had a rather greasy appearance. "Are you referring to Boss Zhao? Does he have a plan to deal with Su Wen?" Ding Yu asked, looking at Huang Ying's husband, who was also their company's boss, somewhat astonished. His eyes then brightened as he proposed. "Sister Ying, are you suggesting that when Su Wen arrives, we should get him drunk?" Upon hearing this, Sun Ziqian immediately grasped the idea and exclaimed, "Yes, that is a brilliant plan." As the chairman of the company, Boss Zhao often mingled in various drinking circles and had a tremendous capacity for alcohol. Drinking would be a piece of cake for him at that moment. Huang Ying's husband, Zhao Ling, chuckled when Su Wen arrives. "Each of you can toast him a drink. With so many of you, do you think we can't get him drunk?" Though he did not personally know Su Wen, he felt it was reasonable to teach a lesson to someone who had offended his wife. After all, forcing someone to drink excessively could indeed be quite torturous, and it could lead to a severe hangover the next day. Listening to the banter, Huang Ying scoffed. "Is that all? You guessed part of my plan correctly. But only half." Huang Ying spoke slowly. "What do you mean?" Everyone immediately displayed puzzled expressions. My idea is that no matter what method you employ, you must find a way to get Su Wen drunk. I send this a hotel. We can conveniently arrange a room for him and call in a special service. During this time, capture a few photos or a video, and then have my husband send a few people to disseminate this content throughout Tianwei Academy. Don't you think that would be far more entertaining? Huang Ying proclaimed with a smug smile, as though she could already envision the ensuing consequences of this scheme. The moment her words fell, the entire room was engulfed in shock. What the hell? Sister Ingyu? Dingyu stood up in alarm. Isn't that a bit too extreme? Sun Ziqian's eyes widened in disbelief, capturing indecent photos and videos, then distributing them at Tianwei Academy. That would be utterly merciless. If they proceeded with such a plan, Suwon would undoubtedly become the focal point of the entire academy, subjected to scorn and ridicule, and his reputation would suffer grievous harm. Yes, isn't that going a bit too far? Even Huang Ying's husband couldn't help but frowned. He was a businessman, even though the business world was rife with deception and betrayal. He had always left a path of retreat. After all, leaving someone a way out essentially left oneself a way out as well. Forcing that fellow named Suwon to drink and playing a trick on him wasn't an issue. However, arranging for services, capturing photos and videos, and then publishing them at a school was not merely a trivial matter. It was treating the other party as a mortal enemy. In the face of the group's skepticism, Huang Ying remained unfazed. What's the big deal? This Suwon, during high school, always acted like a model student, and I simply couldn't stand him, an impoverished loser. And now he even has a beautiful wife. How could I tolerate that? Just imagine the chaos if this video were to fall into his wife's hands. After saying this, Huang Ying couldn't help but chuckle coldly, as though she could already envision Suwon's miserable fate. For a moment, the group fell silent, particularly Dingyu and Sun Ziqian, who exchanged glances filled with dread. It seemed that they must tread carefully around this old acquaintance, lest they share a similarly grim fate. Just as the group was consumed by shock, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Clearly, Suwon had arrived. Dingyu hurriedly stood up to open the door, finding Suwon standing outside. He quickly ushered him in. Finally, you've arrived, Suwon. We've been waiting for you for quite some time. Indeed, look at us. We're all here, and you're the last to arrive. When the food and drinks come, you'll have to drink 3 cups as penance. As soon as Suwon entered the private room, Sun Ziqian and Huang Ying began feigning cordiality, urging him to drink, while also instructing the server to bring out the dishes in response to their warmth. Suwon simply smiled and replied, I'm not much of a drinker. I have a low tolerance for alcohol, that he spoke candidly, and upon finishing, cast a glance into the private room. The room was spacious and opulent, a clear indication that the host of the evening was indeed quite affluent. Suwon also noticed that aside from a few familiar classmates, there were several unfamiliar strangers present, all impeccably attired in suits. Among them, the bald man seated next to Huang Ying exuded an air of authority, leading Suwon to speculate that he must be Huang Ying's husband. However, the age gap seemed rather significant, did it not? As they exchanged brief introductions, it was confirmed that the bald man was indeed her spouse. Subsequently, the group engaged in lively conversation. With acquaintances around, the atmosphere naturally became more congenial by the time everyone had warmed up to each other. The dining table was laden with an array of dishes. The waitstaff also brought forth several cases of beer and a few bottles of fine liquor. With Huang Ying's prompting, Dingyu and the others set about placing a dozen bottles of beer on the table. They also placed 3 transparent glasses in front of Suwon, filling them to the brim. Dingyu then cheerfully remarked, Su, you absolutely must drink these 3 glasses. Otherwise, we would be remiss after making you wait so long. Indeed, Su. Let's down these 3 beers first, and then we can enjoy our meal while chatting, added Sun Ziqian, joining in the playful banter. Huang, the matron of the evening, had declared that they intended to get Suwon thoroughly inebriated. As for Suwon, he could only resign himself to his misfortune. After all, he had inadvertently crossed Huang Ying. Unbeknownst to him, they harbored ulterior motives that moment, gazing at the 3 glasses of beer before him. He was reminded of the past. Previously, even a sip of liquor would quicken his heartbeat, and half a bottle of beer would leave him flushed and racing. But now, he merely smiled with indifference, lifting a glass of beer to his lips and drinking it down, followed by the second and third. Seeing him truly drink, Huang Ying and Dingyu exchanged glances, each stifling a laugh. just moments ago. They had heard Su claim he had a low tolerance for alcohol. With 3 beers consumed, even if he didn't become inebriated at the very least, it marked a promising start. Surely, it would not be difficult to get him drunk with everyone taking turns to toast him. Chapter 59. An astonishing tolerance for alcohol. Well, how about that? Is this sufficient? Su laughed, looking at everyone, his complexion unaltered and his heart steady. What a remarkable capacity for alcohol. The group observed Su downing 3 glasses of beer with remarkable ease. Their initial delight now mingled with incredulity. This Su was utterly unfazed by the drink, appearing anything but inexperienced. Come, everyone, let us partake in the food. At that moment, Zhao Ling, the host, noted that all the dishes had been served and beckoned everyone to begin. With this cue, they all eagerly took up their chopsticks. After just a couple of bites, Ding Yu raised his glass to toast Su. Come on, Su. It's quite a rare occasion to meet in the bustling metropolis. This drink is on me. His demeanor was extraordinarily warm. Before Su could respond, Ding Yu downed his drink in one go. Not wanting to appear impolite, Su followed suit, finishing his glass of beer in a single gulp. Haha, our first meeting. Here as to you, little brother Su. Let us drink to this, and we shall be friends. Huang Ying's husband then raised his glass, offering a toast as well. Su smiled and, without hesitation, polished off another drink. Soon, Sun Zixian, Zhao's friends, and even Huang Ying took turns raising their glasses to him. Su graciously accepted each toast. I haven't had beer in quite some time. I must admit, it tastes rather delightful. After everyone had taken turns toasting, Su finally spoke up, a smile upon his face. He felt one word encapsulated his experience. Refreshing. In an instant, everyone fell silent. Taken aback, they had witnessed Su consume 7 or 8 beers yet remain entirely composed, his demeanor unruffled, leading them to question their own perceptions. The cups they used were not particularly large, but neither were they small. Each held at least 250 milliliters. Consuming 7 or 8 of them amounted to no less than 3 bottles of beer. Yet, Su appeared unchanged, as if he hadn't drunk at all. They would have believed him if he claimed he hadn't drunk, and his assertion of having a low tolerance for alcohol now seemed like a modest understatement. Huang Ying's husband shook his head, chuckling softly. Even as a seasoned drinker, he could not help but admire Su's extraordinary capacity. You flatter me. I truly was not adept at drinking before, perhaps due to a prolonged abstinence. My tolerance has inexplicably increased, Su replied nonchalantly. This statement left the others momentarily speechless. They had always heard that one could only build up a tolerance through regular drinking, yet here was someone claiming the opposite. Nevertheless, Huang Ying had not forgotten the purpose of the gathering. She was determined to see Su inebriated, and at her urging, the group even switched from beer to liquor, preparing to toast him once more. They were resolute in their belief that this would surely lead to his intoxication. However, as they observed the bottles of liquor before them, Ding Yu and the others felt a twinge of apprehension. Mixing beer with liquor was a surefire way to become inebriated. They feared that instead of incapacitating Su, they themselves might be the ones who succumbed first. Time swiftly passed, and over an hour had elapsed. The gathering had progressed to the point of nearly finishing their meal. Glancing around the table, one could see flushed faces and those who were slightly tipsy, their earlier vigor waning. Ding Yu and Sun Zixian were thoroughly intoxicated, while Zhao's friends were also showing signs of inebriation. Only Huang Ying and her husband remained, their expressions a mix of astonishment as they regarded the still composed Su. Disbelief etched on their faces. Su, we don't get drunk from drinking, Huang Ying exclaimed, bewildered. She could not comprehend how he could consume so much alcohol and yet appear entirely unaffected. The reason she herself was not drunk was that she had not partaken of the liquor at all, and her husband had only indulged moderately, leaving him only slightly tipsy. But Su was a different story. If Huang Ying recalled correctly, Su had consumed 12 beers and over 2 gin of liquor. What did that even mean? Even the most formidable drinker would surely be incapacitated. Huang Ying's husband was equally astonished. As a company owner, he had frequently dined and imbibed with friends, yet he had never encountered anyone with such a remarkable tolerance. This was beyond what any ordinary person could handle. Facing their incredulity, Su felt no surprise. His body had been enhanced by the system, elevating all his functions, and thus his capacity for alcohol was naturally extraordinary. This was precisely why he had confidently downed 3 beers without hesitation from the outset. Suddenly, Su-Wen turned to Huang Ying, a serene smile gracing his features. "Thank you, Huang. I truly appreciate your hospitality today. Ivy had a splendid time drinking tea. Oh, think she had gathered so many friends just to ensure he had a good time. Drinking was genuinely considerate of her." Casting a glance at his drinking companions, Su-Wen nodded in satisfaction. His words, however, struck Huang Ying like a thunderbolt. She had invited Su-Wen today with the intention of getting him drunk, only for it to turn into a celebration in his honor. Internally, she was seething, yet she could not express her frustration outwardly, so she merely replied, "We're all classmates. It's only natural." The meal had been consumed, the drinks finished as Su-Wen glanced at his watch. Noting it was already past midnight, after chatting a while longer, he rose to bid farewell to Huang Ying and the others. Watching Su-Wen's departing figure, Huang Ying felt a mix of anger and resentment. Today had turned into a complete loss for her. A scheme foiled, allowing that insufferable Su-Wen to enjoy a free meal. Meanwhile, as Su-Wen exited the hotel, a notification suddenly appeared in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for participating in Huang Ying's invitation and completing the task. The system rewards you with a 67 share of the Magic City department store." The system then instructed him to promptly sign the contract to finalize the transfer. With a contract to sign, Su-Wen was eager to proceed. Without delay, he summoned a chauffeur and drove his Lamborghini to the department store. An hour later, after signing the contract, as he emerged from the department store, he found himself not only appointed as the chairman of the company, but also in possession of a prestigious membership card worth $1 million, reserved exclusively for shareholders. This card was only granted to those who owned over 3 of the company's shares. With this card, he could purchase anything within the department store with a free limit of $1 million and enjoy a discount of 15%, that though $1 million might not seem substantial to Su-Wen, it was an offer he could not refuse. After completing the contract and receiving the card, Su-Wen returned to Tianwei Academy. Life at the academy continued with its usual ordinariness. Days passed, as they always had. One day, on the playground, during physical education class, Su-Wen and his roommates formed a basketball team to compete. After a while, feeling somewhat fatigued, they moved to the nearby lawn to rest. "Say, Lao Su, is your body made of iron? How can you play basketball for half an hour without even breaking a sweat?" He Wenfeng exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, I see you hardly seem to be sweating at all. Could it be that you've fallen in love with the summer school flower and are now full of energy?" Chen Ming and Zhu Yuan also turned their gazes towards Su-Wen, observing his calm demeanor with a mix of astonishment and playful banter. "I have no idea. Perhaps it's due to an improvement in physical fitness." Su-Wen chuckled, feeling quite pleased. Ever since the system had enhanced his physique, he had noticeably gained strength and endurance. He no longer had to worry about getting drunk when drinking, unlike the previous days. Su-Wen mused contentedly when suddenly a commotion erupted on the playground. He lifted his gaze to see a beautiful girl in a pristine white sundress approaching him. Her graceful figure and ethereal aura resembled a sprite dancing in the wind. It could only be Xia, the classmate, that, as soon as she appeared, the boys on the field seemed to lose their senses, utterly captivated by her presence. "Wow, old Su, your girlfriend has come to see you?" Zhu Yuan teased. "Mind your own business," Su-Wen replied with a resigned smile, shaking his head. In the midst of their conversation, Xia had already reached him. To his surprise, she was holding a cup of milk tea in her hand. "Wow." Without wasting words, Xia directly handed the milk tea to him. "Thank you," Su-Wen smiled, accepting it without hesitation. He inserted a straw and began to sip. Ever since he had told Xia not to bring him milk tea, since it was too troublesome, he had felt a pang of guilt. Xia had subsequently brought him less, so he found himself rather missing it. While Su-Wen was lost in thought, he noticed Xia biting her lip as if troubled by something. "What's wrong?" Su-Wen inquired, sensing her unease. "There's something I want to discuss with you." Xia glanced around, then at Su-Wen, pausing for considerable while before continuing. "My mom called today and invited you over for dinner this weekend. I wasn't sure if you were free." Upon finishing her sentence, a hint of shyness colored her cheeks. Coughing, Zhu Yuan nearly choked on his drink. "Xia, did you just say what I think you said?" inviting old Su to your home for dinner. Zhu Yuan seemed to have stumbled upon a significant revelation. In a way, is this for real? Chun Ming and He Wenfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, suddenly alert. Xia's mother had invited Su Wen over. Was she perhaps meeting her future son-in-law? However, what Chen Ming and the others did not realize was that their earlier loud chatter had attracted the attention of many nearby, who had overheard their conversation. What on earth? Xia invited Su Wen to her home. Has it really progressed this far? Am I dreaming? Is she really going to introduce Su Wen to her parents? The crowd buzzed with excitement. Xia was the goddess of many, and the thought of her potentially falling for someone like Su Wen, a mere commoner, was mind-boggling. Instantly, the atmosphere was charged with envy, jealousy, and mockery. Is it true, Xia? Su Wen asked, equally astonished. How could Xia's mother invite him over for dinner? They didn't seem to know each other well, did they? It's true, and it all comes down to that little rascal. Xia explained helplessly. Apparently, after her cousin had met Su Wen and spent a delightful day with him, she returned home and extolled his virtues in the family group chat, praising his looks, character, and patience. This piqued the family's curiosity, especially her mother's. Thus, the current situation unfolded. Initially, when her mother called to suggest inviting Su Wen over, Xia felt a bit bewildered about how to bring it up. However, now that the words were out, her earlier shyness dissipated, replaced by a hint of anticipation. Hearing Xia's words, Su Wen naturally had no reason to decline. Just as he was about to respond, the system chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a passive task. The system announced. Task. Accept Xia's invitation to visit her home. Task reward. 51 shares in Sanxing Entertainment Company. Su Wen was taken aback. Wait, an entertainment company. The most renowned and popular one in Modu. This company had produced countless celebrated singers and stars. With this company, should he ever wish to watch a movie or a drama, he could simply arrange for it himself. How delightful. I accept the task. Su Wen declared promptly. He then turned to Xia and said, All right, I'll come over this weekend. The moment those words left his mouth, a wave of heartbreak swept through the crowd. What? Su Wen agreed. Does he not realize his own worth? Is he not afraid of the awkwardness at Xia's home? If looks could kill, Su Wen would have been riddled with holes at that moment. Just as the crowd lamented, their sports teacher approached. Looking at Su Wen and his group of management students, the teacher cheerfully announced, the Chinese department's physical education teacher mentioned a long-distance running competition coming up that we need 8 participants, and we're short one. Anyone interested? As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the crowd paused momentarily before glancing towards the track. They discovered a throng of students, with a teacher and several students warming up at the starting line. Instantly, many felt intimidated that I could manage a short run, but long distance. No way, I don't want to embarrass myself. Yeah, 5,000 meters? That's like running 12 laps around our school track. Who can handle that? They whispered among themselves. None eager to participate. It's just for fun. It's okay if you can't keep up and drop out midway. It's merely a friendly competition, the teacher encouraged, but no one dared to step forward. Hey, old Su. You should go. Your fitness is off the charts. Zhu Yuan suddenly exclaimed, turning to Su Wen in astonishment. Exactly. You played basketball for half an hour without breaking a sweat. Participating in a long run should be a piece of cake for you. Chen Ming chimed in excitedly. They considered Su Wen's current physical prowess to be extraordinary, almost like he was made of iron, that if he participated, it would surely be entertaining, before Su Wen could respond. Chen Ming, Zhu Yuan, and He Wenfeng all raised their hands simultaneously, shouting to the teacher, Over here! Over here! We have someone who wants to participate! Their enthusiastic calls not only caught the teacher's attention, but also that of the other students, who gazed at Su Wen and his friends in disbelief. Seeing there were participants willing to compete, the physical education teacher joyfully approached. Who wants to join? Him. The trio pointed at Su Wen, immediately selling him out. Su Wen could only chuckle helplessly. His friends certainly had no qualms about throwing him under the bus. Glancing at the teacher, then at his eager friends, Su Wen seriously suspected that if he refused, they would carry him to the track themselves. Well, I suppose I'll give it a try, he said, standing up. Thus, amidst the anticipation of his friends and the astonished gazes of the other students, he followed the teacher towards the starting line. Even Xia couldn't help but be drawn in by curiosity, trailing behind to witness the upcoming race. Not long after, Suwon arrived at the starting line with the physical education teacher. His presence naturally drew the attention and shock of the students. Isn't that Suwon? He's actually participating in the long run. Has he lost his mind? Look at the caliber of the competitors today. Why would an amateur join in? I bet he just wants to show off now that Xia is here. After all, she just invited him over for dinner. As Suwon stood on the starting line, murmurs of discontent rippled through the crowd. Them. Suwon had never participated in such competitions before. His sudden entry into the long-distance run seemed like nothing more than a display of bravado. Furthermore, everyone is already aware of the fact that the summer school belle invited Suwon to her home, which has left them quite displeased. Now, they regard Suwon with even greater disdain. Some even pulled out their phones, preparing to record videos of him being humiliated by the other competitors. Naturally, Suwon paid no heed to this. Meanwhile, the physical education teachers, noticing that the participants had gathered, feared that Suwon, being a novice, might not understand the rules of the race. Therefore, they took a moment to explain the competition rules to him. Suwon nodded in acknowledgement. A minute later, the race commenced. With the sound of the whistle, the 8 competitors crouching at the starting line surged forward. However, surprisingly, it was Suwon who lagged behind, as everyone had predicted. This was indeed his first race. Moreover, in his anxiety about false starting, he deliberately held back for an additional second. Thus, he found himself in last place right from the outset. Nevertheless, this 1 second was inconsequential for Suwon. After that, there was nothing left to worry about. All he needed to do was complete the 5,000 meters. He then began to accelerate, before the spectators could mock him for being in last place. He swiftly moved from the back to the front, accomplishing this feat in just half a minute. His speed did not wane. He maintained a steady pace. Amateurish competitors, starting off with all their might, seemed to think it was a sprint race. Just sit back and watch. It won't be long before he runs out of stamina. Indeed, whether Suwon was in last or first place, he remained the target of his classmates' derision and gossip. However, as the seconds ticked by and the competitors completed lap after lap, their attitudes began to shift. They gradually widened their eyes, revealing expressions of astonishment. For at that moment, the Suwon they had so scorned was now far ahead of the other contestants. This lead was not by mere meters or tens of meters, but by a staggering 100 or 200 meters. Goodness, old Su had played basketball for half an hour and still possessed this stamina. How had they never noticed his prowess before? This guy had clearly been playing the fool all along. With such stamina, Summer Belle, you're in for a treat in the future. Ahem. What were we saying? The friends and Summer Belle stood together, animatedly discussing the race unfolding on the track. Summer's cheeks were flushed. Amid their chatter, the race soon approached its countdown. Looking again, Suwon had already established a lead of 1 or 2 laps over the other competitors. He crossed the finish line with his final stride. It signified the birth of the champion of this friendly competition. 10 minutes, 24 seconds, 37. 10 minutes, 24 seconds, 37. The physical education teachers stared at their stopwatches, dumbfounded for quite a while, as if they had witnessed the most absurd and shocking event in the world. What does 10 minutes, 24 seconds, 37 signify? The world record is merely 12 minutes, 35 seconds, 36. This means Suwon had shattered the world record, and by a margin of over 2 minutes at that moment. The physical education teachers were left speechless. Simultaneously, the classmates who had just mocked Suwon fell silent. They watched as he maintained his lead throughout the entire race, unsure of what to say. He finished. My goodness, how is that possible? Is this some sort of dream? 10 minutes, 24 seconds, 37. Is that even a record achievable by a human? Have you noticed Suwon hardly decreased his speed during the race? This is simply astonishing. Such stamina, such speed, is utterly incredible. At this moment, the entire playground was enveloped in shock. Suwon, the one who had never participated in a long-distance race, had concealed such remarkable talent. How could everyone not be astounded? Those who had previously doubted and ridiculed him now found themselves at a loss for words, no longer daring to say anything. Even the friends who had prepared themselves for this moment and Summer Belle were taken aback by Suwon's performance. Summer Belle gazed at Suwon, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Suwon was truly exceptional. Despite his prowess, he remained remarkably humble. However, Unbeknownst to everyone, Suwon had not exerted himself to the fullest during the race. He had only utilized 70% of his strength. Moreover, after the 10-minute long run, he merely felt a slight exertion. This was still considering that he had played basketball for half an hour beforehand. If he had run 5,000 meters for 10 minutes straight, he probably wouldn't have even noticed the fatigue. Such a physique is indeed terrifying, and this physique brought forth astonishing results. Soon, students began pulling out their phones, discussing the event on forums, class groups, and other social media platforms. Some even uploaded videos of the race online. This caused a tremendous stir within the school. In less than half a day, word spread throughout the entire Tianwei Academy. In the following days, the entire academy buzzed with discussions about this incident, and no one dared underestimate Suwon any longer. For everyone understood that, with such a gift, if Suwon chose to pursue this path, his future would undoubtedly surpass that of 90% of the academy students. However, for Suwon, none of this mattered. He continued to live his life in his own style, just as he always had. In this routine, Saturday arrived swiftly. Having accepted Summer Belle's invitation to visit her home, Suwon certainly would not break his promise. Today, he made a special effort to dress up. Subsequently, he drove his Lamborghini Veneno to the summer residence in the Minyang district, the Manting Mountain Garden Villa area. Like Haiyun Bay, Manting Mountain is one of the most renowned luxury villa areas in the city. The villa district is vast, stretching as far as the eye can see. All one can see are individual luxurious villas. At that moment, a Lamborghini slowly approached the entrance of the villa area, and soon Suwon emerged from the car. He did not drive directly into the villa area. After all, even a typical residential community has security guards to prevent outsiders from entering, let alone such a luxurious villa area. Suwon intended to call Summer Belle and ask her to come greet him. Just as he was about to take out his phone, a security guard at the entrance unexpectedly jogged over and said, "Hello, young sir. May I ask if your surname is Su, and are you headed to the summer residence?" Chapter 62. Mother-in-law meets son-in-law. How did you know? Suwon inquired, slightly taken aback. He soon realized that Summer Belle or her family must have informed the security personnel. Indeed, as he pondered, he heard the security guard say, "It was instructed by Director Summer. Early this morning, she called our security office and sent us your photo, saying that from now on, you're not to be stopped when entering Manting Mountain Garden." The security guard spoke respectfully. Suwon nodded. Since they had said so, he no longer felt the need to be overly formal. After expressing his gratitude, he drove into the villa area. Once inside, Suwon took in the sights of Manting Mountain Garden. The lawns, towering trees, and lush greenery painted a picturesque scene. It was hard for Suwon to imagine that such scenery could be found in the bustling city. It stood in stark contrast to the surrounding clamor and glamour. Area number 7 must be in this direction. Suwon admired the breathtaking views along the way. He searched for the house number of Summer Belle's home. She had told him that her house was located in the southern part of the villa area. To the left, after entering the main gate, as he approached the house number, Suwon promptly sent Summer Belle a message to inform her of his arrival. Moments after sending the message, he saw a young girl in a floral dress running out from a nearby villa, waving her hand in his direction. Suwon smiled as he drove over, arriving in no time. "Thank you so much for coming today, or else my mom would have nagged me to death," Summer Belle exclaimed as she approached him joyfully the moment he stepped out of the car. However, she quickly froze in place. She realized that Suwon seemed somewhat different. Unlike his usual casual attire, today's Suwon was dressed remarkably well for his first visit to a classmate's home. He had gotten up early, showered, and groomed himself meticulously. The young man was already handsome, standing at 180 centimeters tall and clad in a black jacket. With this attire and his looks, he could rival the legendary Baigu, Yanzu, or the esteemed readers Aikati that moment. Even Summer Belle found herself momentarily entranced. After a brief pause, she regained her composure, her cheeks slightly flushed. She felt herself falling for Suwon all over again. "What is wrong?" Suwon asked, puzzled by her sudden change in demeanor. Nothing. Come on in." Summer Belle quickly composed herself and led him into her yard. Suwon hurried to the trunk of his car, retrieving the various high-end gifts he had prepared the day before. "Yao Yao, what are you doing? Why haven't you brought your classmate inside?" At that moment, Xia's parents, noticing their daughter had been out for quite some time without returning, decided to leave the villa and head to the courtyard entrance. Shortly after, they spotted Su Wen standing at the door. Xia Qingdong had already encountered Su Wen, so he felt at ease. However, upon seeing Su Wen, Xia's mother, Su Yun, couldn't help but have her eyes light up. Although she had previously familiarized herself with Su Wen through photographs, they were merely images lacking in vitality. Now, standing before her was a living person, and she realized just how handsome the young man her daughter admired truly was. "You must be the Su Wen that my little Yao has mentioned, Mai. You are quite the striking young man," Su Yun exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with genuine admiration. It was as if she were a mother-in-law assessing her prospective son-in-law. She finally understood why her daughter had taken a liking to Su Wen. He was well-built and tall, a fine specimen indeed. "Indeed, quite impressive," Xia Qingdong chuckled. Nodding in agreement, he clapped Su Wen on the shoulder and continued. "Good lad, it's nice to see you again." "Yes. Hello, uncle and aunt," Su Wen greeted politely. Good, good," the couple responded eagerly. Then Su Yun noticed the numerous gifts in Su Wen's hands and couldn't help but chide. "Why did you bring so many things? You could have simply come by yourself." Yet despite her words, her face radiated joy, although they belonged to a large family and were not particularly concerned with such trifles. They appreciated the sentiment behind Su Wen's gesture. "Please don't mind, uncle and aunt," Su Wen smiled. "Oh, not at all. Come in, come in." Su Yun urged, her laughter inviting as she and her husband hurriedly ushered Su Wen into the courtyard, heading towards the villa's grand hall. Upon entering the courtyard, Su Wen was taken aback that it was remarkably expansive. If the entire garden villa area could be likened to a grand flower garden, then Xiao's family courtyard could easily be deemed a miniature paradise. Strolling along the garden path, he admired the adjoining corridors and the garden pond, where a large stone stood, exuding an aura of tranquility and ethereality. As they traversed the courtyard, they approached the main hall. Upon entering the villa, Su Wen was greeted by an incredibly spacious hall, lavishly decorated yet intricately detailed, adorned with various precious items that made one feel as though they had stepped into another world. Suddenly, two middle-aged women, appearing to be in their 50s, approached. They nodded at Su Wen and took the gift from his hands before retreating, presumably the servants of the Xia household. "Come, take a seat." Xia Qingdong warmly invited Su Wen to the sofa area. Su Yun busied herself instructing the servants to prepare tea. Xia then placed a large platter of fruits on the coffee table in front of Su Wen. Today, she seemed particularly cheerful. "Xiao Wen, you have no idea. For the past few days, I've been eagerly anticipating your visit with Xiaoyao's mother, wishing for the stars and moon to align for you to come. We were worried that you might not have the time to join us." Xia Qingdong chuckled as he initiated the conversation. "Uncle, you flatter me that Xia's daughter has been a great help to me. I could hardly refuse her invitation," Su Wen politely replied. Thus, the conversation flowed effortlessly among them. And surprisingly, Su Wen found that he connected quite well with Xia's parents. They chatted for nearly half an hour, covering topics from school to personal interests, and eventually, Xia Qingdong steered the conversation towards Su Wen's background. "I heard from Xiaoyao that you're the chairman of Hills Hotel, and later we met at Xiana Tea House, where you became the owner. Are both of these establishments yours?" Xia Qingdong inquired with curiosity. Su Wen nodded, candidly responding, "Yes, I recently acquired both companies that I owe it to my second uncle, who provided me with the necessary funds." Su Wen spoke at a measured pace, his demeanor convincing. Xia Qingdong and Su Yun exchanged glances. Although they had heard their daughter mention Su Wen and his second uncle, hearing him state it outright still left them incredulous. "Your second uncle sounds quite remarkable. May I inquire about his name?" Xia Qingdong continued. Su Wen sighed. "My second uncle is indeed extraordinary, but his identity—" He hesitated, leaving the implication unspoken. Chapter 63. An unusual request. "No worries. We were merely curious. If it involves sensitive matters, feel free to keep it to yourself." Recognizing Su Wen's reluctance to disclose his second uncle's identity, Xia Qingdong decided to let the topic rest. As a seasoned figure, he understood the importance of discretion. After another half hour of conversation, Xia Qingdong glanced at his watch and directed his gaze towards his wife. "It's past 10. We should have made Jia and the others begin preparing lunch. My memory fails me. We mustn't let Xiaoyao's classmates go hungry." Su Yun chuckled as she stood up, preparing to cook some delicious dishes herself. Just then, an alert sounded in Su Wen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have triggered a passive task. The system has issued a task. Prepare lunch at Xia's house and showcase your culinary skills. Task reward: 51 shares in Tonghui Technology Company, currently ranked 872nd in the country. Su was taken aback. Wait, their SA reward? Rank 872, that's quite a substantial company. Based on Su Wen's estimation, it was likely worth hundreds of billions. Comparable to Hill's Hotel. However, he soon furrowed his brow. Cooking lunch at Xia's house. That seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? It's my first time here. Asking to prepare a meal feels quite strange. Yet the allure of the task's reward was tantalizing. Uncle and aunt, how about I take charge of lunch today? Su Wen suddenly proposed, looking at the Xia couple. For the sake of the task, he was genuinely willing to give it a shot. Unsurprisingly, his suggestion astonished the Xia family. That won't do. You're our guest. It's not right to have a guest cook on their first visit. Su Yin quickly responded. Exactly. Just sit back and relax while we prepare the meal. Xia Chengdong chimed in, equally insistent that it was quite unconventional to have a guest cook, especially a young man. Please, uncle and aunt, this is a rare opportunity to showcase my skills. Let me handle it. I assure you, my cooking is exceptional, and you will surely enjoy it. Su Wen persisted. Not ready to concede, he stood up, ready to follow Su Yun to the kitchen. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Wen had unwavering confidence in his culinary abilities. He had tested his skills before, and both his parents were left astounded. However, the Xia couple was unaware of this. To them, Su Wen's insistence seemed rather peculiar. Xiao Su, are you serious about this? Even Xiao Yao was surprised, unable to comprehend Su Wen's eagerness to prepare lunch. Haha. All right, Xiao Wen, since you are so keen to cook, we won't stop you, dear. Why not let the young man assist you? Xia Qingdong suddenly laughed heartily. Changing his tone, he winked at his wife, clearly believing that this young man had developed feelings for their daughter and was eager to impress them. If that were the case, why stifle his enthusiasm? One glance was all it took for Su Yun to understand her husband's implication. With her husband in agreement, she resigned herself with a smile. Well then, we shall see your culinary skills today. With that, she led Su Wen to the kitchen, while Xia Chengdong and Xiao Yao curiously followed behind. Uncle and aunt, my cooking is top-notch. Even a 7-star hotel chef wouldn't surpass my culinary prowess, so you can rest assured. Su Wen noticed their apprehension about his cooking abilities and felt compelled to reassure them. However, the moment he uttered those words, the Xia couple's skepticism only deepened. Goodness, you claim you can cook, but to say that you surpass professional chefs? What kind of jest is this? Indeed, the youth remains ever youthful, prone to boastfulness. As they spoke, the gathering had already made its way to the kitchen. This was an expansive U-shaped kitchen, rivaling the size of a small living room. The kitchen was equipped with every conceivable appliance and utensil. Perhaps it was due to the presence of a master chef that Su Wen entered the kitchen as if it were his own home, exuding an air of confidence and control. Mrs. Xia, what is this? At that moment, 2 servants followed suit, their expressions of astonishment evident upon seeing their matriarch accompanied by the young man into the kitchen. You two can assist with the preparations today. Xiao Wen will be cooking, Su Yun explained to the 2 servants. The servants exchanged glances between Su Yun and Su Wen, their expressions scarcely more favorable than that of the Xia couple. However, despite their shock, their hands moved swiftly, retrieving the fresh ingredients from the refrigerator, which had been procured early that morning at the behest of Xia Chengdong. Su Wen nodded inwardly, appreciating the freshness of the ingredients. He rolled up his sleeves, arranged the cutting board, and prepared to begin. The first dish he intended to create was Wensi tofu, a delicacy renowned for its exquisite taste and intricate preparation. Typically, few would attempt such a dish, and even fewer could master it, as it demands exceptional knife skills. Yet for Su Wen, this was hardly a challenge. With a serene smile, he grasped a clean chicken and swiftly butchered it into 8 pieces with remarkable precision. Judging by the size and bone structure, he deduced that this chicken had been raised for approximately 2.5 years, promising an exceptionally flavorful broth. Fully absorbed in his task, Su Wen worked with deftness and finesse, his every movement deliberate and devoid of superfluous gestures. Unbeknownst to him, his performance had rendered the onlookers utterly speechless. How is this possible? His movements are so fluid. Indeed, his technique bore no resemblance to that of a novice. Rather, he resembled a seasoned chef with years of expertise. The two servants, who had previously wondered whether Su Wen could cook, now stood agape, unable to fathom the skill before them. Xia Tongxue and her parents shared equally astonished expressions. Su Wen, however, remained unfazed by their reactions. After expertly handling the chicken, he proceeded to blanch it, then picked up a cleaver to slice the clean tofu laid upon the cutting board, swiftly cutting it into delicate, thin pieces. With a flick of his wrist, he spread them out before cutting them into fine shreds. His movements were rapid, each slice precise and uniform, each strike as swift as lightning. Curiously, there was no sound emanating from the cutting board, as if the process was carried out in a silent, fluid manner. Chapter 64. Culinary Mastery. How can this be? He is capable of cutting tofu so finely. It was astonishing, truly unbelievable, that this young man possessed such remarkable knife skills. Su Wen's display left everyone in utter disbelief. Both the servants and Xia Chengdong's family were rendered speechless, while even Xia Tongxue gaped in astonishment. His technique was astonishingly professional, as if he were not an ordinary person, but rather a master chef from a prestigious establishment. While everyone was in shock, Su Wen did not pause in his efforts. In addition to crafting the broth, he began preparing other dishes. The two servants remained idle throughout, while Su Yun, with her nimble hands, lent a small amount of assistance. An hour later, only the final main dish remained. Nearly all others were complete. At this juncture, no one dared to question Su Wen's culinary prowess. From his technique to his knife skills, from the tossing of ingredients to managing the heat, every step he took was executed with unparalleled finesse and perfection, eliciting admiration from all present. Once the majority of the dishes were presented at the table, a lavish banquet appeared before everyone. Wincy tofu, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, kung pao chicken, fish-flavored shredded pork, emerald shrimp rings, tomato stir-fried shrimp, braised lion's head meatballs, squirrel fish, and dried tangerine peel green bean pigeon soup adorned the table. Earlier, Su Yun had mentioned that additional guests might arrive, prompting Su Wen to prepare an array of dishes. Now, with the table laden with a variety of dishes, it was evident that each was distinct, displaying a splendid array of colors, aromas, and flavors, with only the final main dish yet to be served. Just as everyone awaited with eager anticipation, the doorbell rang, echoing through the Xia residence. Xia Qingdong, realizing it was likely his brother's family, instructed the servants to answer the door. Sure enough, before long, the servants escorted a group of guests into the home. Among them were both men and women, adults and youths, all dressed in fine attire. Su Wen recognized two individuals, Xia Tongxue's cousins, Haizi and Sanmei. Come in, make yourselves comfortable." Xia Qingdong and Su Yun emerged from the kitchen, greeting their second brother's family and their cousin with warm smiles. Uncle, aunt, and little aunt. Xia Xinyu also stepped out to offer her greetings. As Xia Chen entered, she immediately linked arms with Xia Xinyu, glancing around and asking, "Where's Su's classmate?" Perhaps due to the number of guests, and fearing reprimand from her family, she refrained from calling him brother-in-law today. "Indeed, I heard from Xiaoyan that your boyfriend was coming today, yet I don't see him," remarked Xia Qingdong's younger sister, Xia Xueqing, a striking woman in her 30s with an elegant demeanor. "That he is here, but he is just a classmate of Xiaoyan. Whether or not they are dating depends on how they feel," Su Yun replied with a smile, candidly expressing her thoughts that it seemed that this matriarch had already taken a liking to Su Wen. "Mother, little aunt, what are you discussing?" Xia Xinyu blushed, feeling embarrassed that they were openly discussing her relationship status before they had even begun dating. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Su Wen had finally finished simmering the last pot of soup and instructed the servants to take it out. He patted down the slightly soiled hem of his shirt and stepped out of the kitchen. Upon entering the grand living room, he was taken aback by the sudden influx of guests. As he noticed everyone, they too seemed to take notice of him, turning their curious gazes in his direction. Upon first glance, their eyes gleamed with intrigue. The young man before them was tall, handsome, and exuded charm, easily surpassing the majority of his peers in appearance. "Sister-in-law, this must be Xiaoyan's classmate, and he is truly handsome." Xia Xueqing was the first to react, unable to suppress her admiration. Indeed, No wonder Xiaoyan brings him milk tea every day, chimed in Xia Hai's wife. What do you think, young man? Quite impressive. I assent. Hearing the compliments directed at Su Wan, Xia Chengdong chuckled, feeling a sense of pride swell within him as if to showcase his daughter's discerning taste. He then turned to Su Wan with warmth. Xiaowan, don't be shy. These are all family. This is my second brother, Xia Hai, my sister, Xia Xueqing, and my niece, Xia Chengdong introduced each family member in turn as Su Wan nodded and greeted each one. While the Xia family responded with polite acknowledgement, as they engaged in introductions, Xia Chuyan's keen eyes noticed the table laden with dishes in the dining room, prompting her to exclaim, "Wow, Uncle, Aunt, you prepared so many dishes for lunch. This is truly extravagant." Her remark drew the attention of everyone, who turned to behold the sumptuous spread filling the dining table. Knowing you were coming, we certainly had to prepare more dishes today. However, it wasn't T.S. who cooked. It was Xiaowan, Su Yun quickly explained. Initially taken aback, the guest's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that true? Gasped Xia Xueqing. Goodness, this young man can cook so well at such a young age? Don't worry, I'm not joking. These dishes were indeed all prepared by Xiaowan. Despite his youth, his culinary skills are remarkable, Xia Qingdong reassured them. Come now, why are we all standing around? Since everyone is here, let us eat. With that, he invited everyone to take their seats at the dining table and instructed the servants to fetch some fine wine. We are all family here, Xia Qingdong affirmed, and with his encouragement, the guests felt at ease, gathering around the table to enjoy the meal. Come, Xiaowan, you should join us as well. Today, you're the true hero for helping us prepare this feast. The couple from the Xia family naturally did not forget about Su Wan. They promptly pulled him over and seated him beside Xia Xinyao. Instantly, the lengthy dining table was filled with guests. However, as they settled down, apart from Su Wan and a few others from Xia Qingdong's circle, the rest of the attendees were immediately taken aback by the dishes laid out before them. They noticed that the spread not only looked exquisite, but also emanated a unique aroma, evoking a sense of eager anticipation even among those who had sampled countless delicacies from land and sea. Xia Chuyan, with her boisterous personality, paid no heed to etiquette. She directly picked up a piece of dry pot tofu and popped it into her mouth. The moment she took her first bite, an expression of utter astonishment washed over her face, as if she had tasted some heavenly elixir. And this flavored, as you handsome, did you truly cook this dish? Xia Chen exclaimed in shock, her mouth still full, unable to contain her excitement. The dry pot tofu was simply delectable, melting in her mouth with a delicate texture. The slight crispness combined with its distinctive taste transported Xia Chuyan to a paradise of flavors from which she could not escape. Wow, is this squirrel fish? How is it so different from what I've had before? It's exquisite. On the other side, Xia Keming, after sampling a piece of fish, also displayed an expression of disbelief. The fish was both tender and flavorful, instantly enveloping him in a state of blissful intoxication, as if he were submerged in a vast ocean, with the fish frolicking around him in joyous abandon. Chapter 65. Xia's classmate feels inadequate. You too. Is it really necessary to eat with such exaggeration? Watching his children react so dramatically to merely tasting a few dishes, Xia Hai couldn't help but shake his head. The youth today were so impetuous, lacking composure. However, when he himself picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the braised lion's head, the second son of the Xia family, who had just moments ago criticized his children, was left dumbfounded, gazing at the lion's head in his hand. Xia Hai's eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The braised lion's head was not only incredibly tender, but also perfectly seasoned, a culinary masterpiece. To think such deliciousness could reside within a single dish was beyond comprehension. "So fragrant," Xia Hai exclaimed, his eyes wide with admiration. Seeing their second son so taken aback, the entire family could no longer remain seated. They all eagerly picked up their chopsticks to taste the dishes in mere moments. Their expressions mirrored that of Xia Hai, shifting from surprise to delight. As a prominent family in the metropolis, the Xia clan had indulged in every culinary delight imaginable. Yet they had never experienced a feast that left them so utterly astonished. The sensation was so enchanting that it compelled them to linger, reluctant to leave the table. Even Xia's classmate displayed an expression of utter amazement after tasting Su Wen's creations. Her bright eyes fixed on him as if she were seeing him for the first time. Goodness, this food is absolutely divine. What on earth is happening with Su? He is wealthy, sings beautifully, breaks long-distance records. And now his culinary skills are equally unmatched. The usually graceful and confident Xia classmate found herself feeling a twinge of inadequacy. Is it really necessary to be this exceptional? It's rather unfair. Noticing the exaggerated expressions of those around him, Su Wen chuckled and remarked, I haven't spent much time in the kitchen, so if the dishes aren't to your liking, please don't hold it against me. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately lost their composure. What do you mean you haven't spent much time cooking? What do you mean it's not delicious? This flavor, this skill, is absolutely unparalleled. If this isn't good, then what is? They protested. They were thoroughly enchanted by Su Wen's culinary prowess. All right, everyone, let us not be so astonished. It's rare for Xiao when it showcases talents today, so let us enjoy the meal. Come, let us raise a toast, Xia Qingdong declared with a beaming smile. With the head of the family speaking, no one dared to object, and they all raised their glasses in unison. More than an hour later, the meal finally came to an end. Looking at the table now, which had once been laden with dishes, it was now completely cleared, leaving only a pile of bones behind. This made the Xia family feel somewhat embarrassed. Accustomed to the elegance of high society, their behavior during this meal resembled that of someone who had never tasted food before. However, during the meal, Su Wen and the Xia family had grown more familiar with each other. Su Xiao, it's hard to believe you're so young yet possess such remarkable culinary skills. How did you achieve this? Xia Hai finally voiced the question that lingered in everyone's minds. I am not quite sure. Perhaps it's a gift, Su Wen replied casually, unable to provide a more in-depth explanation. Everyone fell silent, at a loss for words. Indeed, it required a special talent. However, Su Wen's talent was undoubtedly one of a kind. Even on a global scale. Haha! Indeed, extraordinary talent. Xiao Wen, you're truly impressive that in my lifetime, I have never admired anyone as much as I do you, Xia Qingdong laughed heartily, giving Su Wen a thumbs up. The more he observed Su Wen, the more he was impressed and fond of him. Xiao Wen, you and Xiao Yao should get along well in school. She is very kind, though sometimes a bit slow. Please be patient with her. Life is about mutual support, just like me and Yao's mother, Xia Qingdong continued, his tone earnest, resembling that of a concerned guardian. Oh, Su Wen was initially taken aback. He felt that Xia Uncle's words were somewhat peculiar. Yet he nodded in acknowledgement. Dad, what are you talking about? Xia classmate, feeling a mix of anger and embarrassment, interjected. Uncle is right. When two people are together, they should support each other. Shouldn't they? Su handsome. Xia Qiuyan chimed in with a grin, full of anticipation. Exactly. Su Xiao is a rare find. Cousin, you should seize this opportunity, Xia Keming added, supporting the notion that if Cousin and Su Xiao become a couple and marry, we'll all be family that we can frequently enjoy meals at Cousin S house. Tasting the dishes cooked by our brother-in-law, you guys, Xia classmate was exasperated, her teeth clenched in annoyance. How could they stir up such a commotion? If not for the presence of so many people today, she would have undoubtedly given each of them a good scolding. However, on the other hand, if she could truly be with Su classmate, that didn't seem so bad, did it? Especially considering how well he cooked. Xia classmate secretly covered her face. Time flew by, and before long, Su Wen had spent more than half a day at the Xia residence. During this time, everyone engaged in delightful conversation and gradually grew closer. At Xia Qingdong's suggestion, Su Wen was even added to the Xia family group chat. Su Xiao, if you ever need assistance, feel free to tag me directly. Whatever I can help with, I will do my utmost. Xia Keming said cheerfully, treating Su Wen as one of their own. Me too. From now on, we are family, so no need for formality, Xia Chun enthusiastically echoed. Thank you, Su Wen replied, slightly embarrassed but smiling. Although it was his first visit to the Xia family, he felt their warmth and hospitality. Afterward, they chatted for a while longer, and it was only then that Su Wen, amidst the enthusiastic send-offs from the Xia family, prepared to leave. Strangely, when he stepped outside, only Xia classmate accompanied him to the gate, while the others had escorted him to the entrance hall. but did not come out. It seemed they wanted to leave some space for the two young people. "Thank you so much for coming to my home today and cooking for us," Xia's classmate said. Her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Suwon. "But why didn't you tell me earlier that you could cook so well? Had I known your skills were this impressive, I would have definitely asked you to cook for me sooner." She then pursed her lips, looking rather regretful that she had only just discovered this now. Chapter 66. The collapse of friendship. I didn't think to tell you before. It just didn't cross my mind. However, if you enjoy the dishes I prepare, you're welcome to come over to my place. And I'll cook for you, Suwon replied slowly. Really? Wouldn't that be too much trouble? Xia's classmate was taken aback, her eyes sparkling with excitement that Suwon's culinary skills were truly remarkable. And she genuinely wished to taste his cooking again. Fearing that classmate Su might find her troublesome, she observed the mix of joy and hesitation on his face. With a smile, Suwon continued, "You need not be so formal with me. As long as you enjoy the food, feel free to visit my home, that it's no trouble at all. You could even stay over, for I have plenty of rooms. Moreover, you have already met my parents, who are quite amicable." Suwon spoke with a steady demeanor, oblivious to the impact his words might have on a young girl. Indeed, upon hearing this, an expression of astonishment quickly spread across Xia's otherwise pristine face, soon followed by a rosy blush that my goodness. What is Su's classmate suggesting? Visiting his house and even staying over. Is that something permissible for me? Such liberties seem reserved for couples or spouses. As she pondered this, her initial pale complexion transformed into a vibrant apple-red hue, captivating enough to render one speechless. Noticing Xia's flushed face, Suwon was left in a state of bewilderment. Just as he was about to speak again, he suddenly found Xia's extraordinarily beautiful face magnified before him, and before he could comprehend, her soft lips pressed against his cheek that a delightful fragrance enveloped him, nearly causing Suwon to lose his composure. By the time he regained his senses, Xia had already pulled away, her face flushed as she dashed into the courtyard, leaving no time for even a farewell. That moment, even Suwon found himself momentarily dazed. What had just transpired? Had she truly kissed him? Could this be reality? Watching her retreating figure, he reluctantly admitted to himself that in that fleeting moment of being kissed, he had felt a flutter in his heart. The enchantment of Xia left him utterly captivated, a sensation from which he found it hard to extricate himself. Just as he began to drift into a daydream, the system in his mind chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the tasks assigned by the system. Task 1. Accepted the invitation from the school beauty, Xia, to visit her home. Reward. 51 shares of Sanqing Entertainment Company. Task 2. Prepare a lunch at Xia's residence to showcase your culinary skills. Reward. 51 shares of Tonghui Technology Company. The shares have been acquired. Please proceed to both companies to sign the contracts. With that, the system vanished. Nodding in delight, Suwon felt a surge of excitement. Visiting Xia's home had granted him shares in 2 major companies. What a thrilling turn of events. Furthermore, he had received a kiss from Xia, which felt like an extraordinary bonus. This kiss signified the collapse of their innocent friendship. The following day, Suwon drove his Lamborghini to Tonghui Technology Company. After half an hour, he finalized the transfer arrangements, convinced that signing the contract promptly was essential to ease his mind. Subsequently, he drove to the headquarters of Sanqing Entertainment Company to facilitate the handover there. In the high-level meeting room, Suwon was engaged in signing the handover contract with Zhang Yuxuan, the chairman of Kanxing. As the final signature was inscribed, the contract officially took effect. "Congratulations, Director Su. You are now the new chairman of this company," said the former chairman with a smile. "Then I shall gratefully accept Chairman Zhang's well wishes," Suwon replied, also smiling. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang departed. However, he did not leave entirely. He retained a forced stake in the company, becoming merely one of the shareholders with no operational responsibilities. "Director Su, we shall rely on you going forward." The other executives began to flatter him, clearly seeking his favor. "That you're too kind. I am merely a novice in this role. I shall need the assistance of the vice chairman and several of you esteemed executives," Suwon replied with a smile, subtly working to win their goodwill. "Indeed, we are all one family at Sanqing," they responded in unison. "Since you are now the chairman, we will wholeheartedly support you," the executives affirmed. Those who held executive positions were all astute individuals, undoubtedly aware of Su Wen's impressive background at that moment. Vice Chairman Peng Lin, noticing Su Wen's new position, quickly said, "Here are some of the recent activities in our company. Director Su. Perhaps you would like to review them?" He presented a document to Su Wen. Nodding, Su Wen began to peruse the file, and soon he was astonished. Goodness! How many events is this entertainment company managing simultaneously? Talent auditions, artist concerts, television dramas, films, variety shows, galas, tours. The list goes on. He was relieved that the chairman was not expected to handle these matters personally, or he would surely be overwhelmed. Director Su, do not be surprised. This is the nature of an entertainment company. Our staff is occupied daily across various fields, Vice Chairman Peng explained, seemingly sensing Su Wen's astonishment. By the way, Director Su, we are currently conducting the tomorrow's Star Talent Audition event. Would you care to join us? Peng Lin suggested suddenly. Certainly, I would like to see, Su Wen replied, his interest piqued. After all, he had never witnessed such an event before. With that, he and Vice Chairman Peng left the conference room. The other executives had initially intended to follow, but Su Wen deemed it too ostentatious and declined their company. Sancheng Entertainment Company was located in a towering skyscraper in the second ring of the bustling metropolis, with some floors dedicated to auditions and others for casting, recording, and set arrangements. Taking the elevator, Su Wen and Vice Chairman Peng arrived at the 23rd floor, designated for auditions. As they exited the elevator, they were greeted by two expansive corridors, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. Clearly, there was a large gathering of people. Peng led Su Wen down one of the corridors, which was lined with luxurious halls filled with vibrant, youthful individuals. As Su Wen strolled through the corridor, observing the auditioning hopefuls, Vice Chairman Peng explained, Director Su, despite the crowd here, very few will remain after the auditions. The company conducts 2 rounds of eliminations. 90 are dismissed in the first round and another 90 in the second. Thus, out of the thousands who audition, only about 10 will remain that I see. Su Wen nodded, intrigued as he continued to watch the enthusiastic youths pursuing their dreams. Unlike himself, who had achieved financial freedom at a young age, he felt somewhat like a sloth, content to lie idle. As he pondered this, a girl's singing voice suddenly caught his attention. Looking up, Su Wen discovered that one of the glass doors to a hall was ajar. The enchanting melody emanating from within that a young woman, likely in her 20s, was singing and dancing with remarkable vitality. Astonished, Su Wen noted her fluid movements, which could only be described as silk-like. Not only was she dancing with grace, but her singing was equally captivating, her breath control impeccable. It was evident that this girl had dedicated countless hours to practice, mastering the art of maintaining her breath even amidst vigorous dancing. An extraordinary feat. Su Wen nodded in approval, recognizing the girl's exceptional performance, which even Vice Chairman Peng silently admired. However, to their astonishment, as soon as she finished her performance, the 3 audition judges exchanged glances and delivered their verdict. She did not pass. The crowd was immediately engulfed in shock. Those waiting in line or watching were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how such a talented performer could be rejected. If she had not succeeded, what hope remained for the others? Vice Chairman Peng, your audition program is indeed stringent. How could she not pass? Su Wen remarked, genuinely taken aback. Honestly, I find it a bit surprising as well, Peng replied. Vice Chairman Peng wore a bewildered expression. The performance of the young lady in the talent show, when compared to her fellow contestants, could be deemed exceptionally outstanding. Even he, an old leader who had been with the company for many years, seemed taken aback that this girl would be eliminated. Of course, the most shocked of all was the young girl herself, who had just showcased her talent. She looked at the 3 judges with disbelief in her eyes. Teachers, I would like to know why I was not selected. The young girl trembled as she spoke, her tone laced with quivering disappointment. To sing beautifully and dance gracefully, she had invested countless efforts and endured numerous falls. She had strived to perform better, to avoid being eliminated in the preliminary selection. She even slept only 5 to 6 hours a day, dedicating most of her time to training and refining her dance. This relentless practice allowed her to grasp the techniques necessary to maintain her breath while dancing, giving her the confidence and courage to stand on the stage of the competition named Tomorrow's Star. Yet, unexpectedly, despite all her efforts, she still did not make the cut. What was even more astonishing was that, at this very moment, when faced with the young contestant's inquiry, the three judges not only failed to provide an immediate answer, but displayed an air of impatience. They seemed to say, if you didn't make it, you didn't make it. Why ask so many questions? Do you doubt her judgment? One judge finally spoke, his tone dripping with disdain. However, isn't it permissible to inquire about the reasons for not passing? This left the young girl even more perplexed. For even if she failed the assessment, there was supposed to be a questioning session afterward where contestants could ask the judges why they were not selected. And the judges would provide reasons. In a certain sense, it served as guidance. Yet, in her case, the judges immediately showed impatience, which was utterly shocking. Why was she not even allowed to ask questions? Did she harbor some grudge against the three judges? Unfortunately, before she could receive the answer she sought, the judges began to usher her away. Consequently, she had no choice but to retreat in disappointment. Next, another girl took the stage as soon as she appeared. The audience erupted into whispers and admiration. This girl was simply breathtakingly beautiful, with a delicate oval face and fair skin. Her willow-like brows and captivating demeanor were enchanting, compared to the previous contestant. She was merely a shade less captivating, yet her beauty was undeniable. Everyone present was immediately struck by her appearance, captivated by her charm. Even the three judges could not help but exhibit gleaming eyes, revealing their astonishment. Amidst the collective admiration, the girl introduced herself and swiftly entered the talent showcase segment. She performed a love song. However, when this beautiful girl began to sing, the audience was taken aback. Her performance was utterly mundane, lacking in vocal quality, technique, and pitch. There was no emotional expression in her rendition of the song. The only highlight was the stark contrast between her stunning appearance and the blandness of her performance. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, once the performance concluded and it was time for the three judges to provide feedback, they deemed her performance a success. Indeed, they declared her selected. Furthermore, after passing, the judges smiled at the beautiful girl and took up the microphone to speak. You worked hard, and you're quite charming. Although your singing skills are somewhat lacking, you chose to stand here, and I see a kind of determination in you that is rare. I share the same sentiment. I hope you can maintain this spirit. You are so dedicated and pure, and with your beauty, many will surely be drawn to you in the future. The judges praised the beautiful girl, and their attitude was a stark contrast to that shown toward the dancing girl earlier. Even the onlookers found it hard to comprehend. They could hardly believe what they were hearing, questioning whether their ears had deceived them. Just moments ago, the dancing girl had performed so well yet was rejected, while this seemingly lackluster performance was accepted and praised. How could this not be shocking? How could it not seem absurd and laughable? Equally stunned was the previously dancing girl. She looked at the judges, then at the beautiful singer, and remained in a daze for quite a while before appearing to grasp something. She could not help but let out a bitter smile. Let us pause the event for a moment. Just then, a voice broke the tension of the competition. Everyone turned to see two figures entering through the hall's entrance. It was none other than Sue and Vice Chairman Peng. However, the newcomers were unfamiliar to the contestants, who were all relatively new to the competition. Unbeknownst to them, the three judges were well aware of who had arrived. Upon seeing Vice Chairman Peng, they quickly rose to greet him in shock. Chairman Peng, what brings you here? Indeed, we never expected you to personally attend this competition. The judges greeted him with utmost respect and cordiality. Well, I mainly accompanied Chairman Su to observe, Vice Chairman Peng explained. Gesturing towards Su, allow me to introduce this individual. He is Chairman Su, the one who acquired Sanxing, and our company's future chairman. This revelation sent a ripple of excitement throughout the hall. Wait, what did he just say? Sanxing was acquired. It actually got acquired. Sanxing was one of the largest entertainment companies in the country, and the idea of it being acquired was astonishing. Oh my, who is this young man that he can acquire Sanxing? He must be incredibly wealthy. Oh my, have you all noticed? Chairman Su is so handsome. He doesn't pale in comparison to the big stars. The crowd buzzed with chatter, particularly the ladies, whose eyes sparkled with admiration for Su. After all, who could resist such a handsome and affluent man? Chapter 68. The price of arrogance in stark contrast to the contestants. The three judges were equally astonished. They had learned of the company's acquisition yesterday, but they had not anticipated that it was by such a young individual. SOU are the one who acquired Sanching's shares. What a pleasure it is to meet you. Greetings, Chairman Sudit. I am Su Shan. Feel free to call me Xiao Shan. I am Zheng Bin, responsible for. The judges hastily introduced themselves to Su Wan, their tone filled with deference and flattery. Su Wan's expression remained indifferent as he furrowed his brow and inquired. I came in mainly to ask about that young girl. She performed exceptionally well. Why was she not selected? Without any preamble, he pointed at the dancing girl and posed his question directly. The judges were momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting the new chairman to focus on this matter. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. One of the judges, quick to respond, smiled and said, Chairman Su, you may be new to the industry after acquiring the company. Our talent selection requires contestants to have distinctive qualities that can capture the audience's attention. While the dancing girl performed adequately, she did not meet certain standards. The judge spoke with a smile, attempting to deliver the message delicately. Are you suggesting that the standard refers to beauty? Su, when asked with a hint of sarcasm, clearly unsatisfied with their explanation, No, Chairman Su, you must be joking. It is certainly not for that reason. The judges, somewhat sweating and feeling guilty, responded. While their statement was not entirely inaccurate, some things could be said in private, but should not be exposed in public. Is that so? If it is not, then why was the dancing girl not passed, while this beautiful lady was? Su Wan challenged. The song she sang was pitchy, and yet you praised her to the skies. Are your ears deceiving you? He scoffed coldly, showing no intention of sparing their feelings. Chairman Su, our company has always selected talents based on such standards. Indeed, Chairman Su, many contestants may initially be lacking, but with the company's training, they have great potential to become stars. The judges, confused by Su Wan's intense reaction, hurried to clarify that if that is the standard for selection, then when you write promotional slogans, why not simply state that beauty is the criterion for selection, rather than claiming that singing and dancing, fairness and justice are the guiding principles? It merely misleads everyone into participating in the competition. They were seeking fairness. By doing so, were they not bullying the honest contestants? Su Wan remarked, his expression growing increasingly frigid. What he detested the most was this insidious practice of presenting a facade while engaging in duplicitous behavior. One might even call it a betrayal of the public trust. This left the mentors momentarily speechless. They exchanged furtive glances, uncertain of how to counter his argument, for it was undeniably true in today's society, without a touch of promotion or a hint of spectacle. How could one possibly attract such a multitude? Observing their silence, Su Wan turned to Peng Lin and said, Vice Chairman Peng, now that I have acquired this company, I believe it is time to amend certain internal policies. From this point forward, any selection or competitive activities must prioritize genuine talent, rather than adhering to empty slogans while operating behind the scenes. As for the young lady who danced, her performance was commendable, and she deserves to advance. However, as for this one, Su Wan glanced at the earlier off-key, singing girl and shook his head, declaring she can be omitted. The three mentors exchanged bewildered looks, utterly taken aback. To them, the dancing girl appeared rather unremarkable. Aside from her talent, she possessed no other striking features. They could not fathom why the new chairman insisted on selecting her over the strikingly beautiful girl who had just been eliminated. Moreover, Su Wan mentioned a desire to change the current dynamics. Would this not strip the company of its ability to leverage visual appeal? Chairman Su, you must reconsider. Altering the selection process could have significant ramifications for our company's future market position. They cautioned. Indeed, times have changed. In this era, popularity reigns supreme. As long as one is aesthetically pleasing and well-packaged, they are bound to garner attention. The mentors, feeling somewhat disgruntled, attempted to persuade him further, hoping to salvage the situation. However, their words had barely left their lips when Su Wan raised his hand, silencing them. You needn't concern yourselves with this matter. If our company faces any market turbulence, rest assured, your interests will remain unaffected. I have already decided to dismiss the three of you. This ensures absolute certainty, Su Wan replied nonchalantly, his words striking like lightning. He was neither a paragon of virtue nor a champion of justice. He simply could not abide by the mentor's blatant distortion of reality and their arrogance. They presumed to dictate who should advance without regard for the contestants. This irked him, and he felt compelled to take action. Indeed, upon uttering these words, the mentors were thrown into a state of panic. "What? Chairman Su, you must be jesting." "Yes, Chairman Su, we only spoke that way for the sake of the company. Please do not take it to heart." Indeed, it was our lack of understanding, our failure to articulate ourselves properly that led to this misunderstanding. Do we implore you to overlook our folly? The mentors pleaded. They no longer dared to voice any requests or opinions. It was evident that the new chairman was unyielding. A mere disagreement could lead to dismissal. Had they known this would be the outcome, they would have kept their mouths shut. Regret washed over them. Immense regret. However, Su Wenyue's decision to terminate their positions was not merely punitive but intended as a stark warning to others within the company about the consequences of opposing him, that he would not waver. Casting a cool glance at the assembled mentors, he continued, "Do not waste your breath. My words are immutable. Shortly, I will instruct Vice Chairman Peng to arrange for the finance department to settle all your salaries before you depart." With that, Su Wenyue exchanged a few words with Vice Chairman Peng, directing him to summon other mentors to assist with the evaluations. Then, he departed amidst the stunned gazes of the onlookers. Su Wenyue was confident that after making an example of these three, others would think twice before presuming their own positions in the selection process. After his exit, the entire hall erupted into chaos. Goodness, who would have thought this new chairman would be such a stickler? Impressive, truly impressive. Indeed, this is so cool. He dismissed 3 mentors outright. I would call him a true role model for our generation. The 3 mentors got what they deserved for their arrogance and unjust evaluations. They brought this upon themselves. Exactly. Just moments ago, they seemed so pleased with themselves, completely disregarding the contestants. How outrageous. The chatter filled the air as everyone expressed their excitement. The mentors had treated the contestants with disdain, exhibiting blatant unfairness, leaving the participants feeling powerless to express their indignation. Now, with the chairman personally intervening to remove several mentors, how could they not feel exhilarated as the contestants reveled in their triumph? The 3 mentors, however, felt nothing but emptiness. Their minds were blank. They could hardly comprehend how, after a mere inspection by the new chairman, they had been summarily dismissed. It felt surreal, as though they were trapped in a dream. A profound sense of disbelief and a staggering sense of loss enveloped them, nearly choking them with its intensity. They still could not believe that such an event had transpired just moments ago. Chapter 69. Xia's Dilemma. In stark contrast to the 3 mentors, the dancing girl experienced a vastly different emotional landscape. Upon witnessing her efforts recognized by the chairman and ultimately accepted, her feelings soared like a roller coaster, culminating in pure exhilaration. Who would have imagined that just as she faced rejection and feared her hard work would dissolve into nothingness, hope would reignite? At that moment, she felt an overwhelming gratitude towards the new chairman Su. Initially, she had intended to express her thanks, but by the time she regained her composure, he had vanished from sight. Meanwhile, after dealing with the 3 mentors, Su Wenyue returned to the top-floor conference room. After discussing the changes to the selection process with Vice Chairman Peng and several senior executives, he departed from the company. Before long, Monday arrived. Su Wenyue drove his Lamborghini Veneno back to Tianwei Academy. Over the past 2 days, he had become an unstoppable force at the school, particularly within the forums, which had transformed into a battleground. In just 2 days, the number of posts surged into the hundreds, the majority of which were brimming with challenges directed at Su Wenyue. Thus, when he returned to his dormitory, barely having a moment to rest, his roommates eagerly pulled him to the table, ready to show him the latest foreign developments. Initially disinterested, as he had long been a prominent figure at the school, Su Wenyue could not help but be taken aback when he glanced at the forum's homepage. What was happening on the homepage? Challenge post. Zhou Mufeng, challenge Su Wenyue to 100 push-ups. The loser is a turtle. Challenge post. I challenge Su Wenyue to a 100-meter sprint. The loser is no man. Challenge post. I challenge Su Wenyue to 200 squats. The loser must call the other grandfather. Challenge post. I challenge Su Wenyue to a basketball game. The loser. Good heavens! Scanning through the numerous posts, he realized that nearly all of them were challenges directed at him. Ever since that day on the playground when Xia had invited him to her home, people had gone wild. Indeed, especially after you broke the world record in long-distance running, those who admired Xia were eager to defeat you. They are quite clever, opting not to challenge you in long-distance running, but rather in their own specialties, his roommates remarked, rolling their eyes. Let them sort it out among themselves, Su Wenyue chuckled, feeling amused. With so many individuals challenging him, he certainly did not have the time or energy to deal with each one individually, lest he truly tire himself out. Just as he was contemplating this, in the foreign language department, in a classroom, Xia sat with her arms crossed, resting her head on the desk, her demeanor appearing quite melancholic. What's wrong? You came in this morning looking so downcast, inquired Wang Xiuxiu, sitting beside her, puzzled. It's nothing, I just don't know how to face Su Wenyue, Xia replied in a muffled tone. Su Wenyue, what's the matter? Did you two have a disagreement? Wang Xiuxiu probed further, growing more curious. Not. Ugh, don't ask, Xia said, feeling flustered. Ever since Su Wenyue had visited her home and she had kissed him, she had felt a mix of joy, embarrassment, and excitement at that moment. However, as time passed and she regained her composure, she began to feel bewildered. Were they not merely classmates? After kissing him, what would he think? Most importantly, after that day, her nervousness and embarrassment had driven her to flee without knowing his reaction. Did he like her or dislike her? If they were to meet again, what would their relationship be? As Xia, a student, pondered more deeply, her worries multiplied. Thus, as she continued to think, noon arrived. At this point, she momentarily set aside her thoughts and went to the cafeteria with her close friends to have lunch. However, to her surprise, as soon as she reached the entrance of the cafeteria, she unexpectedly ran into Su. Instantly, Xia felt overwhelmed with emotion, wishing for a moment that fate had been less ironic. Just as she was fretting over how to face Su, their paths crossed. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Su, Xia Xinyao stammered, biting her lip in embarrassment as she greeted him. Xia, you all have arrived too, Su Wen replied with a calm smile. Compared to her, he appeared remarkably composed. Wow, Su the handsome, you must have visited Xiaoyao's family last weekend. How was it? Did her parents treat you well? Wang Xiuxiu and Ji Yu eagerly chimed in, their curiosity unabated. Yes. Did they ask about your relationship with Xiaoyao? Did they discuss engagement or marriage? Cough. You too. If you keep talking, no one will mistake you for mute. Xia Xinyao nearly died of embarrassment. The relationship between her and Su was already delicate, and she had yet to figure out how to interact with him again. Her two friends were only adding fuel to the fire. Seemingly aware of Xia's discomfort, Su Wen spoke up. Xia's parents treated me very well and were quite warm. As for anything else, we didn't discuss it, so you needn't speculate. With that, they all entered the cafeteria together. Su1 and Xia had become the prominent figures of the school, and their appearance in the cafeteria naturally created quite a stir. Countless gazes turned towards them, as if attempting to peer into their very souls. Fortunately, both had grown accustomed to such attention and paid it no mind, proceeding to buy their meals as usual. Before long, Su Wen finished getting his meal and found a seat. Shortly thereafter, Xia Xinyao and her friends, having obtained their food, unexpectedly joined them, sitting directly across from Su and Xia. Su was momentarily taken aback. Earlier, noticing Xia's embarrassment, he had intentionally distanced himself, not expecting her to come over. They insisted on sitting here. I had no choice. Sorry to disturb you, Xia said, a hint of shyness in her tone. Not at all. Please feel free to sit here. Su smiled, completely unperturbed that it was not their first meal together. However, their actions naturally drew the attention of other students. They watched in awe as the school beauty, Xia, willingly sat down to share a meal with Su Wen. Their envy palpable. As time passed, the lunch hour progressed. Suddenly, Su Wen felt a thirst creeping up on him. He turned to Zhu Yuan and the others, noticing their recently purchased bottled water was all gone, and decided to get up to buy some. Here, drink mine. I have some water. At that moment, Xia seemed to sense his intention and spoke up, offering her cup. She handed him the water bottle she had brought. Is that appropriate? Su was slightly taken aback that he didn't mind drinking Xia's water, but he realized she would need it too to as a man. He didn't want to seem unhygienic. It's fine. I already took a sip, if you don't mind, Xia said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Oh well. Thank you then. Su felt he could hardly refuse now. After all, if he turned her down, she might think he was rejecting her. Thus, he accepted the beautifully pink water bottle adorned with a cute teddy bear design. It seemed almost sacrilegious to drink from it. Yet, feeling genuinely thirsty, he disregarded such thoughts and took a few hearty gulps. Refreshing. Strangely, the water tasted particularly sweet to him. Was it merely a psychological effect? He quickly shook his head to dismiss the thought. He certainly didn't want to appear as a creep. After finishing, he capped the bottle and returned it to Xia. However, unbeknownst to Su-won, his seemingly simple act of drinking from Xia's cup had inadvertently silenced the entire cafeteria. Soon after, an uproar of astonished whispers erupted. Wow, did I just see that? Su actually drank from Xia's cup. He drank the water of the school beauty? Oh my goodness, that is Xia's cup. I saw her take a sip from it. To drink from the mouth of such a celestial beauty is an extraordinary honor. Su must have saved the galaxy in his past life. What merit does he possess to be so fortunate? Students buzzed with excitement, particularly the boys, who could hardly believe that Su-won and Xia shared such intimacy. Drinking from the same cup, they felt as though they had been struck by 1,000 blows. As they glared at Su-won, their envy burned brightly. They would have gladly taken his place at the table with the school beauty, sharing a meal and sipping from her cup. If Su had known their thoughts, he would have been both amused and bewildered. Amidst the envy and jealousy, Su-won, Xia Xinyao, and the others soon finished their lunch and departed the cafeteria, under the admiring gazes of their peers. Su, I need to speak with you, Xia called out as they stepped outside. What is it? Su asked, puzzled. Well, it's not much. I just wanted to say that in the future, please refrain from calling me Xia so formally. It sounds a bit awkward. Just call me Xiaoyao. As Xiao and Xiaoyu do, I won't call you Su anymore either. I'll just call you Xiaowen. What does that sound? Xia said softly. Her cheeks tinged with a blush. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiao and Jiyu readily agreed. Yes, we feel the same way. After spending so much time together, it feels strange to keep calling each other classmate. Su was momentarily taken aback. Realizing she had a point, he nodded. All right, Xia. Xia Xinyao. Wang Xiao. Jiyu. Time swiftly passed, and afternoon arrived. Su had no classes and returned to his dorm after completing one. Phone call for you. Phone call? Why aren't you answering? Shortly after he returned, his phone rang. It was a call from Sanching Entertainment. Curious, Su-won answered. What is the matter, Vice President Peng? He inquired. Chairman Su, I forgot to mention something regarding the election yesterday. In a few days, we at Sanching are planning to hold a large-scale star concert in Modud. I wonder what your thoughts are. Vice President Peng's respectful voice came through at a concert. Su was momentarily surprised. It was typical for entertainment companies to hold concerts. There seemed to be no need to inform him specifically. That would usually be the case, but Chairman Su, since you have just taken office and given the scale of this concert, I thought it prudent to inform you. Vice President Peng explained cautiously. Though it was true that he didn't necessarily need to be informed, Vice President Peng understood that once such a concert was confirmed, they would immediately begin preparations and promote it extensively across major media platforms. If Su learned of it only through an advertisement later and felt left out, it could lead to misunderstandings. Thus, he deemed it best to make the call. Su-won, understanding the rationale, replied, That's fine. For matters like this, you all should proceed as you see fit without needing to consult me. After exchanging a few more words, Su-won hung up the phone. One cannot help but acknowledge that the efficiency of Sanching Entertainment Company is truly remarkable. Merely a day after their conversation, news regarding the upcoming star-studded concert in Magic City swiftly appeared across major media outlets. News channels and headlines that, in an instant, it spread like wildfire throughout the city. The excitement was palpable, not only in Magic City, but even at Tianwei Academy, where it caused quite a stir. That morning, while Su-won was attending class, his phone buzzed incessantly. He took out his phone to check and found it was a flurry of messages from the VX friend group, which made him smile helplessly. This group was composed of Su-won, Xia Tengshu, Zhu Yuan, Wang Xiao, and others, forming a small circle of 7, though not large in number. It was harmonious and tranquil. However, the sudden liveliness of the group today took Soo-won by surprise. Upon glancing at the notifications, he saw there were over 99 unread messages. Wasn't he that a bit exaggerated? With that thought, Soo-won opened the WeChat group and discovered that everyone was discussing the star-studded concert. Wang Xiao. Haha. Regardless, I've already decided that once the concert happens, I must attend. Gu. Do you even need to ask? Just look at the illustrious lineup. Zhou Mu, Shun Yu, Zhang Hanhai, Xie Jun, Gu Yunfeng. Goodness, I can't even count them all. They're all superstars. Xia Xinyao. Zhang Hanhai is my favorite female singer. That if she comes, I would love to see her live. Zhu Yuan. The most crucial point is that Tan Yi will also be participating in the concert. Right? He is the latest sensation in the music industry, the hottest star in the country. Gu. Absolutely. I adore Tan Yi too. I was just thinking, wouldn't it be wonderful if they could come to Tianwei Academy for another concert? He Wenfeng. Are you out of your mind? He Wenfeng. These stars are all top-tier singers in the country. Getting even one of them to perform is a challenge. How could you possibly expect them all to come to school for a concert? Zhu Yuan. Exactly. This is madness. Soo-won observed the lively banter. His interest was piqued that he then asked, do you all really wish for these stars to perform in our school? Jiu. Who wouldn't he want to see celebrities? Wang Xiao. Exactly. It's our idols we're talking about. Watching them on a screen is nowhere near as thrilling as seeing them in person. Soo-won, Xinyao. What about you? Xia Xinyao. Of course I want to go. Who wouldn't he want to see a concert without having to spend money on tickets? Soo-won nodded and replied, well then, let us make it happen. Chapter 71. An Unexpected Turn. Jiu. What do you mean, Soo Handsome? Soo-won, what I mean is that I will invite those stars you mentioned to our school for a concert. Specifically for our campus. Jiu. Wang Xiao. Soo, you're quite the jokester. How could that even be possible? Chun Ming chuckled. Wang Xiao, right, Soo Handsome? While we know you're wealthy, some things just can't be accomplished with money. He Wenfeng. This isn't merely a question of money. Their status is there. Why on earth would they lower themselves to come here and perform? In an instant, everyone shook their heads, thinking Soo-won was being overly extravagant with his words. Although Xia Xinyao remained silent, she too felt that Soo-won was overstepping, given that these individuals were prominent stars in the industry who could not simply be summoned at will. Facing their skepticism, Soo-won merely smiled nonchalantly, not rushing to defend himself. In his view, the idea that one couldn't afford to invite those stars was nonsensical. It simply meant one wasn't offering enough. In this world, there is no problem that a small goal cannot solve. If there were, there would only be two. Moreover, he was now the owner of Sanxing Entertainment Company. Wanting to invite the artists under his management to perform at the school didn't require an exorbitant amount of money or hassle. At that moment, a notification from the system in his mind chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a passive task. Task issued. Invite 3 or more stars to Tianwei Academy for a concert. Task reward. A plaza named Mylida. Mylida Plaza? Soo-won was momentarily taken aback. This plaza is quite famous in Magic City and has even graced the cover of international magazines due to its unique architectural design. Though it may not be valued in the hundreds of billions, Soo-won knew that the property rights of Mylida Plaza were worth at least several billion. He was thoroughly pleased with the reward. Accepting the task, Soo-won joyfully exclaimed. Soon after, class concluded, and Soo-won directly reached out to Deputy Director Peng S. number to make a call. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days later, an announcement from the principal sent shockwaves throughout the entire school. The magnitude of this announcement far surpassed the previous stir caused by Soo-won and the school flower, Xia. The news was that following the star-studded concert, several celebrities would remain in Magic City and hold a small concert at Tianwei Academy, which would be free of charge. The impact of this announcement on the students of Tianwei Academy was immense. It is worth noting that the stars attending the concert were all top-tier singers in the country, including the likes of Tan Yi. The prospect of such high-caliber artists performing at their school was enough to send waves of excitement throughout the student body. Some even doubted their ears, wondering if they had misheard or if it was a prank. However, the announcement came directly from the principal of Tianwei Academy, so the authenticity was beyond question. Yet the most astonished were Soo-won's roommates and friends like Xia, who recalled Soo-won's earlier claims of inviting these stars to perform at the school. Now that it was actually happening, they couldn't help but speculate that Su-Wen was somehow involved. Instantly, Su-Wen's SVX friend group erupted with messages. Su-Wen and his roommates were together in class, and he had explained the situation to them. However, Xia, Wang Xiuxiu, Jiyu, and the others were unaware. At that moment, they tagged Su-Wen directly in the group chat. Wang Xiuxiu, whoa, Su Handsome, is this concert event related to you? Jiyu, yes. When the principal announced it, I was stunned and immediately thought of what you said before. Xia Xinyao, how did you manage to get them all to come? Seeing the astonished expressions of his friends, Su-Wen smiled calmly. After a moment, he replied honestly, a few days ago, I happened to acquire Sanxing Entertainment Company. Therefore, the artists you mentioned are actually from my company. Gu. Xia Xinyao, Wang Xiuxiu. As soon as he finished speaking, the group fell silent, but Su-Wen chuckled and shook his head, already imagining the shocked expressions on their faces after hearing his explanation. The wait was excruciating. Ever since his classmates learned that numerous major stars were coming to Magic City for a concert and would also be visiting Tianwei Academy, many who had planned to buy tickets for the concert had abandoned that thought. After all, a large-scale star concert comes with a hefty price tag for tickets. While the seats at the back might be manageable, those closer to the front could cost thousands per ticket. Anyone with sense would surely opt to watch it at school. However, this meant that they would need to exercise patience. After all, a concert cannot simply be organized at a moment's notice. There are promotions to be made and schedules to be adjusted. Sanxing's promotional efforts for this concert set the timeline for 10 days. Following the concert in Magic City, they would need an additional 2 days for adjustments at Tianwei Academy. Thus, the total waiting period amounted to at least 12 days. However, what Su-Wen did not anticipate was that on the 7th day of the concert promotion, Deputy Director Peng called him again. This time, the company was facing a crisis. Did you just say that Tan E is planning to change companies? Su-Wen furrowed his brow, his eyes betraying his surprise. Just moments ago, he had risen, washed up, and was preparing for breakfast when Deputy Director Peng called to inform him that Tan, one of company's artists, was intending to leave for another music company. Yes, Sudong. This news is absolutely credible. Tan E is currently with Peng Cheng. The information came from his assistant. They indicated that they plan to return to Magic City soon to terminate the contract with Sanxing. Deputy Director Peng said, his tone filled with urgency. Listening to the explanation, Su-Wen's brow furrowed deeper as he realized the gravity of the situation. Yet he was still puzzled, given Tan Yi's current popularity and acclaim. It is not surprising that he wants to break away and go soloed. I find it rather perplexing why he chose to terminate his contract with the company before its expiration. Rather than waiting until the due date, WY opting for an immediate dissolution, he will incur a substantial penalty and damages, which seems rather unwise. Su-Wen expressed his confusion that IT is not surprising, Sudong. Should Tan E choose to breach the contract, he will undoubtedly transition to Jinhuang Music Company immediately afterward. The exorbitant penalty he faces will be entirely covered by Jinhuang Music Company. Deputy Director Peng interjected. Jinhuang Music Company? Su-Wen was taken aback. He had heard of this company. That IT is a prominent entertainment firm within the country, currently enjoying considerable fame. Indeed, that is the very company. Art Sanxing previously collaborated with them, but disagreements arose, leading to a rather unpleasant fallout. Tan Yi's shift to their company is undoubtedly orchestrated by them behind the scenes, Deputy Director Peng stated with palpable resentment. Chapter 72. The most popular singer Tan Y.I.S. Udong. Tan E is currently the most sought-after singer in the country. For this star-studded concert, we have prominently featured him in our promotional efforts. His absence would significantly impact Art Sanxing. Deputy Director Peng continued. Thus, Jinhuang Music Company must have capitalized on this opportunity to poach Tan E with the intent of tarnishing our company's reputation. Upon hearing Deputy Director Peng's words, Su-Wen suddenly understood. Consider this. The promotional campaign for the star-studded concert has been fervently underway for 7 days. Tickets have already sold remarkably well, with many attendees drawn specifically by Tan Yi's allure. Jinhuang could have chosen any time to recruit talent. Yet they opted for this critical juncture. What could their motive be, if not to undermine our company? However, he still harbored doubts. What incentives could Jinhuang possibly offer Tan E to entice him to leave Sanxing? After a brief pause, Su-Wen addressed Deputy Director Peng on the phone. instructing him to contact Tan E and convey that while he may terminate the contract, it must be done as swiftly as possible, ideally by tomorrow. Just inform him that I, Su-won, will personally oversee the termination. Having said that, Su-won hung up the phone. With the concert looming, he needed to meet with Tan E at the earliest opportunity to clarify the situation. The following day, ever since Su-won issued the directive to Deputy Director Peng to swiftly reach out to Tan E, Deputy Director Peng did not dare to delay. He promptly called Tan E and relayed Su-won's message. Upon learning that the contract could be terminated, especially with the chairman himself handling it, Tan E readily acquiesced. Consequently, he skipped the activities he was scheduled to attend the next day and, accompanied by his assistant and others, made his way to the airport. Departing for the bustling metropolis, it seemed that the desire to dissolve the contract was indeed fervent on his part. Fengdao Road, headquarters of Sanxing Entertainment, that on the top floor. In a reception hall, in a spacious and bright lobby, Su-won was seated across from a man in his 30s. This man was quite handsome and exuded charisma, clad in an exquisite suit. He appeared every bit the aristocrat. He was none other than the sensational superstar Tan E, who had captivated the nation for the past 2 years. This moment, it was likely that no one knew that this idol, adored and idolized by countless fans, had unwittingly arrived in the metropolis. I truly did not expect that the last time I visited headquarters, I was sharing laughter with Chairman Zhang, and now, after a 2-month tour, I find a new, youthful chairman in your stead. Tan E suddenly spoke, his tone a mixture of astonishment and reflection as he regarded Su-won. I have only recently acquired this company, Su-won replied with a calm smile. Seemingly unfazed. Observing the superstar, he too felt a sense of admiration. After joining Sanxing a few years prior, Tan E had swiftly showcased his exceptional talent. Over time, he had released several hit albums. His lyrical compositions, melodies, and distinctive vocal prowess propelled his albums to unprecedented success, allowing him to ascend from obscurity to the pinnacle of the music industry in just 2 to 3 years. Frankly, Su-won had always held Tan E in high regard and had listened to many of his songs. Yet, he never anticipated that their first meeting would occur under these circumstances. Have you truly made up your mind to sever ties with our company? Finally, Su-won steered the conversation towards the main topic. Since I am here today, I intend to terminate the contract. Moreover, if possible, I would prefer to sign the termination agreement at this very moment. Tan E promptly responded, though his expression appeared somewhat conflicted. Su-won chose not to comment on this. His demeanor darkened slightly. I am willing to sign the termination agreement. But before doing so, I would like to pose a question. Why the insistence on leaving Sanxing prematurely, especially during this critical period just before the concert? Su-won inquired, his irritation palpable. What does it matter who the star is? The actions taken by the opposite party are indeed questionable, and he felt entitled to an explanation. You are absolutely correct, Su-dong. Young Tan, you have been with our company for several years. We have nurtured you, provided resources, and allowed you to flourish. Yet now that you have achieved fame, you choose to turn your back on us. You decide to depart just as the concert is about to commence, solely to join Jin Huang. What exactly is your intention? At that moment, Deputy Director Peng also chimed in, his tone seemingly even more severe than Su-won's. Tan E, opting to leave Sanxing for Jin Huang, raises questions about his motives in terms of strength, resources, and reputation. Jin Huang is hardly superior to Sanxing. What could he possibly gain? Moreover, Jin Huang has long been our staunch rival. Tan E's departure as an artist of Sanxing to join Jin Huang is a blatant affront to the company. Faced with the accusations from the two, Tan E understood that failing to provide an explanation would render the situation untenable. He refrained from beating around the bush and stated directly, Su-dong, Deputy Director Peng, I never intended to leave Sanxing. You are aware that my contract is not yet expired. Even if I were to leave, I would certainly wait until the contract's conclusion to consider my options. However, I am left with no choice. If I do not go, my future may be at stake. At this point, Tan Yi's expression turned grave. As if burdened by some pressing issue, Su-won and Deputy Director Peng exchanged astonished glances. What does he mean by his future being at stake? What is truly happening? Su-won furrowed his brow. Tan E did not keep them in suspense, continuing to elaborate. Half a month ago, during my tour in Pengcheng, I encountered an old acquaintance from Jin Huang. After completing my work that evening, he invited me out for dinner. Without much thought, I followed him to a 7-star hotel. There were quite a few people at that meal, and before I knew it, I had been intoxicated. Furthermore, the means by which he distracted my assistant were rather cunning. Following that, I was subjected to certain. Tan, he concluded, visibly regretful. He then retrieved a stack of photographs from his pocket and placed them on the table. Simultaneously, he produced his phone and displayed a video clip. Soo-won and Deputy Director Peng each took a few photographs to inspect. Upon seeing them, their expressions darkened immediately. The photos depicted Tan in a compromising position, accompanied by 2 naked women. At that moment, even the dimmest of minds could comprehend the situation. He had been ensnared in a trap. The so-called acquaintance from Jin Huang had undoubtedly handed these incriminating images directly to the company's higher-ups. Otherwise, Tan would not have found himself so easily cornered. Now, should he choose to remain with Sanxing, it was evident that should these images make their way online, the fallout would be catastrophic. This was merely the photos. The existence of a video would yield even greater repercussions. Any fan witnessing their idol in such a compromising light would undoubtedly be unable to accept it. It could be said that once these videos and photographs were released, the immense popularity Tan he had accumulated over the years would be obliterated overnight. Suddenly, with a thud, Deputy Director Peng stood up from the sofa. His face burned with rage as he glared at Tan, reprimanding him. I must say, young Tan, you have been in the entertainment industry for several years and have ascended to such a prominent position as Sanxing's leading talent. You should understand how many eyes are upon you, how many people are scrutinizing your every move. Yet, how could you not exercise caution? Do you comprehend what it means for Jin Huang to possess such material? It is akin to them having a ticking time bomb in their hands. They can obliterate you at their whim. Vice Chairman Peng expressed his frustration vehemently, his anger so palpable that even Soo-won, seated beside him, was taken aback. However, Soo-won soon found solace in the fact that Vice Chairman Peng's words held a kernel of truth, with the incriminating photos and videos in their possession. Jin Huang could indeed act without restraint. They could have readily demanded that Tan Yi leave Sanxing to join Jin Huang, yet they chose to wait an entire week after Sanxing announced the Star concert before making their request for Tan Yi's departure. This demonstrated their audacious confidence. At that moment, Tan Yi's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. What was the point of discussing this now? Besides acquiescing to their demands, did he have any other recourse? Shaking his head in resignation, Tan Yi felt a sense of futility. If the dinner party that night had been his attempt to take initiative, only to find himself ensnared by others' cameras, one could argue that it was merely bad luck. However, the fact that he had done nothing wrong, yet found himself captured on film, felt nothing short of a miscarriage of justice. In the midst of this turmoil, Soo-won's demeanor also shifted to one of seriousness. Given the current predicament, the only viable solution lay in leveraging his influence to suppress Jin Huang directly. Otherwise, they would remain oblivious to the consequences of their actions. Just then, a notification resonated in Soo-won's mind. Ding! The Super Tycoon system has been activated. The system has detected that someone is targeting the companies under the host's purview. The system possesses means to effectively assist the host. Would the host like assistance? Surprised, Soo-won's mind sparked with realization. Indeed, he still had the system as a trump card. If the system intervened, there might be unexpected benefits to reap. That I need help, he promptly declared. Ding! The system has acknowledged the host's request for assistance and has entered support mode. The system is collecting data and processing information. Once the data processing was complete, it was integrated into the computer in the Sanxing chairman's office. The system announced a total of 34 data records have been collected, all pertaining to incidents involving misconduct by artists under Jin Huang. These records originate from hotel surveillance, registration logs, chat histories, and data from the opposing party's mobile devices, among others. That Soo-won was astounded. Wow, is this for real? 34 records? This system has proven to be invaluable, he thought. Yet this time, it was astonishingly powerful. That if he could obtain these records, what implications would they hold? This transcended mere negotiations or suppression of Jin Huang. Armed with such extensive data, he could potentially dismantle Jin Huang entirely, even exposing the company to its very core. However, he recognized the urgency of the situation. Jin Huang still possessed incriminating videos and photos of Tan Yi. Thus, he refrained from acting hastily. In his mind, he inquired, "Well, you can collect data. Can you also erase it? Is it possible to eliminate all footage and photographs of Tan Yi captured at the hotel?" Upon his inquiry, the system swiftly responded, "I can erase video data. However, photographs, being non-data, cannot be removed." Nodding at the system's explanation, Suwon found the answer to be within his expectations. Nonetheless, it was still a highly satisfactory outcome. "Then please proceed to erase all videos of Tan Yi recorded at the hotel, including any relevant backups," Suwon instructed. Given the critical nature of the footage, he speculated that Jin Huang likely had more than one copy. Prepared for potential destruction. Ding! The system is responding to the host's request and is now searching for the data. 7 data records detected, 1 belonging to Tan Yi's phone and 6 held by Jin Huang. The system has commenced data deletion. Data deletion complete. The system alerts. All videos of Tan Yi captured at the hotel have been eradicated from various databases as soon as the announcement concluded. Suwon was left in awe. Wow. I'd anticipated that Jin Huang would have backups, but I never imagined there would be 6 copies. How fearful are they of losing data? Nevertheless, this was a stroke of luck. All backups had been obliterated. With the videos gone, the threat level posed by the evidence they held had significantly diminished. As for the photographs, he would need to devise an alternative plan. Next, Suwon picked up Tan Yi's phone from the table to review the recently captured videos. Indeed, the screen was blank. Nothing remained. Noticing Su when holding his phone and the absence of the video, Tan Yi couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. "It's futile. What you've deleted is merely the video on my phone." Jin Huang likely has no idea how many backups they made. Suwon merely smiled serenely, choosing not to disclose that the system had erased all the videos. After all, such a revelation would seem too fantastical to outsiders.